Changming, as a freshman, is about to attend his first class at university. He is informed that the world is about to enter a train survival scenario. Each station here represents an independent microcosm, bizarre and fantastical. Numerous rules have been established aboard the train. The attendants are peculiar beings. None dare to defy the rules they impose, and everyone fears contact with them. As thirst causes chapped lips among the passengers, the attendant hands Changming a bottle of water. Changming, I have no money. Attendant, this is for you. Feel free to drink. Onlookers, while everyone struggles with hunger, rationing their biscuits, the attendant presents Changming with a meal from the dining card. Changming, is this for me? Attendant, it's just a working meal specifically for you. Onlookers, the people in the carriage do not comprehend why Changming can consistently challenge and disregard the rules. This is because his identity sets him apart from everyone else. He is the train's chief constable. Chapter 1. The Global Apocalypse Train. Greetings to the 8 billion passengers of Blue Star. Thank you for embarking on this apocalyptic journey. I am the chief commander of the train. This is an endless journey. The sights along the way are infinite. I wish you a smooth travel. The train may stop at any time. Upon arrival at each station, all passengers must disembark within 10 minutes. Those who fail to do so will bear the consequences. Each train stop has a fixed duration. If you do not return to the train, as a passenger, you will remain here forever. Further announcements will be made to notify all passengers aboard. Please prepare your belongings and get ready to board. Rest assured, those brave enough to challenge the rules will certainly encounter unexpected surprises. Countdown, 10 minutes. Countdown, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Countdown, 9 minutes and 58 seconds. A sudden voice reverberates in the minds of every individual on Blue Star. It is early September at Nantong University in the Daming country, where freshman Changming hears a mechanical voice during his first class. He notices everyone, including the teacher, looking around in confusion. 10 minutes. A crucial 10 minutes. Possessing a wisdom distinct from ordinary individuals, particularly in the face of such a bizarre event, Changming is one of them. His first instinct is to believe it to be true. The classroom erupts in chaos. Wait, who just heard someone mention the apocalypse? A train? Damn, I thought I was hallucinating from last night's overindulgence. Dude, it's an honor to be in the same class as you. Shall we compete in the future? A bunch of pathetic losers. Ignoring the reactions of these newly acquainted classmates, Changming promptly grabs his backpack and strides towards the exit. This immediately captures the attention of the homeroom teacher, Ms. Dongmin. Student, where do you think you're going during class? Teacher, between surrender and survival, I choose to fight for my life. I wish you all academic success. Changming throws down this parting remark and rushes out of the classroom, drawing the attention of everyone present. Wow, this guy is clearly decisive. Does he truly believe it? The time shows 9 minutes and 30 seconds left. Can you all see that? I dare say this is undoubtedly a miracle. That guy is a legend, escaping during the first class. Goodness, it's down to 9 minutes and 20 seconds. I'm out of here. Could it be that I'm destined to be the protagonist of this era? You all go ahead. I'll await my fortune. During the first class of the pharmacy program, all students are still unfamiliar with one another, each exhibiting varied reactions. Students, the origin of this sound is rather perplexing. I advise everyone to deliberate before taking action, stated the homeroom teacher, Dingmin. The matter bore an inexplicable strangeness, for the sound did not emanate from the outside world, but rather from within their minds. Should this phenomenon have been unique to her, Yangmin would have suspected it was due to her lack of rest while preparing for class the previous night. However, the countdown was synchronized among everyone. It was an image etched in their minds. As a teacher, lacking personal experience in such a situation, she could not confine her students. What if a true divine presence existed? After all, she too read web literature. Changming dashed downstairs with his backpack, remembering that the campus supermarket was not far from the teaching building. In a flurry of steps, he burst into the store. He was not the first to arrive. Several others followed closely behind him, entering without hesitation to seize items. They were not engaging in the typical act of shopping, but rather hastily shoving food into their arms or backpacks. The supermarket owner seemed to have realized something and did not stop the students. She grabbed a large plastic bag and joined in the zero-cost shopping spree at her own store. She believed these students, like herself, had heard the prompt sound. Would they eventually pay? She had no time to collect payment yet. Changming had a clear target: Snickers, chocolate, and water. Quick, energy-boosting foods that occupied little space were essential. At this moment, the countdown loomed over everyone like a sword. Countdown, 00:4:32. Countdown, 00:4:31. The supermarket was now packed, with people scrambling for goods, yet chaos had not yet ensued. None could foresee what would transpire in 4 minutes. Some, like Chongming, were merely engaging in precautionary procurement. If no anomalies occurred, the worst outcome would be a reprimand for returning the items. It was highly unlikely the school would penalize so many for mere snacks, as it would tarnish their reputation. Chongming was the first to target the chocolate section. While not as nourishing as instant noodles, it did stave off hunger. Before long-distance races in high school, he had developed a habit of consuming a piece, finding it quite effective. Countdown 00:1:10. Leveraging his physical prowess, Chongming squeezed out of the supermarket. His university peers were more knowledgeable and possessed a strong survival instinct. Not only was the campus supermarket in chaos, but the cafeteria and even off-campus locations were also experiencing frenzied resource grabs. Everyone had some experience in this situation who had not endured the era of masks. With less than 2 minutes remaining, Chongming refrained from calling Director Cheng of the orphanage. He had been adopted by Director Cheng since childhood, naturally forming a deep bond. Yet, those prepared had already made their arrangements. It was too late to remind those unprepared. In such a fleeting world, there was only time for a brief farewell. However, the time spent bidding adieu would hinder resource collection. Everything was left to fate. Chingba, take care. 2 concise messages were sent, succinctly conveying everything. Countdown 3 seconds. Countdown 2 seconds. Countdown 1 second. Chongming was engulfed in darkness, plunging into an abyss of despair, losing all sense of will. Dear passengers, welcome to the journey of the apocalypse. I am your train conductor, 886, and this is train number 886. Chongming slowly opened his eyes, discovering he was in a train compartment. The room was furnished with simple beds on either side, covered in cream-colored sheets, with a small square table in the center. It resembled a soft sleeper room, albeit without an upper bunk. Thus, the cold voice continued to pour into his mind. Remember, the words of the crew are the rules. Do not defy them. Each passenger possesses a mobile phone to communicate with others on this train and to connect with individuals in designated regions. Every passenger has 1 cubic meter of storage space. Items carried before boarding will be placed therein, while those that cannot fit will be randomly stored. Passengers are prohibited from attacking one another within the compartment. Violating the rules will lead to consequences you cannot afford. Wishing you a pleasant journey. The room appeared to measure less than 5 square meters, sufficient for sleep and personal space. However, cooking, bathing, and using the restroom were not possible. As a train, there should be restrooms at both ends of the compartment, alleviating the need for passengers to endure discomfort. I wonder how many people are aboard and who they might be. Just then, a chilling voice echoed in Chongming's mind. You are the train's chief security officer. This voice resembled that of the chief conductor of the train. Chapter 2. Chief Conductor. As the chief conductor, you possess a degree of authority that transcends the established regulations. Your spatial capacity has been augmented to 10 cubic meters. You are equipped with a heartwarming gun, a weapon exclusive to the chief conductor, capable of inflicting harm on any non-human target. It has a magazine capacity of 15 rounds, and after depleting its ammunition, it will automatically replenish in 1 minute. You have the freedom to traverse any carriage at will. The responsibilities of the chief conductor include assisting the crew in maintaining order within the carriages and enforcing the rules you deem appropriate, with rewards for your judgment being dispensed at random. Your title, which must be worn, is Chief Conductor, granting you additional attributes. Chongming, unhurriedly surveying his surroundings, contemplated the newfound information. The role of Chief Conductor? He recalled having read novels set in apocalyptic scenarios, particularly one titled Train Survival, where individuals navigated the unknown and sought ways to endure. He realized he had acquired a position akin to that of an NPC. First and foremost, the crew's directives constituted the rules. Defiance was not an option, and compliance was mandatory. However, he also possessed a fragment of authority that existed beyond these rules, significantly enhancing his chances of survival compared to others. This placed him in a collaborative relationship with the architects of these rules. His spatial capacity was remarkably ample, tenfold that of an ordinary player, allowing him to amass resources more effectively in preparation for potential emergencies. Chongming did not harbor any illusions that the title of chief conductor would render him impervious to the necessities of sustenance. To this day, he had not perceived any transformation within himself. He remained a flesh and blood man. Curiously, he decided to inspect his spatial compartment, which contained the heartwarming gun, a name that struck him as rather whimsical. Accessing this space was straightforward, necessitating merely a mental connection. Upon opening the space, the first thing he noticed was an attributes panel. Chongming. Chief Conductor. Not activated. Age. 19. Strength. 9. Agility. 12. Constitution. 8. Perception. 15. Mental state. 100. Should his mental state drop below 30, he would begin to experience hallucinations or suicidal tendencies. The average attributes for adults are set at 8. Upon reviewing these attributes, Chongming felt a sense of satisfaction, recalling his fondness for various sports during high school, which now appeared advantageous. He had once harbored dreams of becoming a football player, only to abandon that aspiration due to his aversion to seafood. As for perception, it likely referred to his insight into the surrounding environment. He commenced an examination of his spatial compartment, which appeared to be a sizable cube. His backpack lay quietly in a corner, accompanied by the food and water he had temporarily gathered, alongside a firearm that bore a resemblance to the Glock 19, commonly utilized in the United States. Cradling the weapon in his hands, it was his inaugural encounter with a firearm, and he remained oblivious to the recoil it might possess. He planned to seek an opportunity to test it shortly. As the alert indicated, this gun had no magazine replacement feature, allowing for an endless barrage of bullets, albeit with a 1-minute interval after every 15 shots. Crucially, it held the capacity to inflict harm on any non-human targets, suggesting the existence of extraordinary beings, perhaps beasts, monsters, or something far more enigmatic. What is this? A badge? I do not recall carrying such an item. Curiosity piqued. Changming summoned the badge into his grasp. It appeared as a simple red rectangular insignia, inscribed with the words Chief Steward. Was it truly necessary for it to be so plain? The promised title surprisingly had a tangible form, and it seemed this identity was conferred not by the train's chief commander, but rather by the badge itself. How does one activate such a thing? His character status indicated that the Chief Steward was not yet activated, implying certain conditions must be met. There was no pin to affix it. Should he attempt to place it against his chest? The moment the badge made contact with Changming's chest, a surge of power enveloped him. Is this how the badge is utilized? It adhered rather snugly, yet he felt no discomfort. Instinctively, he checked his attributes once more. Gasping in astonishment, a significant transformation had occurred. Chief Steward Changming has been activated. Age, 19 years. Strength, 920. Agility, 1220. Constitution, 820. Perception, 1530. Mental state, 100. You are now the Chief Steward, endowed with the red skill, Roar of Justice. Roar of Justice. Active, utilize your perception to deliver a psychic shock to any target. The greater your perception, the more potent the impact. Changming instinctively touched the badge on his chest. This was indeed advantageous, as his overall attribute had increased by 90 points, coupled with an additional skill. Truly a head start. At that moment, he heard footsteps in the corridor outside and decided to assess the situation within the carriage. The door creaked open. Changming stepped into the corridor, which was lined with windows and extended throughout the entire carriage. A few individuals were already standing within, surveying their surroundings just as he was. He noted that he was in carriage number 9. Changming? Following the voice, he recognized a familiar face, though not entirely well acquainted. It was Gao Yin, a fellow dorm mate from their freshman year. To his astonishment, they found themselves in the same carriage. Observing the others, he perceived they were all quite young, including himself. There were 10 individuals in total within the carriage, 7 males and 3 females, all standing in the corridor, though he did not recognize the other 8. Gao Yin, you're here too. What a coincidence. This carriage can't be filled with students from Nantong University, can it? Changming's remark resonated with the others. What? You're also from Nantong University? I'm Lu Danyang, a sophomore from Automation Class 2. No way, fellow alumni. I'm Zhang Zuozhu, a junior in robotics engineering. I am Deng Chu-Chu from the Department of English. Are you Deng Chu-Chu? During the last campus singing competition, I heard you sing a Jiao, and your rendition was remarkably similar to the original. From a distance, I couldn't see you clearly, but you are quite beautiful in person. Thank you. I have always been fond of Xiao Han. However, I must humbly remind you that the original singer of this song is Zhao Lei, not Xiao Han. Are you implying that her voice is coarse? This is merely a kind reminder, with no other intentions. Deng Chu-Chu and Zhang will introduce themselves. It turned out they were all students of Nantong University, yet they did not recognize one another, as their names did not match their faces. Were they perhaps gathered here as offerings to the train of the apocalypse? It seemed unlikely. Have you checked your phones? Chongming had yet to examine the phone gifted by the end-time train and found 3 groups within it. 886 train area channel, 150 people, 009 regional channel, 15, 000 people, and 886 administrator channel, private channel. Do you also have 2 channel groups? Chongming curiously inquired, refraining from mentioning the additional channel for now. What else would it be? Just these 2. The regional channel is utterly incomprehensible, with information flying by like a whirlwind. Chongming glanced at the red 999 in the regional channel, utterly disinterested in the complaints of others. Meanwhile, the administrator channel displayed a red one. Is there an announcement? Click to open. Train conductor. Chief of conductors, our next stop is an abandoned town, a beautiful little place. Upon arrival, please assist in escorting the passengers off the train, as we will halt in 7 hours. Chapter 3. The Crew. It is currently 9:10 in the morning, with the train expected to arrive around 4 in the afternoon. The announcement had informed everyone that the train might stop at any moment, and they could ascertain when it would halt in the general location. However, regarding the beautiful little town, Chongming found it hard to believe. It was stated to be an end-time train. Would they truly take everyone on a vacation to a picturesque town? As for assisting the crew in disembarking passengers, this posed no challenge. Everyone had been notified prior to boarding that they must disembark within 10 minutes of arrival. Unless one were foolish, no one would dare to challenge the rules from the outset. Yet, what exactly are the crew members like? Would they, too, appoint someone like themselves? Moreover, with so many trains, would every one of them have a chief conductor? These questions raced through Chongming's mind. Some matters must be explored step by step. At least for now, he was not prepared to disclose his identity as chief conductor to anyone. He first inspected both ends of the carriage, each equipped with a restroom. But lacking hot water tanks, even the water for flushing was absent. Subsequently, Chongming opened the 886 train channel. I was just squatting when I was transported here. Couldn't any kind soul provide me with paper? I am in carriage 15. No way, dear sir. With the announcement, you still haven't gathered your things after 10 minutes? I am in dire straits. Is there anyone who has something to eat that they could share with me? I was swimming in the wild and brought nothing with me. You weren't swimming in the nude, were you? This situation is shrouded in mystery. We should appoint a representative to discuss our next steps. I am in the 5th carriage. Each person who speaks has a profile picture that resembles an official ID, displaying a variety of ages. Thus, this train is not comprised solely of students from Nantong University, or perhaps only their carriage is. As for the reasons behind this, only the enigmatic can know. At least the individuals in the 9th carriage seem less complicated. Unfortunately, the compartments are sealed, and I have tried the door, but it simply will not budge. Gao Yin stood at one end of the carriage, hand resting on the door handle. No sooner had he spoken than the door creaked open. There stood a person in a uniform, pushing a small cart. The most bizarre aspect was her face. Her porcelain-like complexion bore no features, resembling a blank sheet of paper, combined with her tall stature. One might wonder what beauty could be found in such an appearance. Chongming couldn't help but swallow hard, internally critiquing the situation. Gao Yin, standing closest, was startled, embodying the very definition of shock as he recoiled several steps back. Am I truly that frightening? The attendant's voice, reminiscent of metal scraping, stirred a sense of unease. Verging on terror, she lacked a mouth yet could speak, imbued with an eerie essence. Observing the silence from the crowd, the attendant slowly advanced into the carriage, her cart creaking ominously, echoing through the corridor. Each step seemed to quicken the heartbeat of those present, rendering time itself as interminable as a century. The 10 individuals within the carriage hastily retreated to their respective compartments, with 3 young women swiftly shutting their doors. What initially felt like an unusual adventure had now taken on a hint of apocalyptic dread. No one screamed, fearing to draw the attendant's attention, for this faceless figure was indeed terrifying, especially since she was the arbiter of rules. Chongming, relying on his unique position, peered out to observe the attendant and her cart. Though she bore no eyes, he felt as if she was perpetually watching him. To claim he felt no fear would be disingenuous. After all, this was the first time in his life he had encountered such a peculiar being. The faceless creature did not count. That was merely a figment of cinema. The cart contained the usual snacks and beverages sold on trains. Nothing particularly extraordinary. Beer, soft drinks, bottled water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and 8 treasure porridge. Chongming had the urge to ask her to retract her legs, yet he refrained, knowing he was the train as police chief and should pose no threat to his colleague. However, one must always avoid the troubles that arise from careless words. The question remained, What were the prices for these beverages? As the attendant passed by Chongming, he called out to her. Since she was there to sell, the food items must have prices, and Chongming wished to inquire further. In case his own provisions ran out, he could purchase these as a backup. Yet, he felt slightly apprehensive confronting such a visage. Mineral water costs 3 units, beverages 5, beer 8. If you require anything else, I shall inform you. She explained that these items necessitated travel currency, not the money they were accustomed to. Travel currency? How does one acquire such currency? Chongming noted her agreeable demeanor, prompting him to seek further knowledge about the train's offerings. There's a chance to acquire it outside at every station, and upon returning to the carriage after the train resumes its journey, rewards will be bestowed. Besides gathering supplies when disembarking, one can also earn travel currency, which can be used to purchase food on the train. This is the known use. Other applications remain undiscovered. Very well, you may return to your duties. Chongming was at least reassured that communication with the attendant was feasible, and he could consult her regarding matters aboard the apocalyptic train in the future. Here, the attendant handed him a bottle of cola, her slender fingers adorned with sharp nails. I have no travel currency. Do not mention it. This one is a gift. Chongming sensed a smile directed at him, yet her featureless face bore no discernible expressions. Was this perhaps a manifestation of heightened perception? Thank you. He graciously accepted the cola. After all, one should not refuse a free offering. He returned to his compartment, listening to the creaking sound of the cart as it moved away. Others, overhearing someone daring to converse with the attendant, felt a twinge of admiration. However, with doors closed, they could only ascertain it was a male voice. Only those closer could identify him. Their familiarity with each other's voices was still nascent. Deng Chuchu speculated upon hearing that the attendant had given Chongming a cola. Could it be that the first person to speak with the attendant would be rewarded with food? Yet, she lacked the courage to attempt communication herself. Just then, she heard someone else conversing with the attendant, apparently the boy named Lu Dongyang. Attendant, could you please give me a bottle of water? I'm rather thirsty. May I owe you for now? Certainly. Lu Dongyang realized that despite the attendant's fearsome appearance, she possessed a kind heart. He had come unprepared, dismissing the announcement as a prank. Now, he truly felt parched, especially after witnessing Chongming receive a complimentary cola, which led him to conclude that the attendant was approachable. A pale hand extended a bottle of mineral water, and Lu Dongyang maintained a friendly smile as he grasped it. A bottle of water costs 3 units. I shall take 3 of your fingers first. The chilling voice caught Lu Dongyang off guard. He instinctively attempted to return the water. The attendant's sharp nails glided silently across his left hand, her movements unhurried, yet he found himself unable to evade them. The excruciating pain pierced through Lu Dongyang as he watched his 3 fingers soar through the air, dripping with blood. Clutching his wound, he collapsed onto the ground, his forehead drenched in sweat. Beer, soft drinks, bottled water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and 8 treasure porridge, all available on credit. Chapter 4. The Working Meal. Lu Dongyang's anguished cries drew the attention of everyone present. However, no one dared to act until the attendant had vanished from the carriage. Help me. She's gone. Someone please. Lu Dongyang's voice was faint yet tinged with desperation. Chongming was the first to step forward, observing Lu Dongyang sprawled on the ground, blood splattered everywhere, along with the 3 severed fingers. We need to stop the bleeding. Lacking suitable materials, Chongming grabbed Lu Dongyang's pillowcase and tore it into strips, tightly wrapping it around his wrist. Unsure if his method was correct, he decided to try it nonetheless. Thankfully, it proved effective. He then used the remaining fabric to perform a basic bandaging of the wound. At that moment, they heard footsteps outside as others came to assist. Is this going to work? We don't have any medical supplies, Gao Yin inquired from the side. They had only recently met, and while they could not genuinely empathize, they felt that this fellow was extraordinarily unfortunate. The sight of the bloodshed was disconcerting. The bleeding had ceased, so they could only help him to a bed to rest. It seemed that blood loss had left Lu Dongyang weak and fatigued. Upon lying down, he closed his eyes, though his body trembled incessantly, a testament to his suffering. The remaining 9 congregated once more in the corridor. Who did the attendant deliver drinks to just now? Zhang Zuozhu furrowed his brows. She brought them to me, Chongming replied, holding nothing back, knowing that the neighboring Deng Chuchu was likely aware. Why did the attendant not attack you, but instead targeted Lu Dongyang? Zhang Zuozhu's tone was not accusatory. Rather, he pondered the reasoning behind it, seeking to uncover the cause. You'd have to ask the attendant. Chongming was reluctant to divulge the truth, fearing that if his uniqueness were known, it might lead to unnecessary trouble in this apocalyptic world. It's not about having little, but about having unevenness. He felt unafraid of direct confrontation. However, engaging in covert schemes was a different matter entirely. I believe it might be because you were the first to speak to the attendant, which may have endeared her to you. Dang Choo-Choo expressed her thoughts. This was an apocalyptic train, and the attendant's demeanor was unsettling. Anything could happen. Perhaps we should exercise caution around the attendant in the future, limiting our communication with her. If something like this occurs again, the misfortune will befall us. Zhang Zuozhu glanced at the incapacitated Lu Dongyang, a sense of melancholy washing over him. In this apocalyptic scenario, it was wise to refrain from greeting the unknown, unless one possessed luck akin to Chongming's. As newcomers aboard the train, the group felt adrift with no clear direction, and thus returned to their quarters to rest. The clock read 10 past noon, with 6 hours remaining until the train's scheduled stop. Changming retrieved his backpack from his room and meticulously examined its contents. He had 18 pieces of 100-gram chocolate, 35 pieces of 20-gram Snickers, and 10 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, items he had procured from the supermarket. Additionally, he had acquired a bottle of cola. It was now September. By conserving his supply and consuming 1.5 bottles daily, he could sustain himself for a week. Hydration was paramount, taking precedence over food. In contrast, his food reserves appeared more abundant at present. Changming tossed the backpack aside. He now possessed ample space for storage, rendering the bag somewhat superfluous and cumbersome. With 10 cubic meters at his disposal, he was not particularly concerned about the contents of that bag. Had he been limited to a single cubic meter like others, he would have undoubtedly opted to carry it. With leisure time at hand, he perused the discussions occurring in the chat groups. Channel for Train 886, 148 members. Regional Channel 00009, 14, 912 members. In just an hour, the train had not yet made a stop, yet 2 individuals had mysteriously vanished from the 886 train. You cannot fathom the horror that transpired in Car 1. The bodies of those 2 are still lying in the corridor, and I dare not venture out, one voice remarked. Brother, elaborate on how 2 disappeared. Earlier, a train attendant arrived in our carriage, and none of them bore a pleasant demeanor, as you might have observed. A woman attempted to purchase food, but after paying, she was executed by the attendant. Her boyfriend, witnessing this atrocity, was enraged and followed her into the abyss. Was that small cart of goods merely bait, intended to lure us to our demise? No, it was due to incorrect payment. Only travel currency is accepted on the train. As the attendant himself stated, Changming glanced at the speaker, a fellow passenger named Lu Zhan from Car 5, who had initially proposed that they devise a strategy together. However, the train doors remained obstinately closed. This individual displayed considerable courage, much like Changming himself. As for the fatalities reported in the regional channel, Changming skimmed through the messages, noting the names of several young women. He is but a child. Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? One particularly bizarre incident involved an individual slapping an attendant's backside. Those who had perished earlier were a product of their own arrogance, their sense of superiority having clouded their judgment. The one who had dared to slap the attendant was undoubtedly a figure of bravado. As the chief steward, Changming refrained from engaging in such reckless behavior, for it transcended mere taste. 2 hours swiftly elapsed, with the chat channel continuously updating. Presently, everyone remained trapped on the train, with no recourse but to communicate via their mobile devices. Boxed meals for 25. Boxed meals for 25. The attendant's voice echoed through the corridor, still grating to the ears, followed by the enticing aroma of food permeating the carriage. No one from Car 9 ventured out, for they lacked travel currency. Changming quickly extracted a Snickers bar, devoured it with haste, and washed it down with a sip of water. He felt considerably more at ease. If the taste of the food were even slightly unpleasant, Changming would not be suffering from hunger. Now, at noon, some people are indeed feeling famished. The attendant has returned, and the aroma of the food is utterly unbearable, so enticing. Yet beyond my means, a friend in carriage 3 has provisions. I shall repay him later. I only brought instant noodles. Unaware that there would be no water on the train, what a predicament. I dare not inquire of the attendant. Perhaps a bolder companion might ask. I shall seek you out, my friend, to discuss this matter in detail. Having just boarded, some passengers have temporarily gathered supplies, but as the journey progresses, the scarcity of water and food will only worsen. A knock at the door? Changming is puzzled as to who might be seeking him at this hour. Next door, Deng Chuchu is equally startled. The attendant has yet to leave. Certain it is his door being knocked upon, Changming cautiously opens it. Given the presence of the train's police chief, this journey feels relatively safe compared to what awaits outside. If he were to disembark, it would be an entirely different story. At the door stands a figure devoid of facial features, one hand resting against the train, the other extending a meal box. For you, Changming is taken aback. Could this attendant harbor feelings for him, delivering both water and food? I have no travel currency. This is a work meal. It's complimentary. Changming accepts the meal box, scrutinizing the attendant closely. Thank you. I haven't yet inquired about your name. I am called Wuxiang Xingyang. As she speaks, the attendant playfully waves 2 fingers, their long nails scraping against one another, producing a sound akin to nails on glass. Next door, Deng Chuchu trembles in fright. Chapter 5. Lunchtime. Deng Chuchu notes the attendant's exceptional kindness towards Changming. First drinks in the morning, and now a boxed meal. Her own stomach growls, having only consumed a couple of biscuits to stave off hunger. The thought of someone next door enjoying a proper meal piques her curiosity. Why is this so? Is it the allure of the opposite sex? Yet, Changming at less than 8 meters tall and possessing single eyelids. What could be the reason for such preferential treatment? Of course, she would not be foolish enough to venture outside to request a meal. Lu Donyang serves as a cautionary tale. To seek fair treatment from the attendants on this apocalyptic train is to tempt fate. Wuxiang Xingyang, a lovely name. I have yet to meet anyone with a name as unique as yours. Changming, aware of the adage a person in need is at the mercy of their benefactor, readily offers compliments, especially when receiving food and water. Is that so? It's the first time someone has praised me in such a manner. Her voice carries a metallic resonance, yet one can discern the delight within. Haha, dear lady, perhaps it is simply that you've never encountered someone as sincere as I. You don't seem like this type of person. The tone of Xingyang lacks any resentment. It appears she has not engaged in a genuine conversation for quite some time, tinged with playful sarcasm. I won't keep you any longer. I must return to my duties. Indeed, at the next stop. The cautious Xingyang leaned close to Changming's ear, her voice dropping to a whisper. Be wary of the pond. There lies a treasure chest that may prove useful to you. Do not disclose this to anyone else. With that, she pushed her cart away, the wheels creaking softly. The next destination was a small town, which harbored a pond fraught with danger. The pond served as a vital water source, inevitably attracting those parched souls seeking sustenance. Xingyang, aware of her role as the police chief, still felt compelled to remind herself to be cautious of the pond. Could the contents therein pose a threat? Caution did not mean avoidance. She also hinted at the treasure within. In any case, Changming fully appreciated her goodwill, especially since the train conductor had not shared such insights with him. He opened his meal box to find a delightful array. 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, tomato and egg, shredded potatoes, kung pao chicken, and crispy pork. Perhaps next time he could request Xingyang to bring some chili. Changming savored every morsel, finishing the meal without leaving a single grain of rice behind. Once upon a time, he had never envisioned that a simple boxed meal could make him feel as though he were living a charmed life. He suspected that the girl next door had caught wind of his good fortune. However, she had appeared quite astute on their last encounter. This time, Changming's conversation with Xingyang was hushed, audible only to those nearest him. The subsequent whispered warnings would remain a secret. He stowed the disposable chopsticks and box in his space, determined not to waste anything in this moment of scarcity. Approximately 5 minutes passed, and sensing that the attendant would not return, a stir arose in carriage 9. It was evident that everyone was growing restless in the confined quarters. After all, this carriage was composed entirely of alumni, fostering a more vibrant atmosphere than the others. Who had been conversing with the attendant just now? Surely it wasn't Minggu again. Gao Yin found himself admiring this roommate, who dared to take the initiative. Unconsciously, he began to refer to him as bro, a hint of admiration in his voice. Seeing many others emerging, Changming felt no need to remain secluded in his room. He remained non-committal upon hearing the chatter. Deng Chuchu wished to engage Changming in conversation, but hesitated at the last moment, deciding it would be more convenient to speak privately later. She found him enigmatic. Her curiosity piqued, yet she refrained from directly probing into his secrets. Deng Chuchu understood the adage that curiosity can be perilous. She merely hoped that he would lend her assistance when the time was ripe. Anyone capable of securing the attention of such an unusual attendant, one who provided food and drink, surely lived longer than most, at least longer than herself. She fleetingly considered the notion of using her looks to attract Chong Ming's interest. But in this apocalyptic world, she realized that beauty might not be her greatest asset. It could become a liability. A fragile vase could shatter easily in such times. Survival depended on one's own strength. Chong Ming, you truly are a man of substance. What did you discuss with that attendant? Inquired a girl named Jiang Yuan. As she approached Chong Ming, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. At present, the most capable individual in Car 9 is Chong Ming. He possesses the remarkable ability to procure beverages from the attendants. In a world where resources are scarce, such prowess is both a trend and a necessity. It was nothing significant. I merely inquired about her name and the estimated arrival time of the first stop. A blend of truth and deceit tends to render one's words more credible. While the name of the attendant was of little concern to others, the timing of our arrival undoubtedly piqued everyone's interest. Deng Chuchu also cast an expectant glance. For the one most likely to possess knowledge of the arrival time was none other than Chong Ming. Brother Ming, how much longer until we reach our destination? I am starving without travel tokens and yearn to disembark swiftly. Less than 4 hours remain. Did you inquire about this stop's location? Is it perilous? The station is an abandoned township. Chong Ming knew only that the pond was dangerous, but he could not divulge this, as the attendant had instructed him to keep it confidential. Thus, aside from the treasure chest, there was little valuable information to share. We are aboard the Apocalypse train. Wherever we go, danger lurks. As for the places we are to stop, I have never been there myself. The group engaged in some trivial conversation, and at Chong Ming's suggestion, they checked on Lu Dongyang, who appeared to still be unconscious. Zhang Zhua assisted him by offering a bit of water, which of course, Lu Dongyang had exchanged for 3 fingers of his own. Chong Ming noticed that none of his classmates were seeking food or water. Evidently, they had prepared well during the initial 10 minutes, with the exception of the injured individual lying in bed. At least within Car 9, no incompetent companions had been discovered. Lu Dongyang's experience seemed somewhat reckless. Had he not borrowed, but rather seized from the attendant, then his role as the train's security chief would have proven useful. The mobile phones remained abuzz with activity. When will this train stop? The days without cigarettes are becoming suffocating. If you can make it to Car 2, I'll give you 2. I can't get past Car 16. Ladies, who has brought sanitary napkins? I can trade for cookies. I can't hold it any longer. Miss, I'm affectionately nicknamed Little Vampire. How about I assist you? Get lost. You're disgusting. Chong Ming observed the administrator channel, hoping to communicate with the train conductor. Conductor, may I share the arrival time in the group chat? Feel free. Such trivial matters need not be directed at me. The conductor seemed quite relaxed, responding in an instant. It appeared that sharing information was not a concern here, perhaps indicating the information's lack of significance. Chong Ming announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the train will arrive at the first station at 4 o'clock this afternoon." Wait, how do you know this? Can you confirm it? How do you know when we will stop? You're not deceiving us, are you? I am desperately eager to smoke. Trust me, Brother Ming is a man who can converse easily with the attendants. If you don't believe me, go ask them. Brother Ming is truly formidable. We bow in reverence. Bow in reverence 1. Bow in reverence 2. All passengers aboard train 886 are informed that the hours between 1 and 3 in the afternoon are designated for a mandatory rest period, during which any form of communication is strictly prohibited. Please remain in your respective cabins. The voice of the conductor echoed throughout the carriage. Chapter 6. Arrival at the first station. At precisely 1 o'clock, everyone returned to their quarters, and a profound silence enveloped the multitude. Chong Ming lay quietly on his bed, contemplating whether such rules would truly constrain him. For the time being, there seemed little need to take risks. Resting with his eyes closed appeared prudent, especially as he would soon face an unknown destination. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone pierced the stillness, startling Chong Ming. The sound resonated throughout Carriage 9, yet no one dared to speak. Each passenger's phone had been distributed by the train, equipped solely for group and private text chats, devoid of any voice call capabilities. What on earth was happening? Chong Ming felt as though someone was toying with him. Upon glancing at his phone, he noticed a new message from the train conductor. It seemed the conductor was the one causing him distress. Wishing to maintain a low profile and avoid drawing attention to his peculiar situation, it appeared that such discretion was futile here. The attractive senior in the adjacent cabin was already receiving refreshments and meals. Now, promised tranquility during the rest period was shattered by a phone call directed at him, inciting a wave of irritation within Chong Ming. He swiftly answered, "It's rest time. While others are resting, come to Carriage 8. I need your assistance." The tone was not commanding, but rather suggestive of a collaborative request. Yet, this only served to highlight his apparent ordinariness, as he had already begun to challenge the established norms within less than a day of his arrival. Conductor, I have a small request. Can we keep this discreet? The urgency in her voice was palpable. Please, Chongming. Chongming found himself perplexed. The conductor was surprisingly courteous, even imploring him for help. If the conductor was indeed a figure of authority, her tone compelled him to oblige. Despite her sincere demeanor, he was acutely aware of being an outsider, uncertain of which boundaries he might inadvertently transgress. He realized he must go, if he wished to keep certain secrets hidden. Returning with a fabricated story was his only option. All right, I will come right over. With a click, the sound of the door opening reached Deng Chu-Chu, who then fell into silence, understanding that Chongming had left the neighboring cabin. How could he disregard the rules of the train? Was it because he had done things that the rest of us had not? She pondered quietly, unable to ascertain the reason. Once the train halted at the next station, she resolved to follow Chongming, believing that her chances of survival in this unfamiliar realm would be enhanced. Yet, it also posed a potential increase in danger. Having been thrust from reality into this situation, coupled with the crew's ruthless demeanor, Deng Chu-Chu knew that unforeseen crises would undoubtedly await them upon arrival. After Chongming departed from carriage number 9, he traversed to carriage number 8. This space resembled a dining area. In addition to tables and chairs, there was a counter adorned with a plethora of snacks and beverages. A man clad in the uniform of a train conductor sat with his head bowed at a table, the brim of his hat casting a shadow that obscured his face. Chongming surmised that the visage beneath would likely not be aesthetically pleasing, while Wu Xiangjingyang stood beside the counter, observing him. If all went as expected, there were the only 3 administrators aboard the entire train. Chongming cautiously approached and seated himself opposite the conductor, at which point he could discern the man's appearance. It was a face riddled with sharp protrusions, reminiscent of a durian adorned with features, likely inducing discomfort in those averse to dense textures. Uncertain of the reason for the presence of a train police chief within the carriage, Chongming's curiosity was piqued, yet he found himself unable to provide answers. Nevertheless, he was welcome to join the 886. The conductor extended a hand, noticeably larger than that of an average human, the back of his hand similarly covered in jagged spikes. Chongming regarded the durian-like face, acutely aware that the conductor himself was oblivious to the reason behind his possession of the police chief insignia. However, it was evident that, thus far, he bore no ill will. As they shook hands, the grip was firm, albeit slightly abrasive. The next stop is an abandoned town. Do you wish for me to assist you in some matters after you disembark? Indeed, given my inability to exit, I require you to locate a black cube within the ensuing 48 hours and return it to the train, the conductor replied. A black cube? Chongming was perplexed, uncertain of its characteristics or dimensions, and apprehensive about potentially missing it. Moreover, he pondered whether retrieving it posed any danger. If this item was deemed necessary by the conductor, it must hold significant value. Would there be anything indescribable guarding it upon arrival? This was a concern Chongming felt compelled to confirm. Although his physical attributes had been notably enhanced, granting him strength superior to that of other passengers, it did not guarantee his ability to confront various dangers at that particular station, especially as he would need to linger there for a full 48 hours. It is an object roughly the size of a human palm, which emits light, making it easier to locate at night. Once you see it, its uniqueness will become apparent. The conductor explained earnestly. In return, you may explore the only pond in the town, where you shall find what you seek. Upon retrieving the black cube, I shall offer you something extra. As for danger, I trust that your abilities will suffice for the initial challenges. After listening, Chongming instinctively glanced at Wu Xiangjingyang, who stood there with a stoic expression, though, to be fair, she was devoid of any expression to begin with. This mirrored what Jingyang had previously conveyed, suggesting that the administrators were aware of the stop locations and possibly the treasures therein. As for the nature of the treasure, he surmised it to be a treasure chest, a query he felt unnecessary to pursue further. Since you are aware of the situation there, could you possibly inform me of the precise location of the black cube? This would certainly save us some time. It appears randomly, which is why your assistance is necessary. However, it is said that it will not manifest in places difficult for individuals to notice. Naturally, if any other passengers happen to find it and bring it back, that would also count as your assistance. If someone discovers such an object and perceives it as a treasure, they will undoubtedly place it in their own space at the first opportunity. How would the train conductor know if someone else has brought back the desired item? Are you able to view the contents of our spaces? We cannot, but it can. The conductor pointed to the ceiling of the carriage, indicating that this ability is limited to the black cube. Once it is brought onto the train, the conductor can ascertain who possesses it. Chongming nodded, realizing this was merely a special sensing capability of the train, though it remained unclear if it was a system detection or possessed some form of sentience. Yet, if everyone can carry this cube, why does the conductor not announce it on the train? Wouldn't it be easier for everyone to search together? You could notify everyone, thus enhancing efficiency, couldn't you? Knowing you would inquire about this, we must adhere to the rules. Matters concerning the black cube cannot be disclosed to the passengers. And your situation is unique, transcending the mere identity of a passenger. Could I assist you in notifying everyone, acting as an intermediary? You may attempt it, but I doubt it will succeed. Chongming contemplated sending a message in the group, offering food as a reward for assistance in the search. But just as he was about to press the button, he astonishingly forgot what he intended to do. What is this? Am I not correct in saying that this matter relies solely on your initiative to seek out, while others can only discover it passively? After concluding his conversation with the conductor, Chongming returned to his room. Upon hearing the commotion, Deng Chuchu wore an expression of realization. He could indeed violate the rules of the train. After the 3 o'clock break, Chongming neither emerged from his room nor did anyone inquire why he was allowed to move during the rest period. At 4:10 in the afternoon, the train gradually came to a halt at the platform. We have arrived. Chapter 7, The Shop. Chongming immediately leaped from his bed and shouted, "Everyone, disembark at once." This was already a stipulated rule of the train. Passengers must leave within 10 minutes of arrival. The passengers of carriage number 9 were also prepared. Ming Yi, aren't you coming down? Gallian approached the train door, watching Chongming still on board. You go ahead. Wait for me at the door. At that moment, a value visible only to Chongming changed from 148 to 21. Lu Danyang, how are you? We have arrived. You need to disembark now. Lu Danyang, who had been sitting on the bed, lost in thought while staring at his severed fingers, glanced at Chongming upon hearing his reminder. Without uttering a word, he stood up and walked toward the door. It seemed that this experience had rendered him somewhat despondent. Once Lu Danyang stepped off, the displayed number decreased to 3. Everyone was still adhering to the rules and was quite proactive in disembarking. There are still 2 individuals remaining in carriage number 13. Changming, upon perceiving the unfolding scene, darted towards the 2 train compartments. The outside loomed ominously, prompting him to feel that remaining on the train was far safer, especially given his physical discomfort. An elderly woman, bespectacled, sat in her compartment, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Did you not hear the rules being announced? Failing to disembark incurs punishment, potentially fatal. Why are you so stubborn at this juncture? The middle-aged man exclaimed, tugging insistently at the old woman. However, her considerable girth simply caused her to sway without rising. Surely, they ought to consider the well-being of the elderly. My rheumatism renders me incapable of movement. What could I possibly achieve by alighting? When waiting for your return in the train seems far more prudent. Mother, Changming exclaimed, having reached the 13th compartment, where he immediately spotted the quarreling pair. Why haven't you disembarked? You must do so within 10 minutes. The middle-aged man appeared momentarily taken aback by Changming's arrival, seemingly perplexed by how he had traversed through the compartments. Get down now, mother, please hurry. The elderly woman turned her face away, dismissing her son's entreaties. Under normal circumstances, Changming would prefer not to involve himself in such reckless behavior. However, with a mission at hand, he wasted no time and seized the elderly woman by her collar, dragging her forth from the compartment. What are you doing? I refuse to go down. It is forbidden to lay hands on passengers aboard the train. I shall file a complaint against you. The elderly woman's protests fell on deaf ears as Changming continued to pull her out of the carriage, her son trailing behind, hesitant yet present. Finally, as Changming stepped onto the platform, he beheld the surroundings. Despite it being 4 in the afternoon, the sky appeared overcast, threatening rain at any moment. The train bore resemblance to the old green coaches of yore, marked with the identifiers 00009 and 886 on each compartment. A large sign on the platform proclaimed the name of the abandoned township, the very destination. Numerous individuals lingered on the platform, reluctant to venture towards the distant town. The scene of Changming dragging the woman immediately attracted the gaze of those nearby. You're committing an assault. My leg is scraped and bleeding because of you. You owe me compensation, or at the very least, travel currency or food, otherwise you shall not depart. The elderly woman clutched at Changming's trousers, her demeanor unyielding. At this moment, her son approached, bending to examine the old woman's leg, which indeed bore a significant abrasion. How could you injure my mother? How will she walk now? You must take responsibility. Changming regarded the mother-son duo with an amused smile. What exactly do you propose I do to take responsibility? The middle-aged man pondered briefly before responding. This is no place for resting. You must carry my mother to the town and procure some food for us. Look at her injury. I need to care for her and have no time to search for provisions. The elderly woman appeared to weigh over 100 kilograms. Carrying her would likely crush an average person. Moreover, considering it was merely a leg abrasion, the onlookers remained skeptical of the assertion that she was unable to walk. It seemed this young man was being duped, yet no one stepped forward to intervene. At this moment, venturing into the town carries an air of uncertainty. Yet one might as well indulge in the spectacle. The occupants of carriage number 9 await Changming, standing still upon disembarking. A prearranged consensus among alumni to act in unison. Upon spotting Changming's figure before carriage 13, they gradually converge towards him. Your mother is rather heavy. Perhaps you should consider carrying her ashes instead? A middle-aged man was about to continue when he noticed a handgun materialize in Changming's hand. Although he had never encountered a real firearm, the metallic gleam stilled his tongue. Changming aimed the gun at the ground beside him and fired a shot. The sound was not loud, yet it left a dent in the earth. This was indeed a real gun. The surrounding onlookers expressed disbelief. How could this individual possess a firearm? In Huagua, gun control is strict, and most individuals go their entire lives without ever laying hands on a genuine weapon. The elderly lady trembled, frightened enough to loosen her grip. She couldn't possibly be naive enough to believe he wouldn't harm her. So young and armed. He was certainly no officer of the law, perhaps a criminal before boarding the train. She sought out reasonable individuals to negotiate with, but the likes of Changming, who wielded truth as a weapon, were beyond her capacity to confront. In this post-apocalyptic realm, where everything is shrouded in uncertainty, Changming, merely a 19-year-old boy, felt a distinct disdain for the elderly woman and her son. However, he found it impossible to resort to murder. He was not a psychopathic killer. Yet, if the gunfire failed to quell their commotion, one could only speculate what actions he might take. Turning to see his classmates approaching, Changming strode towards them. The bystanders instinctively parted, creating a wide passage, fearful of disturbing his presence. Come on, let us head to the town. Brother Ming, you are exceedingly dashing. Even wielding a gun. I want to be your right-hand man. Gao Yan exclaimed excitedly from the side, thrilled to be alongside his dorm mate, feeling a sense of security in his company. Others joined in showering compliments upon Changming, and suddenly, carriage number 9 had found its stalwart leader. Exiting the station, they encountered a broad dirt road, devoid of any formal exit, directly connecting to the outside world. Along the roadside stood a large yellow sign illuminated by a countdown timer reading 47, 53, 12 until departure, with a spotlight shining down upon it. It was evident to any discerning observer that survival in this small town would necessitate a span of 2 days. Treading upon the dirt path, flanked by grass on either side, Changming led the occupants of carriage 9 towards the town, with other passengers trailing behind. The town's edge lay less than a kilometer ahead. In such an expansive area, locating an object the size of a palm posed a formidable challenge. It was not an imperative task. Vigilantly scanning the surroundings for ponds, his eyes found no traces of water. Upon reaching the town's periphery, Changming observed that most houses were single-story, with many displaying peeling white plaster, revealing the red bricks beneath. The asphalt roads in the town are riddled with potholes, with grass sprouting from the cracks. Numerous passengers have already begun rummaging through the houses, and so far, no imminent danger has been detected. Brother Ming, let's first venture into the town to search for supplies. I suggest we head straight to the town center, as the occupants of the outer areas are surely scavenging, proposed Zhang Zuozhu, who, despite being older than Changming, still addressed him as brother. The town center may house some supermarkets. We should not plunder from others. Remain vigilant along the way and immediately inform everyone upon discovering anything unusual, Changming reminded, gripping his firearm. Following the main road and traversing dilapidated buildings, they encountered no supermarkets. Brother Ming, I have observed that this town appears to be quite antiquated. Look at the wooden sliding windows on the houses. They seem rather worn. In stark contrast to our modern aluminum alloy windows, Zhang Zuozhu noted, attentively surveying their surroundings. If this is indeed a town from decades ago, any food within should have spoiled by now. At that moment, Ding, Choo-Choo shouted from the side. Look, it says store here. Chapter 8. Supplementing supplies. Following Ding Choo-Choo's indication, Chongming spotted a large, rusty iron gate painted in a reddish-brown hue, with the word store scrawled in an uneven manner. In the 1990s, the term supermarket was not widely used. Many places selling goods were simply referred to as stores. Let's take a look inside. However, the door was locked and would not budge. Step aside, Chongming said, taking a step forward and delivering a kick to the iron gate, which had become loose where it connected to the wall. With a loud crash, the gate fell to the ground. I shall enter first to assess any potential danger, he declared, brandishing his firearm as he stepped inside. The musty scent of dust filled the air, and the makeshift rows of shelves were coated in grime, obscuring their original appearance. Come in. There is no danger for now. He called to the others, who followed him into the spacious store, feeling relatively uncramped. Let us see if there is anything useful. The chances of finding food and water are slim. There are some broken bowls and cups that can still be used. Here are some towels, though they are all tattered and flimsy. This is a rusty cleaver. Instead of rushing to inspect what others had found, Chongming rummaged through a dilapidated wooden cabinet against the wall. To his surprise, he discovered unopened canned goods, 6 boxes containing 12 cans of oranges each. One must admit, luck was on his side. These cans appeared to be intact and well-preserved. He decided to store 5 boxes in his space, feeling no remorse. Had he been selfish, he would not have left the final box behind. In the spirit of camaraderie, he considered it reasonable to look after his classmates, all of whom hailed from the same school. After all, should anyone rise to prominence in the future, it could prove advantageous. Yet, if something truly vital were to arise, self-preservation must take precedence. Come over here, there are canned goods, he announced, summoning everyone with the exciting news, as he placed a box of cans on the ground. I shall enumerate 2 for a box of 12 bottles. After Gao Yin finished counting, he turned to the crowd. If 1 bottle is allotted per person, 2 individuals will share 2 bottles. 1 bottle suffices for me. Chongming spoke first, noting that there were still 5 boxes lying around. Being short of 1 bottle was inconsequential to him. I too require but 1 bottle, Lu Donyang interjected, adding, from now on, I shall be a semi-disabled person. Should you have any good fortune, do include me. With that, he waved his left hand, a gesture tinged with self-mockery. Chongming approached and patted his shoulder, reassuring him. As long as you do not lose heart, I shall accompany you. In a world turned upside down, he held great respect for those who exhibited a spirit of sacrifice and swiftly grasped the harsh realities. After all, he must also be somewhat selfish. One need not elaborate on the importance of food and water in such dire times. Compared to Lu Dongyang's initial demeanor upon disembarking, he now appeared considerably more optimistic. Chongming's words carried significant weight. Even Deng Choo-Choo felt a tinge of regret for not having spoken before Lu Donyang. Once the canned goods were divided, Chongming advised that items such as steel basins and cups could serve as containers. In the absence of water, it was prudent to prepare in advance. At least he was aware of a nearby pond. As for the sanitation of the pond water, one could ponder that matter when parched. Let us continue to search for anything useful. We shall divide whatever remains. Soon, all that was of potential utility in the store was entirely claimed by the group. Besides basins, cups, cutlery, and kitchen knives, the shelves were dismantled for their iron rods. There was no need to carry them. Placing them in the storage space was quite convenient. Now, at leisure, they began to consume the canned goods. Although there was a slight metallic taste, none found it unpalatable. Having gone without substantial sustenance for a day, they relied on this to replenish their energy. Lu Donyang, in particular, ate with great enthusiasm, having arrived empty-handed. After tilting his neck back to finish the can, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Chongming glanced at the time on his phone. It was now 5:30. It will soon be dark. We must venture out to locate a water source. All right, let us see if there are any wild vegetables to unearth in the fields. This town was not small, with over 100 people residing within it. Encounters were not easily come by unless there was a shared destination. The streets adjacent to the storefronts were paved, but the paths leading to the surrounding residences turned to dirt. Chongming spotted a larger household and, with a gentle leap, scaled the wall to enter. Brother Ming, you must have practiced parkour before. Gao Yin praised from aside. I reckon you are even more nimble than those in the city. This household was substantial, and it was likely they had some supplies. For the next few days, they could provisionally settle here, given their considerable number. The residence boasted 2 stories, with a living room and bedrooms in the center, flanked by a kitchen, storage room, and restroom. The yard was overgrown with weeds, nearly half a person's height. A vibrant patch of yellow and green. It appeared there was a well within this thicket. A wooden cover atop the well was tethered to a bucket, which he cast down. Plop! There was water. The hemp rope used to tether the bucket was remarkably sturdy, allowing Chongming to effortlessly haul the water bucket up with just a few tugs. The water appeared crystal clear and refreshingly cool. Gazing into its depths, he felt no sense of unease. He trusted his heightened perception, which surpassed that of an ordinary person by more than fivefold. He scooped a handful and savored a sip, exclaiming how sweet the water was. Thus, he drank nearly half a bucket, feeling immensely satisfied before proceeding to open the courtyard gate. I have discovered the water source. The water from this well poses no issues, as I have just tasted it. This proclamation detonated like a bomb, inciting joyous cheers among the others. Subsequently, each person took a few sips to quench their thirst, never before experiencing such delight from drinking water. Here lies the water source, and the area is sufficiently spacious. We shall reside here for the next couple of days. Chongming articulated his thoughts, suggesting that the well's water might be inexhaustible. With a capacity of 8 or 9 cubic meters, if consumed solely for drinking, it would suffice for Chongming's sustenance for over a decade. Everyone was astute. They decided to guard the well, ensuring ample water supply, rationing their intake to store half a cubic meter, enough to last a year. The pressing concern now was to find suitable containers. Zhang Zuozhu proposed his perspective, but Chongming shook his head. How many liters can we draw with a bucket? It would take hundreds of trips to fill even half the space. I suggest we descend directly into the well to save time and effort. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuozhu's eyes lit up. He realized his thinking had been too narrow. The space could be organized according to their will. Why bother with containers when they could simply descend and fill their own vessels? Brother Ming, who shall go down first? Zhang Zuozhu promptly suggested after receiving a hint, and most others had no objections. 8 people constituted the majority, and Chongming had seemingly assumed the role of leader. Or perhaps it would be more fitting to call him captain. After thorough inspection, Chongming confirmed that the well posed no dangers and made a few friendly taps with his loving heart spear to signal within. Safety assured, without hesitation, he grasped the rope and descended, while the others, including Gao Yin and Deng Chu, tightly held onto the other end, concerned for its sturdiness. Upon touching the water, he allowed it to flow freely into his vessel, noticing that the water level barely dropped. Evidently, the source was abundantly rich. In no time, he filled 9 cubic meters of water and ascended along the rope. Subsequently, each individual took their turn to descend and fill their containers, with Lu Dongyang needing assistance, prompting Chongming to accompany him for another trip down. With the water source secured, a heavy burden was lifted from everyone's hearts. As darkness approached, they searched the room for bedding and arranged a place to rest. This marks our first night living in the apocalypse. Everyone must remain vigilant, Chongming cautioned. For now, they had canned food, and wild vegetables could be foraged tomorrow. Venturing out in the dark without light would prove perilous. Before long, night enveloped the surroundings, and unbeknownst to them, the soil in the courtyard began to slowly shift and swell as a dark brown hand suddenly emerged from within. Chapter 9. The Corpse Monster. Not only in the courtyard where Chongming and the others resided, but throughout the entire town. A similar phenomenon was occurring in no fewer than 400 or 500 locations. Emerging from the earth, first came the arms, followed by the head, and then the entire form. A humanoid shall surface from the soil, possessing only white eyes, akin to a zombie, its mouth opening and closing as it began to wander. They are the true inhabitants of this forsaken town. As night descends, they roam the streets. A middle-aged man from Busnow, 13, arrived at a long-abandoned house with his mother, where food was scarce. Fortunately, a nearby pond provided some wild vegetables, and equipped with a lighter, he managed to prepare a pot of tasteless vegetable soup. Though unappetizing, it sufficed to fill their bellies. Now, darkness enveloped the surroundings, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moon. The mother and son secured the door and squeezed onto a single bed. Jinhong, I believe this town is preferable to that train. There are wild vegetables and water. Why don't we just stay here and not board the train? The plump, old woman, typically lazy, suddenly found the notion of living here appealing, considering it superior to the train, devoid of the terrifying conductors, and began to persuade her son. Gout Jinhong turned on her side, resting her head on her arm, and gently shook her head. Mom, here there is only wild vegetables and water. After searching for so long, I haven't seen a single travel token. Without salt, we cannot survive. And the water from the pond has a strange taste. Were it not for my thirst, I would prefer not to drink it. We might find salt if we look around. This place is vast, and we are bound to discover something. I say we should stay. Perhaps there are fish in the pond we can eat. Gao Jianhong wished to cease this discussion with her mother. Her perspective was too narrow. Such a blatant issue should not be taken lightly. It was better to sleep early and continue searching for something more reliable in the town tomorrow. The fire in the room still smoldered since the soup was cooked. She got up, put on her shoes, and approached the charcoal to extinguish it. Why are you getting up? To put out the fire. The smoke might lead to carbon monoxide poisoning. In broad daylight. It's frightening not to have a fire in such a place. We cannot extinguish it. Gao Jianhong occasionally pondered that were it not for her mother, she would have long ceased to care. Every matter seemed to be a source of worry. Nothing could allow her a moment's peace. Ignoring her mother-esque thoughts, she prepared to smother the flames with the soil she had gathered. Just then, a shadow flickered past the window. Moments later, a slow knocking echoed through the still, unfamiliar night, sending chills down their spines. Who is it? Who's knocking? The old woman exclaimed impatiently. In response, the knocking intensified, thud, thud. For heaven's sake, how annoying! Jianhong approached the door to see who it was, irritated by the late-night disturbance. Grasping a wooden stick by her side, she sensed the peculiar nature of the knocking. She now felt burdened by the weight of her mother's presence in her life. It was a struggle merely to be alive. She suspected that all her luck had been spent on simply surviving, which explained why, at 40, she remained unable to find partner. However, the incessant knocking was indeed vexing and instilled a sense of dread. Under the influence of his mother's persuasion, or perhaps by some capricious twist of fate, Gao Jianhong, with a stick in his right hand, tilted his body and slowly pulled back the door latch with his left. At the moment the latch was released, the door was violently flung open. A figure, whose face resembled that of a skull and whose gender was indiscernible, lunged directly at Gao Jianhong. Startled, he let out a scream and struck the creature on the shoulder with his stick. However, he could not escape the gaping maw filled with yellowed teeth, which sank into his neck. Blood gushed forth, and, as he was knocked to the ground, his legs flailed uncontrollably. The plump old woman, witnessing her son's dreadful plight, immediately cried out for help. Murder! Someone come quickly! Yet, she remained huddled under the covers, clutching her blanket tightly, showing no intention of aiding her son. At that moment, another grotesque figure, drawn by the commotion, appeared at the doorway. Upon discovering the old woman screaming from the bed, it charged in and bit into her abdomen, causing a torrent of various substances to spill forth. The creature feasted upon her entrails, indifferent to her struggles, relishing its grotesque meal. Gradually, the room fell silent, save for the sound of crunching and chewing. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the courtyard where the occupants of carriage number 9 resided, 10 individuals were resting in 2 separate rooms, 7 men and 3 women, each group keeping to their own quarters. They huddled together for mutual protection. Chongming detected faint footsteps in the courtyard, a mere whisper of sound. His heightened perception suggested that if it were a person, they would not be wandering aimlessly about. It was plausible that a beast lurked outside, or perhaps an unknown danger awaited. Everyone wake up, arm yourselves. There may be something amiss in the courtyard, Chongming whispered, alerting the others. He then leaned over the window to peer outside, where he observed 3 staggering figures meandering through the weeds. Their movements decidedly peculiar and far from those of normal humans. There are 3 individuals below. Their behavior is abnormal. I'll investigate further, he declared, retrieving his beloved firearm, which was effective against non-human entities. The 3 below likely fell within that category. Gao Yan and Zhang Zuaizhu also cautiously leaned towards the window. This resembles a scene from a zombie film. Why not just shoot from above? It would be safer, suggested Zhang Zuaizhu, reminding Chongming that safety should be paramount. What if they are indeed human? He mused. In such a bizarre situation, killing them is of little consequence. In this apocalyptic world, one cannot be overly cautious. It's fine. I merely wish to discern what they are, Chongming responded, emboldened by the firearm in his grasp and his audacious spirit. Convinced that the 3 strange beings below were not his match. Prepared to uncover the truth, he leaped from the second-floor window, much to the astonishment of his companions. Brother Ming's bravery deserves a salute, Gao Yin remarked. As Chongming landed, the sound immediately drew the attention of the 3 grotesque figures, who turned and charged towards him. At this moment, Chongming finally discerned the appearances of the three peculiar beings, faces resembling that of skeletons, casting an indescribable terror in the dim moonlight. Stealing his resolve, he lifted his right arm and aimed at the nearest creature, pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The shots were not particularly loud. One bullet veered off course, yet struck the foremost creature squarely in the neck. His intention had been to aim for the head, although he possessed keen eyesight. His technique was rather unrefined. However, upon being shot, the creature collapsed instantly. Killed level 1 corpse monster, travel coins 10. This creature drops gold coins. Chongming then retreated, distancing himself from the two remaining monsters, and emptied his magazine towards them. Killed level 1 corpse monster 2, travel coins 20. Within mere seconds, the three creatures fell under Chongming's fire, lying motionless on the ground. He exhaled deeply. Their ability to succumb to bullets indicated that they were indeed mere aberrations resembling humans. Perhaps these corpse monsters were akin to zombies. His swift and decisive actions in dispatching the monsters caught the attention of Gao Yin and others, while the gunfire roused intrigue among Deng Chuchu's group. Was Chongming truly just a freshman? Or was he, in fact, the Dragon King returned from a clandestine special forces unit? Such thoughts lingered in Deng Chuchu's mind. Chapter 10. Discovery of the Treasure Chest. Chongming, of course, lacked experience in combat, yet his superior physical prowess rendered his actions fluid and graceful. After slaying the corpse monsters, he drew forth a rusted, tetanus-ridden cleaver and began practicing his dissection techniques. Having previously read novels where zombies possessed crystal cores within their skulls, he was eager to ascertain their existence. However, to his dismay, he found no such cores, only repulsive matter. The act of vanquishing monsters and acquiring gold coins felt reminiscent of a video game. These beings, dubbed corpse monsters, yielded travel coins upon their defeat. Chongming attempted to alert his classmates above, yet they remained ensnared in shock. To slay these monsters was one thing, but to dismember them? Such an act spoke of a deep-seated aversion to evil, provided one was not psychologically deranged. Upon receiving the travel coins, they manifested as mere digits, akin to a stored resource within his mind. Brother Ming, why don't you come up first? I feel uneasy without you here. Gao Yin gulped nervously. The ease with which Chongming dispatched the creatures belied the skill he possessed, along with his firearm. If the others faced such monsters, they might not fare as well. Lock the doors and assign someone to keep watch. I'll take a look outside. With that, Chongming scaled the wall and ventured out. He still had the treasure chest in the pond to retrieve, and a more arduous task awaited in locating that black cube. First, he would eliminate more corpse monsters to amass travel coins, all while searching for other items, an efficient use of time. Chongming mused that accumulating a surplus of travel coins could equate to a stockpile of resources. Of course, it would be ideal to continue reaping rewards aboard the train without expense. After all, free benefits bring joy. Regaining his composure, Chongming glided along the path under the moonlight. Having dispatched 3 corpse monsters had bolstered his confidence significantly. The ammunition for his beloved heartfelt gun had long been replenished. He is now in peak condition, his mental state displaying a perfect score of 100. However, the village is far from tranquil, as anguish screams occasionally pierce the air. Chongming glanced at his phone, but there was no signal. This device was only useful for chatting on the train. Once disembarked, it became merely a heavy brick. Its only advantage was that special items did not require charging and could also serve as a flashlight. Suddenly, he heard the sound of crying nearby and hastened towards the source of the noise. There he spotted a girl perched atop a wall, trembling in fear, while below, a zombie was scratching at the wall. Without hesitation, Chongming approached and dispatched the creature with a single shot. Killed level 1 zombie, earned 10 travel coins. Upon recognizing him and noticing the firearm in his possession, the girl urgently whispered, "There are 2 more zombies inside." Chongming gestured for her to remain calm and then leaped into the courtyard. Cautiously, he advanced towards the wide-open door of the house. As he stepped inside, a strong stench of blood assaulted his senses. 2 zombies were hunched over, feasting on 2 corpses, which belonged to 2 men. It seemed that these creatures had a penchant for consuming heads. The upper halves of both skulls had been gnawed away. Fortunately, the darkness obscured much of the gruesome sight. The zombies, engrossed in their meal, paid no heed to Chongming's presence. Evidently, these monsters possessed exceedingly low intelligence, making headshots as easy as shooting peanuts. Killed level 2 zombies, earned 20 travel coins. Hearing the gunfire, the girl saw Chongming emerge unscathed. Can you take me with you? I'm Ma Jiao from Carno. 12. He advised her to find a safe place, noting the wound on her leg. Let us hope this zombie isn't contagious. Chong Ming observed the girl's calf bleeding and declined her request. He had his own matters to attend to and did not wish to carry a burden. It was fortunate enough that he could spare time to save her, primarily for the sake of profit. But I'm injured. What if I encounter more of these monsters? That's a concern you must consider. The wall is quite safe, he replied, ignoring her further pleas and continuing in a chosen direction. He felt drawn toward the pond, moving toward the edge of the town, occasionally hearing distant cries, which he chose to disregard. On his way, he eliminated another zombie and noticed a flickering light emanating from a house. The presence of fire indicated a source, and he was intrigued to investigate. Entering the small courtyard, he found 2 deep pits in the ground, now understanding that these monsters emerged from the earth. Similar pits were present in the courtyard where the occupants of Carno 9 resided. Otherwise, given the intelligence of these creatures, they would not have been able to breach the courtyard. The door stood wide open, with flames licking at the entrance. Inside, 2 zombies were crawling, one on the floor and the other on the bed. Upon closer inspection of the clothing of the devoured corpse, he was shocked to recognize a familiar face. In the 13th carriage, the mother and son had often been told that those who were unworthy would inevitably face their reckoning. And indeed, the 2 did not survive the night. Without hesitation, I swiftly dealt with these 2 aberrations. Chong Ming had become increasingly adept at dispatching such low-level creatures. He then noticed a pot of soup simmering, realizing that the water seemed rather wasteful. Perhaps they had discovered a water source nearby, like a well or a pond. Scattered beside the man were a lighter, some bread, and 2 bottles of mineral water. Were these items remnants from the space of the deceased? Setting aside such thoughts for the moment, he gathered the belongings. The plump old woman, however, had nothing around her. Not everyone makes good use of the 10 minutes before boarding the train. Exiting the room, Chong Ming searched the vicinity and finally stumbled upon a pond. The pond was quite expansive, stretching endlessly into the night. He gazed at the moon's reflection on the still water. The treasure chest must lie beneath, along with the warnings from his mentor to tread carefully. The question was how to retrieve the chest. Swimming was his forte, yet he had never attempted to navigate a pond at such an hour. Furthermore, knowing there were dangers lurking in the water, he wondered if his handgun would even function underwater. Even if it did, its effectiveness would likely be greatly diminished. A strategy was imperative. Chong Ming found a bamboo pole nearby and probed the water. It seemed the pond was not very deep, perhaps just over a meter. Of course, this was at the edge, and he could not ascertain the depth at the center. Should he try using the undead creatures? They were sensitive to sound, but lacked speed. He could exploit this discrepancy to lure them into the pond. Formulating his plan, Chong Ming soon discovered 2 undead creatures nearby. After shouting a couple of times, the 2 foolish beings began to approach him. He led them to the edge of the pond, quickly evading their grasp and tossing stones into the water. Splash! Splash! The noise captured the attention of the undead, who moved toward the center of the pond. As they waded deeper, the water reached their chests, yet they did not sink. Suddenly, Chong Ming noticed one of the creatures had stepped onto something, rising significantly above the water surface. Upon closer inspection, he saw a faint silver glimmer beneath. Initially, it was not very discernible in the moonlight. Could this be the treasure chest? It lay about 20 meters from the shore, not too distant. Driven by the age-old adage that greed leads to peril, he decided to take the plunge. With the undead creatures momentarily occupied, Chong Ming swam further out, gaining momentum before leaping from the shore, propelling himself several meters forward. Splash! The sound echoed, but he paid it no mind as he swam towards the glowing spot. Indeed, it was the treasure chest. He quickly touched it, drawing it into his own space. Splendid. At that moment, a colossal fish head, measuring over a meter in length, emerged beside Chong Ming, its mouth brimming with rows of sharp teeth. Astonishingly, 2 hands sprouted from behind the gills of this monstrous creature. A sudden wave of danger washed over Chong Ming, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. This creature appeared formidable. Chapter 11. The Fierce Battle with the Merfolk. Chong Ming had no time to ponder the contents of the treasure chest. The fishman was relentlessly pursuing him, its gaping maw wide open. Undoubtedly, even with a physical strength 5 times that of an average person, being caught in that enormous jaw would result in severe injury, if not death. The 20 meters to safety felt interminable. In the water, the fishman was in its element. Chong Ming could see the creature's mouth looming closer, less than a meter away. Desperation surged within him. He had to fire. As Chong Ming drew his pistol and turned to shoot, the shadow of the monstrous mouth loomed over him. Bang! 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 The rapid gunfire from the heart gun inflicted significant damage on the fishman, yet it hampered Chong Ming's mobility. The massive maw charged towards him, and with remarkable speed, he twisted his body to evade. The clash of its upper and lower jaws resonated painfully in his ears as Chong Ming narrowly dodged the attack. He forcefully kicked the fishman's face, using the momentum to propel himself towards the shore. At last, he reached the land. How perilous! That bite force could undoubtedly crush a car. With a quiet sigh, Chong Ming emerged from the water, drenched from head to toe. The fishman, undeterred by the loss of its prey, pursued him onto the shore. It was determined to crush this food that had eluded its grasp. As the fishman ascended, Chong Ming beheld its full form. A 3-meter-long cannibalistic creature, equipped with massive arms and elongated legs. This sight was grotesque. The fishman seemed to embody humanity only through its hands and feet. Who could have conceived such a design? Was it the work of Luffy? Upon reaching the shore, the creature did not relent, charging straight at Chong Ming, but now the battleground had shifted. Although the fishman's speed surpassed that of an ordinary person, Chong Ming benefited from the influence of his police chief badge, making agility the deciding factor. Once more, he rolled to evade a frontal assault, firing a few shots that obliterated the fishman's face. The impact was significant, yet the creature's size allowed it to retain its fighting spirit, which only served to infuriate it further. Remarkably, this fish monster's endurance was astonishing. Despite taking several shots directly to its mouth and head, it remained standing. Chong Ming couldn't help but grumble inwardly at the creature's resilience. With its initial attacks failing, the fishman propelled itself off the ground with its tail, launching its body like a missile. Just as Chong Ming rose from the ground, he could not evade this strike. Feeling the full force of the fishman's head ram into him, it was as if he had encountered a stroke of misfortune, hurtling through the air and rolling several times before coming to a stop. Fortunately, my body has been fortified. Otherwise, I would have been utterly incapacitated by this blow. Merely superficial injuries, no fractures. How could I have forgotten that I possess skills? Let me test if they are effective against this creature. The battle was intense, and my nerves were frayed. I almost forgot that I could wield magic. Ignoring the pain coursing through my body, I unleashed a righteous roar. Alas, as my opponent was not human and could not comprehend my words, I opted for the simplest form of expression. My voice, though not loud, seemed to carry with a focused resonance, directed entirely at the target. The fish monster suddenly froze as if time had stopped. This technique is effective. It resembles a paralysis spell. If utilized skillfully, this ability can yield remarkable results. Seizing the opportunity, I emptied my magazine into the fish creature. Goodness, is it still alive? I must commend the resilience of such monsters. Despite being riddled with wounds, its life force persists. After enduring this onslaught, the creature regained its mobility, albeit sluggishly due to its severe injuries. The bullets, however, were still in a charging phase, requiring another minute to replenish. I could not afford to wait. I must strike while the iron is hot. Drawing my trusty cleaver, I leapt onto the back of the fish monster and struck fiercely at its wounded areas. The creature attempted to dislodge me, but my strength was formidable. After delivering dozens of blows, I carved a substantial gash into its flesh. At last, the fish monster, drained of vitality, collapsed to the ground, motionless, just as my bullets finished reloading. To be on the safe side, I fired several shots into the same spot on its head. Defeated a level 3 elite humanoid fish monster. Reward, 1,000 travel coins. This time, I received a notification, confirming that the creature had indeed met its demise, and it turned out to be an elite. One of these could rival 100 level 1 corpses, though its combat prowess was undeniably formidable. For an ordinary person, it would be a catastrophic encounter. I sat down, panting, although the battle was brief. It had been intensely vigorous. At that moment, the 2 previously encountered corpses emerged from the pond, advancing towards me. I dispatched them with 2 well-aimed shots while seated on the ground. I nearly forgot about these 2 creatures. Huh? What is this? As I propped myself up with one hand, I noticed a glowing small box beside the deceased fish monster, which had certainly not been there before. Upon retrieving it, I received another notification. Fishman Bone Strengthening Pill. Loot from elite monster. Consuming it will enhance your stamina. Universally acclaimed. This is a valuable item. It appears to have promising effects, and, without hesitation, I consumed it. It dissolved instantly in my mouth, and a warm sensation enveloped my entire being. Feeling slightly stronger, I glanced at my status panel. Cheng Ming, Deputy Chief, activated. Age, 19. Strength, 1220. Agility, 1220. Constitution, 1320. Perception, 1530. Mental state, 75, 100. You are now the Chief of the Train Police, possessing the skill, Roar of Justice. Roar of Justice. This ability allows you to utilize your perception to deliver a mental shock to any target, with greater potency corresponding to your level of perception. This pill has augmented my strength by 3 points and my constitution by 5 points. It is no wonder I feel somewhat more powerful. Chongming cannot help but marvel at the wonders of this world. Next, he intends to examine the treasure chest collected from underwater. Blue treasure chest. Contents, 200 travel coins. 10 pounds of delicious braised beef. FN 57 pistol, 20 rounds, with 500 rounds of 57mm ammunition. 3 random teleportation talismans. Chongming gazes at the items within the chest. The FN 57 is exceedingly useful. It perfectly compensates for the cooling period of his beloved sidearm, and is suitable for dealing with current adversaries. The random teleportation talismans are also quite valuable. He will keep them for now, uncertain of where they might transport him, and he will not use them unless absolutely necessary. Simultaneously, the food situation is resolved. 10 pounds of beef can sustain him for several days, if rationed wisely. He tears off a large piece of beef and places it in his mouth to replenish his expended energy. After having a proper meal at noon, he is indeed feeling a bit hungry now, and the canned food does not suffice. As for the enormous corpse of the strange fish monster, Chongming discards it into the pond. Such an unusual creature may harbor toxins in its flesh, and it is better not to take any risks. After such a considerable amount of effort, Chongming feels somewhat fatigued and retraces his steps back to the courtyard. Upon returning, he notices Zhang Zhua, who is on watch. Waving at him, his anxious heart finally finds solace. As Gao Yin stated, there is a sense of security with Chongming around. How numerous are the zombies outside? Quite a few. It is estimated that upon our return, the entire train will have at least half its occupants diminished. These zombie creatures possess limited intelligence. If they were a tad smarter and more cautious, an ordinary person could evade this crisis. Without further ado, Chongming returns to his bed, closes his eyes, and seeks to recuperate. Chapter 12. Lujian. As the first light of dawn breaks, Chongming awakens. In truth, even while asleep, he remains vigilant, for there are zombies and mare monsters here, making it difficult to sleep soundly. Fortunately, the night has passed without incident. On watch now is Lu Dongyang. Chongming instructs him to rest a little longer. Chongming leans against the window, gazing outside at the rooftops of the rows of houses, then looks into the courtyard. Noticing something peculiar, the bodies of the zombies that perished last night have vanished. He is certain no one would have moved them during the night. Any disturbance would have alerted him. Could it be that the corpses of these monsters can regenerate? However, this is hardly surprising. After all, it is more bizarre that everyone was drawn into this train world, is it not? After a restorative slumber, Chongming feels rejuvenated. The abrasions on his arm have scabbed over, and there are no significant issues. The grotesque corpses appear to emerge solely with the onset of night. For now, the priority should be to continue the search for supplies, including the mysterious black cube mentioned by the train conductor. Leaping into the courtyard, Changming gathered some dry twigs and commenced a fire in the adjacent kitchen. Gao Yin, having awakened, assisted him in washing the pot with clean water. "Were we preparing to cook, Brother Ming?" Gao Yin inquired as the pot was set over the flames. They possessed only a small amount of snacks brought from their journey, and no other food to cook. There are some wild greens and dandelions around. We can dig them up for a meal. Go and rouse everyone to help. Gao Yin promptly ascended the stairs to awaken the others. The wild greens were plentiful in the courtyard, and with collective effort, they swiftly gathered a substantial amount, rinsing them clean before preparing to cook. Alas, salt was not to be found, but the canned goods could provide some sustenance. Zhang Zuozhu, adding more firewood, remarked on the situation. Changming retrieved a clean knife he had found in a shop earlier, followed by half a kilogram of beef, which he sliced into 10 portions. Soon, the vegetable soup was ready, and each person received a piece of meat. Observing how these individuals had already begun to look to him as their leader, Changming decided to share the beef as a gesture of goodwill. "Brother Ming, you even brought out beef for us. How generous!" Gao Yin exclaimed, his eyes drawn to the meat on the cutting board, having gone nearly 24 hours without a proper meal. Deng Chu-Chu, overhearing this, recognized Changming's willingness to share such precious food, marking him as a commendable leader. The portion of beef was sufficient to prepare 3 or 4 bowls at the Lanzhou noodle shop. Brother Ming, you should eat this. Protecting us consumes a lot of energy. We can suffice with the vegetable soup, she suggested, addressing him for the first time as brother, though it was a term everyone used. There will be opportunities to obtain more. A little nourishment is necessary, for we still have a day of searching ahead, Chang Ming replied without reservation. Choo-choo. Once the soup is ready, please distribute it among everyone. At this moment, his utmost trust lay with this senior beauty, who had twice delivered provisions to him. Deng Choo-choo, perceptive and discreet, refrained from prying into matters that did not concern her. After a while, the vegetable soup was complete. Ma da suai, niu zilung. And Yi Feng from the 9th carriage entered, carrying an assortment of wild greens they had gathered. After their own awakening, they had gone out again to collect more, as doing nothing would render them mere bystanders. Brother Ming, these wild greens will last us 2 days, they reported. Chang Ming nodded in agreement. Set them down. We will wash them later to store in the space for preservation. The soup is ready. Let us have breakfast. The vegetable soup bore a slight bitterness. Yet for those who were hungry, it was of little consequence. Next time, we could blanch them first. There is well water here. We need not conserve it for the next couple of days, Zhang Zuozhu suggested, drawing from his rural upbringing and practical knowledge. By the way, Dongyang, how is your hand? It's fine. It's no longer bleeding, though it still aches a bit. Behold, it is unwise to keep it concealed. Zhang Zuozhu gently unwrapped the cloth that had previously bound it. Even so, Lu Dongyang winced, discovering that the wound had become somewhat inflamed, yet there was no medicine available. It appears to be inflamed. Let's crush some dandelions and apply them to prevent further inflammation. If the wound does not receive adequate treatment, it may become more than just a matter of 3 fingers. After reapplying the ointment on Lu Dongyang's injury and rewrapping it, the others had finished their meal. Let us proceed and continue our search for any useful items to carry with us. With over 30 hours remaining before our return journey, Chang Ming intended to make the most of the daylight hours. Throughout the morning, they searched house by house. Although Chang Ming and his companions managed to gather some daily necessities, they found no food. They encountered 3 groups of individuals who appear to be in poor condition, likely suffering from hunger. In this township, where water sources are plentiful, it is certain that no one would go thirsty unless they were foolish. Observing the size of Chang Ming's group, none harbored any ill intentions. However, 3 individuals expressed a desire to join them, but were turned away by Chang Ming, who sought to avoid any uncertain elements within the team. Nowadays, everyone wielded upgraded weapons, including iron rods and sickles, as these were still commonly found in the farmers' homes within the township. Nevertheless, the elusive black cubes were difficult to come by. At noon, they continued to sustain themselves with canned food and wild vegetables. Brother Ming, I believe the items in the houses hold little value. We have searched dozens of them, and they are all quite similar. I suggest we focus our time on gathering wild vegetables, articulated Zhang Zuozhu, emphasizing the priority of collecting visible food. I have no objections. With ample water resources, we should gather as much food as possible, regardless of its taste. Other matters are of lesser importance. Then let us head to the outskirts of the town, where wild vegetables are more plentiful. With tools in hand, our collection will be swift, proposed Gao Yin, who concurred, asserting that stockpiling provisions was essential, especially since there would be no food upon returning to the train, and importantly, there were no travel coins. In unanimous agreement, the group sprang into action, determined to make the most of the daylight hours, when no monsters lurked. The 10 men and 3 women traversed the narrow path, gradually approaching the edge of the town, unwittingly arriving near a pond. Chang Ming recognized the path from their journey the previous night, although they did not veer in another direction, as areas with water tend to nurture abundant wild vegetables. There were others gathering wild vegetables in that vicinity, and he spotted a fisherman at the pond. Had he carried his fishing gear since before the apocalypse? Gao Yin, with keen eyes, immediately alerted his companions upon seeing the individuals. Chang Ming counted roughly 10 among them, if they belonged to the same train carriage. They should not be underestimated. Upon noticing Chang Ming and his group, 3 of those gathering vegetables halted their actions, approaching with sickles and hoes in hand. You appear quite young, like students. Are you from carriage number 9? Inquired the leader, a tall individual nearly 9 meters in height, with a fair complexion and a square face that hinted at potential bureaucratic prowess. Moreover, this individual merely glimpsed a photograph in the chat group and instantly deduced the carriage number of Chang Ming and the others, showcasing an impressive memory. Chang Ming recalled that this person seemed to have the surname Liu. Indeed, you are from carriage number 5, are you not? We are all passengers of carriage 5. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Zhan. Chapter 13, Division of the Collection Area. Chongming could not help but admire Lu Zhan and his group. His physical prowess had increased several-fold, and with the aid of the Heart of Compassion, they had assisted the members of carriage number 9 in clearing the courtyard of the corpse monsters, ensuring that not a single person perished. But what methods did the other party possess? Were you from the same school previously? You all appear to be of similar ages, which is quite rare in other carriages. I notice you're quite the keen observer. Were you formerly a police officer or perhaps a journalist? Chongming inquired, his curiosity piqued about the other's identity, wondering if they shared a similar background. Neither. I am merely an ordinary businessman. Lu Zhan cast a glance at the few individuals behind Chongming and continued. What prompted your choice to come here for food? I must apologize, but we arrived first. Would you consider relocating? Regrettably, I must disappoint you. We prefer not to change locations. This area is spacious. How about we divide it evenly? Chongming responded assertively, showing no reluctance to persuade the other party through moral appeal if necessary. The entire pond encompassed a considerable area, and even 20 people foraging for wild vegetables would take 2 days to exhaust the supply. Young man, do you understand the principle of first come, first served? A middle-aged man behind Lu Zhan expressed his discontent. Chongming smiled, his gaze sharp and focused solely on Lu Zhan, disregarding the man's remarks. In this world, not everyone deserved a response from him. Haha, young brother, you are quite amusing. As you said, we should coexist harmoniously on the same train. Lu Zhan chuckled heartily, politely inquiring, what is your surname? Chongming. Chongming, how do you propose we divide the area? Your people are here. We shall head east. After speaking, Chongming led his group eastward, but suddenly remembered something. By the way, if you happen to catch any fish, I could trade with you, or I could purchase them with travel currency. I shall consider it, Lu Zhan replied, watching as Chongming and his companions ventured further away before resuming his task of cutting wild vegetables with the sickle in his hand. Lu, if you had drawn your gun earlier, they would have undoubtedly fled, the middle-aged man remarked from the side. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Lu Zhan's previously jovial expression turned serious. The man trembled slightly. He had witnessed Lu Zhan dispatch a corpse monster the previous night, effortlessly overcoming the creature even without a firearm. Guns are meant for dealing with enemies. They do not fall into that category. Moreover, are you not aware that the student named Chongming is also armed? Now, let us continue foraging for wild vegetables. The few members of carriage number 9 discovered a patch of wild vegetables flourishing nearby and began to retrieve their tools. Jiang Yuan leaned closer to Chongming, her voice filled with admiration as she quietly remarked, Brother Ming, you were particularly impressive just now. Those few seemed intimidating, yet you convinced them with just a couple of sentences. Brother Ming, with truth on our side, we need not fear that giant. If he disagrees, we shall confront them. Gao Yan interjected. But Gao Yan, the other party, is not so easily dealt with. I sense he's testing me, and furthermore, he possesses a firearm. Chongming was not speaking without basis. His perceptive abilities surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and he could detect a faint scent of gunpowder emanating from Lu Zhan. This was also the reason for his initial suspicion that the man might be a police officer. It now appeared that Lu Zhan's business dealings were likely questionable, and he might be harboring illegal firearms. His revelation left Gao Yan momentarily speechless. That fellow has a gun too? Are firearms so readily accessible? Brother Ming was indeed correct. I glanced back just now, and Lu Zhan had a gun holstered at his waist. Zhang Zuozhu, who was foraging for wild vegetables nearby, corroborated Chongming's assertion. Thus, one should never underestimate others. We shall neither incite trouble nor fear it. Now let us gather wild vegetables, and do collect some dandelions as they can serve as medicinal herbs. After offering this reminder, Chongming joined the foraging efforts. Although merely 19, he exhibited a composure and approach to matters distinct from his peers, a characteristic shaped by his upbringing. In the orphanage, the strong often preyed on the weak. Had he not sought to empower himself, he would have inevitably fallen victim to bullying. By afternoon's end, the group had amassed an impressive quantity of wild vegetables, weighing in at dozens of pounds, with the remainder awaiting cleaning and distribution upon their return. The group from carriage number 5 had also gathered a fair share of wild vegetables and even stumbled upon some mulberries. Unfortunately, the fishermen caught nothing but rubbish. Indeed, there wasn't even a glimpse of a fish in the pond. Chongming ventured into the pond himself, discovering nothing of note, not even a lotus root, perhaps linked to the mare monster. Yet, just like the corpse of the mare monster, the body had vanished without a trace. Throughout the afternoon, Changming found no sign of the elusive black cube. However, with one night still remaining, he planned to seek out the luminous object under the cover of darkness. The train conductor had mentioned that it would glow, making it easier to spot at night, as it was less discernible during daylight. If he found nothing tonight, it would be time to concede. Perhaps it was a valuable object, but alas, fate had not aligned. As the sunset painted the horizon crimson, both groups returned to their respective quarters. Having already experienced the terrors of the night, it was prudent to settle in early. No one wished to become a monster's dinner while enjoying their evening meal. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, the occupants of carriage number 9 once again filled their stomachs with wild vegetable soup. This time, Changming refrained from producing any beef. Instead, he savored a piece of chocolate after finishing his soup. Resources must be managed wisely, and in times of scarcity, there is no need for selflessness, even if everyone was faring reasonably well. Each person had received 7 to 8 pounds of wild vegetables, stored within their respective spaces. After securing the doors and reinforcing barriers in the stairwell, the group ascended to the second floor. Once darkness enveloped the surroundings, I will first deal with the corpse monsters in our courtyard, then clear the vicinity, as these creatures can be exchanged for travel tokens. Ming, I believe the courtyard should be entrusted to us. Although we are classmates, we have always been under your protection. If we continue to depend on you to save us from other monsters, will we not become a burden? After Changming concluded his statement, Deng Chuchu expressed her perspective. We must never become a hindrance. A team that relies on such dependence cannot thrive. Zhang Zuozhu felt somewhat embarrassed, for he harbored similar sentiments. It was unexpected for a girl to voice them first. Deng Chuchu, utilizing her enviable beauty, chose not to rest on her laurels, instead refusing to be merely ornamental. Thus, the boys must exert themselves even more for survival. Chuchu's words rang true. Ming, you should venture outside directly. If we cannot contend with the zombie-like creatures, we deserve our fate in this apocalyptic world. Zhang Zuozhu also expressed his agreement, asserting that one must possess the capability for self-reliance, even within a group. Initially, Changming might provide some support, but over time, such reliance could lead to disdain. Observing the high awareness among his classmates, Changming felt a sense of reassurance. No one wished to remain idle. I shall refrain from saying more, but do exercise caution. These individuals are not merely evading the zombie creatures. Today, they are prepared to confront them. You too, be careful. Deng Chuchu and the others echoed the same warning. Chapter 14. Darkness Beneath the Light. Changming departed from the courtyard. The remaining 9 wasted no time arming themselves while the light still lingered. Lacking books, they fashioned rudimentary arm guard from strips of cloth and wood, regardless of gender. They did not separate into rooms. Instead, they gathered together, observing the movements within the courtyard. Should a zombie appear, they would create noise to lure it to the staircase, leveraging their advantageous position to eliminate it. They hoped that the courtyard would not be overrun with monsters. As twilight deepened, only the moonlight bestowed a silvery sheen upon the courtyard. The grass began to stir, and a withered, dark arm emerged from the soil, followed by another, then a third, and a fourth. Perhaps lying in ambush within the courtyard was indeed the most prudent strategy, although last night, Deng Chuchu and her companions had not discerned the specific emergence of the zombies. Prepare yourselves, I will draw them in. Zhang Zuozhu felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, his voice barely above a whisper, yet audible to all, for this was their first encounter with such creatures. The zombies unearthed themselves at a rapid pace, as if the ground had loosened for their emergence. Once 4 zombies had clambered out in quick succession, Zhang Zuozhu began to tap a wooden stick against the window. This would not only alert the zombies in the courtyard, but also prevent attracting others nearby. The zombies, drawn by the sound, approached the wall and began to scratch at it with their nails, producing a disconcerting noise. However, they lacked the ability to scale the wall. They took their positions, bash. Deng Chuchu hurled prepared stones from the window, while the others began to strike at the zombies below with heavy objects. This coordinated effort inflicted considerable damage upon the zombies. But these repugnant creatures exhibited a resilience surpassing that of cockroaches. After a barrage of attacks, 2 of the ghastly creatures were brought to the ground, yet they still yearned to assault the walls. The other 2, though not severely injured, had also endured several heavy blows and bore wounds upon their bodies. The ammunition stored above had been entirely depleted. Follow me down and finish them off, Zhang Zuozhu urged. He took the lead, with Deng Chuchu closely trailing behind. Although Chongming was not present, these two were eager to prove themselves. In an environment where wolves outnumber the sheep, and given that these creatures were already rendered incapacitated, the 9 of them managed to slay the 4 monsters without suffering any injuries. Initially, there was a sense of unease in confronting these beings. But inspired by Chongming's valor the previous day and the collective effort of their group, they succeeded in dispatching the creatures. Zhang Zuozhu, Deng Chuchu Gaoyan, and Yi Feng delivered the final blows, each earning 10 travel coins. Deng Chuchu remained notably tense. Despite the monsters being zombie-like, they were humanoid, and she struggled to adjust. Nevertheless, having earned her travel coins, she felt she had taken a significant step forward. "Let us go, everyone. Stop lingering and help block the staircase," Zhang Zuozhu reminded the group, seemingly using his words to mask his own fear. Sometimes, the aftermath of an action breeds trepidation. The moon hung high in the sky as Chongming sprinted across the rooftops, providing him with a broader perspective. Where could the luminous object be? In the pitch-black night, anything bright should stand out, yet the entire town was devoid of light. If this black cube were buried in a concealed location, it would take Chongming several more days to uncover it. After scouring numerous places, he had only succeeded in slaying over 30 of the ghastly creatures and had not made any other discoveries, forcing him to return to his dwelling. On the 3rd day, they were once again dining on vegetable porridge. The occupants of Carriage 9 were growing weary of the flavor. They rummaged through their limited supplies, treating themselves to a small feast. Today's task was to replenish their water supply before departure and to cook a pot of vegetables for convenience during the train ride. "Brother Zuozhu, do I look like I've turned into a vegetable with all this grass I've been eating every day?" Gaoyan jested, having grown familiar with his senior over these days. They had not yet shared hardship together, but having food was already a blessing. "Be cautious when we return to the station this afternoon. The passengers on the train can sometimes be untrustworthy," he added. "Indeed, we define food. As you can see, there's nothing edible here besides wild vegetables," Yi Feng chimed in. "I wonder how many travel coins we'll earn on the train." "I long for a box meal," Gao Yin mused, patting his stomach, which had endured considerable hardship over these days. Having abandoned the search for the black cube, Chongming had been preoccupied with this task for the past 2 days, far more challenging than he had anticipated. By 3 in the afternoon, everyone was ready, having replenished their supplies and taken a brief wash. Under the leadership of Chongming, the group in carriage number 9 returned to the station, occasionally encountering a few surviving passengers, each remaining vigilant. Their spirits were somewhat low, primarily due to the severe scarcity of resources in the area. The level of danger was relatively low. As long as they could find a 2-story building or hide on the rooftops, the grotesque creatures could not reach them. However, the sight of these hideous beings would surely instill fear in the hearts of ordinary people, likely resulting in restless nights. Only the neat formation of Chongming's group could compare to that of Lu Zhan's carriage. On the platform, a considerable number of people were already waiting for the train. Chongming cast a cursory glance, and along with his companions, estimated there were only about 70 to 80 individuals, half the number that had disembarked earlier. The train had yet to arrive, and those from the same carriage gathered in a cluster. Chongming exchanged a nod with Lu Zhan, and they did not engage in conversation. Nearby, in carriage number 7, 4 individuals stood, 3 men and 1 woman. One of the men was as robust as an ox, evidently someone accustomed to frequenting the gym. "Brothers, your team looks quite organized. How have your recent endeavors fared?" The muscular man approached and struck up a conversation with the nearest Gao Yin. "Don't mention it. We've been living off wild vegetables. Just the sight of greens makes me nauseous now," Gao Yin replied, surprisingly sociable, engaging with the muscular man. "Indeed, I thought there might be someone cultivating vegetables in the town, but it's all weeds, and there are no fruits either. By the way, how many zombies have you dispatched?" It seemed the group preferred to refer to the grotesque creatures as zombies, likely due to their familiarity with them from films. "I managed to take down just 1, Gao Yin admitted. "Impressive. If I hadn't trained regularly, I wouldn't have been able to kill 4, the muscular man boasted, noticing Gao Yan's reaction, which seemed to suggest he was merely showing off. Unperturbed by Gao Yan's expression, the muscular man continued to speak with pride, his voice raised, as if to prove his strength. "Let me tell you, on the first night, 2 zombies actually crawled out from the room where we were staying. If we hadn't been tending a fire inside, we wouldn't have seen them at all, and we lost 2 friends because of it. In the end, I had to muster my courage and took down those 2 zombies in a 1-on-2 confrontation. They weren't as terrifying as I had imagined. Just think about it. Who would expect zombies to emerge from the ground in their own room?" Other people might have been completely wiped out. This must be what they call darkness under the lamp, where one overlooks the perceived safety of familiar places. Thankfully, I reacted quickly. Chongming, who had initially paid little attention to the muscular man, suddenly found himself contemplating his words. Darkness under the lamp? Chapter 15, The Solitary Figure. Chongming reflected on what he had witnessed in the town. If he were to consider luminous objects, he had encountered only two. One was a treasure chest at the bottom of a pond, which vanished after he opened it, and the other was the spotlight on the countdown board outside the platform. At that moment, it was 3:50 p.m. Suddenly, Train 886 materialized at the station. All passengers, please board immediately. The train will depart in 10 minutes. Those who do not board will remain here forever. The conductor's voice reverberated throughout the station. Chongming approached the muscular man and playfully patted his arm, exclaiming, "You're quite impressive. Why not join us in our carriage? We currently have 6 available seats." The muscular man perceived Chongming's admiration and assumed he was attempting to entice him to their compartment, oblivious to the regulations regarding such matters. "If I have the chance, I will come to see you," Chongming said, visibly exhilarated before turning to Gao Yin and adding, "The train is arriving. Let us board with the others. I'll be back shortly." As he spoke, Chongming noticed the train's arrival triggered a signal on his phone. He quickly sent a message and dashed towards the exit. Wait, what is he up to? There are less than 10 minutes until departure. The muscular man cast a perplexed glance at Gao Yin. "How would I know? I'm boarding first," Gao Yin replied, following Zhang Zuozhu and the others into carriage 9. "Mingo, what did he say to you? Why did he leave before the train is about to depart?" Zhang Zuozhu and the others stood anxiously at the door of the carriage. The anxiety of waiting for a friend while the train was set to depart was indeed palpable. Chongming reached the countdown display, which read 000913. The time continued to dwindle. 9 minutes should suffice, he thought, gazing at the cylindrical light fixture, nearly 2 meters high, mounted on an inverted L-shaped frame. The frame was as thick as a forearm. Chongming grasped the light fixture from below and shook it vigorously. It trembled slightly, but remained sturdy. It seemed impossible to remove. At that moment, he had yet to ascertain whether the black cube resided within the lampshade. With determination, Chongming drew his heart-shaped gun and fired at the lampshade. If the black cube was indeed inside, it would likely withstand this assault. The lampshade shattered, the ambient light dimming but not extinguishing. To his delight, Chongming discovered a black object lodged within the lampshade, seemingly trapped. "I found it," he exclaimed, leaping to grip the light fixture with his left hand while attempting to retrieve the object with his right. "I hope there is no risk of electric shock." Soon, he felt a slight tingling in his right hand, but the discomfort seemed minor. "I'll keep going," he resolved, sensing he had grasped the black cube. It felt warm, but was firmly lodged. After exerting considerable effort, Chongming realized that even his enhanced strength could not free it. With time running short, he leapt down and aimed his heart-shaped gun at the connection between the lampshade and the frame, firing repeatedly. It appeared to be effective. The frame was riddled with bullet holes. Chongming decided he would first detach the entire lampshade and devise a plan aboard the train, as the lampshade and frame were integrated, leaving him no time to investigate further. Only such a crude method can be employed. The lampstand is remarkably sturdy. Fortunately, the power of the love gun is formidable. Given its hardness, it is likely that even a bullet from an FN-57 would leave no trace, let alone cause any damage. Chongming once again ascends the lampstand, attempting to wrench the lampshade off, but despite exerting all his strength, he can only manage to shift it slightly. This one T suffice. Another round of shooting is necessary. The timer now reads 000250. The bullets will take another 44 seconds to replenish. The 9 individuals in carriage 9 are anxiously awaiting, their hearts racing. With only a minute left until departure, if Chongming does not return, he will be left behind forever. What on earth is Ming up to? Is he truly planning to remain here? Gao Yin paces at the door, unable to convey his anxiety through mere standing. We must trust Ming. His actions must have their reasoning, but Zhang Zuozhu glances at the time on his phone. Less than 40 seconds remain until departure. He too feels the urgency, yet he knows that haste is futile. The group chat on his phone buzzes incessantly, but he cannot muster the focus to read any messages. Deng Chu-Chu stands at the entrance, lost in thought, her mind a mystery. Each passing second weighs heavily on the hearts of the students in carriage 9. With only 10 seconds left, they gaze at the distant platform, where Chongming's figure is still absent. The door to the carriage is at least 100 meters from their line of sight. Even if Chongming were to appear now, he would likely miss the train. As the clock approaches 4 o'clock, there is almost no time left to allow anyone on board. If anyone could thrive on the apocalyptic train, Changming would undoubtedly be among them. Yet, it is a pity that such a strong individual has missed the train at the first station. Deng Chuchu looks out the window. She can still see the platform. But the Changming who had promised their survival at the first station has not returned. Jiang Yuan's expression is equally grim. She is well aware of Changming's capabilities. She admires him and harbors feelings for him. But rules are rules, and no one can be left behind. Zhang Zuozhu recalls Changming's various performances at this station. He would certainly make a suitable team leader, bold and tenacious. Yet it is regrettable. They must look forward, and without Changming, they will continue to struggle in this apocalypse. At least he feels that Changming is quite commendable, though it seems they may never see him again. I truly cannot fathom why Ming, having already arrived at the station, would choose to leave. However, he is exceptional. I trust he can survive well here. Gao Yin lowers his head, seemingly comforting both the others and himself. Zhang Zuozhu still observes the entrance of the carriage, but it is utterly devoid of life. Suddenly, all the windows of the train darken, and the lights inside the carriage illuminate, obscuring their view of the outside world. Then, the train begins to move. Everyone, return to your places. We must confront the future. May Ming be safe here. Zhang Zuozhu spoke, feeling a pang of sorrow despite the circumstances. I hope he finds a female ghost to keep him company. Gao Yin chimed in, though no one found amusement in his words. 5 minutes later at the station, Changming finally arrived, only to find the platform utterly deserted. He stood there alone, feeling a profound sense of isolation. Wasn't it agreed that they would wait for him? Was the conductor truly so unreliable? They had brought his belongings after all. As he pondered this, Changming recalled the conductor had once shared a summoning phrase with him, seemingly related to Pokemon. Chapter 16. The Conductor's Reward. Changming contemplated the incantation, having memorized it moments earlier. Come fort, Bulbasaur. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. He exclaimed. What on earth was that? All right. It seemed to be. Facing the platform, he suddenly shouted, Come forth, Pikachu. In an astonishing turn of events, the previously vanished train No. 886 reappeared at the station. A door swung open, revealing the 8th carriage. Indeed, the conductor was true to his word. In a few swift steps, Changming boarded the carriage, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Truth be told, he had been somewhat anxious about whether the train would arrive while he was alone on the platform. It appeared that the black cube was indeed a valuable item. If he was not mistaken, the 8th carriage served as the dining car, where the crew also resided. The chief conductor had bent the rules. Ignoring regulations proved quite advantageous. Upon entering the dining car, Changming noticed the attendant GNI standing there, alongside a terrifying conductor adorned with a durian-shaped head. Every time he caught sight of the protrusions on the conductor's head, Changming felt goosebumps rise on his skin, a reflex he could not suppress. Did you retrieve the item? The conductor inquired eagerly, having received the signal that the black cube was on board. Changming smiled and produced a lampshade, handing it to the conductor. Here, it's inside. This thing is quite sturdy. Find a way to extract it. Excellent. The conductor exclaimed, taking the lampshade with great delight, examining it closely. Indeed, what I need is within. Please return to your carriage. I will have GNI deliver your reward shortly. Very well, we shall depart. Changming felt satisfied, anticipating the reward that was soon to be his, curious about the nature of the treasure. Arriving at the entrance to the carriage, he effortlessly opened the door between the carriages. Passengers in the 9th carriage lingered in the aisle, standing in a somber mood, suddenly startled by the door's opening. Standing before them was none other than Changming. Wasn't this door meant to be opened solely by the crew? Never mind. Changming harbors too many secrets. Even a train returned for him, so what is opening a carriage door? Changming stepped back into carriage 9. In the aisle stood Gao Yin and Zhang Zuozhu, seemingly engrossed in conversation. Upon hearing the door creak, Gao Yin spotted Changming and Deng Chuchu entering, and a smile spread across his face. Zuozhu, I truly miss Mingge. I thought I was hallucinating. Zhang Zuozhu turned his head, following Gao Yin's gaze. Changming? Even a person as rational as he was instinctively rubbed his eyes and pinched Gao Yin's cheek. Why are you pinching me, brother? Doubt not, for I, Changming, have returned. Upon realizing the truth, Gao Yin and Zhang Zuozhu hurriedly embraced Changming. Mingge, welcome home. Hearing the commotion in the aisle, other students emerged, gazing at Changming with incredulity. They all crowded around. Jiang Yuan and Deng Chuchu approached simultaneously, examining Changming as if to confirm he wasn't an imposter. However, They lacked the fervor of Gao Yin and the others, mindful of the differences between genders. Deng Chu-Chu, on the other hand, broke into a joyful smile. How did you manage this? I thought I would never see you again. Zhang Zuozhu was aware of many of Chongming's secrets, such as possessing a firearm and his remarkable skills. Yet, to appear in the carriage without having boarded, especially from the dining car, was beyond his comprehension. Because I am a chief of the train's police, Chongming replied. All right, it was presumptuous of me. Your return is what matters. With you here, we can face the apocalypse aboard this train with confidence. Chongming remarked, it's hard to believe, even when speaking the truth. Accepting that others possess a golden finger is truly challenging. The train conductor, holding a lampshade, scrutinized the black cube within. At last, I have found one, he exclaimed, and with that, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing in the control room at the front of the train. To his astonishment, the lampshade that Chongming deemed indestructible was effortlessly torn apart in the conductor's hands as if it were mere parchment. He placed the black cube directly into the recess on the control panel. As soon as the cube was inserted, it transformed into energy and vanished. None noticed that at that moment, the train, which had been in motion, shifted from its green exterior to a striking azure. What reward should I bestow upon him? The conductor mused, settling into thought. Suddenly, a yellow straw hat appeared in his hand. The chief of police is still too weak. Let this little trinket serve as his protection. Xiangyang, come here and deliver this to our chief of police. All passengers, please return to your rooms within 1 minute. The voice of the attendant echoed through the train, prompting Chongming to return to his room and recline. He pulled out his phone to check messages in the group chat. 886 train area channel, 76 people. Upon observing the online count of nearly 391 individuals, Chongming felt a twinge of discomfort. Almost half had logged off. By this ratio, the total loss of life on Blue Star, the first station, amounted to nearly 4 billion, a figure that, upon reflection, was utterly terrifying. A notification announced, for the surviving passengers, we reward 30 travel coins, deposited into your mental account. Such a meager sum was barely sufficient for a single meal and a bottle of water. Was this truly meant to ensure that passengers would not perish from hunger? Chongming contemplated browsing the chat group, as 2 days had passed at the first station, and many were likely eager to share their thoughts, perhaps even offering valuable information. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed outside, undoubtedly indicating the arrival of the attendant. It was likely that the train conductor had sent something over. As anticipated, a knock resonated at his door. Upon opening it, the attendant handed Chongming a straw hat, immovable as a mountain straw hat, purple quality armor, providing 50 constitution, enhancing your resilience and keeping you cool. Passive skill, heat resistance. The introduction was straightforward. Was this hat a reward from the train conductor? Its effects seemed adequate, though he had no immediate use for it. After the attendant departed, Chongming eagerly donned his new protective gear. Chongming, Chief of Security, has been activated. Age, 19. Strength, 1220. Aggression, 1220. Constitution, 1370. Perception, 1530. Mental state, 95-100. You are now the Chief of Security, possessing the red skill, Justice's Roar. Justice's Roar. Utilize your perception to instill mental shock on any target. The greater the perception, the more powerful the effect. Wait, how much constitution does this add? A comparison revealed an increase of 50 points. Chapter 17. Information from the second station. Chongming felt confident that with the straw hat, he could withstand bullets without issue. He retrieved a rusty machete, its blade sharpened, and contemplated its potential. He also pulled out an FN-57, but thought better of aiming it at his own arm. Even if he could endure the pain, it would still be quite excruciating. Had he possessed this level of constitution in the past days, facing the undead's attacks would have been a trivial endeavor, reflecting poorly on his current defensive capabilities. After testing the hat's effectiveness, Chongming carefully stored it away, contemplating that he might soon acquire the title of Straw Hat Chongming. Should he not also set a mischievous goal for himself? First, he decided to see what discussions were unfolding in the group. Finally, he could look forward to a boxed meal tonight. Tears of joy. Brothers, the space can be configured for trading. I have green apples, 10 travel coins each, listed for trade. You can find me in the trading area under train 028. Does anyone know if being scratched by the undead leads to transformation? It has been a day, and the wound has yet to heal, awaiting responses online. I'm taking off. In the town, a treasure chest was discovered. Now, armed with a pistol, you shall remember my legend. I am Wang Peng. Do you still possess pistols in your town? All my companions in the carriage have perished, leaving me alone, fearful of the conductor's appearance. Chongming browsed through the information for quite some time and discerned that everyone's first stop was an abandoned township, albeit each town was distinct, with its own unique specialties. It remains uncertain whether that black cube exists in every town. However, it is evident that the towns are desolate, with scarce resources, particularly food. The prevalent monsters are all corpses. One individual from Train 111 boasted of single-handedly slaying 30 corpse monsters, declaring himself a formidable force in this apocalyptic world. His achievements are comparable to those of Chongming, yet one must not underestimate others. Nonetheless, Chongming has vanquished a level 3 elite monster, a feat that others cannot easily claim. Passengers from Train 710 reported encountering a powerful skeleton, an adversary beyond the capability of mere humans, likely another elite monster. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Lunchboxes for 25. Lunchboxes for 25. The familiar voice echoed through the corridor. It was the vendor once again selling meals. She skillfully delivered a lunchbox to Chongming, preparing to move on when he called out to her. Vendor, could you spare me a few extra lunchboxes? Not at the moment. There are only 76 in total. If any remain, I'll sell them to you for 10 when I return. Chongming replied, this green train's rule is to stick to the same path until the end. Even if the price drops from 25 to 10 for unsold meals, it remains unchanged. Just remember this. How long until we reach the next station? After returning to the train, the standard time is 24 hours. You have 22 hours until disembarking. For other inquiries, consult the train conductor. Chongming silently noted that after each stop, one could return to the train for a 24-hour rest. Thus, the arrival time of the station would be at 4 p.m. tomorrow. Deng Chu-Chu, hearing the sound of the cart approaching, cautiously emerged. Although she had encountered the conductor a few times and heard Chongming chat casually with her, she felt she could not compare. Believing Chongming was indeed a train officer, having not savored a proper meal in several days, she felt that spending 25 for a lunchbox was quite worthwhile. Hello, conductor, I would like a lunchbox. Can you deduct the payment directly from my space? Indeed, the vendor's voice was chillingly cold as she addressed the other passengers. At that moment, Chongming stepped out from the adjacent area. Conductor, the passengers in carriage 9 are not hungry. They are not purchasing lunchboxes. So you might as well move to the next carriage. The vendor, with her featureless face, paused momentarily before immediately grasping his intention. You are quite clever. I shall take my leave. The vendor proceeded directly toward carriage 10. Gao Yin, hearing the sound of the cart, promptly opened the door. He had awaited this moment for quite some time, yet he felt a tinge of fear. Sister conductor, I would like to... No sales. Gao Yin, has the monstrous attendant's monthly visitor arrived? Wasn't it agreed that the meal would cost 25 yuan? Why are they not selling it? Yet, despite his stomach growling, he dared not inquire further. Others were subjected to the same treatment. Once the attendant departed, Gao Yin approached Chongming with a forlorn expression. Brother Ming, did you flirt with the attendant? They aren't selling us meals anymore. Don't worry, there will be box meals soon. 10 yuan for others, 15 for you. Don't ask why, otherwise it'll be 20. Gao Yin wore a face that seemed to weep without tears. Why must he pay an extra 5 yuan? Wait a moment. The box meals are 25 yuan. How could Brother Ming quote such a low price? However, he restrained himself, unable to resist the extra 5. Earning travel currency is no easy task. Zhang Zhua and the others were equally curious, yet they trusted Chongming implicitly. It was merely a matter of waiting a bit longer to eat. The discount of 15 yuan was certainly bearable. At that moment, Chongming was not particularly hungry. He planned to wait for everyone to eat together. About an hour later, the attendant once again pushed the dining cart down the aisle. Only 14 boxed meals remained, nearly all sold on the train. All right, I'll take all 14, Chongming declared, deducting 140 yuan from his account. After acquiring the meals, he placed 5 into his storage space. He wondered what those 5 individuals were saving for. Perhaps they had stocked up before their journey? As for beverages and water, the passengers in carriage 9 had no immediate need. The well water supply was ample. Mealtime, box meals for 10 yuan. Gao Yen, 15 yuan. Among brothers, clear accounts are essential. It was already commendable that Chongming could procure discounted meals without markup, as everyone received their box meals. Each bite was akin to savoring a feast, having not enjoyed a proper meal in over 2 days. The stir-fried tomatoes and eggs were unexpectedly delicious. After this, I have no desire for wild greens. Why don't I have stir-fried tomatoes and eggs? Though the Kung Pao chicken is also quite good. The contents were randomly assorted, featuring 2 meats and 2 vegetables. Chongming explained as he ate. For young men, such a small box might be insufficient, but at least it would stave off hunger. Jiang Yuan only consumed half, saving the remainder in her storage, uncertain of what awaited at the next stop. In case food supplies were scarce, it was wise to reserve a little for sustenance. Once they finished their meal, they squeezed into Zhang's room for a chat, while Chongming took out his phone. He intended to inquire with the train conductor about the next stop's details. "Conductor, where will we stop tomorrow? I'd like to prepare myself in advance." "Tomorrow, we will stop at a place called Cliff Village, where the indigenous people are exceptionally warm and hospitable. You will need to spend a day there, and I believe you will come to love it." "Indigenous people? Are they also from Blue Star?" "Every stop you reach constitutes a small world of its own." "Is there a treasure chest at this stop?" "There should be, but it may have already been taken by the time you arrive. However, that does not mean other valuable items are unavailable. Rare goods could surface at any stop." "What does it mean to have once existed and now be absent? Aren't we merely progressing from the first to the second station? Is it possible for someone to have gotten ahead?" The village of steep cliffs sounds inherently harsh. And could the train conductor's claim of the indigenous people's warmth and hospitality truly hold merit? If someone were to extend a welcoming hand, could it still be considered a station in this apocalyptic world? Reflecting on the horrors encountered at the first station, Chongming dismissed his own thoughts. The conductor refrained from disclosing further information, prompting Chongming to share what he learned with his companions. "Listen, everyone, we are heading up the mountain for our next stop, where there are still indigenous people." Chapter 18, A Grand Deception. In car number 7, fitness enthusiast Yu Zhiyong placed 2 empty meal boxes before him, having claimed an extra portion from a fellow passenger. While inter-passenger conflict was prohibited within the carriage, he had not assaulted anyone. He simply snatched the other person's meal. The victim, Hu Shuiyo, in his 30s and rather frail, felt a surge of anger but remained silent, even if fighting were permitted on the train. He knew he could not match Yu Zhiyong's strength, resorting instead to the meager supply of biscuits and wild vegetables he had left, washed down with water. Beer, soft drinks, mineral water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and 8 treasure porridge, the attendant's voice echoed through the carriage. Hu Shuiyo had 5 yuan remaining and recalled that a small sausage cost 5 yuan. Opening the door, he purchased a sausage, this time wisely storing it in his personal space. To his surprise, a person followed the attendant inside. He recognized this individual from the afternoon, a passenger from car number 9. How did he manage to get here? "Muscular man, which room?" Chongming inquired about the gaunt middle-aged man, noting that he had found the black square thanks to the muscular man's guidance, prompting him to visit the 3rd room from the left. "Thanks. Knock, knock." Yu Zhiyong opened the door to find it was his admiring student, glancing back at the departing attendant. Could this fellow have followed the attendant? I must commend his audacity. "How did you get here? Aren't we unable to traverse between carriages?" Yu Zhiyong regarded Chongming with suspicion. The young man seemed formidable. "I merely came to take a look. You inadvertently assisted me today. I am a person of principle, and I have come to offer you a reward." "Assist me?" Yu Zhiyong was puzzled, struggling to recall when he had ever aided the young man, having exchanged barely a few words. "I mentioned it was unintentional," Chongming replied, retrieving a can of orange from his space. "Would you prefer this can, or would you like to know information about the next station?" He possessed over 20 cans, their metallic taste somewhat overwhelming, especially considering he could later collect discounted meals from the vendor. Such food was nearly unattainable for Chongming. Therefore, it served better as a gesture of goodwill. "You know about the next station? I remember now. You're Chongming, the one who reminded everyone of the arrival time last time." Yu Zhiyong calculated carefully. Possessing knowledge about the next station would allow for advanced preparations. Though he was uncertain what those preparations might entail, undoubtedly, it would hold great value. "What is your choice, then? Please tell me about the next stop." Yu Zhiyong pondered, understanding that even a mental preparation upon receiving information would be beneficial. Tomorrow, the train would arrive at 4 in the afternoon at a village perched on a cliff, inhabited by indigenous people. Chongming relayed the information he had to Yu Zhiyong, dismissing the notion of hospitality entirely. "How long will we stay there?" "Just 1 day." "Are there any monsters there, like the zombies we encountered before?" "I am uncertain." Yu Zhiyong nodded and suddenly reached out to stow the canned food into his own space. "Your information is too scant. It holds little value. I shall opt for the canned goods instead." "Are you taking my belongings?" Chongming found this amusing. Casting a glance at the lunchbox on the table, realizing it was likely a habitual offender. "You must have pilfered this lunch as well. The meal tonight seems quite sumptuous." "Little brother, how can you call it theft? You offered it to me, and since I find the information lacking in worth, I have chosen the cans instead. Yu Xiong played the rogue, knowing that on the train, his adversary was powerless against him, as physical confrontations were strictly prohibited. If not for the regulations, he would have felt even less apprehensive. After all, he fancied himself capable of defeating 10 of his opponent's stature. You came here to make friends, yet you chose to engage in conflict. Chongming shook his head slightly, encountering such a fool for the first time. Was his mind solely composed of muscle? He had been vigilant for a few seconds, yet now, for a trivial gain, he disregarded it all. Huh, are you still ready to fight? If it weren't for the rule against passenger altercations, would you even be sitting here conversing with me? I am merely appreciating your spirit by taking your belongings. Rules? Those are meant for you. With that, Chongming's right hand moved swiftly, delivering a powerful slap to Yu Xiong's cheek. The impact was unavoidable. The palm struck the muscular man's face with a force that belied Chongming's physique. The resounding thud echoed as Yu Xiong's face contorted, his body careening across the carriage. Blood and teeth erupted from his mouth. Chongming reacted promptly, avoiding the spray and keeping his clothes immaculate. Yu Xiong stared in disbelief at Chongming, utterly stunned by the blow. His eyes sparkled with shock, the weight of the strike rendering him speechless. Yu Xiong was no ordinary fitness enthusiast. He vaguely recalled his first competition in Southeast Asia in 2074, where he earned the title of Muscle Man. Such a formidable body could hardly withstand a mere slap wielded by his adversary. You are finished. Assaults on passengers are forbidden within the train. Yu Xiong cupped his swollen face, eagerly watching Chongming, despite the pain from the blow. The thought of the train attendant arriving to reprimand Chongming filled him with excitement. Indeed, shortly after the skirmish, the attendant, with a face devoid of features, appeared at the carriage door. Fighting is strictly prohibited on the train. A metallic sound resonated as Yu Xiong burst into laughter. The sheer force emanating from Chongming instilled a sense of dread within him. But what does strength matter in a train? Violating the rules invites repercussions. And he could almost envision Chongming sprawled on the ground, gravely injured. You may be audacious, yet your bravado is misplaced. The consequences await you below. Ha ha ha. The laughter twisted his face painfully. Attendant, he violated the rules and struck me. Yu Xiong glanced at the expressionless attendant before redirecting his gaze to Chongming's face. He yearned to witness anxiety, fear, and pleas for mercy, yet Chongming's countenance remained remarkably composed. Shouldn't he be trembling in trepidation? Why could he face the attendant with such unshakable calmness? Then Chongming smiled. This smile stirred a flicker of unease in Yu Xiong, his heart racing. Damn it! I came here to converse with him, and instead, he irrationally smashed my hand with his face. Look, my hand is swollen. Chongming extended his hand, which bore no sign of injury. Yu Xiong was incredulous. Would the attendant really be swayed by such theatrics? It was an affront to one's intelligence. Does your hand hurt? A bit, he replied. The attendant turned her gaze to Yu Xiong, a chill sweeping through the entire carriage. Her neck elongated, and her featureless face loomed larger in Yu Xiong's eyes. Regarding your assault with your face, do you have anything to add? Openly defying train regulations. I shall confiscate your weapon. Yu Xiong stared at the attendant, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Such an egregious falsehood. How could she possibly believe it? I am innocent. How could I strike him with my face? I did not violate any rules. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed, and Yu Xiong's previously swollen left cheek was now brutally lacerated, gushing blood. My face. My face. Remember to behave civilly while traveling. The attendant, indifferent to Yu Xiong's plight, nodded slightly at Chongming before departing, leaving behind only Chongming and Yu Xiong, writhing in agony within the carriage. Next time, I will aim for your neck. Remember to seek revenge, Chongming declared, rising from his seat, the bloodied scene in the carriage quite repulsive. By the way, I'm sending you that can. Take care of your injuries. See you tomorrow. Yu Xiong trembled in fear, acutely aware that his continued existence might merely be due to Chongming's good humor. He could have fostered a friendship with Chongming, yet his greed had led him astray. He realized that Chongming had followed the attendant for a reason, perhaps something exceptional. All this for a mere can. He had sacrificed his dignity. Regret, fear, and frustration consumed him, yet he dared not harbor any resentment, fearing that even the slightest hint would be detected. Meanwhile, Hu Shuiyo remained in his room, having heard Yu Xiong's cries, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Unable to confront him on his own, he was dealt with by that young man moments ago. Is this the cycle of celestial justice? Perhaps Chong Ming is unaware of his identity. Yet Hu Shuyo silently accepted this favor. Even if the other party had other motives for punishing Yu Jiong, it appeared that the attendant had also arrived. Yet Chong Ming remained unscathed. Upon returning to his room, the apocalypse had descended, stripping many of their inhibitions. The muscular man's behavior was merely one reflection of this chaos. Indeed, even in the absence of such a cataclysm, some individuals possess an inherent malevolence. Relying on even the slightest authority, they become lawless, their half-baked knowledge perpetually wavering. With nothing pressing on either side, Chong Ming decided to visit the neighboring room for a chat. Frankly speaking, it would be a pity not to converse with Deng Chu-Chu. Given her striking beauty, aesthetic appreciation is a universal sentiment. In these trying times, relationships have become exceedingly precious, yet that should not hinder casual conversations with a young lady. Chong Ming, being an orphan, may not outwardly exhibit any peculiar traits, but he harbors a strong sense of vigilance towards others. He now wished to assist this girl. "Old Deng, it's me," opening the door. Deng Chu-Chu was engrossed in chatting with others in the group when she suddenly heard Chong Ming's voice. Okay, I'm coming." Chong Ming naturally took a seat opposite her, crossing his legs. "Old Deng, I noticed you were quite excited when I boarded the vehicle today. Are you in awe of me? How did you figure that out?" "But I do think you are quite different," Deng Chu-Chu replied, her eyes widening in genuine surprise. Chong Ming mused that perhaps this girl's intellect had been siphoned off elsewhere. Upon returning from the food cart, the glances of others were unmistakable. Chong Ming smiled at her, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. It was evident to anyone with eyes, yet his subsequent remark was undoubtedly accurate. "By the way, how much food do you have left over here?" "Not much, just a piece of bread," Deng Chu-Chu replied without much thought, retrieving the bread. "Are you hungry? Do you want some? Why would I need your food? If you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me. We're from the same school." Chong Ming was taken aback by her naivety as she directly presented her hidden rations. "Oh." Deng Chu-Chu quickly put the bread back, momentarily at a loss for words. "What do you think of Gao Yan?" Chong Ming, seeking a topic, brought up the humorous Gao Yan. Deng Chu-Chu felt a peculiar sensation at this mention. Was Brother Ming initiating a conversation about Gao Yan with her? However, Gao Yan was indeed the most handsome boy in the carriage, possessing both height and charm. Yet how could someone as exceptional as Brother Ming be interested? Deng Chu-Chu seemed oblivious, responding, "Brother Ming, I think Gao Yan is quite nice, just a bit foolish. But let's talk about you. Today, your approach to the dangers of the apocalypse reflects a unique experience, particularly regarding Lu Zhan. Because I am a reborn individual, I possess knowledge of many future events, having lived longer than you all." Chong Ming, unwavering in his declarations, remained oblivious to the underlying implications in Deng Chu-Chu's words. So you're a reincarnate. No wonder you possess such extraordinary abilities. Do you truly believe that?" Chong Ming pondered the trials and tribulations Deng Chu-Chu must have faced growing up. "I trust your words implicitly. Your parents must have indulged you greatly in your youth." Chong Ming seemed to deftly divert the conversation. "They supported me in everything. I used to have a profound passion for music and was preparing for the arts examination. But then an older sister cautioned me about the chaos in that industry." Upon mentioning her past, Deng Chu-Chu opened up, becoming quite loquacious. "Achievements in any field bestow a sense of confidence. Nevertheless, I still cherish singing. Some of my favorite songs are in English. Hence my desire to enroll in the English department for convenience. In truth, life at Nantong University is rather pleasant. The school organizes cultural soirees, and I have performed on stage, receiving cheers akin to those reserved for celebrities." Chong Ming nodded in agreement, contemplating the prospect of learning a foreign language from her. He had merely jested. "Would you like to learn? I could teach you now, but alas, I lack paper and pen." Deng Chu-Chu took him seriously, completely missing the sarcasm. Chong Ming shook his head slightly, realizing his own impure thoughts. In this post-apocalyptic world, who in their right mind would study a foreign language? "Old Deng, may I inquire if you have watched In the Name of the People?" When Chen Xingchuan was apprehended, he was learning a foreign language. Chong Ming sought to tease this somewhat naive girl. "I have seen it. However, that was Russian, which I cannot teach, only English." Chong Ming noted. Deng Chu-Chu, however, was somewhat absent-minded, still preoccupied with thoughts of Chong Ming and Gao Yan. Although they were merely freshmen, they shared the same class and dormitory. Could it be that they had already? Would it be possible to win him back? After all, based on Chong Ming's performance today, she believed he had a bright future ahead. She bore no prejudice against free love. She simply wished for those around her to exhibit a semblance of normalcy. Furthermore, she harbored a burgeoning fondness for Chongming. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the train lights will be extinguished and communication on the train is strictly prohibited. In any form, each passenger must return to their respective rooms, with no excursions permitted. Freedom will resume at 6 o'clock in the morning. The voice of the conductor resonated, and upon checking the time, Chongming realized it was already 21:50. Oh dang, I must take my leave. Oh. Upon returning to his room, Chongming lay on his bed, a night devoid of conversation. In the morning, he discovered that breakfast would not be provided on the train. Only snacks and water were available for purchase, not even a hint of fruit. Recalling that someone had offered green apples for 10 yuan each the previous day, he thought to procure a couple, but they had long since sold out. Food was indeed a coveted commodity. By noon, Chongming ordered discounted boxed lunches for the carriage, with each person contributing at least 30 travel coins, which sufficed for 2 meals. However, this meal needed to be delivered promptly, coinciding with everyone's lunch break as they returned to their rooms to dine. On this occasion, Chongming collected over 40 extra boxes of meals, as half of the passengers could not afford them. Currently, he possesses more than 100 travel coins, allowing him to temporarily disregard the surplus meals. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the train stopped once more. The village of the cliff arrived. Chapter 20, The Suspicious Village. Upon disembarking, Chongming noticed a change in the color of the train, uncertain if it was related to the enigmatic black cube. Aside from that, nothing else seemed altered, and he did not dwell on it. This time, he had not received a commission from the train conductor, indicating that there was nothing of interest at this stop. Chongming pondered whether the conductor was aware of all the items available at each station. Sometimes, one must rely on luck. This stop was unique, as both the train and the platform floated in mid-air, appearing out of nowhere in the sky. The platform was connected to a narrow path along the mountainside. Gazing up the mountain, he spotted a village perched precariously on the cliff, with only a small path linking it to the outside world. The houses appeared closely grouped, exhibiting a distinct character. Aside from the winding stone steps that twisted 3 or 4 times, the protruding cliff was dominated by large boulders, adorned with dense shrubs. For those with a fear of heights, navigating this ascent would be a formidable challenge. This station will remain open for 24 hours upon return. One need not reside in a fixed train compartment, but each compartment can accommodate only 10 individuals, with excess occupants facing appropriate consequences. The platform will vanish in 10 minutes alongside the train, so please refrain from lingering excessively. The impending disappearance of the platform quelled any desires to remain there. Chongming cast a glance at the surrounding passengers emerging from the compartments. Among them were Lu Zhan and his companions, as well as a muscular man with a cloth wrapped around his head. He smiled at both, receiving a brief acknowledgement from Lu Zhan, while a muscular man took a step back. Let's go. The path is narrow, and we cannot all proceed at once. Observing the rugged mountain trail, Chongming cautioned everyone. Over 70 individuals surged towards the clearing below the path. At that moment, a dull thud resonated from the side. A young man with yellow hair struck a middle-aged man wearing glasses who was lying on the ground with a metal rod. Weren't you bold on the train? Now, you're lecturing me? Keep going. As the yellow-haired individual relentlessly swung the rod, the middle-aged man fell silent. Scattered around him were several water basins, half a bag of biscuits, wild vegetables, some tools, and 5 travel coins. None of the onlookers from the yellow-haired man's compartment intervened. They merely watched as he unleashed his fury. Chongming recalled that this yellow-haired individual was from Carriage 14, known for his active participation in discussions. Going by the name of He Kai, he began to gather the belongings of the middle-aged man, seemingly exhilarated by the audience he had drawn. His eyes sparkled with arrogance. Yet reason reminded him to refrain from mocking, prompting him to utter, "What are you staring at?" This was due to the imposing presence of the muscular man from Carriage 7, which intimidated him. We'll go first. The mountain path is rather narrow, making it perilous for 2 individuals to walk side by side, and there are no guardrails. Lu Zhan turned to Chongming and inquired, disregarding the opinions of others. I have no preference. It matters not who leads between our 2 carriages. Perhaps your people should go first, while we follow behind. You can take the lead with your firearm, and I will bring up the rear, ensuring both ends are secure. Very well. Everyone, follow me. Let us proceed. At that moment, both Lu Zhan and Chongming revealed firearms in their hands. He Kai felt a chill in his heart. Wielding a club to commit violence seemed a mere jest in the presence of these 2. It was no wonder that the individuals from carriages 5 and 9 were so unified, obediently heeding their words. Clearly, they possessed a certain authority. If only he could procure a firearm for himself, perhaps he could ascend to the third position among the ranks of the 886 train. Though it seemed he could only manage fourth for now. He silently placed the muscular man in the third position. Chongming, brandishing his beloved firearm and donning a straw hat, appeared quite fitting under the blazing sun. At that moment, he would not fear a fall from the cliff. Of course, given Chongming's current abilities, such a fall would be exceedingly unlikely. He cared little for who followed behind, in deference to their authority. It was unlikely anyone would dare cause trouble. As they ascended, Chongming noted that the woman who had once perched precariously on the wall was still alive, suggesting that the corpse creatures bore no toxicity, thus avoiding human transformation. At this juncture, Heikai considered leading a third wave, only to find that the muscular man remained rooted in place. "Brother, are you not coming? You go ahead, I will follow behind." Yu Jiong suffered from a severe fear of heights, compounded by the presence of Chongming and his firearm. He worried that the dual terror might induce a tremor that could send him plummeting from the precipice. Keeping a few individuals between himself and Chongming seemed the safer option. Upon hearing this, Heikai grasped his club and led 3 members of his carriage in pursuit of Chongming. "Brother, where did you acquire that? It looks quite impressive." Gei, usually loquacious, had been ruthless with the middle-aged man earlier, but now his tone resembled that of a subordinate, despite Chongming being his junior. While others might fear an unfamiliar person wielding a firearm, he felt compelled to approach. "I used to dabble in smuggling." Chongming casually fabricated a reason. "Smuggling of what?" "Bah, that's the work of humans, isn't it? By the way, how did you manage to gather your carriage's crew?" You see, that bespectacled man was likely a minor leader somewhere before. He loved to give unsolicited orders at the last stop. Today on the train, he was loudly and uncivilly chattering while I was trying to eat, so I sent him off to a more civilized world. "All right, mind your footing. Be careful not to misstep." Chongming, disinterested in matters that did not concern him, preferred to refrain from interference. Though he was the chief of train security, he was not a law enforcer, and they had disembarked. Moreover, as the apocalypse progressed, the various facets of human nature would only intensify. The ferocity of a yellow-haired man was merely an early manifestation. As the steps rose higher, the pace of the group slowed. The 1-meter-wide steps were flanked by a mountain wall on one side and a sheer cliff on the other. The absence of guardrails and safety measures indeed rendered many individuals tremulous. At this moment, should any attack occur, it is likely that a significant number of casualties would ensue. Deng Chuchu walked ahead of Chongming, a position that Gao Yan had originally coveted but was now usurped. Chuchu suspected that Chongming intended for Gao Yan to ascend the mountain earlier, which could be viewed as a form of consideration for him. "Chuchu, are you feeling any discomfort in your stomach today?" Chongming inquired. Mistaking his concern for that of a relative, Chuchu felt a bit bashful. "No, not at all. That's good. If you were to pass gas, my hairstyle would be in disarray," he jested. At that moment, Chuchu felt an inexplicable urge to tease. "Brother, my hair has been permed. I'm not afraid of strong winds. Perhaps I should walk ahead to shield you from the breeze." Chongming Chuchu stopped. Currently, Chuchu harbored a strong animosity towards men, influenced by the words of Chongming and Heikai. Heikai found himself in a somewhat embarrassing situation. His intentions to consider his brother's comfort had backfired, leaving him with unspoken grievances. The mountain path was arduous but ultimately uneventful, and the group of over 70 finally reached the location of the village. The cliff at this point was concave, resembling a cradle for the village nestled within. From a distance, it appeared as a vivid mural. At that moment, a peasant woman, clad in a coarse green shirt and carrying a large basket filled with apples and pears, approached, her other hand guiding a small boy of 3 or 4 years. Her attire evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the hardships of the last century. Many travelers, upon seeing the abundance of fruit, were left wide-eyed. The woman, noticing the throng by the roadside, approached with a smile. "Outsiders, I presume you are here for tourism? Our village hasn't hosted such a large group in quite some time. Lady, are you not afraid of us?" Lu Zhan chuckled as he stepped forward, lowering his firearm. "With so many of us, we wouldn't want to deplete your village's resources. Young man, don't underestimate us. Even a group larger than yours visited 5 years ago. And we managed just fine," the woman replied with pride. "Mommy, it's time to eat." The little boy's round eyes added an irresistible charm to his words. Chong, your mother is speaking with the uncle," the woman said, glancing at her child. Turning back to Lu Zhan, she continued, "The little one is hungry too. Come with me to the village for a meal. though our home cannot accommodate so many. We must ask the village chief to arrange it. Chapter 21. The Old Village Chief and the Stone Tablet. The group followed the woman into the village. Gao Yin whispered to Zhang Zuizhu beside him, Brother Zuizhu, do you think there is something off about the villagers? Is it not apparent even to you? Zhang Zuizhu replied, his gaze fixed on the woman ahead. No, I was merely inquiring. I haven't discerned anything unusual. Gao Yin scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Observe that basket behind her. It's approximately 80 centimeters tall and around 50 centimeters in diameter. The apples within the basket are fully exposed, and judging by their size, each apple occupies approximately 200 to 300 cubic centimeters. The basket's volume is roughly 160 cubic decimeters, and accounting for the protruding portion and the gaps between the apples, it is estimated that her basket can contain around 400 to 500 apples. Given that the density of apples is slightly greater than that of water, this collection weighs about 100 kilograms. With so many of us armed, her ability to converse and laugh naturally reveals a mindset that is truly exceptional. Zhang Zuizhu, considering Gao Yan's intellect, endeavored to provide a detailed explanation. Brother, I understand now, Gao Yan mused, grasping the underlying logic. We have not encountered any apple trees along our journey. Where could she have gathered so many apples alone? Zhang Zuizhu quickened his pace, aware of the adage that proximity to darkness can lead one astray. Lu Zhan trailed behind the woman, conversing with Chang Ming. To spend a day in this place is quite pleasant. The scenery is indeed lovely. Indeed, only the scenery remains, Chang Ming remarked, his keen perception allowing him to discern that the apples were mere illusions. The basket was, in fact, filled with the heads of some rodent species. As for the woman and child, they seemed to embody their true nature. Upon entering the village, Chang Ming sensed an inexplicable familiarity. Following the narrow path into the village, each house stood closely together, constrained by the limited space of the cliffside platform. Red Cloud, you have brought guests. We have room for two, called an elderly man with a balding head from the entrance of one house. Uncle Zhuzi, let the village chief make the arrangements. I cannot decide. Red Cloud replied with a smile, leading the way without looking back. I assure you, the people of our village are exceedingly warm-hearted. I can see that. How far is the village chief's residence? Lu Zhan inquired, observing the surrounding houses as they walked. Not far, just 2 more alleys and a turn outside, she answered. Along the way, they encountered several villagers, all enthusiastically waving to the passengers of Train 886, their eyes ablaze with warmth. Conductor, you do not deceive me, Chang Ming thought, finding that these indigenous people regarded them as a mere spectacle, akin to old snakeskin observing a Paris fashion show. After navigating 2 turns, they finally arrived at the village chief's residence, a house constructed of gray stones and mud. This particular stone house appeared to occupy a larger area than the others. Village chief, I have brought tourists. How shall you arrange their accommodations? An elderly figure emerged from the shadows, walking with a distinctive gait and holding a smoking pipe. Despite his gray hair, the village chief's face bore few wrinkles. Welcome. It has been quite some time since a tour group visited us, he said, narrowing his eyes with a puff of smoke. We are impoverished here. We can only sustain ourselves with our own produce. Without tour groups, we would struggle to survive. What are your charges for accommodations? Lu Zhan inquired, aware that regardless of any underlying issues in the village, it was prudent to inquire about the hospitality fees. Each of you will be charged 5 travel coins per day, which includes meals and accommodation. Surely, that is not too much, spoke the old village chief, puffing on a cigarette. Many people displayed expressions of astonishment. The chief was surprisingly familiar with travel coins. It seemed that the guests they had previously hosted had also used travel coins. Yet, the apocalyptic train had only recently made its appearance. Where then had the earlier guests originated? What if one does not possess travel coins? Inquired Hu Shuiyo, lamenting the fact that he had spent his 30 coins entirely, regretting not having saved some. Many others shared his predicament. Look at our village perched on the cliff. We must rely on the mountains for sustenance. 5 coins truly is not excessive, considering it covers an entire day's meals and lodging. Perhaps you could borrow a little from a companion nearby? Hu Shuiyo glanced around awkwardly. Those gathered were merely strangers thrown together by the chaos of the apocalypse, with few having arrived as friends. Who among us cannot spare 5 coins? Raise your hand, Lu Zhan asked. Gradually, 21 hands were raised. I shall cover this cost. You can repay me 10 coins aboard the train. Should anyone attempt to renege on this agreement, I shall refrain from further commentary. He understood that some might not be able to repay him, but if more than half could return, he would profit. Old Liu, you possess quite the benevolent spirit, complimented Chong Ming, standing nearby. He himself would never undertake such an action. The well-being of others was of no concern to him, nor did he wish to profit from this arrangement. Did you not notice when we first met? I willingly relinquished half of the pawn to you, Liu Zhan remarked, attempting to validate his character as noble. You are indeed noble. No wonder you are suited to leadership, came the response. Subsequently, the group collectively paid 375 coins, and the village chief began to allocate accommodations. He designated his own home for 3 individuals, while the remainder would house 2 per household. Upon inspecting the houses, Chong Ming realized they were indeed quite small. 2 individuals per room was merely sufficient. Of course, if one were to squeeze, it would be entirely feasible for 5 or 6 to share a single room. Remember, do not leave the village after dark. There are dangers lurking, the old chief warned. 3 individuals were assigned to the chief's home, though they did not immediately enter, but rather wandered around the village. Hong Xia led the others according to the chief's designated households, ensuring that 2 stayed in each. Chu-Chu, we will share a room. Let us reside together, Chong Ming said to Deng Chu-Chu. In a place rife with peculiarities, it was safer for men and women to cohabitate, not for any ulterior motive, but rather for safety. Moreover, if one were to choose a roommate, selecting the most beautiful was only fitting. Deng Chu-Chu understood that Chong Ming wished to look after her, yet the notion of a lone man and woman sharing a room for the night evoked her apprehension. But, she began, only to be interrupted by Chong Ming, who firmly stated, I am not negotiating this. Gao Yin cast a somewhat envious glance at Deng Chu-Chu. Acknowledging the advantages of beauty, he too yearned to reside with Ming Ge, yet alas, it remained a mere fantasy. Thus, he turned to his companion, Zhang Zuizhu, and proposed, Brothers Zuizhu, how about we share a room? He had already made arrangements with Dong Yang. We agreed to stay together, right, Dong Yang? Liu Dong Yang appeared momentarily perplexed, then replied, Yes, I too wish to share a room with Brothers Zuizhu. Gao Yin then shifted his gaze towards Jiang Yuan. What are you contemplating? Jiang Yuan retorted, Naturally, Chun Shangnan and I, as the only 2 females, will share a room. She shot Gao Yin a look, for if given the choice, she would prefer to reside with Chong Ming, keeping the benefits within her circle. While all the guests were busy allocating their accommodations, the old village chief made his way to the rear mountain alone. He leapt gracefully to a colossal stone tablet, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Upon it were inscribed countless numbers. The village chief unsheathed a dagger and slashed through a series of digits, revealing the number 886. Chapter 22, The Long-Lived Ones. By the time all rooms had been assigned, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. The sky had darkened considerably, and lights began to illuminate homes. Chong Ming and Deng Chu-Chu were assigned to the residence of a woman named Hong Xia, who had prepared dinner. The table was adorned with a dish resembling a rodent's head and a bowl of wild vegetables. Dinner is served, though our ingredients are quite simple. They will certainly satiate your hunger, Hong Xia warmly invited them. Her son, unable to contain his excitement, seized a rodent head and took a bite. The sound of crunching echoed, devoid of any gruesome scene, as if it were merely an apple. Sister Hong Xia, your apples are quite crisp, Chong Ming observed without reaching for any, his gaze fixed on her. Indeed, these apples were freshly harvested from the ground, she replied. At this moment, Deng Chu-Chu detected something amiss. Apples are harvested from the ground? Chong Ming had no intention of consuming the apple and had previously cautioned everyone in car number 9. We're not too hungry yet. Please eat first. You are alone with your child. Where's your husband? Chong Ming sought to gather information from the woman. 2 years ago, the roads to the Yu Mountain became treacherous due to heavy rain, and as night fell, he was devoured by the lizard people. On Xia spoke candidly, not shying away from the truth in front of her child. I apologize for bringing up an unpleasant topic, Chong Ming said gently. It's all right. The past is behind us, and one must always look forward. By the way, were these lizard people you mentioned? The term sounded ominous, and he sought to understand the nature of this creature. They are over 2 meters tall, humanoid monsters that can scale cliffs. They emerge at night, but cannot enter the village. This is why the village chief advised you not to wander at night. Chong Ming contemplated this information for a moment before inquiring. The village chief appears quite knowledgeable. May I ask how old he is? The question momentarily left Hong Xia in a state of bewilderment. After a brief pause, she replied, No one truly knows the age of the village chief. I heard from Grandpa Zhu that the chief looked like this when he was a child, and he still appears the same now. You outsiders are so knowledgeable. Do you think the village chief might be a celestial being? Changming pondered inwardly. You're asking me about this? If I were to say he's a monster, would you believe it? To have lived so long, he must be over 100 years old, at the very least 150. Grandpa Zhu appears to be in his 70s or 80s, yet the village chief has maintained his youthful appearance for over 70 years. Could it be that he transcends the human realm? It seems impossible for anyone to possess such longevity without any change in appearance. Perhaps he is indeed the ancient deity of your village. Deng Chu-Chu, listening to their conversation, recalled her encounter with the old village chief earlier that day. Could it be that the village chief is the most formidable creature here, possessing such immense strength that enables him to live for so long? Changming stared at a platter of vegetables resembling bok choy for a moment, sensing no imminent danger. He delicately picked some up and tasted it. It was slightly sweet, refreshing, and crunchy, seasoned with salt. The dish was delightful. This remark was meant to encourage Deng Chu-Chu to partake in the meal. After savoring it, Changming concluded that it was far more palatable than shepherd's purse or dandelion. Perhaps it was the salt that enhanced its flavor. Well, if you enjoy it, that's what matters. I was genuinely worried that you might find it too plain and unaccustomed. Deng Chu-Chu tried some as well, appreciating the texture reminiscent of bok choy. The apple, which Changming had advised against, remained untouched by her. Having finished the substantial platter of vegetables, both felt adequately satiated. Sister Hongxia, let's take a stroll outside. It's already dark. You wish to venture out? There's little danger within the village. Just avoid the outskirts. Remember to return by around 9 o'clock, or else misfortune might befall you. As Hongxia tidied up the dishes, she said nothing about the untouched apple. In a nighttime village, every household glowed with light, and the exterior was not overly dim. Changming led Deng Chu-Chu outside, where they encountered fellow passengers from the train, likely curious about the area. At that moment, Lu Zhan was seated at the entrance of their cabin with a young woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s, with a strikingly delicate face. Old Lu, you've come out as well. It's stifling indoors. I needed some fresh air. Changming approached, glancing at the woman. Would you care to join me in exploring outside the village for some gecko people? Lu Zhan shook his head, waving the gun in his hand. The ammunition is limited. I want to join you in this escapade. And you're still bringing her along? In Lu Zhan's view, while Changming could go without issue, bringing along an additional burden could lead to complications. Leaving her alone inside seemed unsafe, considering the peculiarities of the village. I shan't disturb you any longer. We shall take our leave. Please stay safe. Changming did not lead Deng Chu-Chu directly out of the village. Instead, he guided her to Assistant Zhang's location in Car 9, for in terms of adaptability, this individual was notably resourceful. Zhang Zuozhu and his companions occupied a rather diminutive room, measuring merely 5 or 6 square meters. Zuozhu, I intend to venture outside the village to take a look. Old Deng is currently with you all. I shall return to fetch her later. Rest assured, Ming Sa is here to keep an eye on things. Upon hearing Zhang Zuozhu's words, Deng Chu-Chu's face flushed intensely, though fortunately the lighting was rather dim. By the way, I sampled the food here. The apples and that vegetable were quite acceptable. Have you tried the apples as well? Changming specifically cautioned me. Their appearance differs significantly from what one might expect. One must always take the initiative to try. The villagers I have interacted with displayed normal body temperatures and communicated adequately. Unless they exhibit extreme anomalies, they should indeed be human. However, the flavor of the apples diverged from the norm, resembling rather the taste of potatoes. Zhang Zuozhu articulated his observations, then furrowed his brow. Only that girl Hongxia from your room perplexes me. I cannot fathom how she can effortlessly carry over 100 kilograms. Exercise caution when you are at her home. Well then, I shall take my leave. They mentioned returning to the village around 9 o'clock tonight. That leaves us with 2 hours. Changming intends to explore as much of the mountain as possible. As soon as he departed the village's confines, Changming abruptly sensed the familiar ambience dissipate. How peculiar! What could be the reason for this? Dismissing further contemplation, he brandished his heart gun and opted not to descend the mountain via the trail, but instead ascended the sheer cliffside. With his current prowess, such acrobatics were effortless. After a brief climb of several meters, an unusual sound echoed nearby. Is that a gecko-human hybrid? Following the noise, he spotted a gargantuan creature, its lizard body topped with a human head, looming directly above him. Its mouth stretched wide, reminiscent of a reptile's propensity for swift consumption. Without hesitation, he unleashed a trio of shots. One bullet struck its head, while two others impacted its body, resulting in a gaping wound that caused the gecko human to plummet from above. Kill level 2 gecko human. Earn 50 travel coins. This creature proved to be quite valuable. Chapter 23. Comprehensive Enhancement. The heart gun exhibited average efficacy against other entities. It proved remarkably effective against such monsters. It took 3 magazines to damage a mere lampstand, while dispatching a level 3 elite monster required far fewer shots. Changming continued his ascent toward the mountain summit, recalling that the village was not overly distant from the peak. Concurrently, the sounds of movement around him intensified. Alas, I must have disturbed a nest of geckos. To claim that he felt no trepidation would be disingenuous, as it was his first encounter with such bizarre creatures. Nevertheless, bolstered by the insignia of the chief of security and the straw hat for protection, Changming's instincts informed him there was no imminent danger. It was akin to a palm-sized moth. While he was acutely aware of its harmlessness, its presence was still unsettling. Surrounded, Changming swiftly ascended, focusing his firepower as he discharged 5 shots at the creatures above. Kill second level lizardman 2. Travel coins 100. Below, a lizardman rushed up, its mouth open, ready to bite Changming's leg. Disregarding the disgust, he kicked it down. If his leg were to be swallowed, Changming estimated the damage would be minimal, but the disgust would be overwhelming. At last, he managed to grab the edge of the mountaintop with one hand. With a powerful pull, his entire body soared upwards, landing precisely atop the peak. Gazing down at the approaching lizardmen, he counted a total of 8. The heart-shaped gun had 7 bullets left. Once depleted, it would require a minute to recharge. As the lizardmen began to climb the summit, Changming fired, aiming for their heads. Bang, bang, bang. The lizardmen fell one after another, their heads exploding, tumbling down the cliff. Kill second level lizardman 5. Travel coins 250. 5 fell with a single shot each, but 3 remained. Taking a deep breath, Changming swiftly exchanged the heart-shaped gun for the FN-57 and leapt backward, evading the mouth of the first lizardman to reach him. These creatures, much like their namesake, relied solely on their mouths, albeit their tongues lacked the sharpness of true lizards. Changming fired 3 shots at the head of the foremost lizardman. It collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Remarkably, it was not yet dead. This handgun certainly dealt less damage to monsters than the heart-shaped gun. Shortly thereafter, 2 more lizardmen lunged at him from the right. After dodging one attack, Changming delivered a sweeping kick to the other. Although these creatures were fast, they lacked leverage in midair, causing the kicked lizardman to fly sideways, rolling several times before regaining its footing. Such resilience! Growing impatient, Changming charged at the kicked one, pinning it to the ground and unleashing a flurry of punches to its face. The other managed to bite into Changming's waist, while the lizardman relied on swallowing. It also possessed teeth. However, upon biting down, it discovered that it could not penetrate Changming's muscle. Kill second level lizardman. Travel coins 50. After delivering a dozen punches, he dispatched the one beneath him, then seized the lizardman that had been gnawing at him. "What do you think you're doing, trying to tickle me to death?" he exclaimed. Before swallowing it whole, he slammed the last lizardman to the ground. With a flying stomp, the sound of its skull cracking echoed. "One stomp wasn't enough? I shall stomp. Stomp, stomp." Kill second level lizardman. Travel coins 50. After finishing off this one, Changming approached the still twitching lizardman. The heart-shaped gun was now recharged. If bullets could be used, hands would not be necessary. Bang! Kill second level lizardman. Travel coins 50. With such a commotion, if there were any remaining lizardmen nearby, they would surely come. Standing atop the mountain, Changming surveyed his surroundings, seemingly in the clear. Just then, a massive shadow lunged toward him with incredible speed. In a hazy moment, he discerned the full figure of a larger humanoid lizard, unlike any he had encountered before, as it walked on 2 legs, its arms resembling those of a human. Was this the animal fruit's hybrid form? Just as Changming was tackled, he realized the force of the attack was unrelenting, propelling them over the edge of the cliff. Was this colossal creature intent on mutual destruction? Did they truly fight so fiercely, even over a meal? Embracing the giant lizard man, Changming began to plummet, as if he were bungee jumping through life. At that moment, the lizard man wore a peculiar expression, likely surprised by the unexpected fall. Time was fleeting. Changming needed something to cushion his descent. Thus, he exerted all his strength to position himself atop the massive lizard. With a resounding thud, they finally landed, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke. Changming felt as though his body might disassemble, yet miraculously, he had not sustained any fractures. It seemed that his straw hat had indeed granted him remarkable resilience. Of course, one could not dismiss the contribution of his cushion landing. Gradually rising, Chang Ming's silhouette emerged from the haze. "Look, who is that?" exclaimed a bystander. "It appears he fell from a mountaintop and survived." "Oh my, that's my brother Ming." Chang Ming and the giant lizard man had not tumbled elsewhere, but had landed precariously on the edge of the village's cliff, witnessed by Gao Yin and several passengers. "Look, beside your brother Ming is a massive lizard. Wait, it's moving. Ming, be careful." "Wow, your brother is so composed. He's drawing his gun." Bang, bang, bang. The lizard man ceased all movement. "This is incredible. Which carriage are you from?" "We're from carriage number 9. At that moment, Gao Yin was overwhelmed with excitement, as if he had slain the beast himself. How astonishing was his brother Ming to engage in combat with a 3-meter-long lizard man, tumble down from the peak, and still rise unscathed, only to calmly eliminate the creature. Could it be that brother Ming is a monster among monsters? Defeated level 2 elite monster, burly lizard man. Travel coins, 500. Chang Ming brushed off the dirt from his clothes and secured his firearm. This creature was indeed robust, akin to a merman. Had it been a level 3 elite, it would likely have risen swiftly from such a fall. Yet this one was clearly incapacitated. "Oh, what is this?" Chang Ming noticed a golden gemstone beside the lizard man, along with a roasted chicken. Had equipment dropped? He swiftly picked it up. Delicious roasted chicken. Evolution stone. Golden treasure, exceedingly rare. Capable of evolving apocalyptic treasures. Evolution stone? Apocalyptic treasure? Chang Ming was entirely unaware of the significance or utility of these items. He scrutinized them closely. Sensing apocalyptic treasure. Chief Constable Medal, would you like to evolve? The medal on his chest was indeed an apocalyptic treasure. He certainly wished to evolve it, for it was his greatest asset at present. Evolve. In an instant, Chang Ming felt a warm current envelop him, invigorating every cell in his body. Had he grown stronger once more? At this moment, I examined the attributes within the space. Chang Ming, Chief Conductor, Trainee Inspector, is thoroughly bound. Age, 19 years. Strength, 52. Agility, 52. Constitution, 6550. Perception, 75. Mental state, 8100. You are now a Chief Conductor, Trainee Inspector, possessing the red skill, Roar of Justice, Iron Fist of Justice. Roar of Justice. Active can utilize perception to inflict mental shock upon any target. The greater your perception, the more formidable the impact. Iron Fist of Justice. Passive. Your fists are not mere physical strikes. No one wishes to endure a blow, and the power is related to all attributes. Space has been upgraded to 15 cubic meters. Chapter 24. Noises in the Night. Upon witnessing the upgrade of the badge, Chang Ming noticed not only an increase in attributes, but also a binding to himself. No longer calculated separately, the upgrade now designated him as a trainee inspector, a title seemingly superior to Chief Conductor. More importantly, he had acquired an additional skill, the Iron Fist of Justice, a passive ability. Instinctively, Chang Ming clenched his fist, observing a faint glow of white emanating from it, subtle yet discernible. He struck the ground directly. Boom! A crater the size of a soccer ball formed in the rocky surface. Chang Ming felt no significant pain in his fist. Not only was the power substantial, but his fist's defensive capability had also been enhanced. It was simply magnificent. In terms of sheer power, his fist surpassed that of his ranged weapon, particularly that FN-57. It seemed the heart gun within the space had also undergone a transformation. Equipped with heart gun, Trainee Inspector version, this firearm can inflict damage on any non-human target. With increased power, magazine capacity, 30 rounds, automatically reloading in 30 seconds once emptied. This gun could level up alongside the badge. And with increased magazine capacity and reduced cooldown time, it indeed became more formidable. I misjudged you. You are indeed capable. Suddenly, Chang Ming felt the ground beneath him give way. How could he forget he was perched on the edge of a cliff? As he and the corpse of the lizard man began to plummet, Chang Ming pushed off the body with great force, leveraging it to cling to the cliffside. Although he knew a fall would not be fatal, he was certainly reluctant to test that theory. Subsequently, he leaped upwards, making his way toward the village where a dozen individuals awaited him. In the 9th compartment, only Gao Yin and Yi Feng were present. Brother Ming, are you still human? Gao Yin inquired, cautiously touching Chang Ming's arm, confirming its solidity. Brother Ming has indeed grown stronger. Do you understand the awakening of abilities in the apocalypse? Yi Feng explained from the side. Is this an ability? Perhaps it is. Chang Ming mused. He had acquired skills, and his body had been fortified. So it would not be inaccurate to categorize it as an ability. Chang Ming and Gao Yin, accompanied by Yi Feng, strolled towards the village, drawing the reverent gazes of those around them. In the distance, the old village chief stood in the shadows, silently observing the scene before quietly departing. Brother Ming, what manner of beast did you vanquish? Gao Yin inquired, rubbing his hands together, brimming with curiosity. It appeared to be a lizard man, likely an evolved version of the gecko folk. You even defeated gecko folk? Truly worthy of being my brother. I must say, following you ensures my safety without question. Very well then, you owe me a daily protection fee of 50 travel coins. Gao Yin immediately felt the sting of reality. Had he possessed 50 coins, he would have already indulged on the train. The tantalizing sausages, marinated eggs, and instant noodles beckoned to him. Upon arriving at Zhang Zuoju's residence, Gao Yin wasted no time in recounting Chang Ming's heroic exploits. Meanwhile, Chang Ming ignored him and led Deng Chuchu to Hong Xia's home. Welcome back, travelers. I have brewed some tea. The village chief mentioned you enjoy it. Hong Xia greeted warmly upon their return. The tea, appearing to be Mao Jian, showcased vibrant green leaves and an appealing presentation. After a sip, they found it slightly bitter yet pleasantly sweet. Thank you, Sister Hong Xia. Where is your son? Oh, he tired himself out from play and has gone to bed early. You two should also freshen up. There is water in the toilet tank. The electricity here is generated by the villagers themselves, and the water is sourced from a stream halfway up the mountain. After a simple wash, Chang Ming and Deng Chuchu donned their clothing and laid down in their room, a sizable bed separating them by a mere 10 centimeters. The room fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by Hong Xia's bustling outside. Thump, thump. The sound of Deng Chuchu's heartbeat seemed to resonate in the stillness. Suddenly, Chang Ming turned towards her, startling the girl. Old Deng, if neither of us speaks, do you not find the atmosphere somewhat awkward? What would you like to discuss? Deng Chuchu turned to face him, their eyes meeting across the narrow distance. Gazing into Chang Ming's bright, profound eyes, she could even feel the warmth of his breath. The tension in the air intensified. Lying here with a grown man, I wonder how Miss Chuchu feels. In what sense am I grown? Deng Chuchu implied Chang Ming's age, noting he was 2 years her junior. Chang Ming's eyes flickered. His thoughts, rather impure, were not easily diverted. Was this a challenge to his courage, or something else? At that moment, a plethora of peculiar phrases drifted through his mind. An older sister of a classmate. Electric vehicle fantasies, unfulfilled desires. How could the mere 10 centimeters separating them contain the wild growth of certain urges? Upon sensing an unusual reaction from his younger brother, Chang Ming quickly shifted to a prone position, aware that lying down made it all too evident. He needed to suppress his thoughts. Get out of my head. He nearly embarrassed himself. In this strange place, it was no time for impulsive actions. If one must assign blame, let fall upon Deng Chuchu, whose cherubic visage bears a hint of youthful plumpness, and whose enchanting fragrance is simply irresistible. Indeed, it is all her fault. Are you not keen on conversing? Why have you succumbed to rest? Ah, I have always found solace in reflecting quietly. Did your teacher impose a punishment upon you? One can discern that you were rather mischievous in your school days. Yet, does this not cause you discomfort? If I were to find comfort, you will be left in dismay. Oh, why is that? At this moment, Hong Xia's voice resonated from outside, announcing it was time to extinguish the lights and prepare for the night. It appeared as though the power had been abruptly severed, plunging the two into darkness. At last, a chance to turn. Chang Ming seized the opportunity to recline comfortably. Did you not profess a fondness for quiet contemplation? Why have you turned? The lights are out. Let us sleep, for you know that a hero's feet may be odorous and a valiant soul prone to flatulence. If we do not slumber soon, you may find it impossible to rest. That mischievous Deng Chuchu, Chang Ming, having recently endured a taxing battle, swiftly succumbed to slumber. His keen instincts ensured he would awaken at the slightest hint of danger. The village had descended into silence, every household having turned off their power. The passengers of train 886 conformed to local customs, yet among each pair residing together, one stood sentinel to guard against potential crises. Chang Ming, utilizing his heightened awareness, kept watch, ensuring both adequate rest and safety from peril. In truth, Deng Chuchu beside him was unable to find sleep. As the clock struck 9:50, an announcement echoed in his mind. Lights out at 10 o'clock sharp. Communication of any kind is strictly prohibited post lights out. Passengers are to remain in their rooms and refrain from venturing out. Freedom shall be restored at 6 in the morning. Upon hearing this announcement, Chong Ming awoke instantly, murmuring to himself. It was the train attendant's announcement, varied in content yet fundamentally similar, devoid of any maternal tone. Brother Ming, that voice resembles the pre-sleep announcement on the train. Deng Chu-Chu noted, recognizing the similarity and inquiring of her companion. How intriguing. This must be an attendant making an announcement, albeit not pertaining to our train. Chapter 25. I shall teach you to handle a firearm. All passengers found themselves engulfed in confusion and contemplation. If this is indeed the case, our current stop appears remarkably secure, provided we adhere to the established rules. Zhang Zuizhu pondered aloud to Lu Dongyang beside him. Are you suggesting that the village we inhabit is also abiding by the train's regulations? This elucidates why that woman, Hong Xia, showed no fear upon encountering us. Armed as we are, there exists a prohibition against attacking passengers. Yet, within this peculiar realm, as the indigenous people, how do they come to inhabit this space and enjoy the status of passengers? Some mysteries cannot be unraveled in a mere day, though Zhang Zuizhu was curious. He had no desire to invest excessive thought into the matter. As the clock approaches 10, it is prudent to retire early. Tomorrow, I shall endeavor to procure some local sustenance before our departure. In carriage 12, Lu Meili and Yuan Yifeng find themselves cramped together upon a single bed. The presence of a solitary man and woman stirs a certain tension. Engaged in a deep conversation, they are oblivious to the passage of time. Having already surpassed the hour of 10, it is imperative to rest, for once the clock strikes 10, conversation is prohibited. Lu Meili nudges the man beside her. Yuan Yifeng, caught up in the moment, is unfazed by the hour, breathless and exclaiming, I usually take but 3 minutes. Surely, it has not yet elapsed. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a lithe shadow has entered their room, wielding a massive hammer. It descends rapidly, producing a muffled thud, and the two on the bed are reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. The following morning, a local farmer discovers the lifeless guests within his abode. This revelation hardly provokes surprise. He simply removes their bodies. Those who dare to defy the rules are, after all, a rarity. At 6 o'clock, Chong Ming awakens punctually, glancing at the still sleeping Deng Chu-Chu before gently rousing her. It's time to rise. You've drooled all over the bed. Deng Chu-Chu, bleary-eyed, immediately springs up to inspect the area she had occupied. Is there anything? No. You are deceiving me. Chong Ming chuckles softly as he exits the room. The night has passed quietly, devoid of the anticipated dangers. He notices Hong Xia has also risen, preparing breakfast. Good morning, Sister Hong Xia. What are we having for breakfast today? Ah, you're awake, traveler. I plan to crush these bean sprouts and add some rice to make soup. Hong Xia glances at Chong Ming before returning to her tasks. Do you have rice here, purchased from outside? Chong Ming inquires with curiosity, observing that the mountainous terrain seems ill-suited for rice cultivation. If they can buy from outside, this little world must be quite vast. What outside? This is all provided by the village chief. This rice cannot be purchased. Chong Ming approaches the kitchen, which remains modest in size, featuring an old-fashioned stove reliant on firewood for cooking. The rice jar still contains a substantial amount, and he takes a small handful to inspect, finding it satisfactory. The source of the rice must be traced back to the village chief. Yet how did he obtain it? Chong Ming returns the rice to the jar, noting Hong Xia's nervousness, perhaps her wariness, as she regards him. Is there a problem with your scrutiny? No, nothing at all. The village chief has mentioned that travelers possess magical abilities. Anything they touch may vanish. I thought you were going to take the rice. The old village chief is aware that passengers of the Apocalypse train possess spatial capabilities. They have previously hosted other passengers. Yet did all these trains not depart simultaneously? According to Hong Xia, the last group of travelers arrived 5 years ago. At that time, he was still in the 8th grade and had not heard of any large-scale disappearances. This does not add up. Sister Hong Xia, I only take what is rightfully mine. I shall not steal. After Chong Ming finished explaining, he left the kitchen, feeling relieved as he noticed the tension in Hong Xia's eyes dissipate. At that moment, Deng Chu-Chu had just gotten up, preparing for a quick wash, when Chong Ming called out to her. This is for you. He handed the FN-57 pistol to Deng Chu-Chu, a decision he had contemplated since the previous day. Now that he had become an apprentice inspector, the handgun had lost its utility and was more of a burden. It was better entrusted to someone he could rely on for self-defense. He felt a strong camaraderie with the people in carriage number 9, and he had initially considered giving the gun to Zhang Zhua. Ultimately, he chose Deng Chuchu. His rationale was twofold. First, his ordinary physique rendered firearms less of a threat to him. Second, a woman wielding a gun was inherently safer. Are you really giving this to me? What will you use? Deng Chuchu was taken aback. She understood all too well what a gun meant in this apocalyptic world. Of course, I have another one. This one is no longer needed. She cautiously accepted the FN-57 from Chong Ming, holding it carefully. She aspired to grow stronger and not be merely a decorative presence within the team. Possessing this gun was crucial for her empowerment. The fact that Chong Ming entrusted her with something so significant was laden with trust. With a deep breath, Deng Chuchu said, "Brother Ming, I promise I won't hold you back in the future." "Thank you." Chong Ming nodded in satisfaction. "No one said you would hold us back, but your mindset is commendable." Deng Chuchu felt a surge of happiness. Chong Ming's praise, coupled with the gift of the gun, sweetened her heart. "Old Deng, you seem a bit flushed." "I am not. I've always been like this." "All right, let's go. Back inside. I'll teach you how to handle a gun." "Okay." Gao Yin woke up quite early. Breakfast was not yet prepared. So he decided to seek out Chong Ming. Last night, his dreams were filled with visions of Chong Ming's gallant figure, leaving him feeling nauseous upon waking. He wanted to ask Chong Ming if he was a succubus. Upon arriving at Chong Ming's door, he overheard Deng Chuchu's voice from within. "Brother Ming, my hands are a bit small. Your gun feels too large and unwieldy. Whose hands are naturally suited for such weapons? Don't worry, you'll get used to it with practice." Gao Yin was about to knock, but halted his movements. Was this something he should be listening to? He prided himself on being clever, knowing better than to barge in on a man and a woman alone together. Otherwise, he would be trapped in a dream forever. Hoping that Chong Ming's figure would not haunt his dreams. Just as Gao Yin was about to retreat from the doorway, he heard Chong Ming speak. "Gao Yin, now that you're here, why act like a thief?" Chong Ming's perceptive abilities had sharpened. He could roughly guess who was nearby just by the sound of footsteps. "Brother Ming, I didn't hear anything. I just arrived." Chong Ming opened the door and stepped out. Gao Yin glanced quickly and noticed that Chong Ming was fully dressed and quite swift. "Why are you sneaking around? You come and then prepare to leave. Don't you know we're all awake?" Awakening does not necessarily equate to rising. Just as you arrive, go rouse our companions. We must venture into the mountains in search of sustenance. At that moment, an unexpected cry pierced the air. "I was wrong. I beg you. Spare me, please." Chang Ming immediately dashed outside, for in the village, taking a life was an unthinkable act unless one held an official position on the train. Chapter 26. Am I a woman? May I strike you? By the time Chang Ming arrived, a small crowd had gathered, among them Lu Zhan. The one pleading for mercy was a middle-aged woman, clutching a hoe in her right hand, collapsed on the ground with her left shoulder drooping at a peculiar angle, suggesting a bone fracture. Before her stood a woman clad in a conductor's uniform, her face pale as death, resembling parchment. In her hand, she wielded a disproportionately large hammer, its head the size of a human skull. "Whichever hand you use to assault another shall be the one rendered useless," she rasped, raising the hammer. "I merely struck him with the hoe. He is not gravely injured. I implore you, spare me." The response was the hammer's heavy descent, crashing onto the woman's right hand. A horrific scream echoed throughout the village, yet none dared to intervene. The assailant was the conductor, her origins a mystery. It would be wise to avoid those who craft such ruthless rules. The middle-aged woman fainted from the pain. Chang Ming approached Lu Zhan, donning an expression of intrigue. "Old Lu, you arrived early. What drama is unfolding here?" This woman, Miao Xiao, attempted to seize food from the villagers. When they intervened, she struck one of them with the hoe. "And the rest is evident," Lu Zhan explained. "Did the conductor just materialize? When I arrived, Miao Xiao had just taken a blow and was fleeing. As for how the conductor appeared, perhaps you should inquire further," he added, watching as Chang Ming boldly approached. "You possess quite the courage. I heard tales of your exploits last night. Yet this is a conductor we are dealing with." Lu Zhan's eyes flickered, unable to suppress his admiration for Chang Ming's youthful audacity. "Greetings, may I know your name?" Chang Ming inquired politely. "I am Hammer. Your identity seems rather unique. We do not have your position on our train," he remarked, astonished by the girl's fierce name. Yet, using another's name for jest is impolite. So he continued, "Can you discern my role?" "There's nothing surprising about that. I belong to the same system. I was merely curious about how you managed to disembark," she replied. However, before she could finish, as if summoned by an unseen force, her form grew faint and vanished entirely. "Which train are you from? Do not depart." Chang Ming called to the empty space, but received no answer. "Chang Ming, you are indeed something." Lu Zhan stepped forward, giving him a thumbs up, having discerned that Chang Ming harbored secrets. This is also the reason why Chang Ming was able to engage in combat with the lizard man last night, exhibiting formidable strength. Fortunately, there was no conflict with him during the first station, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Even without witnessing it firsthand, Lu Zhan was aware that the lizard man from last night was beyond his capability to confront. In truth, he harbored a secret of his own. He had slain a robust corpse monster at the first station, receiving an audio prompt that it was an elite creature. It had dropped a bracelet known as the Ring of Strength, which he now wore upon his wrist, enhancing his power by 5 points. It was nothing to worry about. As long as one did not violate the rules, the attendants would not attack. Chang Ming spoke the truth. However, should he breach the rules, there would undoubtedly be no one to punish him. At least from their earlier conversation, he was certain that the administrators on the other trains recognized the authority of the chief conductor. There was still a day left. How would you like to arrange it? Lu Zhan inquired, nodding. We should gather food. The sprouts here are edible and far superior to the shepherd's purse from the previous station. That is our plan as well. Shall we split up? Not just the two of them, but others in the carriages were also preparing to forage for food, as sustenance was of utmost importance. The meals have been quite meager in recent days, but they were not yet starving. Furthermore, the incident involving Miao Xiao had dissuaded some from planning to seize food from the villagers, while the villagers were warm and welcoming towards the tourists. The storage areas for food were well guarded. Eating was permitted, but taking was not. The unconscious Miao Xiao was dragged back to their cabin by her companions. Gao Yin gathered everyone together, uninterested in the commotion. After all, the entire incident had occurred in a relatively short span of time, and only those nearby had seen the unfamiliar attendant. The mountain was vast, and the paths were treacherous. Passengers of Train 886 were out foraging, and the villagers did not object. The sprouts and apples were plentiful and could not be harvested in just a day or two. The sprouts, akin to tender buds from trees, grew to about the size of a palm, which was the ideal moment for harvesting. However, given the cliffside terrain, some locations were easily accessible, while others posed a challenge for footing. Ma Dashuai and Niu Zilong stumbled upon a few clusters of easily reachable sprout trees. Just as they approached, a woman from carriage 16 objected. Hey, I saw these first. You should go pick elsewhere. The woman, clad in a trench coat and appearing to be in her mid-20s, wore makeup that accentuated her prominent nose, which was a highlight of her face. At this moment, she appeared somewhat impatient. On this mountain, everyone can gather. What does it matter who saw them first? Ma Dashuai chose to reason with her. They are unclaimed. Anyone can collect what they find. Are you two grown men really arguing with a woman? She retorted, exuding an air of arrogance. There are plenty of others over there by the cliff. Why not go pick from those? Why don't you head over there? It's too dangerous for a girl like me to go there. As men, you should possess some spirit of adventure. The woman with the prominent nose felt as though she had commandeered all the logic in the world, growing increasingly animated in her discourse. Nearby, a man in their carriage overheard and kindly interjected, Lin Manjun, they are in carriage number 9. Let it go. It's not worth the trouble. Just a few more steps, and you'll have what you need. This remark only served to elevate Lin Manjun's voice several decibels higher. What of carriage number 9? Are they human while we are not? Is it acceptable for these men to seize what belongs to women? I assure you both, I am not so easily intimidated. She continued, who dares to take from you? Old hag, show some decorum. We will gather our own. What madness is this? Unable to contain his frustration, Niu Zilong retorted at the woman. The term old hag incited Lin Manjun's fury, prompting her to seize Niu Zilong. How dare you insult me? I see you are only enamored by my beauty, seeking to take advantage of me. Apologize at once. They stood on the mountainside, away from the village, where physical altercations bore no consequences. Release me, or I shall not hold back. Niu Zilong, equally infuriated yet restrained by her gender, issued a warning. With resources plentiful, this woman's unreasonable behavior was exasperating. Do you wish to escalate matters? Let me inform you, my mother did not raise me to be cowed. Lin Manjun's voice echoed across the mountainside. At that moment, a figure approached. A sharp slap resounded as she was struck. I am a woman. Is it permissible for me to hit you? Deng Chu stood nearby, her striking features radiating authority in the sunlight. Chu sister. It was this woman who instigated. Niu Zilong exclaimed, recognizing that Deng Chu was older than him and thus the address was appropriate, especially considering her closeness to Ming Ge, which could bode well for her in future endeavors. I witnessed it. There is no need for courtesy with such individuals. Lin Manjun, clutching her face with tear-filled eyes, seethed. You little wretch, How dare you strike me? I shall tear your face apart. As she lunged forward, Dang Choo-Choo drew a handgun and aimed it at her. I do not wish to take a life, but I will count to 3. Apologize to us. 1. Dang Choo-Choo no longer wanted to be merely ornamental. Sought to assert her worth and responsibility within the group. Perhaps she once viewed herself as feeble and powerless, but with a firearm bestowed upon her by Chongming, she found newfound confidence. In Chongming's presence, she remained a slightly shy Dang Choo-Choo, but she resolved to showcase her fortitude to outsiders. 2. Seeing the weapon aimed at her, Lin Manjun felt genuine fear. She had no doubt about the authenticity of the gun, its metallic gleam, and the commanding presence of the girl wielding it indicated its legitimacy. Women understand women. She had no doubt that should the count reach 1 without her retreat, she would indeed face dire consequences. I'm sorry, I was wrong, she uttered, her voice barely a whisper. Too quiet. I cannot hear you. Apologize. Soda. It was my fault, I apologize. Let us go. Upon hearing Dang Choo-Choo's remarks, Lin Manjun lowered her head and hastily departed, feeling utterly embarrassed. Yet, not having consumed the peanuts could be considered a stroke of luck. Ma Da Shui, standing nearby, eagerly showered her with flattery. Sister Choo-Choo, you were absolutely magnificent just now, evoking images of Hua Milan, Mugang, and even Wu Zetian. Really? Dang Choo-Choo, holding a gun at the time, felt quite tense. She had no desire to point a firearm at anyone, as it made her uncomfortable. Yet some individuals require a rational discourse, and when reason fails, one must resort to truth. Indeed, I also thought of Empress Dowager Cixi. Ma Da Shui had mentioned every formidable woman he could recall from history. Oh, spare me. You'll have Sister Choo-Choo swapping husbands in no time. It's absurd. Niao Zilong's words were quite pleasing to Dang Choo-Choo, though they garner a roll of the eyes from Ma Da Shui. It's all mere flattery. Can you not belittle others? By the way, where's Mingge? He went up the mountain. Chongming informed Dang Choo-Choo, expressing his intent to scout the mountaintop. With his skills, gathering sprouts would be quite convenient. Upon reaching the summit, Chongming discovered a fair number of sprouts and collected them along the way. Oh, what is this? There's a package here. He approached the corpse of a lizard man and noticed a plastic bag nearby. Qinghai Lake salt, 25 kilograms. This must have been dropped by a small creature that perished yesterday. He hadn't noticed it at the time, as he was knocked down the mountain by a lizard man. Salt is an essential item, and when boiling wild vegetables, a sprinkle would enhance the flavor significantly. Gazing from the mountaintop, he observed the surrounding mountain ranges, stretching endlessly, with no sight of what lay upon the other peaks. With only a few hours left before departure, Chongming decided against further exploration. He had also found some apples, resembling the roots of sweet potatoes, growing in the soil and shaped like mouse heads, yet the size of his fist. These things were indeed vegetables, but why did those in the village appear as apples? He chose to set aside such thoughts for the moment, having collected 7 or 8 and stored them away. Just then, a stone tablet not far behind the mountain caught his attention. It was densely inscribed with numerous characters. Surrounding the tablet were spots to rest. Yet it lay 4 to 5 meters away from the mountain's main body, with a precipice between them. It was impossible for an ordinary person to traverse. However, Chongming was no ordinary individual. With a gentle leap, he landed beneath the stone tablet. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was covered in numbers, all of which had been crossed out, some so weathered that they were barely discernible. The most conspicuous was 886, which appeared to have been recently marked out. 886, 985, 211. Were these perhaps the numbers of trains? The new 886 coincided with the arrival of himself and his companions. Hence, it was struck out. Did this imply that other trains had also visited this place? However, how could this be possible? Everyone departed simultaneously, stayed for a day, and then left. Why would other trains have passed through here, and so much earlier? Changming found himself engulfed in confusion when a voice from behind abruptly alerted him. To his astonishment, it was the old village chief. Isn't it fascinating? All the trains from zone 00009 have passed through here. You are the last one. The old chief leisurely took a puff from his pipe and continued. But why is it that despite arriving together, the timelines differ? I'm unclear how this phenomenon occurs, but I interpret it as a temporal disarray. Upon reaching the station, or in this realm, the timelines of the trains are misaligned. If that were the case, Changming began to comprehend that each train's arrival here is akin to a journey through time, albeit at different intervals. After departing from this place, they all return to the same point in reality. How do you know about the train passengers? Even the district is aware. and I feel as though I have returned to the train while in this village. Changming expressed his curiosity all at once, fearing that the chief might vanish like the conductor. Because I'm also a passenger. I have lived here for over 1,000 years. What? Changming could hardly believe that the old chief was a passenger like himself, enduring for a millennium. This world is inherently mysterious. Our presence on the train itself is extraordinary. I recall that the first station was an abandoned township. My memory remains sharp after all these years. The chief seemed to drift into reminiscence, revealing the truth of his passenger status. Are the other villagers also passengers? Or did only you choose to remain? The conductors are here, and the train's regulations complicate matters. All of us from train 731 have remained here. You see, these villagers are essentially our descendants. According to the chief's explanation, the original villagers had unknowingly passed down through countless generations, having lived for over 1,000 years. Train 731 arrived here a millennium ago. Does that imply that the entire train vanished from the world upon its return? Did all the other passengers perish, leaving only you to survive until now? The old chief perceived Changming's queries and began to elucidate, almost as if conversing with himself. Indeed, I witnessed them all pass away, yet most departed peacefully, including their children and grandchildren. You must be curious why I have lived so long. It is because I discovered a crimson treasure chest here, containing a peach of immortality. Consuming it not only augmented my attributes by 50 points, but also granted me an additional 1,500 years of life. Naturally, there are other apocalyptic treasures, and I once thought I could thrive in the end-of-the-world train, only to find myself trapped here, unable to escape. Our train's fate differs from yours. It did not merely stop, but disintegrated, forming the present village. The conductor, Hammer, remained, while the train master vanished. Uncertain and perplexed, I ponder the bizarre circumstances we find ourselves in. I yearn to depart from this place, yet the arrival of other trains obstructs my passage. Chapter 28. The Essence of Fortune. Each passenger is tethered to their designated train. Unless the rules are altered, boarding another train is utterly impossible. The same applies to the compartments. Only upon the conclusion of the second station, as the conductor has stated, may passengers choose their respective compartments. Until then, one must remain confined to their own compartment. Why then share this with me? Have you imparted such information to previous passengers? Bound by the authority of the rules, I can only convey this to you, alongside the Hammer. The old village chief took another puff of his cigarette and continued his tale. The Hammer also mentioned that when the final train arrives in zone 00009, perhaps a glimmer of opportunity may allow my departure, and I believe that opportunity lies with you. At the very least, after millennia of silence, I can finally share my thoughts with you. Upon hearing this, Changming leapt back from the stone wall opposite. If you wish to accompany us, I can attempt it. I possess a degree of confidence. The old village chief, augmented with 50 points in all attributes, possesses strength and agility that surpass my current self. Furthermore, the peach has granted him over 1,000 years of additional lifespan, and he likely has over a century remaining. His presence on the train would undoubtedly be a significant asset. Inviting him to join is certainly advantageous. However, I am also aware that the old chief's strength poses a certain threat to me, yet I have contemplated that the benefits of bringing him along outweigh the risks. As for the authenticity of the entire narrative, a glance at the chat group upon returning to the train will reveal the truth. I shall not accompany you. This has become my home. The old chief's clear eyes began to cloud, as if lost in thought. Had I encountered you a century or two ago, I would have followed you without hesitation. Now, however, I am reluctant to leave. In old age, one becomes attached to their home. We, the people of Hunan, are inherently fond of our roots. This mountain is my second home. I sought you out to request your assistance in caring for someone. Yet if that is unattainable, so be it. After all, she does not reside in Zone 9. Pray tell, can you assist me in this regard? Is it your son or daughter in the present world? Knowing that he is a fellow townsman, Changming recognized that such an elderly man enduring solitary existence for a millennium must have faced considerable hardships. Neither. She was my first love and my betrothed at the time. I had not yet married before coming here. She should be 31 years old. Wei Wei, a teacher at the 47th middle school in Zhongyuan. There can be no mistake. Recalling events from 1,000 years past seemed arduous, yet the old chief had not forgotten a single detail. Teacher Wei, I had previously heard she was on the cusp of marriage. I had no idea you were her fiancé. I attended the 47th middle school, and she taught her Chinese class. Changming felt a surge of excitement. The old chief was indeed the fiancé of Teacher Wei. During his school days, Wei Wei had shown him kindness, and even without the chief's introduction, he would have ensured the well-being of his beloved teacher upon encountering her. Indeed, she taught Chinese. The old chief's voice trembled with emotion, his heart warming at the realization that the young man before him was a student of his beloved fiancé. Wait a moment. This item is of no use to me. You may have it, the old village chief declared, as a pair of golden arm guards materialized in his hands, intricately carved with lifelike designs of a Qilin. This was one of the treasures I had acquired from a crimson treasure chest, known as the Qilin arm guards, and it was among my most cherished possessions in this apocalyptic world. Consider this a gift from Wei Wei, he added. Chongming mused that the village chief was indeed a person of extraordinary fortune. The peaches of immortality from the Queen Mother, the Qilin arm guards. What else might be hidden within those crimson chests? It seemed that those marked with red labels also possessed unique abilities. Upon receiving the golden arm guards, I noted their remarkable attributes. Qilin arm guards, legendary golden weapon, granting 50 to strength and constitution, triggering the golden skill might of the Qilin upon clash. Dealing shockwave damage within a radius of 10 meters. Do not use indoors. My word, the properties of this apocalyptic treasure had already surpassed those of the former captain's badge. However, now that I had advanced to the rank of apprentice inspector, my attributes had nearly increased by 200. The integration into one's essence was far more convenient than relying on wearable items. Chongming was quite fond of the Qilin arm guards. Their synergy with his righteous iron fist made him even more formidable in close combat. This item is truly remarkable, the village chief exclaimed, as if he were speaking to a stranger, but I do not yet know your name. Lian, I replied, and upon hearing my name, he seemed to recognize me as Wei's teacher. Chongming found a stone to sit on beside Li Yin, and as they conversed, their bond deepened with this newfound connection. Teacher, which part of Hunan province are you from? Chongming inquired. I am from the headquarters, I replied. By the way, what is the story behind that apple? Naturally, I was aware of the origins of that grotesque mouse fruit. I had employed a transformative artifact to allow the villagers to harvest them, changing them into apples. That is another one of my treasures. I noticed Hong Xia could carry such a heavy object, so I gifted her that item. Can you exchange for rice and salt? Chongming asked, astonished. I possess a treasure that allows me to trade for rice, salt, and other goods using travel tokens, albeit the variety is somewhat limited. Chongming was nearly flabbergasted. Lian, are you some kind of treasure master? How do you possess so many items? Were they all from crimson treasure chests? Not entirely, I replied. You are aware that killing lizard men not only grants travel tokens, but also drops items, especially from elite monsters. I have been hunting them for 1,000 years. Wait a moment, Chongming interjected, remembering that he had slain 11 lizard men that very night, earning 550 travel tokens. If you have hunted for 1,000 years, then you must be extraordinarily wealthy. Teacher Li, with all these travel tokens and treasures, since you cannot utilize them here, would you allow me to help you maximize their value? Do not concern yourself with the travel tokens, I responded. Maintaining the village's food supply, electricity, water, and sewerage, all these daily expenses require them. I have exchanged them all and have not saved a penny. Chongming recalled the small stream beside the village and questioned, if there's a stream nearby, why do you still need to exchange for water? Do you truly believe that stream is a natural resource? I replied, knowing the truth behind its existence. Not only does it produce water, but it also functions as a closed-loop system. The farmer exchanges 3 coins for a bottle, and I must ensure a continuous supply of water. The world of the affluent often leaves me bewildered. That little stream was, in fact, filled with water bottled by Li Yan. It seems nature is merely your porter, transporting your water elsewhere. Teacher Li, after all these years of hunting, do you have any surplus treasures? I could use a few more essentials for survival. I am willing to offer you my finest weapon. The other treasures hold little value for you. The Qilin's dual arms, which I have enhanced twice using 3 enhancement stones, could be of interest. It dawned on Changming that the Qilin's dual arms indeed had an enhancement level of 2, which explained the prior confusion. How does one acquire enhancement stones? They can be obtained through monster drops or treasure chests. These are the only 2 avenues available. It's likely that, in the future, someone will sell them, though their worth in travel currency remains uncertain. Changming nodded, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Li Yan, thinking that one must seize every opportunity. Teacher, regarding the treasures we discussed earlier. Very well, if you find them useless, you may gift them to your friends, responded Li Yan, waving his hand to reveal 3 treasures on the ground. a knife, a pair of shoes, and a glove. These blue items, while not offering substantial attributes, could still be useful in the early stages. Chapter 29. Unexpected Gains. Changming examined the items. Mountain cleaving knife, blue treasure, strength 10, an exceptionally sharp melee weapon with a passive skill, sharpness, speedy jogging shoes, blue treasure, agility 8, constitution 4, alleviating foot pain while running. You deserve this. With an active skill, sprint, increasing speed by 10, solo glove, blue treasure, strength 6, constitution 6, enhancing hand dexterity, active skill, heavy fist. These 3 items would indeed bolster one's strength in the early game. While Changming was not particularly impressed with their effects, they could greatly benefit the classmates in car number 9. It appeared that treasures of purple quality and below lacked extensive descriptions, being rather straightforward. I shall graciously accept these. Thank you. Do you not have any firearms or ammunition stored away? Changming speculated that these items had a higher drop rate than blue gear. Do such things last for hundreds of years? After a few broke, we disposed of them. The elder and the youth continued their conversation until midday, when hunger struck and they remembered to return. Ignoring the others, Changming brought out a roast chicken while Li Yin produced some wine, and together they enjoyed a splendid lunch, accompanied by boxed meals. Li Yin had not tasted meat in months, as elite monsters were challenging to hunt, and this time, Changming had claimed the spoils. Common monsters had low drop rates. After the train disbanded, the blacksmith ceased selling goods. Without a treasure exchange, Li Yin would have had nowhere to spend his travel currency. Nor could he sustain so many villagers. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the blacksmith announced a lunch break, and Changming realized that Li Yin was not bound by the rules, not due to any special status he possessed. Instead, it was the conductor of Train 731 who vanished, leaving behind a solitary conductor's cap. As long as it was worn closely, one could evade the constraints of the rules. Alas, it was impossible to board any other train. Others departed the village before 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Otherwise, after a mandatory midday rest, they might find themselves unable to catch the train once they resumed at 3. As the time to leave drew near, Li Yin accompanied Changming to the train platform, a place he had frequented hundreds of times over the past 2 centuries. In the nearly 1,000 years that followed, he had not returned. This time would mark his final visit to this platform. Once Train 886 departed, it would never reappear. Over 60 individuals had already arrived early at the platform. At 3:50 in the afternoon, Train 886 appeared punctually. Teacher Li, are you truly not coming with me? Perhaps you could try to board. Changming extended a sincere invitation once more, eager to have Li Yin accompany him, especially with Wei Wei's connection. If I board, you must return all my belongings. Li Yin replied earnestly, gazing at the train, perhaps recognizing this as his last opportunity. No problem. If you board, I will return everything to you. Changming did not hesitate, for Li Yin held more significance to him than any treasure. Haha, I thought you might persuade me to stay and live well here. It seems you are just as greedy. Li Yin laughed heartily. At least this avaricious young man valued himself highly. That Qilin's dual arms was undoubtedly a rare treasure, incredibly useful across various stations in the apocalyptic world. Still, I have no desire to leave. If you see your teacher, tell her I am well here and wish her happiness. Li Yin had made up his mind. After a millennium of life, many matters had become trivial to him. As the train was about to depart, Li Yin suddenly seemed to recall something and swiftly tossed a red orb to Changming. I almost forgot. This might be of use to you in the future. Changming held the red orb, which gradually revealed its form. A peach pit, the pit of the Queen Mother's Pan Tao, a red mythical object, with a perception score of 10 and a passive red skill. Immunity to all poisons, greatly enhancing mental resistance, leaving one feeling invigorated, with a chance to mature into the Queen Mother's Pan Tao. This is incredible. The peach pit was indeed a treasure of red quality, priceless beyond measure. Teacher Li had gifted it to him. While its attribute enhancements were modest, the prospect of extending life by a millennium was something many would covet. Although he lacked knowledge on how to transform it back into a Pan Tao, possessing this item offered hope. Moreover, its passive skills were extraordinarily advantageous. Holding it, Changming immediately felt a remarkable boost in his mental state, and the other 2 passive skills were invaluable. Immunity to all poisons meant he would no longer fear any toxin. As for the enhancement of mental resistance, in this apocalyptic era, strange occurrences were inevitable, and this attribute would shield him from such calamities. Changming gazed at the elderly man before him, feeling a profound sense of gratitude that rendered him speechless. Despite their brief encounter, he could deeply sense the selfless care bestowed upon him. There was simply no way to repay such generosity. Take care, Teacher Lee. I will do my utmost to locate Teacher Wei. The elderly man stood on the platform, a satisfied smile playing on his lips as he nodded gently and waved goodbye to Changming before turning away in silence. Suddenly, Lien seemed to tread upon thin air, soaring into the direction of the village. Changming's eyes widened in astonishment. Teacher Li, just how many treasures do you possess? Exclaimed Gao Yin beside him. Is the old village chief a practitioner of immortality capable of flight? Although this world was undeniably strange, witnessing someone take to the skies was a first for him. Living for a millennium certainly qualifies one as a terrestrial deity. Just how long has this old man lived? Changming disregarded Gao Yan's bewilderment and returned to the train carriage as the doors closed behind him. He pulled out his phone to check the messages in the group chat, where everyone was just beginning to regain signal and were engaged in discussions about their experiences and discoveries in the cliffside village. Unbeknownst to the group, all passengers of train 731 had vanished. As Changming scrolled through the messages in the 00009 district chat, he finally stumbled upon a repeated message. The accompanying photograph depicted a middle-aged man in his 30s who bore a resemblance to the current Li Yin. He appeared quite spirited, and his name was indeed Li Yin. Wei Wei, can you see this? I am in carriage 6 of train 731. Wei Wei, can you see this? I am in carriage 6 of train 731. Wei Wei, can you see this? I am in carriage 6 of train 731. Message me privately. These messages had been sent a few days prior, and it seemed Li Yin would later use the group chat to search for individuals, but found no sign of Wei Wei. Days passed, yet for Li Yin, it felt like a millennium. Changming steadied his emotions and glanced at the channel display. 886 train regional channel, 69 members. 009 major district channel, 7,303 members. 886 administrator channel, private. With Teacher Li present at this station, as long as everyone remained obedient in the village, casualties would likely be minimal. Nevertheless, several hundred lives had already been lost. This particular journey had seen a significant number of fatalities, most likely at the hands of the hammer-wielding foes. He had already identified candidates for the 3 blue treasures he had secured. Old Deng, left assistant Danyang, come to my room. I have items to bestow upon you. Chapter 30. Information from the 3rd station. Brother Ming, what do you need us for? Zhang Zuozhu expressed keen interest upon hearing that there were items to lend to the 3 of them. It was rumored that defeating monsters could yield equipment, and Changming was undoubtedly the man who had slain the most creatures throughout the journey. No one doubted that he possessed valuable items. Acquiring equipment to bolster one's strength was a fervent desire for those surviving in this apocalyptic world. Changming distributed the 3 blue treasures among the trio. Given their limited attributes, it would be futile to keep them. The mountain-splitting blade was given to Zhang Zuozhu, while the lone glove was bestowed upon Lu Danyang. The rapid jogging shoes were bestowed upon Deng Chu-Chu. For the time being, I have no use for these 3 treasures, so I shall lend them to you. Changming, having not discussed the future, decided to allow them to utilize the items, which would bolster the team's strength. Should better opportunities arise for either party, this blue treasure would not be of great consequence. Indeed, he had already grown indifferent towards it. The term borrow rather than give was employed to instill a sense of responsibility, ensuring that they would not adopt a mindset of mere entitlement, as they would ultimately need to rely on their own capabilities. Changming would not perpetually provide for them. This group of classmates must also be able to assist him in the future. It was akin to an initial investment. Zhang Zuozhu held the mountain-cutting knife with an attachment that was hard to shake off. His original strength was 8 points, but with this knife, it surged to 18 points, far exceeding that of an ordinary individual. The knife's sharpness was undoubtedly capable of piercing the bodies of common monsters, and its reputation as a melee weapon was well-deserved. Brother Ming, I won't be courteous any longer. I will accept this knife. I will also assist you in looking after our classmates in car number 9. Zuozhu, you are the hope of the entire village. Your strength benefits us all. Changming jested, teasingly using the other S name. Brother Ming, I am disabled. Is this weapon truly suitable for me? Lu Danyang certainly appreciated this treasure, but felt it should be used by someone in good health. Precisely for that reason, you're the one who needs it most. It will not only safeguard your injured hand, but also facilitate your daily life. Lu Danyang donned the gloves on his left hand. Despite lacking the 3 middle fingers, his left hand had become rather cumbersome. Yet, These gloves surprisingly granted remarkable dexterity to his remaining 2 fingers, while the fingerless design of the other 3 finger covers allowed him full control. To call this a prosthetic would not be an exaggeration, and it was far more useful. The wound, protected by the gloves, was no longer a concern for contact with other objects. The increase in both strength and constitution significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. At that moment, Lu Dongyang was deeply moved. These gloves were of immense significance to him. Brother Ming, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Chang Ming nodded, refraining from further words, and turned his gaze towards Deng Chu-Chu. She had just slipped on the white running shoes, which could adjust to fit her feet perfectly. With these shoes, escaping will be much easier for you. I want to help you fight, Deng Chu-Chu expressed, feeling that although the shoes serve as armor, they would also be advantageous in actual combat scenarios. I merely mentioned the need for escape. I did not imply you should remain inactive. Otherwise, why would I provide you with a handgun? Chang Ming observed the joy radiating from the 3 as they received their treasures, and he felt content with their attitudes. As long as they followed him without ulterior motives, he was more than willing to assist them in becoming stronger. Subsequently, Chang Ming inquired about the next station from the train conductor. The upcoming stop would be a bustling office building. This station was somewhat different from the previous ones. Not only would our train halt there, but 2 additional trains from other districts would also make a stop. On train 886, after 2 stations of interaction and the exchange of information in their usual group chat, they had come to know each other reasonably well. Even if one is not acquainted, it is evident from which carriage they hail. As for Chang Ming, he is the prominent figure of the entire train. Having vanquished the lizard men, he is universally acknowledged as the mightiest. This time, the prospect of cohabiting with passengers from other carriages in an office building inevitably raises the likelihood of conflict due to the increased numbers. Yet, the notion of an office building evokes images of limited food supplies, though it is likely replete with office supplies. It is characterized by a certain vibrancy, leaving one to ponder what peculiar occurrences might unfold. Nevertheless, no oddity could rival that of Li Yin, the venerable village elder who has survived for a millennium. Initially, Chang Ming believed himself superior, but now he reflects on the countless hidden cards that Li Yin possesses, perhaps amassing attributes to an extraordinarily formidable level. Regrettably, he is unwilling to leave his village. Otherwise, Chang Ming might have had the chance to experience the sensation of clinging to a powerful ally. This time, upon safely returning to their carriage, each individual was awarded 30 travel coins. Conductor, are there any notable items at this stop? How long will we be staying? There is a purple treasure chest on the 18th floor. You will easily spot it, but whether you can obtain it depends on your skills. Furthermore, the difficulty of this survival challenge is greater than the previous 2. You will need to remain there for 7 days. 7 days? In a place like an office building? Without supply replenishment, surviving for that long, especially with participants from other trains, will be exceedingly arduous for the average person. Currently, Chang Ming possesses over 2,000 coins in reserve. Purchasing snacks on the train would not only sustain him for a week, but potentially a month. While others endure the apocalypse as if it were an eternity, he is reshaping his fate into a royal flush, determined to inform everyone on the train in advance. Chang Ming decided to share information about the next stop. Without compromising his own interests, he still hopes for the enduring survival of the human spirit. Our next destination is the office building, where we will remain for 7 days, and we will encounter passengers from other carriages, so everyone should prepare accordingly. How can we be certain of your claim? This is Ming Ge from Carriage 9. Apologies, we are preparing diligently. 7 days. Will we even survive? Will there be any supply replenishment? Ming Ge, could you possibly assist me? I am one of your admirers. After receiving the news, Zhang Zhua and others convened a small meeting at Chang Ming's door. Ming Yi, the bean sprouts and rat fruit collected in Cliff Village should sustain each of us for 5 to 6 days, and we have sufficient water resources. I suggest that after purchasing box meals from Ming Ge, you exchange any remaining funds with the attendants for food, even if it's just a few extra sausages. Yi Feng contributed his thoughts from his side. So what do you think? Chang Ming inquired about his opinion. In truth, he was not overly concerned about food, as he still had 40 boxed meals at his disposal. His own provisions were assured, and he could allocate a few to his allies in critical moments. Coupled with the food and water he had previously gathered, surviving for 7 days should be manageable. The most significant difference this time is the inclusion of passengers from other districts. If we are from District 9 and have had nearly identical experiences in the first 2 stations, then they should not be lacking in water and food. Thus, the probability of conflict is rather low. However, We are unaware of the circumstances in the outer districts as we have not communicated with them, and we simultaneously face the potential threat of unknown entities lurking within the office buildings. With respect to the outer districts, it would be most advantageous if Ming could come forth and instill a sense of intimidation, thereby mitigating the likelihood of being outmaneuvered. Zhang Zuozhu has yet to mention that it is indeed possible to eliminate individuals from other trains in the outer districts to procure supplies. Even the smallest morsel is sustenance. And who among us does not conceal some life-saving provisions? However, resorting to such brutality in the presence of classmates would appear excessively cruel. This group of individuals appears youthful and may easily attract attention. It would be wiser to assert dominance at the outset, thereby circumventing future complications. No one knows what dangers may lurk within the office buildings. Intimidating others? I believe the issue is manageable. Chongming finds this suggestion commendable. Rather than allowing others to instigate trouble, it is preferable to demonstrate one's own strength and avert unnecessary difficulties. Just then, an announcement from the conductor resonated. All passengers may now choose unoccupied rooms. The doors between carriages will be open during non-rest periods. Passengers from carriages 12 and 16 should proceed to reside in carriages 1 and 11, respectively. The last 5 carriages will be restructured and cease to accommodate residents. Carriage 8 is designated as the crew's rest area. Loitering is prohibited, and any resulting consequences will be borne by the individual. Chapter 31. Arrival at the third station. Hearing the conductor's announcement, it did not significantly impact Chongming and his companions, as there was no necessity for them to change carriages. Passengers from carriage 12 could choose to remain in their current accommodations. Chongming speculated that the number of people had likely decreased considerably, and consolidating them could free up additional space. Should he consult the train manager about arranging a private room for more convenient rest on board? Seizing the moment, he sent a message, and the train manager promptly assigned carriage 14 to him. Once the carriage is refurbished, they'll be able to move in. Thus, Chongming would no longer have to squeeze into the cramped quarters. His spirits lifted. Chongming then conferred with the group about strategies following their arrival, ultimately deciding that if fellow passengers from the same train chose to accompany them, they would readily bring them along. However, there was no obligation for those in carriage 9 to offer assistance. Of course, Chongming's good mood was an exception. Huang Mao and He Kai moved their group to carriage 7, where he found common ground with the muscular Yu Zhiyong. Both were combative individuals, yet apprehensive of the 2 armed men in their carriage. Now, they learned that another armed person had joined their ranks. A woman beside Chongming was also armed. Brother Yu, do you think there's a possibility for us to engage in close combat with the monsters like Chongming has done in just a few days? He Kai lamented to Yu Zhiyong in carriage 7. You are merely observing the surface. Yu Zhiyong lightly touched the bandage on his face, which still throbbed. Are you suggesting he is merely a facade of strength? Nonsense. Be careful what you say. Yu Zhiyong was startled. Should Chongming overhear, he might find himself in dire straits. What I mean is, he is even more formidable than you perceive. Have you witnessed the concealed facets of his character? He Kai was perplexed. Surviving a fall from a cliff already attested to his strength. But could it truly be more outrageous than that? Do you see the injuries on my face? They were inflicted after Chongming assaulted me, with the conductor subsequently slicing off a piece of flesh. He accused me of striking his hand with my face. The conductor sanctioned me. Yu Zhiyong observed He Kai, fully aware of how absurd this scene was. The fact that someone of the conductor's stature heeds Chongming's words speaks volumes about his influence. Upon hearing this, He Kai's face instantly registered astonishment, his eyes brimming with disbelief. So, why did you strike at Brother Ming? Are you not aware that violence is prohibited on the train? It is precisely within the confines of the train that one should exercise utmost caution. Damn it, was that truly my intent? Does this yellow-haired fool believe he struck Chongming? I had no inkling of his strength at that moment. Yu Zhiyong said, exasperated. So you admit to having struck Brother Ming with your face? Yu Zhiyong replied. At this juncture, he was reluctant to speak. Was his face truly so lowly? He Kai interjected, do not blame my brother for his bluntness. It is a miracle you are still alive. It would be a stroke of luck if Brother Ming refrained from retaliating at the second station. He had already resolved that should Chongming seek to trouble Yu Zhiyong, he would vehemently disassociate their relationship. The fact that the conductor sided with Chongming was unexpected for He Kai, yet he resolved to remember this information. There is no need to speak excessively here. The more one spoke, the more one risked errors. Who knows whether there are eavesdropping devices aboard the train? The conductor is aware of whether you have rested or conversed. Surveillance may very well exist. Passengers have grown accustomed to the train's regulations, even during rest periods. If one needs to relieve oneself, a basin suffices. With personal space available, one need not fear unpleasant odors. Throughout the entire day on the train, Changming spent an additional 300 yuan, acquiring 30 more boxed meals. In truth, he could procure even more, but he had already accumulated 70 portions. With ample space to prevent spoilage, it was prudent to prepare extra provisions as a precaution. For him, food for a week posed no issue. The following day, after the afternoon rest concluded, there remained less than an hour until arrival. Lu Zhan arrived at carriage 9 with Chen Ru, the woman he had previously shared accommodations with, to discuss the prospect of an alliance. Changming summoned Zhang as would have joined the discussion, thus assisting in vetting the proposal. Changming, I am well aware of your capabilities. This collaboration primarily aims to address the inclusion of outsiders. A larger group facilitates your command, and should there be any gains, they will undoubtedly prioritize you. Lu Zhan adopted a more humble posture, leveraging the compliance of his carriage's occupants to Changming's directives. This was within his purview, and given Changming's renown, it was unlikely others would dissent. The purpose of the alliance was to secure Changming's protection. He understood that the harmony among the passengers of Train 886 did not necessarily extend to those from other compartments. While those in the same carriage would naturally look out for one another, it was not an absolute guarantee. Follow me once we disembark. Let's assess the situation at this stop, Changming suggested, leaving his statement unfinished. He would not obstruct those willing to accompany him, with a sizable group from his own carriage. The potential dangers of the new office building remained uncertain. This was an apocalyptic world, not merely a journey to a distant locale. The larger the group, the more complex the dynamics, which could harbor unforeseen risks. More people did not equate to greater safety. Precision is paramount in military endeavors. The individuals from Carriage 9 had established a certain level of familiarity after spending several days together. They could be relied upon to not falter in critical situations. The intentions of others, however, were less clear. That's exactly what we need to hear. As long as we follow you without causing any friction, that suffices, Lu Zhan remarked. His expectations modest. Being able to trail behind, Changming offered him a sense of security. If any danger arises and someone is needed to scout, we hope it will be your people who go first. Is that an unreasonable request? Zhang Zuozhu interjected, believing it necessary to voice what Changming might find too trivial. In the face of certain threats, it might be most effective for Changming to take the lead, as it would also involve the least risk. But why should he be the one to take such chances? If someone could ascertain the situation first, Changming would be better equipped to proceed. Strength does not justify recklessness. Rather, it is the strong who should be safeguarded. Lu Zhan hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. Zhang's younger brother had a valid point. It was their duty to establish a bond of trust in such dire times. Entering a team required a willingness to demonstrate one's value, and sometimes that meant making sacrifices. If the cost was one's life, it was a reflection of insufficient strength or poor fortune. After all, why should it be you who perishes? The alliance between Carriage 9 and Carriage 5 was successfully formed. At precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the train came to a punctual halt at the platform. As Changming and the others exited their carriage, they beheld a towering edifice directly ahead, a location they would inhabit for the next 7 days. Unlike before, 2 additional platforms were now present, forming a triangular enclosure around the building. This singular structure stood amidst a thick, eerie fog. Changming noted the markings of the 2 approaching trains, the 40901 district, train 277, and the 08807 district, train 003. These were the trains that had arrived concurrently. Regardless of any prior discussions, the passengers of train 886, upon disembarking, quickly assessed their surroundings and gravitated toward Carriage 9. Changming and his companions did not impede them, instead observing the newcomers from train 277. Those who were not of the Ming dynasty, with their dark brown skin, appear akin to individuals from the southeastern nations. In Chapter 32, Confrontation, the individuals disembarking from train 003, with their yellowish complexion, seem to embody the characteristics of Ming people based on their appearance and demeanor. However, given the distance, it remains challenging to ascertain their true identity. Changming is uncertain whether this district is arranged by nationality in a continuous sequence or if it has been randomly scrambled. If District 08807 indeed comprises Ming individuals, He is inclined to inquire about the whereabouts of Director Gu and Teacher Wei. During his high school days at the orphanage, he had formed bonds with several commendable friends. Yet now, amidst the apocalypse, he finds himself unable to manage such connections. Deng Chu-Chu, gripping her firearm, bears a youthful visage now set in icy resolve as she closely follows Chongming. The presence of individuals from the southeastern nations instills a sense of vigilance within her. For her impressions of those regions were not particularly favorable prior to the cataclysm. Zhang Zuozhu, wielding a machete, approaches Chongming and remarks, "Brother Ming, there are approximately 50 foreigners, while around 80 individuals seem to be aboard Train 003, some of whom appear to be compatriots. Let us remain attentive to the movements of these two groups and seize the opportune moment to act." Lu Zhan stands to the side, firearm in hand, ready for a confrontation should tensions escalate. The two groups are also prepared, each brandishing their weapons. Among the individuals from the southeastern nations, one man, his face adorned with a beard and eyes fierce, brandishes a VZ-61 submachine gun, compact, lightweight, with rapid fire and considerable power. Not far from him stands a lean man with a handgun, his eyes appearing quite large. Unlike the grouping seen with Train 886, they're dispersed into smaller clusters. The situation on Train 003 mirrors this, though there's an absence of the formidable firepower seen previously. The office building, towering 18 stories, boasts a grand entrance featuring a high glass revolving door, flanked by two additional doors, all adorned with gilded edges. The reflective glass obscures the interior from view. Two massive stone lions guard the entrance, adding an air of majesty to the edifice. The entire structure, alongside the stone lions, rises prominently, with a plaza in front, its three sides paved with white jade steps connecting to three separate stations. This layout bears a resemblance to Ming architecture. The main entrance of the office building faces the platform of Train 886. "Let us ascend and take a look," Chongming declares, leading over 60 passengers toward the entrance. He is also prepared to assert dominance over the other two groups, believing that such a display could mitigate potential troubles in the days to come. While Chongming harbors no desire to take lives, he does not shy away from the notion if it facilitates the ease of his people's endeavors. The individuals from the other two trains have also begun to advance toward the office building, aware that it may harbor dangers, yet it equally presents opportunities. Su Yibai from Train 003, a recent graduate of Yaoda University, had garnered considerable rewards at the first and second stops, particularly at the second, where he resided in a marsh and unearthed a treasure chest containing a purple artifact, the Soul Dart. This treasure not only enhances attributes, but also serves as an invisible weapon, perceptible only to its wielder, specifically designed to target the soul. The dart box contains 5 daggers, which replenish completely after 3 hours of use. Notably, this dart does not require throwing. It is discharged directly through one's own perception, with greater perceptive strength amplifying its potency. It can be aptly described as a weapon of silent lethality. The Soul Dart not only grants him an impressive 20 points in perception, far exceeding the ordinary, allowing him to sense imminent dangers, but also augments 3 additional attributes by 5 points each. In total, it bestows a formidable 35 points in attributes, elevating his physical prowess to the caliber of an elite athlete. On another note, Su Yibai uncovered a green treasure, a small vest and a desert eagle, in the first station. The vest contributes an additional 5 points to his constitution. Now, aboard the apocalyptic train, he feels a newfound confidence. It seems no one else possesses such fortuitous luck as he does, acquiring 3 exceptional pieces of equipment. These are invaluable assets for survival. However, Su Yibai prefers to remain low-key. This comprehensive set of offensive and defensive treasures allows him to masquerade as an underdog while concealing his true strength. As for the office building at this station, he is uncertain about the sufficiency of supplies. Nevertheless, before departing, he exchanged all his travel coins for chocolates, sausages, and water on the train. This preparation guarantees sustenance for at least a week, placing him significantly ahead of the other passengers aboard the train. "Yibai, keep up. Everyone in our carriage is heading up," called out Li Jun, a fellow passenger. "I'm on my way, Brother Jun," Su Yibai replied. Li Yun, who had previously worked at a company in Jin Province, was a down-to-earth individual who looked after the younger Su Yibai. "Little brother, you may not realize, but in this apocalyptic world, you could very well be the protagonist," Su Yibai mused internally, though he refrained from vocalizing such thoughts. At the same time, he observed the other two groups, particularly those from the southeast nations, aware that one must tread carefully among those not of one's kin. 3 factions, comprising over 200 individuals, converge at the entrance of the office building, facing off against one another, hesitating to enter due to the potential unknown dangers within. Are you from the Ming Nation? We hail from the Asen Nation. As neighboring countries, why not send a representative to converse? A lean man wielding a pistol stepped forward from the 277 Train faction, his command of Ming language slightly accented by a Korean-inflected dialect. After speaking, he glanced at Chong Ming, who appeared to be the leader of the 886 Train, before surveying the crowd from the 003 Train. Without hesitation, Chong Ming brandished his beloved firearm and strolled confidently into the center of the square. As of now, if the threats were merely firearms, they posed no danger to him. Approaching from a 003 Train was a middle-aged man clad in a white t-shirt and casual pants, exuding an air of competence behind his sunglasses, holding a Glock in hand. "All right, let us talk," the man with sunglasses said, stepping forward, offering a disconcerting smile to Chong Ming. Everyone is not merely a Train, but they all belong to the great Ming dynasty, at least closer than those from the land of the Three. Based on the experiences from the previous 2 stations, it is certain that this office building will harbor some monsters. It remains uncertain whether they will only emerge after dusk. "Shall we queue up together to explore?" suggested the man in sunglasses. "With such a multitude, entering all at once is impractical. Let each group manage their own individuals. There are 3 entrances, 1 for each team, thus avoiding any unnecessary interactions. As for what awaits inside, that shall be revealed once we step through the threshold. Let be decided. Those who enter will fend for themselves," endorsed the lean man from the land of the Three. They possess submachine guns. Yet the Ming side appears to be no mere pushovers. It is best to avert any meaningless conflicts. Chong Ming was quite curious about what lay within. Conventionally, the ground floor domestic office buildings would feature supermarkets and fast food outlets, while the 2nd and 3rd floors might house restaurants. However, this entire structure had no storefronts or advertisements, and it stood alone, potentially existing in a realm governed by different logic. I believe it is unwise. 3 groups entering simultaneously may lead to conflict. It would be better to enter in batches. "We should go first," Chong Ming proposed, regardless of how others felt about it. The lean man from a land of the Three regarded Chong Ming, surprised by his assertiveness. Did he believe that merely possessing a firearm made him formidable? Thus, with a fierce glare and gritted teeth, he retorted, "Young man, do you comprehend the words you speak? This is no longer the past. What gives you the right to enter first?" Prior to their arrival, Chong Ming had devised a strategy to intimidate the other 2 groups. Although he did not intend to reveal his Chilean double arms technique just yet, as employing it randomly would seem rather juvenile. Moreover, its power was difficult to control, with the potential for collateral damage. He was no butcher. He only intended to eliminate those who deserved it. Chong Ming resolved to rely on speed to intimidate the other 2 groups. By strength. Chapter 33. The Eerie Office Building. Before the echoes of his words faded, Chong Ming acted. With a speed that left the crowd bewildered, he swiftly disarmed the lean man from the land of the Three. The man in sunglasses was about to brace himself, but soon realized that he was not the target. Meanwhile, 2 members of the lean man's faction readied their weapons to aim at Chong Ming in the center of the square. Chong Ming raised his hand and fired 2 shots at the individuals from car 277, arriving ahead of their intention. The heart-shaped gun had no effect on humans. Yet the firearms in their hands were a different matter. Bang! Bang! After the gunshots rang out, the lean man's faction stood dazed. Their submachine gun and a handgun rendered useless. The distance between the 2 sides was approximately 20 meters, and this Ming individual had managed to accurately disable 2 firearms without inflicting harm. What extraordinary marksmanship! Furthermore, prior to this, Chong Ming had seized the lean man's gun. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, executed with unparalleled speed. The individuals from Train 886 felt no surprise. Brother Ming was capable of grappling with lizardmen and had fallen from great heights unscathed. This display, when compared to his previous performance, was simply on an entirely different level. Like a weightlifting champion effortlessly lifting a dumbbell, it seems entirely reasonable. Of course, the display is indeed impressive. However, the man in sunglasses and Su Ibai amidst the crowd of Train 003 hold a different perspective. This young man is extraordinarily formidable, demonstrating remarkable speed coupled with exceptional precision. He fires repeatedly without inflicting harm on anyone, targeting only the weapons, all without even aiming. something that even the world shooting champion before the apocalypse might have found challenging. The primary factor lies in his incredible firing speed. Unbeknownst to them, the unique characteristics of the heartwarming gun ensure consistent accuracy. Had it been any other firearm, there could have been casualties. After its upgrade, the bullet's coverage area has expanded, and its power has significantly increased, resembling that of a small cannonball, alongside its non-lethal capabilities which contribute to the scene before them. In summary, both the individuals aboard Train 003 and those on Train 277 were astounded by Chong Ming's prowess. The people from Train 277, wishing to take action, found themselves bereft of their firearms, especially the bearded man wielding a submachine gun, whose expression was a captivating blend of disbelief and silent despair. His VZ-61 submachine gun was his greatest reliance, now rendered into scrap metal. Fortunately, he was not targeted directly. Otherwise, he would not be present to lament his fate. What do you think of my earlier suggestion? Chong Ming refrained from targeting the man in sunglasses, showing consideration for fellow citizens of Daming. With his skills, the difference between his target and the next person's weapon was negligible. I have no objections, but the next group to enter will be ours. The man in sunglasses quickly assessed the situation, noting that the individuals from the other side were currently unarmed. With 3 guns among Train 003 and himself, the group of individuals would be foolish to provoke further conflict, as they would face significant casualties before any fight could commence. What is this? The lean man from the opposing side hesitated to voice his thoughts, rendered defenseless, realizing that even armed, he could not compete with Chong Ming. A master marksman. I find our friendly neighbors quite agreeable, so let us settle on this. Our people will enter for 15 minutes, and then you on Train 003 can proceed. The building is quite expansive, and we cannot occupy it all. Chong Ming, as if to reassure the man in sunglasses, turned to the individuals from Train 886 and called out, "We shall go first." Gao Yin, filled with elation, quickly jogged over, thrilled that Ming Gu had successfully negotiated. In this post-apocalyptic world, strength ultimately prevails. Ming Gu, could you teach me your shooting skills? It looks incredibly impressive. If only I had such abilities. Do you possess a firearm? Chong Ming interrupted Gao Yin, dousing his enthusiasm with cold reality. He then handed the gun belonging to the opposing side to him. For me? Gao Yin, initially deflated, was suddenly revitalized with determination. This was a gift from Ming Gu himself, such a precious item, bestowed without a second glance. Could it be that he might take Deng Chuchu's place? As Gao Yin clutched the firearm with reverence, Chong Ming addressed the nearby individuals from the opposing side. Do not tell me you lack ammunition for that gun. I would not mind searching the corpses for it, he remarked with an air of inevitability. The lean man, his countenance as grim as if he had just consumed something foul, chose to surrender the bullets rather than face the indignity of search. Reluctantly, he presented 2 boxes containing 109mm rounds to Gao Yin, his movements slow, tinged with reluctance. Gao Yin swiftly stowed the ammunition in his own space, exclaiming, "My friend, you are quite generous." The lean man felt a surge of frustration. He had no desire for accolades, but rather wished to reclaim his firearm. A procession of over 60 individuals strode into the office building, drawing the envious gazes of other train personnel. Upon entering the dimly lit lobby, the atmosphere of the building felt like an entirely different realm. Chong Ming observed the somber interior, where the lofty ceiling was adorned with red lanterns that swayed and creaked. Yet the air remained stagnant. The walls, painted a deep reddish brown, exuded an air of antiquity, lending a sinister quality to the space. The peeling upholstery of the nearby sofa bore numerous dark red stains, contributing to the lobby's eerie ambience. Chong Ming cast a lingering glance at the sofa, choosing silence over commentary. "Brother Ming, do you sense something amiss here?" Gao Yin, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, shivered and inquired timidly. "There is definitely something wrong. Every stop has its peculiar creatures, but this time it feels like a return to our roots," Zhang Zhuo interjected. Previously encountered monstrosities had a Western flair, yet this time, it seemed they would confront a distinctly Chinese horror, not renowned for its bloody violence, but rather the insidious dread woven into the fabric of daily life. Deng Chuchu appeared unsettled by the chill, instinctively gravitating closer to Chong Ming, whom she regarded as her safest refuge. "Old Deng, I possess considerable firepower. Care to move a little closer? We have yet to begin our search for supplies and a place to settle. We must make the most of these initial 15 minutes. Chong Ming remarked, noticing the girl's subtle movements, his words intended to ease her tension. I simply find this place rather frightening. It feels as though a cold breeze is creeping up my spine. Deng Chu-Chu expressed her feelings, relieved to articulate her discomfort, especially as the man beside her exhibited no signs of fear. Let us mobilize. Chongming has secured us a precious 15 minutes. We must scout for anything useful or edible before the other train passengers arrive, Lu Zhan observed, noting the hesitance of those around him and reminding them of the urgency of their situation. If we remain paralyzed by fear now, the next 7 days will feel like an eternity, shrouded in dread. Let us ascend the stairs. The first floor lacks convenience stores and restaurants, and I do not intend to squander precious time here, Chongming advised. The elevator, a confined space, often conjured unsettling thoughts for safety. Taking the stairs was the most prudent choice. At this moment, Lin Manyun, originally from carriage 16, turned pale and screamed. She now resided in carriage 7 with Yu Zhiyong and He Kai, and disregarding her appearance, which was somewhat pleasing, she was in a state of distress. What on earth is happening? Why are you shouting? Yu Zhiyong exclaimed, startled and irritated. I saw Tang Chungan being swallowed whole by that sofa. Chapter 34, The Trading Company. Upon noticing Tang Chungan was indeed missing, Yu Zhiyong's expression darkened. It is not the ferocity of visible enemies that instills fear, but rather the unseen threats. Let us go, don't meddle in others' affairs, Zhang Zuozhu reminded the others in carriage 9. Following closely behind Chongming as they slipped into the safety exit next to the elevator hall. Trailing behind them were Lu Zhan's group, wisely opting to follow Chongming in this eerie office building. If even the superhuman Chongming could not solve the problem, then one could only resign to fate. Lu Zhan considered this and acted accordingly. Perhaps something valuable could be discovered on the first floor, but one's life was worth far more than any treasure. Everyone wielded their phones as makeshift flashlights. Hey, there's signal in the building, but we can only communicate within our 886 train group, Neo Zilong suddenly remarked. You're still able to worry about your phone in such darkness? Just focus on climbing, Yi Feng interjected, unable to restrain himself. We need to exit from the third floor. Chongming led the way, noticing that the temperature gradually dropped as they ascended, a sensation that others seemed oblivious to. This chill did not resemble that of air conditioning, as he perceived. He was aware of a purple treasure chest on the 18th floor, but he chose not to rush. Given the ominous coldness, Chongming was not particularly concerned about others reaching it first. His priority was to find a secure place to rest in the coming days. And if he could also find food, that would be even better. Exiting from the third floor, they entered a dimly lit corridor lined with successive offices. Spotlights illuminated the ceiling, flickering intermittently, as if there were a poor connection. Chongming, this is an office area. It doesn't seem like a place to find food, Lu Zhan remarked, glancing at a nearby room with its glass door closed, the walls adorned with the words Joyful Network Company, Limited. Despite it being afternoon, the interior appeared quite dim. If all the companies were like this one, it would be fortunate to find a water source. Let's check each room, splitting into 4 groups to act independently. Gao Yin, Lao Deng, Jiang Yuan, and Yi Feng, follow me. The rest stick with Zuozhu, Chongming suggested, advocating for a division of labor, as the 20 individuals crowded together struggled to navigate the corridor. Lu Zhan and Zhang Zuozhu nodded in agreement. Chenru, Jianglong, Wang Zicheng, Lu Debao, follow me. The others, led by Qiao Yuanshan, should carefully inspect the rooms. Be cautious of any peculiar items and refrain from touching anything recklessly. The proposal received unanimous approval, as everyone searched the adjacent rooms, separated only by a thin wall, ensuring immediate assistance in the event of danger. The doors to the office were securely locked, but this posed no challenge for Chongming. With a decisive strike, he shattered the glass door of one room, leaving shards scattered across the floor. The internet company appeared to lack potential, prompting Chongming to opt for the nearby De Sheng Trading Company, which at least offered some promise in commerce. The glass was tempered, devoid of sharp edges, allowing the 5 of them to enter the room together. To their delight, the lights could be turned on. Yi Feng flipped the switch, illuminating the space, revealing that it was a wine-selling establishment, a veritable windfall. Let us not dawdle. Brother Ming should select first, he suggested. They navigated past the background wall, where an array of wine racks displayed bottles from various vineyards. Feel free to take what you need. There's no need for formality here. With hundreds of bottles of red wine available, the others had limited space, already occupied with water and food, leaving little room for more. Chongming, not wishing to hoard, encouraged everyone to gather the wine together, recognizing its future scarcity. In critical moments, it could even serve as a substitute for water. He casually opened a bottle, took a sip, and found its light, sweet flavor satisfactory. As for any potential toxins, he had the peach pit of Pan Tao to counteract them. After stashing away several dozen bottles, he ventured toward the inner office, where a room marked chairman awaited. Upon entering, he encountered a long brown executive desk adorned with a bookshelf, and against the wall, a massive fish tank housing 2 silver arowanas, each over a foot long. Opposite the desk was a tea table set with fine tea utensils. The bookshelf was filled with marketing and economics texts, which held little practical value in the current circumstances. Chongming settled into the executive chair, spinning around a few times before pausing to admire the calligraphy on the wall that proclaimed great ambitions. This chair, in its prime, likely cost several thousand yuan. It was far more comfortable than the small stools in the space. With ample room available, he decided to store everything first. He casually opened a nearby cabinet, discovering some pens, paper, and various styles of lighters, items that would undoubtedly come in handy later. The desk's drawers yielded no other useful items, prompting him to rummage through the cabinets beneath the bookshelf. To his astonishment, he found 3 boxes of Mao Dai and 10 packs of Huanghe Alu 1916. The shop owner had quite the generosity. Without hesitation, Chongming stored these treasures in his space, which had now expanded by an additional 5 cubic meters, eliminating the need to reserve space for food. Though food varieties were lacking, there were plenty of hearty boxed meals available. After securing the cigarettes and alcohol, he took 2 boxes of Longjing tea from the tea table and turned his attention to the silver arowanas in the tank. Upon entering, his curiosity was immediately piqued by the 2 fish. He wondered how they managed to survive without sustenance. Thus far, he had encountered no locals in this office building. The train conductor had informed him that this stop was named the bustling office complex, yet it appeared rather desolate. Nonetheless, collecting these spirits and tobacco was a small consolation. Changming unwrapped a pack of 1916, lit a cigarette, and took a drag. He coughed, realizing it had been a while since he last smoked, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, the Huanggalu, priced at 5 yuan each, certainly provided a smooth experience. In his youth, he had indulged in a few, using them to aid his slumber. A single puff would leave him slightly dizzy, perfectly timed for bed. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he gazed at the fish, contemplating whether to dispatch them and store them in his own space, though their continued vitality struck him as peculiar. At that moment, the 2 silver arowanas seemed to be observing him as well. Their gazes met, though the fish's eyes were positioned on either side, rendering a 6-eyed stare impossible. Subsequently, the silver arowanas grew agitated, thrashing about in their tank as if attempting to escape. Was it embarrassment he perceived? Changming had confirmed that these fish were indeed anomalous. Their ability to meet his gaze indicated significant issues. Yet, he felt no imminent danger. Rather, it appeared that the fish harbored a fear of him. Just then, Gao Yin entered from the communal office, intent on discovering what lay within the chairman's room. However, upon stepping inside, he appeared as if paralyzed, his eyes wide with terror as he pointed towards the ceiling. Ming, there are 2 people lurking above. Chapter 35, Beyond Changming. Changming found it hard to believe Gao Yin's words. If there were others present, he would surely be aware. Following Gao Yin's finger, he saw nothing amiss, yet Gao Yin's demeanor suggested sincerity. The tremor in his hand was not something one could feign. Suddenly, Gao Yin drew his firearm, aiming at the seemingly empty ceiling, prompting Changming to rush forward to intervene. If nothing was amiss, Gao Yin appeared to have witnessed something akin to an illusion. He described a woman in white, crawling across the ceiling towards him, her long hair defying gravity as it draped over her inverted face, not a strand hanging down. Ming, please don't stop me. There is truly someone there. She is coming closer. You are being delusional. Trust me, do not move. Changming's words compelled Gao Yin to suppress his fear, standing frozen in place, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. He trusted Ming far more than himself. Changming was certain that no supernatural presence existed at that moment. Otherwise, with his extraordinary perception, he would not find himself in a situation even less favorable than Gao Yin's. His focus returned to the peculiar silver arowanas. Changming pondered why they seemed fearful of him. It dawned on him that they had already employed an illusion when he entered. Yet, not only was his awareness acute, but the peach kernel of the Pan Tao significantly augmented his mental defenses. Thus, the illusions of the attack were rendered ineffective. Consequently, the 2 fish were left in a state of fear as their tactics proved futile. Comprehending this, Chongming approached the aquarium once more. "Come forth, my two friends." A single punch to shatter the tank. With that, the glass of the aquarium cracked, and the two silver arowanas promptly burst forth. In an instant, their heads swelled to the size of mature crocodiles, their mouths brimming with sharp teeth as they lunged menacingly at Chongming. Even Gao Yan, standing nearby, was drenched in cold sweat, taken aback by the bizarre nature of these fish. Before he could utter a word of warning, Chongming did not flinch. He propelled his fists forward with righteous fury. His fists shimmered with a pale golden aura, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Before contact was made, the force of his strike shattered the silver arowanas' teeth, sending them crashing against their upper jaws. The impact fractured their bones, delivering a decisive blow. The two silver arowanas met their demise in an instant. The might of Chongming's righteous iron fists was more formidable than anticipated. This was no mere punch. The golden aura enveloping it wielded astonishing destructive power. Killed two leveled giant-mouthed illusionary silver arowanas. Reward: 100 travel coins. As the silver arowanas fell, Galleon suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Just moments before, that long-haired woman in white had been face-to-face with him. Yet Brother Ming had forbade him from moving. Abruptly, the eerie woman vanished, and Gao Yin finally felt a sense of relief, though his legs grew weak, unable to support him any longer. "Gao Yin, at your age, how much of your own courage have you consumed?" Chongming could not resist teasing the giant seated on the ground. "Brother, I assure you, my courage is substantial. You have no idea how close that ghostly figure came to my face. I was nearly robbed of my first kiss." Chongming regarded this man, who was so protective of his virtue, pondering if he feared the loss of his first kiss to such an extent. How peculiar. Following the demise of the two giant-mouthed illusionary silver arowanas, they did not yield any treasures, yet their bodies transformed to over 2 meters in length. Gao Yin gazed at the two fish, unable to find peace, as they were both freshmen at Nantong University, while Brother Ming had already left him far behind. However, compared to the strange woman from earlier, these fish appeared rather endearing. Meanwhile, Chongming scrutinized the two silver arowanas. They appeared to be entirely fish-like, unlike the previous mere folk he had encountered, which possessed arms and legs. Surely, they must be edible? He decided to collect them and consult with the stewardess to determine their edibility. After all, as a crew member, she would possess greater knowledge about these bizarre creatures than he did. Under Gao Yan's bewildered gaze, the enormous corpses of the silver arowanas vanished without a trace. What immense space this was. In any case, Gao Yan could not possibly contain such specimens himself. Brother Ming not only possessed great strength, but could also store such items. Truly, he had outshone Gao Yan in every regard. Rise, for this place is unlike any other. In broad daylight, the sofa downstairs, and the silver arowanas within the pool. Such extraordinary phenomena can manifest directly before one's eyes. "Brother, could you lend me a hand? My calf is cramping." Chongming stepped forward and helped the other person up. To be honest, the description of the hallucination by Gao Yin was indeed quite chilling, especially with the eerie female specter pressing close. He glanced around at others, and it seemed that the past 7 days had not been easy in this room. In the communal office area, Deng Chuchu and others were gathered at the chairman's door. Upon seeing Chongming and Gao Yin emerge, she approached them, her face etched with curiosity. "Mingo, we just heard noises from inside, and then that door suddenly vanished." Deng Chuchu pointed at the door to the chairman's office, a mix of intrigue and concern in her voice. "There were 2 strange fish inside that could create illusions, but they have already perished," Chongming explained. Noticing the empty wine rack, he continued, "Let's check the next room and see if we can find the others." The group proceeded to the room where Assistant Zhang Zhuo was located. "Zhuo, is there any issue in your area?" "Ming Yi. This company managed to find some purified water and a few snacks. I've also collected some tea leaves, but that's about it." It appeared not every room faced issues, so they decided to continue their search. Observing Zhang's room, which seemed ill-suited for 10 individuals, Chongming led them to the next room. Outside the office building, Su Yibai glanced at his phone before walking over to the man in sunglasses. "Brother Zhu Tian, it's time for us to go in." Zhu Tian, the man in shades, nodded in response to the fair-skinned youth before him. On Train 003, Su Yibai was one of the 3 individuals armed with firearms, and his capabilities were formidable, rivaling even that of the police officer himself. During the second station, when he found himself surrounded, it was Su Yibai who stepped forward and, through inexplicable means, dispatched the creature, thus securing his escape. As a police officer, He was accustomed to valuing life and extending a helping hand when others were in danger. "Everyone, stay close and don't fall behind," Zhu Tian instructed, casting a sidelong glance at Hassan, and he was the first to enter the building's lobby. Upon entering, the scene before them sent chills down the backs of the 003 train passengers. In a normal office building, who would arrange the decor in such a manner, fearing that the offices might be rented out? Meanwhile, on the first floor of Train 886, several individuals were huddled around a sofa, including Yu Zhiyong and his companions. Yu Zhiyong was brimming with excitement, emboldened by their daring. The occupants of carriage number 7 had armed themselves with various weapons and had collectively beaten the sofa creature to death. Not only did Yu Zhiyong deliver the fatal blow, earning himself 50 travel coins, but he also acquired an M416 rifle and 100 rounds of ammunition. Swift and astute, Yu Zhiyong immediately seized the weapon, now feeling invincible within the office building, except in the presence of Chong Ming. Chapter 36, The Eerie Restroom. Black Kai stood to the side, his envious gaze sharp enough to kill. Unfortunately for him, this muscular man was a step ahead. With a tinge of bitterness, he congratulated Brother Zhiyong. "You secured your place on Train 886. Don't speak nonsense. With Minggu around, that's not the case." Yu Zhiyong would not allow himself to be blinded by the joy before him. Given Chong Ming's physical strength, this rifle could potentially inflict harm upon him. Yet, it was merely a possibility. He could not afford to take such risks. Despite harboring a deep-seated grudge over a disfigurement, Chong Ming had not sought trouble with him. It was prudent to maintain a peaceful coexistence. Meanwhile, others were rummaging through the items that had fallen from Tang Chung in space. Zhu Tian and Su Yibai observed the group by the sofa, seemingly eager to inquire about any discoveries they had made upon entering. They remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the burly man with the rifle. "My dear friends, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be heading upstairs to find a place to settle?" Yu Zhiyong remarked with conviction, bolstered by the confidence imparted by his firearm. "This building is quite peculiar. Did you see that sofa? It just devoured someone, and I have just eliminated it." The notion that a sofa could consume a person was astonishing. Su Yibai stared at the sofa, from which black liquid oozed, resembling a fresh wound. He possessed soul dart capabilities to counter some of the bizarre entities, but due to their limited quantity, caution was imperative. "Zhu Tian, when we ascend, we must remind everyone not to disturb anything. Better safe than sorry." "Agreed, let us proceed. It seems there is nothing of interest on the first floor. Let us investigate the second." Zhu Tian led the group from Train 003 to the elevator area, where dozens of people quickly filled the space. "With so many of us, the elevator cannot accommodate us all at once. Who will accompany me up the stairs?" Zhu Tian inquired. "I saw where Ming and the others went. Our people can follow them up," Yu Zhiyong suggested, pushing through the crowd towards the nearby emergency exit. "Why take the stairs when there's an elevator?" "I refuse to walk up. It's dark, and who knows what lurks within," chimed in Lu Hailong, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, who was a bus driver. At that moment, the elevator doors opened to reveal an antique mirror at its center, surrounded by intricately carved rosewood, closely resembling the building's decorative style. Lu Hailong was the first to squeeze into the elevator. "Are you coming or not? We could use a few more." "It's fine, I'm already in," he added, prompting a few reluctant individuals to join him, resulting in a cramped elevator with 7 or 8 people inside. "All right, that should suffice. You all go up and down quickly. We can't wait long." After pressing the close button, Lu Hailong selected the button for the 18th floor. "We'll search from above, avoiding the stairs to conserve our energy." As the elevator doors began to close, Su Yibai suddenly gasped. He had spotted a pale face unexpectedly among the crowd in the elevator, grinning with an unsettling smile. "Quickly, open the door. You must come down. There is something in that elevator." Lu Hailong dismissed the warning nonchalantly. "What could possibly be in there? We're heading to the 18th floor. See you shortly." With a clang, the doors shut. At the moment the elevator doors closed, the entire cabin was suddenly engulfed in darkness. What was happening? Had there been a sudden power outage? That young man had just mentioned that there was a problem with the elevator. "We should have exited. I should never have taken the elevator for convenience's sake. Everyone has said this building is cursed. It's all your fault for insisting we come up. What should we do now? Think of a way out. The elevator is motionless. Let us bang on the doors and call for help from the outside." Lu Hailong felt the elevator had halted and immediately suggested, "Help us. Someone outside. Please open the door." "Zhu Tian, can you hear me? Open the elevator door." Just then, the elevator doors creaked open, allowing light to spill in, revealing the horrifying scene outside. The exterior was drenched in crimson, resembling walls forged from flesh and blood, which seemed to writhe ominously. What is this place? Before anyone could process the sight, countless tendrils erupted from the bloody walls, lunging towards the elevator. One by one, individuals were yanked outside, their screams gradually fading into silence. At that moment, the display indicated that the elevator had reached the 18th floor. Zhu Tian and the others inside were completely oblivious to the cries for help. The elevator appeared to be functioning normally. Those hesitant to climb the stairs could simply wait for the next ride. Then I shall take the elevator too. Zhu Tian and Su Yibai opted not to board the elevator and prepared to ascend the stairs instead. As they passed the second floor, they heard commotion outside. There are people on this floor. Let us not compete with them. There are plenty of rooms above. The group of around 30 who chose the stairs continued climbing until they reached the 5th floor, where it seemed the corridor was devoid of life. Shall we start searching from this level? After all, it's all unfamiliar territory. Any floor is the same. All right, I'll follow your lead, Zhu Tian. Su Yibai expressed his support, emphasizing the importance of utilizing their time wisely. As for danger, what floor in this eerie office building was free of peril? With many opinions circulating, some chose to continue ascending. Yibai, don't you think the air conditioning in this building is a bit excessive? Li Yun Shiva, inquiring of Su Yibai beside him. Brother Jun, this floor surely has something. Stay close and don't wander too far. Li Jun understood that what Su Yibai referred to was not benign. As long as we survive, we must not be greedy. Did you not see how the sofa on the 1st floor could devour a person? All right, I understand. Li Jun tightened his grip on the axe in his hand as he followed Su Yibai and the others into the corridor of the 5th floor. While an axe might not be particularly effective in such a place, having it in hand provided a sense of security. On the 3rd floor of the office building, Minggu, come here and see how this place is for staying overnight. Hearing Ma Dashui calling him from the doorway, Chongming tucked away a box of tea, leaves from inside, and stepped out. Minggu, their SA cell therapy company over there, with several rooms furnished with beds and sofas. As Ma Dashui led the way, he recounted the conditions of the rooms. Soon they arrived at the Miracle Cell Regeneration Company. The entrance had been vandalized, and behind the backdrop were treatment rooms numbered from 01 to 05, along with the general manager's office. Each room was sealed with its own door. Upon seeing Chongming's arrival, Zhang Zuozhu approached him. Brother Ming, do you see any issues here? Compared to the other rooms, this one is most suitable as a bedroom. I will inspect each room first. Chongming entered treatment room 01, which contained a narrow bed less than 1 meter wide and a long sofa beside it. Accommodating 2 people in such a space posed no challenge. After a careful examination, his keen perception revealed nothing unusual within the room. He proceeded to inspect the other rooms, noting similar layouts. All right, we shall stay here tonight. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Chongming, which room are you in? It was Lu Zhan's voice. What is the matter, old Lu? Did you discover a monster in there? Chongming stepped into the hallway, meeting Lu Zhan, who was rushing towards him. It's the restroom. Lu Debao entered and has not returned. I mentioned him in the group chat, and he has vanished. Chapter 37. Hide and Seek. He went to the restroom alone? Observing Lu Zhan's grave expression, Chongming noted the man's audacity in choosing to act independently in such a bizarre environment. They had initially agreed to stay in groups to prevent individual attacks. Everyone was in the corridor, believing proximity would allow them to call for help in case of an emergency. Lu Zhan hesitated. It was a careless mistake. You didn't check the restroom, did you? No, everyone has vanished. It's likely that if we go in, more will perish. I called out several times at the door, but there was no response. Chongming nodded, pulling out his phone to check the 886 train group, which now showed 65 members online. They had arrived with 69, indicating that besides Tang, Chengyin, and Lu Debao, 2 others had already met their demise. Old Lu and I will investigate the restroom. The rest should remain vigilant. Under normal circumstances, it would be wise to avoid testing dangers in such eerie places. However, Chongming, considering the restroom's peculiarities on the intended living floor and his ability to withstand most mental assaults, resolved to explore it first. If they could resolve the issue, they could rest easier at night. Upon reaching the restroom door, Chongming and Lu Zhan felt a chill in the air. Chongming adjusted his straw hat to the back of his head, donning the Qilin arms. It was crucial not to underestimate the situation. Preparation was paramount. The restroom had no windows, and within the already dim building, the men's restroom was engulfed in darkness. Clearing his throat instinctively, Chongming noticed that both restroom lights had illuminated. He stepped inside, and the layout of the restroom unfolded before his eyes. To the left was the stall area, enclosed by brown wooden partitions, featuring 3 doors in total. Directly opposite stood 3 urinals, each adorned with a miniature football goal, complete with a small soccer ball tethered to it. This playful touch resonated with the inherent nature of men. After all, when one aims, precision is paramount. On the same side, a partition separated the area from the sinks at the entrance. The temperature here felt notably lower, and the dimly lit surroundings instilled a sense of unease, particularly after learning of someone's mysterious disappearance within these walls. Changming's gaze fixated on the mirror above the sink, where a blood-red handprint marred the surface, accompanied by winding trails of blood. The presence of this handprint hinted at untold stories lurking within the restroom, amplifying its eerie atmosphere. "Old Lou, look at this bloodied handprint. What sane person would enter here and still have the mind to relieve themselves?" he mused. Lou DeBeo might have been in a hurry, rushing in without a second thought, but in such a foreboding place, decorum seemed a trivial concern. Changming held a degree of disdain for Lou DeBeo's recklessness. The ominous warnings of the building were unmistakable, yet he dared to venture alone into the restroom. Why not simply find another room? He left Lou Jean at the entrance and ventured further in, now facing the 3 wooden doors. Following the tropes of cinematic horror, where restrooms are often ominous, he pondered whether the mirror harbored sinister secrets or if the stalls concealed something foul. The mirror had revealed nothing amiss upon his earlier inspection, but he was certain that the unsettling aura emanated from the stalls. As he passed each door, he felt the energy within. Finally, he halted before the innermost door, gazing silently for 3 seconds. Unsurprisingly, it was in this very room. At that moment, Lou Jean sensed an eerie stillness enveloping them, amplifying the sound of his own tinnitus. Besides that, there was a faint sound like dripping water echoing from the stall. Drip drop. Changming, perhaps we should reconsider our search. I sense something ominous here. This restroom seems to be warning us to stay away. Your intuition is commendable. It's indeed quite extraordinary. However, it appears whatever resides here is not inclined to let us leave, Changming replied, noticing a subtle wisp of black smoke swirling around them. Not through sight, but rather, it seemed the entity within the door was beginning to conjure something sinister. If all went awry, Lou Jean would undoubtedly be trapped within the restroom. As for Changming, this entity posed little effect on him. It manifested merely as a psychological assault. Without further hesitation, Changming reached for the restroom door. Lou Jean, gripped by anxiety, fixated on Changming's hand, fearing the malevolent presence might burst forth at any moment. He felt trepidation, worried that Changming might be unable to confront whatever lay within. After all, no amount of physical prowess could harm a spirit. If he were alone, he would never dare to explore such a peculiar restroom. He would rather heed Changming's advice and find a corner to remain safe and sound. As the brown wooden door creaked open, Changming's pupils dilated at the sight within. There, perched upon the squat toilet, was a strange child, a pallid figure with grayish skin, fixating on Changming with an unnerving gaze, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and an eerie smile adorning his face. "Shall we play hide and seek?" The child's voice, innocent yet unsettling, evoked an inexplicable dread. Even Lou Jean, who had not witnessed this scene, felt an overwhelming surge of fear at the sound, a voice that seemed to pierce the very core of one's being, conjuring thoughts of bizarre terror. For there could not possibly be a child in the restroom. The entire 886 carriage was devoid of them. Even with the truth in his grasp, Lou Jean felt an instinctive urge to retreat, only to discover he was ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him motionless. At this juncture, he could only rely on Changming. "I'll play with you." Changming's size 43 footprint landed squarely on the child's face. This was an instinctive reaction. Anyone confronted with such a bizarre sight would inevitably lose their composure. The child was sent sprawling onto the ground, head first into the toilet. Though Changming was aware of the presence of something within, the child's bizarre appearance still startled him. The entity clearly did not anticipate such a sudden assault, leaving it vulnerable. It pulled its head out, tilting it quizzically, Thanks to Changming's heightened perception, he found himself endowed with the capacity to confront the bizarre. Though his foot was hardly as effective as a fist, prepared mentally, he clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful blow imbued with golden light. The righteous iron fist. "You little squirt." The fist struck the child's tilted head with a terrifying force, shattering it like glass. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the child, a sound as jarring as a shovel scraping the ground. A single blow, a decisive kill. Kill level 2 elite monster, the boy who loves hide and seek. Reward, 500 travel coins. This creature was truly fragile, vanishing after just one punch. Changming mused inwardly, unaware that his righteous iron fist was a passive skill of the red myth, inherently effective against bizarre entities. Lu Zhan's face paled as he recalled the child's voice. In such a place, that sound was spine-chilling. Yet Changming continued to curse and strike without pause. Lu Zhan had not even glimpsed the entity's appearance. As it seemed, Changming had already dispatched it. He could once again hear the sounds from the corridor outside, and the chilling aura that had ensnared him dissipated. Had he been in Changming's position, he likely would have retreated the moment the boy spoke. Changming's strength was such that even the bizarre creature was no match for him. How terrifying indeed! Changming gazed at the peculiar boy, lifeless before him, gradually fading away. Two items emerged, a small box and a roasted duck, both landing in the toilet. Fortunately, they did not fall through the hole. He reached down to retrieve them. Peculiar boy's spirit pill enables swifter movement during hide and seek. Aromatic crispy duck. This spirit pill seemed to enhance 1's abilities. A similar item had dropped when he defeated the murderous fish monster, augmenting his constitution by 5 points. Encased in a box, Changming found the prospect of consumption less repulsive. Changming, Chief Patrol Officer, Trainee Inspector, fully bound. Age, 19 years. Strength, 52. Agility, 56. Constitution, 6550. Perception, 75. Mental state, 80, 100. You are now a Chief Patrol Officer, Trainee Inspector, possessing the red skills. Roar of Justice, Iron Fist of Justice. Roar of Justice. Active can utilize perception to instill mental shock upon any target. The greater the perception, the more potent the effect. Iron Fist of Justice. Passive, your fist transcends mere physical attack. No one desires to endure a blow, as its power correlates with all attributes. Upon examining his attributes, Changming noted an increase of 4 points in agility, enhancing his speed and reaction time by over 7%. He regarded such attribute-enhancing pills as comparable to blue or purple equipment, as attribute points tangibly elevate 1's prowess and do not rely on external artifacts. Quite impressive. As for this aromatic crispy duck, Lao Lu, the matter is resolved. I invite you to relish this delicacy. Surely you one team mind at having touched the ground. Chapter 38. Who dares to covet me? This crispy duck is for me? Lu Zhan's face lit up with joy. It merely fell to the ground, not into filth. In the apocalypse, having such fare is akin to a feast. Nearly a week had passed, and with Lu Zhan's capabilities, his meat consumption was limited to meager portions from his lunchbox. Receiving an entire duck was like celebrating the new year. How embarrassing! Lu Zhan, lacking any pretense, accepted the crispy duck, feeling shy about indulging. The unfortunate irony lay in his own suffering. A glance at Lu DeBayo, attending to his needs in the restroom, illuminated this truth. Reflecting on his former power, he now found himself overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of a crispy duck. The duck was slightly damp, yet it mattered not. It had merely touched the ground. Being near the toilet bowl, a bit of water was entirely acceptable. I cannot ascertain whether Lu DeBayo perished at the hands of this enigma. No items exploded around. Changming shared his thoughts, noting that based on past experience, a deceased individual would cause their space to rupture, releasing their belongings. Yet, within the restroom, such items were conspicuously absent. Perhaps they were wholly consumed. The peculiar methods remain largely unfathomed. Lu Zhan tucked the fragrant crispy duck into his space, pondering a suitable moment to savor it alongside a fine drink. Let's depart. There is nothing more to be found here, though it would be prudent to use the restroom outside, he suggested. When Changming emerged, he took a brief stroll past the women's restroom, but discovered nothing amiss. Upon returning to their lodgings, the group had gathered. Minggu, have the restroom troubles been resolved? Zhang Zuozhu inquired, his tone lacking genuine curiosity, as if Changming's appearance alone confirmed that the restroom was now safe. One minor nuisance has been dealt with. Changming settled onto a nearby sofa and addressed the group. Why are you all gathered here? Aren't you continuing your search? The supplies in the office were largely similar. During a restroom break, I explored the 3rd floor. Apart from the commercial firm you visited, the other rooms, judging by their names, likely contain no food. Nevertheless, a thorough search is necessary. I propose we let that group of Asans conduct the search. Some of them have already reached our floor, and we can seize their findings. Zhang Zuozhu's intention was clear, to disregard the resources of their own train and that of Train 003, both comprised of citizens of the Great Ming. The Asans hardly shared amicable relations with the Great Ming, having had numerous frictions before the apocalypse. Allowing them to search would minimize risks for their own people, while simultaneously allowing them to gather supplies as others stockpile weapons, an advantageous duality. I concur. I have encountered 3 monsters on this floor alone, and it is uncertain if more lurk about. Let them assist us in gathering provisions. Chongming grappled with a moral dilemma regarding acting against innocent citizens of the Great Ming. Yet, in this apocalyptic reality, engaging in conflict for resources seemed entirely justifiable. Thus, the plan to deal with the Asans was solidified, and no objections arose among the occupants of Car 9. To survive in this post-apocalyptic world, one must embrace the survival of the fittest. Rather than contend with the bizarre, it seems safer to confront the Asans. Additionally, there were precisely 5 rooms equipped with beds and long sofas, allowing for a division similar to that in the village, with 2 individuals per room. Upon hearing Zhang Zuoju's words, Deng Chuchu's face flushed slightly, realizing she would be sharing a room with Chongming once more. Could we possibly switch? I feel it might be a bit perilous for 2 girls to share a room. I can protect Jiang Yuan, Gao Yin timidly suggested from the side. In truth, both Jiang Yuan and Chun Shangnan were quite attractive, university students in their youth. Yet Deng Chuchu surpassed them in beauty. Currently, the occupants of Car 9 were not lacking in supplies, and with Chongming's protective presence, it was understandable that the spirited Gao Yin might entertain thoughts of romantic nature. Young Junior, once you possess even a third of Ming Ji's capabilities, I may reconsider. Jiang Yuan teased, not intending to dampen his spirits. Having spent over 5 days together, the individuals in Car 9 had developed camaraderie. However, in matters of romance amidst this apocalypse, an additional bond could also become an added burden. Certainly, engaging in a romantic liaison is a notion embraced by many. Yet Jiang Yuan is not among them. Perhaps due to the onset of the apocalypse, under the leadership of Chongming, the group has not felt a significant lack of food and water. At least on the train, the majority are provided with a meal box each day. Jiang Yuan and her companions, however, enjoy preferential treatment from Chongming, receiving 2 substantial meals at every stop without having to confront any monsters. And they can even exchange the surplus of 10 travel coins for sausages and braised eggs. After 5 days, the occupants of Carriage 9 maintain superior stamina compared to others. Even Lu Zhan and his companions appear pallid, having subsisted on merely 2 meal boxes over 5 days, supplemented only by wild vegetables and early prepared snacks. With a total of 60 travel coins from 2 stops, how much food could they possibly procure? This is precisely why Lu Zhan expressed joy upon receiving the crispy duck. After 7 days here, without ample food supplies, the majority would succumb to the torment of hunger before the train's arrival. As dusk approached, the group began to kindle a fire for cooking. The office was well stocked with wood and paper for fuel, and dinner consisted once again of wild vegetable soup. Chongming generously sprinkled some salt, adding a modicum of flavor, while he himself dined on a meal box in the general manager's office. Though everyone was aware that Chongming had a meal box, the sight of others consuming wild vegetable soup while he feasted on a proper meal inevitably caused a slight rift in internal solidarity. Out of sight, out of mind. Zhang Zuoju consumed 2 bowls of wild vegetable soup and lit a 3rd lotus flower cigarette, his 3rd in the span of the afternoon. Already plagued by a smoking addiction and having been deprived of rations for several days, finding 4 or 5 lotus flowers in the office was a much-needed relief. Smoking aided his contemplation. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the entrance, and 5 men entered the room, all armed. Upon seeing the number of people inside, they did not retreat. The leader, with lascivious eyes, began to scrutinize Deng Chuchu and her companions. "Get out!" Zhang Zuoju impatiently shouted, suddenly realizing that they might not comprehend him. He added, "Get lost." The leader of the intruders replied, "Damning people, your manner is rather rude. We merely wish to engage in a friendly exchange." It appeared that the leader had no intention of leaving. "You understand our language? We have no need for discussion. It will be prudent for you to exit now." Zhang Zuoju persisted with his expulsion order. "Here's the thing," the leader continued. "I see 3 beautiful ladies among you. We would like to exchange food for their company for 1 night. We shall return them to you by tomorrow. What do you think?" His gaze lingered greedily on the women. In his eyes, during this apocalypse, nothing was beyond barter. Had their numbers not been so great, they would have resorted to force. After all, The country from which they hailed was notorious for its brazen reputation, a fact even their own lizards were aware of. Deng Chu and her companions immediately turned pale. Before they could utter a word, a man from the back of the room stepped forward. The sun has risen from the west. How audacious are those who dare to covet my presence. Chapter 39. None shall remain. The sudden appearance of Chong Ming immediately captured the attention of 5 men. Upon recognizing the sharpshooter at the entrance, the leader felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Ordinarily, a confrontation of 5 against 6 would not incite fear, but the emergence of an armed individual shifted the balance of power dramatically. Very well, this is your territory. We shall take our leave. Apologies for the disturbance. The leader cast a begrudging glance at Deng Chu, as if to lewdly appraise her with his gaze. He turned to depart. Since we are here, let's not leave just yet. Chong Ming surveyed the group of men, fully aware of their intentions and thoughts. Deng Chu and her companions had become the objects of their unwelcome attention. We mean no harm and are merely passing through. What more do you desire? We have dozens more nearby. Can one gun truly intimidate us? The leader attempted to assert his bravado, hoping to scare Chong Ming with their numbers. Although his companions were oblivious to the nature of their discourse, they could sense that the atmosphere was far from favorable. None shall remain. Let's practice on them. With a commanding voice, Chong Ming issued the order, and Zhang Zuozhu and others sprang into action. Deng Chu drew her pistol, but upon witnessing her comrades charge forward, she opted to bide her time for an opportunity. Chong Ming's primary target was the leader of the men. He advanced swiftly, executing a sweeping kick that struck the adversary's waist with formidable force. Thud! The sound resonated as the man was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing against the nearby wall. His head made contact first, resulting in a gruesome dent in his skull, leaving a bloody smear on the wall, akin to petals of ink splattered across a canvas. The might of Chong Ming's kick extinguished any will to resist in the remaining 4 men, who turned to flee. Seizing the moment, Zhang Zuozhu and Lu Donyang pursued them. One wielded a knife while the other brandished a sickle, swiftly dispatching 2 of the fleeing men. A flurry of strikes ensued. Chun Shengnan, amidst the chaos, shouted curses. You filthy scoundrels! You filthy scoundrels! The demeanor and words of these miscreants had crossed her threshold of tolerance. Deng Chu, witnessing the last 2 men escape, felt a surge of retribution. These ruffians had audaciously treated her as mere cargo. Activating her footwear skill, she sprinted towards the corridor, unleashing 5 shots at the retreating figures. The gunfire echoed through the hallway, and the 2 men staggered, collapsing to the ground one after the other. The noise instantly attracted the attention of others on the 3rd floor. When they peeked out to find a striking woman brandishing a firearm, they promptly recoiled. Some fruits are indeed unpalatable. Deng Chu approached the 2 fallen men, who had just been shot. Though they had not suffered fatal wounds, they still drew breath. One seemed to be on the brink of death, while the other babbled incoherently, pleading for mercy. Though the words were lost on her, the essence of his supplication was unmistakable. However, in Deng Chu's heart, a death sentence had already been pronounced. She was acutely aware of how the people of Asin country treated women, though she had never taken a life. Survival in this apocalyptic world inevitably brings about a first time. Deng Chu drew forth a kitchen knife, aimed it at the throat of the pleading Asan, and, with a firm grip, brought it down, simultaneously shutting her eyes. Had they all perished? Her heart raced. This sensation was unsettling, especially as it was her first experience. Yet Deng Chu was reluctant to waste a bullet. When she opened her eyes again, the scattered objects around her told a story. There was none of the nauseating feeling described on television. Perhaps she had already acclimatized after having previously dispatched a zombie. A hand gently rested upon her shoulder. Old Deng. Impressive. 1 woman against 2 men. Deng Chu did not need to turn around to know who it was. However, the phrase sounded rather awkward. Minga, I have killed. What did you kill? It was evident they were merely 2-legged creatures common in Asan country. With a soft chuckle, Deng Chu could not help but laugh. Chong Ming always had a way of alleviating her tension. She glanced at the scattered items nearby, a few raw eggs, wild vegetables, and some unfamiliar paste-like food. Naturally, there were also a few items she had no need for. She collected these provisions into her space. They were her spoils of war. At that moment, Gao Yin and others dragged 3 corpses into the corridor. Minggu, shall we toss these bodies into the hallway? Gao Yin suggested. Be sensible. They won't smell bad after 7 days, right? Let's find an empty room and seal it properly, Chong Ming retorted. clearly not wanting to be greeted by a foul odor upon stepping outside. In his mind, the sensation of killing a zombie felt akin to that of taking a human life. The sky gradually darkened. Chongming stood by the window, gazing out at the building's exterior, shrouded in a gray mist that enveloped the surroundings, still not apparent below. He wondered where one would end up if they ventured in the opposite direction of the building. The third station was currently the world with the smallest footprint they had encountered, revealing only the building and a bit of the environment around it, while the rest lay shrouded in endless fog. Chongming lit a cigarette, exhaling gently, as the smoke curled lazily upward. "Minga, do you smoke?" "What? Don't you like the smell of smoke?" Chongming turned to look at Deng Chu-Chu, who was seated on the sofa, her curiosity evident upon her face. "It's all right. Our dorm's Huang Lingling smokes, but I had never seen you smoke before." "I hadn't either," Left Assistant said, "Smoking aids in contemplation. I was just testing it." "What have you verified?" He asked, just spouting nonsense, finding an excuse for his addiction. Xiangming soundtel o atsu sit beside Deng Chu-Chu, leaning his head back against the sofa. "I think you should smoke less. It's not good for your health." Chongming chuckled, amused that this girl was concerned about him. However, he felt invulnerable now. Mere nicotine and tar posed no threat to him. The two continued their conversation until the cigarette was fully consumed. "I'll go consult Left Assistant about the night watch duties." Chongming rose to extinguish the cigarette, but beside him, and made his way to Zhang Zuoju's room. Upon entering, he discovered that Gao Yin and Yi Feng were also present. The four of them were engaged in a game of guandong. "Why had he not invited me to partake in this amusement?" Chongming inquired, recalling how he occasionally played with classmates during his high school days, finding it quite enjoyable. "Brother Ming, you're in the same room as the beautiful lady. Why play cards when you could be causing mischief instead?" Gao Yin called out without lifting his head, proclaiming, "I've got a bomb. My ace is left. Yi Feng, don't falter." Suddenly, he received a light smack on the head. "What nonsense are you babbling?" Chongming retracted his hand, surveying the room filled with swirling smoke, and turned to Zhang Zuoju to discuss the night watch arrangements. "Ahem, Zuoju, how many have you smoked during this short while?" "Playing cards with a cigarette enhances luck," Zhang Zuoju explained before continuing. "We've agreed to split the night watch between our two rooms. You just need to rest well." Chongming glanced at Lu Dongyang, who was clutching the cards with his gloved left hand. Without the blue treasure, he wouldn't even be able to hold on to them. "Your luck is extraordinary. I fear you'll choke your opponents." With their plans settled, Chongming felt relieved, bolstered by his heightened senses that would alert him to any impending danger. He pondered what the first night in the office building might bring. At 8 o'clock in the evening, amidst the dense fog enveloping the exterior of the office building, figures began to emerge one after another, gradually increasing in number. Their footsteps were eerily light. Chapter 40. Hell on Earth. The silhouettes became increasingly distinct, their faces ashen. These were the common corpse monsters of the first stage, yet unlike the initial encounter, they now appeared in droves, seemingly endless, surging like a tide towards the towering office building. The corpses slowly entered the lobby of the building, a few among them notably more imposing. Had Lu Zhang been present, he would have recognized them as the elite-level zombies he had previously vanquished. On the second floor of the office building, a bearded man named Amir and a leaner counterpart named VJ resided there with several others. Although they were without their submachine guns, Amir's imposing presence remained intact. On this floor, there was a room housing a doll clad in a red coat, which had already cost them several lives. Fortunately, the doll did not venture out of the room. Otherwise, they would have hesitated to stay on this level, considering the unknown horrors lurking on other floors. Amir decided to take refuge on the second floor. Amir emerged from a room, adjusting his pants as he called out, "VJ, it's your turn." VJ, with a look of anticipation, headed towards the room Amir had just exited, where a beautiful girl awaited him. This girl belonged to the Mishra family, and under normal circumstances, she would never have spared him a glance. However, in this apocalyptic age, she had become their plaything over the past few days. Fearing repercussions from the train attendants, Amir and VJ had confined Mishra and several other women together upon disembarking. Amir took a piece of roasted meat and began to chew on it. This was from the previous stage, a level 2 monster named the human-faced snake, aptly named for its grotesque appearance, a human head atop a serpent's body. After being collectively slain, they removed the flesh from the serpent's body, roasting it for sustenance. The texture was somewhat dry, lacking any saltiness. As for its edibility, he was a man raised on the waters of the Hangjiang River, steeped in the sanctity of his beliefs. At that moment, melodic chants echoed from the inner room, each note resonating in his ears. Amir grinned broadly. Even the voices of these exalted beings were enchanting. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony of footsteps outside. Who, in the darkness, would dare to search for supplies, unaware that this was a time when the grotesque roamed? Amir, wielding a machete and chewing on the meat, cautiously peered out the door. He beheld a dozen figures, clad in various garbs, slinking through the corridor. What are you doing? It's late. Are you seeking death? At Amir's shout, the figures turned in unison, revealing ashen faces devoid of pupils. Some bore exposed bone. A chill ran down Amir's spine. These were no mere humans. These were corpses. A few would not have frightened him. He had dispatched several at the first station, but this was a horde. The undead, as if scenting a delectable meal, began to advance towards Amir. Their pace was slow, yet the oppressive aura was palpable. Without hesitation, Amir retreated into the room, calling out to the few subordinates who were still preparing to indulge. There are corpses, many of them. Arm yourselves and hide. Seeing Amir's alarm, the others quickly brandished an assortment of cold weapons. After issuing the warning, Amir dashed into the room where Vera was tending to the earth. Damn it. I'm not finished yet, wait. There was no time to wait. Quickly don your clothes. The corpses are coming. Upon hearing this, Vera shuddered but managed to complete her task. She swiftly grabbed a pair of trousers and began to dress, shouting to the woman sprawled on the boss's desk. Get up. For heaven's sake, we need weapons. Mishra Lakshmi, her eyes swollen, slowly rose and donned her clothing. In this apocalypse, she harbored a greater disdain for the men of her homeland than for the creatures outside. Yet, she had once been a carefree student, merely 20 years old. Faced with these larger males, her resistance felt futile. What are you dawdling for? Vera urged again. Every additional person bolstered their strength. The office walls were made of glass, and without the blinds drawn, the outside scene was clearly visible. As one corpse entered, 4 or 5 more followed. They roamed restlessly, searching for the prey that had just escaped. Suddenly, as if they had caught wind of something, the horde surged into the adjacent room. Oh, damn it. I don't want to die. The sounds of screams erupted from the neighboring space. Just then, a man's face pressed against the glass wall, flattening against it, as a corpse gnawed at his neck. Lakshmi cried out, yet there was a glint of madness in her eyes. This was a deliberate scream. She wished for the demise of the 2 men who had so callously wronged her. With a sharp slap, the bearded man struck her face, knocking her to the ground. His gaze a tempest of ferocity and desire. In a low voice, he growled, What are you yelling for, you worthless woman? Once we escape from here, I will deal with you properly. The echoes of her earlier cries proved effective as the undead began to pound against the glass and doors. Vera immediately stepped forward, bracing her body against the door, feeling it tremble violently with each impact. I can't hold it much longer. Come help. Amir, the bearded man, rushed to the door, pressing his shoulder against it. You wretched woman, get over here and assist. Upon hearing this, Lakshmi approached, tightening her grip on the fruit knife in her hand. In a sudden move, she thrust the blade into Amir's lower back when he least expected it. You little wretch. He howled in pain, the force of her attack causing him to falter, and the door was suddenly breached by the undead. 3 of them surged in, immediately lunging at Amir. The scent of his blood drove the creatures into a frenzy. Amir was blindsided, knocked down, as several undead clamped onto his chest, groin, and lower legs. Blood gushed forth, painting the scene in horror. The chilling sounds of their gnawing echoed around him. Damn it! Damn it! Amir shouted, desperately slashing at one of the undead with his knife. But it was futile. Vera, armed with an iron rod, chose not to assist. Instead, she bolted toward the exit. In this place, waiting meant certain death. Escaping offered a sliver of hope. Lakshmi shared the same sentiment. Her earlier impulse to drag them both down with her had evaporated upon witnessing Amir's dire situation. Fear gripped her. If there was a chance to survive, she would seize it. Outside, in the communal area, several undead were still hammering against other doors and windows, presenting an opportunity for escape. If the outside was also swarming with the undead, then death would be preferable. At least Vera wouldn't escape either, and they could face their end together. Without hesitation, Lakshmi stepped away from the door and rushed towards the main entrance of the building. Upon exiting, she found the corridor teeming with undead, and Vera was entangled with several of them. It appeared the emergency exit near the elevator was the source of their onslaught. She had no choice but to run upward. She recalled a formidable man residing on the upper floors, one who had slain several of the A3 nationals. Additionally, there was another emergency exit by the restroom. She hoped the place would be free of undead. She immediately sprinted in the opposite direction of the elevator, joined by other A3 nationals racing down the corridor. Fortunately, like Lakshmi, many were not ensnared, though numerous others fell prey to the undead. Blood splattered, and the air was rife with the cacophony of screams. In an instant, the entire second floor transformed into a hellscape. Chapter 41. Preparations in advance. Were those A3 nationals screaming about downstairs? Galleon inquired of Yifeng, who was on night duty nearby. Wouldn't there be a monster appearing? It's already past 8 o'clock. A game of Guangdong concluded swiftly due to the exceptional luck of Gao Yin and Yifeng, prompting everyone to return to their rooms for rest as per their prior arrangement. We should inform Mingge. I too sensed the gravity of the situation. Before Gao Yin could rise, Chongming and Deng Chuchu emerged from their quarters. I just glanced out the window, and the area is swarming with undead creatures. It seems we have our hands full tonight. As Chongming spoke, he sent a message in the group chat. Chongming, everyone, a large horde of undead is attacking. Prepare your defenses. Hey Kai, no way, not again. Can we not have a moment's peace? Mingge, may I seek refuge in your room? Chongming, get lost. Responses began flooding the group chat. Chongming put away his phone. Zhang Zuozhu, with a cigarette in his mouth, also stepped out, wielding his machete. Mingye, let's ascend. The staircase is narrow. Soon there will be many fleeing upwards, which could hinder our escape. Flee. This place is quite comfortable for resting. We are not leaving. Chongming lit another cigarette and continued. There are unknown entities above, and it grows colder the higher we ascend. I doubt you can endure it. These undead are somewhat familiar foes. They lack strength, but are not formidable. If we can block the entrances effectively, we could potentially profit from the encounter. These undead are merely stronger than ordinary humans, yet they are slow and lack reasoning. As long as we are not encircled, a one-on-one confrontation should be manageable for many of us. The main concern lies in stamina. We need to take turns guarding the entrance. Then let us move the desk and cabinets from the general manager's office to narrow the entryway. Zhang Zuozhu took a drag from his cigarette and offered a suggestion in line with Chongming's thoughts. That may not suffice. I'll fetch a few more from the next room. After Chongming spoke, he exited and turned into the adjacent room. His space is ample enough to accommodate a large desk, but beyond that, it will be challenging due to the significant water accumulation inside. A few more trips should suffice. Shortly after Chongming left, a woman rushed into the room of carriage number 9. It was Lakshmi. Zhang Zuozhu, seeing such a beautiful woman for the first time, found her large, expressive eyes captivating. Lakshmi recognized these individuals as companions of Chongming and attempted to communicate in her halting Mandarin, having learned a bit before the apocalypse. There are undead below. May I accompany you? With Chongming absent, everyone turned to Zhang Zuozhu. Just you? Come along then. Having one more person, one tea, significantly alter our chances. Zhang Zuozhu felt a bit shy about rejecting this stunning woman. If women were to be likened to artwork, Deng Chuchu would be a serene ink wash painting, elegant and tranquil, while the woman before him resembled a vivid wax figure, her features strikingly three-dimensional. Lakshmi, brimming with enthusiasm, approached Zhang Zuozhu and bowed deeply. Thank you. Everyone, don't linger. Come help me move the cabinets. Zhang Zuozhu gently lifted her, then urged the others to spring into action. Changming returned to the room and effortlessly tossed aside a large table before departing without uttering a single word. He cast a glance at Lakshmi, but chose to remain silent. One more table was needed, and with what was already in the room, they were nearly set. Meanwhile, downstairs, a group of astonished individuals observed the scene. Sister Chu-Chu, do you think Brother Ming's space is vast? Gao Yin inquired, referring to Changming's storage capability, which could hardly contain the imposing desk. What are you talking about, Gao Yin? Deng Chuchu replied, somewhat embarrassed, as she had never seen it herself. I'm talking about the space. Gao Yin retorted, exasperated. Deng Chuchu ignored him and, along with the others in the room, began to maneuver the table. In a short while, Changming returned, stepping over the table obstructing the doorway, and stacked another imposing desk atop it. This is getting rather cramped. It seems we can only leave a narrow opening for a single corpse monster to slip through, while the other table was pressed against the backdrop of the front desk. Once everyone was prepared and the only entrance sealed, Changming nodded in satisfaction. For those in need of the restroom, please proceed to the general manager's office. He instructed before turning his attention to Lakshmi. Did you come from a second floor? The girl from Asan had recognized this formidable figure long ago and nodded. Yes. The second floor is now overrun with corpse monsters. Many have fallen victim to them. Brother Ming, I believe she is the only one left. Let her in, suggested Assistant Zhang, his tone lacking the usual wisdom and tinged with a hint of inquiry. Brother Zhua, you have the authority to make this decision without consulting me. Beauty knows no borders, Changming replied, casting a knowing glance at Zhang Zhua, fully aware of his intentions. Then let us wait here for our old friends. They should be coming down from the second floor shortly. We'll keep watch. Changming surveyed the group, emphasizing that safeguarding their safety was a collective responsibility. This was not solely his team, it belonged to everyone. While Changming could endure a night of vigilance alone, it would be unfair to him. Setting aside the matter of earning travel currency from slaying corpse monsters, each individual needed to cultivate their own capabilities. He could protect them for a moment, but not for eternity. We'll go first. Chun Shengnan spoke up, eager to assert herself alongside Jiang Yuan. Although they were women, they were determined not to lag behind. Witnessing Changming's formidable growth, they understood that strength was not solely a man's aspiration. At the very least, they possessed equal courage. All right, I entrust this to you and Jiang Yuan. Old Deng, Sua, please lend them your weapons for the time being, Changming instructed. Following his words, Zhang Zhua handed his broadsword to Chun Shengnan, while Deng Chuchu passed a firearm to Jiang Yuan. The moment Chun Shengnan grasped the sword, she suddenly felt her strength seemingly double, gazing in astonishment at Zhang Zhua. Brother Ming, this is for me first. Don't worry. Everyone will have their turn in the future, he reassured her. Deng Chuchu stepped forward to demonstrate the use of the handgun to Jiang Yuan. The group then prepared to retire for the night, while Lakshmi stood in place, uncertain of which room to enter. Please go rest in our room, Jiang Yuan remarked to the foreign woman, as they found themselves outside, with the room temporarily unnecessary. Thank you. I am Lakshmi, the woman replied. This is Chun Shengnan. Changming and Deng Chuchu returned to the room. Changming glanced out the window before reclining on the bed, while the sofa served as Deng Chuchu's resting place. Brother Ming, do you think that girl is beautiful? She asked. Indeed, Changming answered candidly, puzzled by the unexpected question. How does she compare to me? Old Deng, do you have any self-awareness? How could you even be compared to her? Upon hearing this, Deng Chuchu felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. Her earlier inquiry seemed rather childish, and the sudden appearance of such an exotic beauty left her baffled as to why she posed a question to Changming. It appeared that foreign women held a unique allure for men. Your leg hair is even more appealing than hers. Changming's subsequent remark unexpectedly warmed Deng Chuchu's heart, sending her emotions on a roller coaster ride. Wait, what did I even have leg hair? Of course, Changming had merely spoken in jest. Whenever a woman inquires about her beauty, the answer is invariably the one before him. Changming was not lacking in emotional intelligence. At that moment, the corridor on the third floor echoed with a soft, unsettling sound. The zombie was approaching. Yuan, are you afraid? Chun Shengnan inquired, upon hearing the commotion outside. Why would I be afraid? That creature is utterly grotesque, but slaying them brings profit. It's not so bad when you think about it, Jiang Yuan replied, gripping her gun tightly as she fixed her gaze on the entrance. As the noise outside intensified, both girls felt their hearts rise to their throats. Suddenly, the table began to shake violently, and an ugly face emerged within their line of sight. Due to the limited space at the entrance, the zombie had to squeeze in sideways. Let me handle this, Chun Shengnan declared, stepping forward with a cleaver raised high, striking down forcefully at the zombie's head. Originally possessing a strength of only 6 points, her weapon augmented it to 16. With a crunch, the blade embedded halfway into the creature's skull. Yet the anticipated spectacle of a watermelon being sliced did not occur. Nevertheless, Chun Shengnan was mentally prepared. Withdrawing the blade, she struck again, this time targeting the creature's neck. The once low, guttural growl of the zombie abruptly ceased, its trachea severed, rendering it voiceless. However, its flailing arms still attempted to escape. Jiang Yuan stood ready to fire, confident that at such close range, she would not miss. Yet, Chun Shengnan denied her the opportunity. With a third strike, she landed another blow to the head, creating a gaping wound. The zombie lurched forward, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless at last. Chun Shengnan received her first reward, 10 travel coins. As soon as the two felt a moment of relief, another female corpse creature emerged, smaller than the previous one. It effortlessly entered the room. Bang! Jiang Yuan, who had already taken aim, fired her weapon, the sound reverberating as it struck the creature's head. Inside the treatment room, Minggu remarked, there's a skirmish outside. I heard it, but do not concern yourself, came the reply. Trust in our classmates. If sleep eludes you, simply rest your eyes. The absence of cries for help from Chun Xingnan and the others indicated their capability to handle the situation. Chong Ming, unable to sleep due to the cacophony of gunfire, remained prepared to venture out and assist, albeit wishing not to be called to action. Xingnan, I too have slain one, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, exhilarated by her first opportunity to earn through her own efforts. Be cautious. We do not know how many more lurk outside. Chong Ming lay in bed, engaging in brief conversation with Lu Zhan and He Kai in the group chat. Others had barricaded their doors, lacking the audacity to face the monsters without Chong Ming's formidable presence to bolster their confidence. Occasional gunfire echoed outside, and after half an hour, Chun Shengnan and her companion had dispatched over 20 corpse creatures. To conserve ammunition and avoid attracting undue attention, Jiang Yuan and Chun Shengnan alternated using their machetes to eliminate the monsters. In a short while, they each earned over 100 travel coins, a feat previously unthinkable, transitioning from initial anxiety to a burgeoning sense of proficiency. However, their arms and hands began to feel fatigued. Perhaps we should switch shifts. We are still quite lacking in physical conditioning, suggested Chun Shengnan, her breath slightly labored during a brief lull. Agreed, if we continue. I may not be able to raise my right arm tomorrow, Jiang Yuan replied, massaging her right arm to momentarily ease the strain. Hao Yan, overhearing their conversation, stepped outside. Jiang Yuan, would you like me to give you a massage? I am well versed in various techniques. You? Quickly call Yi Feng to assist us, Jiang Yuan retorted, exasperated by Hao Yan's increasingly cheeky banter. Although Chong Ming occasionally engaged in light-hearted teasing, it was endearing. Hao Yan's comments bordered on insufferable. As they conversed, another corpse creature poked its head through the doorway, prompting Jiang Yuan to attack without hesitation, her machete slicing through with precision. Hao Yan watched, almost feeling pity for the creature. After Jiang Yuan dispatched it, she noticed a black baton lying nearby, certain it had not been there before. She approached and picked it up. Devious baton, green treasure, strength 2, agility 2, extensible, truly worthy of possession. Did you just acquire gear? Chen Shengnan gazed at Jiang Yuan with envy. Having wielded the machete, she now understood the advantages of possessing treasures. Jiang Yuan wore a peculiar expression. The introduction to this green baton seemed rather sinister. While it lacked the efficacy of the blue blade, it still possessed the ability to augment attributes. May I have a look? Upon hearing Chun Xingnan's request, Jiang Yuan promptly passed the baton to her. At the moment Chun Shengnan grasped it, she finally comprehended the reason for Jiang Yuan's strange demeanor. Is this description more reliable than that of a man? It appeared that green equipment merely enhanced attributes without any additional skills. Just as she intended to return the baton to Jiang Yuan, the latter spoke up. Let Gao Yin and his companion use it. We should conserve our ammunition. Gao Yin instinctively compared the black baton to himself, questioning its superiority. Gao Yin, you're quite lewd. Let's retreat to your room. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Jiang Yuan pulled Chun Shengnan into the room. It's not me who's lewd. Jiang Yuan, clarify that for me. By the way, my bed has my fragrance. You might want to try it. Get lost, Gao Yin replied, looking exasperated as he turned to Yi Feng. Brother Feng, do you think Jiang Yuan has feelings for me? Let's focus on dealing with the corpse monsters. We cannot afford to take longer than the two women. Yi Feng had no intention of entertaining Gao Yan's foolishness, and instead gazed intently at the entrance with his machete in hand. I am the legendary Endurance King. Let us see who can last longer. The entire building had commenced a resistance against the corpse monsters, with residents occupying floors 2 through 8. Though the upper levels were particularly frigid, this was not a cold that could be warded off by simply curling up in a blanket. At 3 in the morning, Chong Ming was roused by Zhang Zuozhu, as he and Deng Chuchu were the final pair to rotate. Their shift would soon transition to Jiang Yuan and her group. Damn it, dealing with a horde of level 1 monsters is such a hassle. Chong Ming rubbed his eyes as he and Deng Chuchu exited their room. They soon discovered Lakshmi was also present, armed with a knife, meaning this round was to be defended by Lu Donyang and the two of them. Brother Ming. Brother Zuozhu says, we don't harbor idlers. I believe I can handle a corpse monster as well. Very well. Your resolve is commendable, Chong Ming replied. Then turned to Zhang Zuozhu. Brother, you are quite diligent. If everyone was taking turns to defend while Lakshmi sought refuge without contributing, it would surely seem unjust. After all, in Carriage 9, the battle against monsters did not discriminate between genders. Zhang Zuozhu had called her out to guard together. Regardless of whether Lakshmi succeeded in slaying a corpse monster, no one would criticize her. This was undoubtedly a plan Zhang Zuizhu had devised beforehand. Was he contemplating a deeper connection with her? Nearby lay numerous fallen corpse monsters, primarily due to their excessive numbers obstructing the door, which hindered their ability to earn. Old Deng, hold your gun tightly. It's too troublesome to deal with them one by one. As he spoke, Chongming squeezed through a gap at the exit, coming face to face with a corpse monster. Roar! The creature emitted a low growl, lunging at Chongming. He did not flinch, instead grasping the monster's upper and lower jaws, swiftly severing its head. Old Deng, hurry up and follow me. Alahite. Deng Chu swiftly entered, leaving the remaining three in a state of shock. Doesn't it feel disgusting to pry with your hands? Chapter 43. The Massacre of the Corpse Monsters. As soon as Chongming stepped outside, he donned the Qilin dual arms. At this moment, the number of corpse monsters in the corridor was not as numerous as Chongming had envisioned. A mere 20 or 30 were visible. Of course, the entire office building's corridor was shaped like a maze, so this was merely the quantity on one side. Old Deng, you fire behind me. I will take care of the front. If too many monsters swarm, just run by my side. Before he finished speaking, Chongming charged ahead, like a tiger among a flock of sheep, toppling several monsters in one fell swoop. Those struck by his fists either perished or exploded into pieces. The outer doors of several nearby companies remained intact, ensuring that no corpse monsters were concealed within, allowing Chongming to feel secure as Deng Chu fired away behind him. Haha, this is the true essence of bloodshed, Chongming exclaimed in exhilaration. Nearby, Lu Zhan's men, who were on guard, shuddered at the sound. Is that Chongming? Has he fought his way through? The horde of corpse monsters, which others would avoid at all costs, seemed to be playing in light of the commotion outside. Deng Chu shot and killed 3 corpse monsters, but soon discovered she was out of ammunition, only to attract 7 or 8 more with her gunfire. One, noticeably larger, immediately turned to flee towards Chongming. Minggu, I need to reload. Cover me. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, and Chongming vanished from sight. The sound of thuds soon echoed from behind her, and when she turned around again, not a single undead remained standing. They all lay on the ground. Among them was a level 1 elite monster, named Zombie, capable of spreading a virus. Unfazed by toxins, Chongming removed the claws and teeth of the zombie, storing them separately in his space. In the future, should he encounter someone he detested, he would unleash that creature upon them. At that moment, Chongming noticed items that had fallen nearby: 10 pounds of rice and a silver dagger. True silver sword. Blue treasure. Agility 6. The wielder becomes a swordman. Skill. Passive proficient in swordsmanship. As Chongming picked up the sword, he instinctively performed a flourish. This item was indeed effective. It was worth noting that this was his first time wielding a sword, making such a display of skill unexpected. This weapon held little use for him. His fists sufficed, and there was no need for other melee weapons. It was perfect for strengthening his team. The name True Silver Sword sounded befitting for Gao Yan. Thus, to prevent him from becoming overly arrogant, it was better to give this blue treasure to Yi Feng, especially since he had just given Gao Yan a pistol that afternoon. He would surely think along similar lines. With so many monsters in the building, there had to be something worthwhile. Minggu, this sword looks magnificent, and you happen to lack a suitable weapon, Deng Chu remarked, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the beautiful silver dagger. Me? I'm not worthy of it. It should be given to Yi Feng instead. Chongming unconsciously touched his nose and divulged his planned allocations. What deceit! Deng Chu remained oblivious to the fact that Chongming actually looked down upon such blue gear. She merely perceived him as selfless towards the entire team, considerate in every matter. It was rather absurd to deceive oneself with such a clumsy excuse. Nonetheless, it was not entirely misguided to think this way. A piece of blue gear in this post-apocalyptic world could be considered a rare treasure. After all, few could boast of having equipment as decent as Chongming's, whose least valuable items were purple treasures. Revitalized, he pressed on. Upon encountering a few more undead at the corner, Chongming disregarded Deng Chu and charged forward alone, dispatching them with ease. There was no need for him to engage in a prolonged battle. They were simply unworthy of his effort. Within a mere 10 minutes, the corridor on the 3rd floor was strewn with corpses, matching the gruesome scene on the 2nd floor, though the fallen species differed. He estimated a profit of around 700 or 800 travel coins. Dozens of ordinary monsters had also dropped a handful of noodles and a large bucket of 5-liter vinegar. Not much, but better than nothing. Upon reaching the exit of the elevator shaft on the 3rd floor, he noticed a few more undead emerging. There were simply too many outside. Even a night of slaughter would not suffice to eliminate them all. Blocking the door? That was out of the question. He needed to take more decisive action. Thus, he pounded on the stairs with several forceful strikes. Each blow sent a cascade of stones flying. The stairway leading from the second to the third floor collapsed. Had it not been for the steel reinforcements, Chongming could have easily demolished it with a single punch. However, it seemed that tomorrow there would be no opportunity for his comrades to hone their skills. Chongming recalled that there was also a safety passage next to the restroom. Presumably, the zombies downstairs had not discovered this route. He would lead them there as their guide come morning. Primarily, being roused at 3 in the morning was quite unpleasant. He first made his way to the restroom to wash up, donning clothing as he did so. The office building had water and electricity, though no one dared to drink the water. He had well water, so he did not need to stock up on this supply. If he required water, it would be the bottled kind from the office. However, he currently possessed only one set of clothes, which had become grimy and still bore a lingering odor even after washing. After cleaning up, he returned to the room with Deng Chu-Chu and cast another glance out the window. He resisted the urge to leap down for a quick profit. Every time that thought surfaced, a subtle sense of danger washed over him. It certainly was not from the undead. With his physical condition and equipped gear, lying among the corpses and being gnawed on for an entire night would likely leave him unscathed. Of course, he was not deranged and had no intention of getting so intimately acquainted with zombies. Yet, where did that sense of danger stem from? Unable to fathom it, he dismissed the thought, stretched lazily, and realized that with his current physique, several days without sleep would not have a significant impact. But in the dead of night, what was one to do if not ponder the meaning of life? Chongming considered ascending to the 18th floor in search of treasure chests, but feared the possibility of an unexpected attack on his comrades in the dead of night. There was ample time. It would be wiser to wait for daylight to proceed more cautiously. Perhaps the monsters lurking during the day are somewhat diminished in strength. Yet the original inhabitants of the building are undeniably peculiar. Reflecting on the child who wished to play hide-and-seek sends a shiver through Chongming. His abilities are not particularly formidable, yet his entrance is terrifying. It seems I must vanquish these entities more frequently. Once accustomed to the act of killing, fear shall dissipate. Old Deng, I shall take my bed outside to sleep. It is unlikely any corpse monsters will approach, yet it is prudent to remain cautious. With a single hand, Chongming lifted his bed and made his way outdoors. Shall I accompany you? No need. I genuinely intend to sleep, not to keep watch. Room 03 of the treatment area faced the entrance directly. Deng Chu-Chu observed as Chongming maneuvered his bed, positioning it squarely at the threshold. If a corpse monster were to appear, it would likely have to crawl over him to enter the room. Brother Ming, you can't do this. What is wrong with my approach? I'm quite sturdy. There is nothing to fear. Chongming boasted, patting his arm to demonstrate his physical prowess. Yet it is unsafe. Have no fear. I am well aware of the situation. Do you not trust me? Now go to sleep. At that moment, Gao Yin found himself unable to slumber. After all, sleeping under such circumstances was hardly reassuring. He perceived sounds that surely should not be heard. Should he peek through the door? He hadn't anticipated Brother Ming's thrill-seeking, engaging in such activities in a public area teeming with corpse monsters. However, Gao Yin was taken aback that someone as introverted as Deng Chu-Chu would consent to such outdoor escapades. If anyone were to push the door open, they would surely be discovered. Perhaps this was the very thrill they sought. No, it would be wiser to keep his eyes closed and feign sleep. What if he were to witness something he should not? He could end up blind for a lifetime. Gao Yin, you can do it. You must fall asleep quickly. Chapter 44. Ascending the Stairs. Su Yibai awoke promptly at 6 in the morning. Despite the dawn, the pervasive fog rendered the room somewhat dim. He gazed outside at the vast expanse and, peering down the wall, discovered no trace of the corpse monsters. Last night, the 5th floor had also been visited by these creatures, albeit not as densely populated as the lower floors. After eliminating a few, he and the 5 others in the same compartment barricaded the door with tables. Nevertheless, his slumber was far from restful, for the entire floor was frigid, devoid of any monsters. A chill lingered purely in his heart. Su Yibai concluded that some formidable and bizarre force must be at play. Thus, further exploration upwards could entail peril. They had also discovered that the train group on their phones was operational, yet their numbers had dwindled to a mere 38 individuals. The corpse monsters and certain peculiarities within the offices had claimed the lives of 7 or 8. The remainder had perished in the elevator. The thought alone sends shivers down one's spine. The elevator's decor hinted at underlying abnormalities, and Lu Hailong's group had lost their lives due to sheer laziness. This is what is colloquially referred to as dying from laziness. Su Yibai retrieved a bowl of boiled wild vegetables, adding a marinated egg, his breakfast. He has hunted numerous monsters and amassed several hundred travel coins, never missing a meal from the train's boxed lunches, and even purchased instant noodles and marinated eggs for sustenance. Should there be no food supplies in the office building, he would not find himself in want. June, be on your guard. I shall move these tables aside to assess the situation outside. After finishing his breakfast, Su Yibai roused Li Jun and the others, eager to ascertain if any remnants of monsters lingered after the zombie assault the previous night. The zombies outside had vanished, and there should not be many left in the building. A few could be hunted for some extra income. As he stepped outside, he was met with a pungent scent of blood pervading the corridor. The corpses of these zombies had not dissipated as they had at the first station. Unlike the first station in District 08807, which differed from District 0009, the monsters present were the same. In comparison to the latter, there was a greater scarcity of water. However, this station had been somewhat replenished, with several offices stocked with bottled water. If these corpses were not cleared away, it would pose quite a problem. Su Yibai pinched his nose and frowned. Although the atmosphere felt cool, the bodies would slowly begin to decay, setting aside the matter of germs. The stench alone would be unbearable. Upon reaching the stairwell, there was still no sign of the zombies. Descending the staircase, he found only a couple of corpses on the 4th floor. On the 3rd floor, Su Yibai discovered that the staircase between the 3rd and 2nd floors had been destroyed. There had been sounds of impact and gunfire the previous night, but no explosions. How was this possible? Did they rely on sheer force? However, as he approached the 3rd floor, he realized it appeared as if the zombies had been used for renovation. The floor was laid with zombie remains, and the walls were adorned with grotesque, abstract designs crafted from their remains. Even the ceiling bore traces of their presence. Was this the work of humans? It resembled a large-scale slaughterhouse for zombies. Su Yibai, who considered himself a strong contender in these dire times, found his stomach churning at such a sight. At that moment, the sound of furniture being moved emanated from a nearby room. A tall young man soon emerged. What on earth did you do last night, Ming? Did Chu Chu get involved? It was Gao Yin, who had been conscripted as labor. Although the room was cluttered, its condition was relatively intact, in stark contrast to the gruesome scene in the hallway. Enough chatter. Let's move upstairs. I initially thought we could clean this up, but the workload is too immense and a waste of time. Changming, observing the ground, felt disgusted. The previous night's slaughter had been excessively exuberant, and this was without employing his Qilin dual-arm skill. Since he was on the 3rd floor, he wished to avoid digging his own grave. Spotting Su Yibai standing by the elevator hall, Changming offered him a smile. How was your night on Train 003? There are still over 20 of us left. How could so many of you perish upstairs? I dismantled the staircase. Changming raised an eyebrow, finding the casualties somewhat absurd. It was not their first day in the apocalypse. The number of corpses upstairs was surely less than here. Moreover, he had ultimately dismantled the staircase. It was not these creatures that caused the deaths. Many had taken the elevator, expressing their intent to go to the 18th floor. The 18th floor? Changming was also inclined to go, but he would never take the elevator. These reckless individuals still hoped to take the easy route in such a perilous place. Anyone who ascended the stairs would understand that the higher one goes, the greater the danger. Su Yibai nodded, aware that the upper floors would be even more frigid. He had once glimpsed a bizarre, skinless figure in the elevator, drenched in blood, resembling a flayed person. Having witnessed Changming's skills from below, Su Yibai could confidently assert that he was not inferior to himself, perhaps capable of aiding in their ascent. As for the chaos on the 3rd floor, it was likely due to some hidden card held by the adversary. However, such immense lethality might come with limitations. This was merely Su Yibai's speculation. He could never fathom that. Just a week into the apocalypse, there were individuals who could traverse the horde of corpses unscathed. Attack on Titan? You recognize the name of this creature? Su Yibai was taken aback. The name had slipped from the adversary's lips, reminiscent of a manga title, though he had never indulged in such readings. Should we ascend? The stench here is unbearable. Changming did not deny his fabrication. The description indeed conjured an image of a colossal titan, albeit a miniature version in the elevator. A group of over 10 individuals then proceeded to ascend. Lakshmi, how many people are left in your vehicle? Jiang Yuan inquired, aware that numerous Indians resided on the 2nd floor. I just took a glance. there are still 18 individuals. The remaining members resided on the 3rd floor or above. Amir and Vera had perished, vanishing from the group. This was what Lakshmi had most wished to see. Did any of the deceased count as your friends? I have no friends on the train. Lakshmi emphasized the word friends heavily. On train 277, she had only enemies. Fortunately, during this crisis, she had been sheltered by these individuals from the Ming dynasty. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the chill was palpably intensified. We stayed on the 5th floor yesterday. Yet some have managed to ascend to the 8th and are still alive. Though residing there is quite torturous, Su Yibai explained to Chongming. Chongming understood all too well what torturous entailed. Those with weaker constitutions would suffer both physically and mentally on the upper floors. Even while sleeping, the heart feels cold and desolate. Noticing that the group had halted on this floor, Su Yibai spoke up. We have explored many rooms here, and I have marked the doors of the few that pose a danger. You may allow them to inspect this area first. I wish to request your company as we ascend. Seeing the invitation extended, Chongming shared the same thought. Zuizhu, you lead everyone to find an unoccupied safe room. I will accompany this gentleman to investigate further. By the way, how should I address you? Su Yibai. Chapter 45, Mental Disturbance. Changming followed Su Yibai as they ascended the staircase. Although the chill from the 5th to the 9th floor was slightly more pronounced, it was relatively similar. However, upon stepping onto the 10th floor, the atmosphere seemed to shift dramatically, with an intensified sense of cold pervading the environment. It appeared that the lower 9 floors were suitable for ordinary individuals seeking refuge, while this level felt almost like a stage for the uncanny. A faint, black mist lingered, extending into the elevator lobby and perhaps enveloping the entire floor. This black mist was reminiscent of the child Changming had encountered in the restroom, detectable only through heightened perception, indicating that the bazaar was indeed nearby. There is an eerie presence. Su Yibai, possessing extraordinary sensitivity, bolstered by his soul dart and a natural aptitude of 11, could reach a height of 31. This was where he felt superior to Changming, although he sensed an otherworldly presence. The true form of the black mist remained invisible to him. Indeed, this floor was far more complex, far colder than the levels below. Do you refer to this black mist as an eerie aura? Changming regarded Su Yibai with newfound respect. This fellow certainly possessed some skill. What black mist? Perhaps it is merely the chilling sensation that has led me to perceive it as black. Upon hearing the response, Changming realized that Su Yibai likely could not see it. Given his own perception level of 85, 75 from himself plus 10 from the Peach Pit. Nonetheless, Su Yibai's sensitivity was undoubtedly significant. The 10th floor is already slightly uncomfortable. Let's see what we can find here, suggested Su Yibai. His mental state was at 78, 100, primarily due to a lack of rest the previous night, further diminished by 10 points upon arriving at this level. Changming likely did not fare much better. Very well, let us see what entities lurk in the vicinity. Changming placed greater importance on the rewards obtained from vanquishing the bazaar, prioritizing them over ordinary supplies. The space was abundant with boxed meals and high-calorie food. Thus, defeating creatures and opening treasure chests to enhance oneself became paramount. Moreover, the presence of something ominous heightened Changming's urgency to level up. His mental state was robust, at full capacity, and the surrounding chill merely felt refreshing to him. After thoroughly exploring the entire 10th floor, the two were astonished to discover a complete absence of the uncanny. I find this rather unusual. My perception cannot be mistaken. There must be something here, Changming asserted, sensing that the thick aura of eeriness suggested the presence of some entity. Without needing Su Yibai's reminder, he too felt that something was amiss. The density of the eerie aura indicated that there should be something present, unless he considered a possibility. Perhaps a singular, formidable, bizarre entity resided here. Changming's thoughts turned to the 18th floor, where there might be unknown presences awaiting them. Regardless, they had to ascend and investigate. The purple treasure chest was also a temptation not to be ignored. I cannot accept leaving without retrieving it, Changming concluded. After searching the area, they had failed to encounter any bizarre entities, leading him to express his suspicions as he pointed upward. Are you suggesting that this eerie presence still lingers above? Su Yibai found himself enveloped by a wave of trepidation. The intensity of the malevolent energy in this place hinted at an extraordinarily formidable entity, as its influence was far-reaching. The entire building exuded a foreboding atmosphere. It was merely a conjecture, lacking tangible proof, unless they were to venture further upwards. Chong Ming recalled the blue treasure chest in the pond, guarded by a level 3 elite monster. If one were to extrapolate based on the levels, what might await beside the purple treasure chest? Would it be level 4 or 5 elite monsters? Based on his former combat prowess, he surmised that a level 3 elite would likely be somewhat weaker than his current fully equipped self. Had it not been for the heart gun's effectiveness against the supernatural, he might have been forced to flee. Chong Ming, I recognize your strength, Su Yibai remarked thoughtfully, but this current aura of malevolence is already taxing our defenses. Should we ascend further, our capabilities may be severely compromised. His analysis was grounded in his own experiences. Considering how rare and powerful the purple artifacts Chong Ming possessed were, especially with an additional 20 points in perception, it was hard to fathom that he bore 4 treasures, the least of which was purple. Big White, under these circumstances, I suggest you descend and hunt the anomalies below the 10th floor. I believe I can still endure. Chong Ming proposed, devoid of sarcasm, merely contemplating the optimal strategy. Regardless, he was determined to reach the top level for the sake of discovery. Su Yibai felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was he who had initially suggested their ascent, yet now he found himself apprehensive of the dangers that lay ahead. Observing Chong Ming, who appeared to be merely a university student, he noted that he showed no signs of fear. As a guardian-type, warm-hearted individual, how could he falter? No, it was absurd to be concerned with nicknames at such a critical juncture. Youth is indeed a blessing, Su Yibai sighed dramatically, shaking his head slightly. As the saying goes, knowing there are tigers in the mountains, one still ventures toward them. I shall accompany you. And what if I were the hunter? Chong Ming replied. Let us proceed with caution. He took the lead, ascending the stairs. Should they both discover a purple treasure chest, he would not yield it. Before that moment, cooperation seemed prudent, and he was curious about what card Su Yibai held up his sleeve. Chong Ming maintained his vigilance, never lowering his guard, even against the person behind him. The two explored floor by floor until they reached the 15th level, yet they encountered no anomalies. It was reasonable to conclude that a powerful entity occupied the upper 9 floors, deterring other anomalies from encroaching. At that moment, the malevolent energy showed no significant increase. Yet Su Yibai found himself struggling to cope. His mental state had dwindled below 50, and sinking beneath 30 could lead to madness. Observing Chong Ming, who remained unchanged since their initial encounter, Su Yibai pondered whether he had misjudged from the outset. The perceptive abilities of this university student surpassed his own, and not by a trivial margin. How had he achieved such prowess? Could it be that I possess 2 purple treasures, both enhancing perception? Su Yibai murmured to himself. Nonetheless, he persevered, resolutely climbing upwards. Upon reaching the 18th floor, the chilling aura that enveloped him dissipated instantly, leaving no trace of the eerie energy. It was as if he had finally emerged from a prolonged struggle, and he could not help but feel an overwhelming urge to shout. Lu Yanran, did you ever foresee that I, Su Yibai, would ascend to become a formidable force in this apocalyptic world after our separation? To him, the trials faced in the preceding levels were mere tribulations, while the absence of the eerie energy on the 18th floor signified a well-deserved reward. Chang Ming, we have finally arrived. I never anticipated that the 18th floor would be devoid of any treasures. Let us seize the moment and search for something valuable. Su Yibai exclaimed with palpable excitement. Yet Chang Ming's expression remained grave. Debai, are you certain you feel nothing? In Chang Ming's perception, this was far from being empty. The entire 18th floor was constructed from grotesque flesh and blood, and the dark energy had only intensified. I feel quite comfortable here. There is no eerie energy present at all. May I inquire about your mental state? Chang Ming's tone grew serious once more. Su Yibai, now overly exhilarated, should have been unsettled by the concealed reality. He instinctively glanced at his attributes. Mental state, 10-100. Impossible. I am perfectly fine. I am not insane. This display must be erroneous. Chapter 46. Discovery of the target. Your current state is alarming. You must leave this place immediately. Chang Ming realized that Su Yibai was likely no longer the person he had encountered downstairs. The initial report had mentioned that anyone with a mental state below 30 would either go mad or exhibit suicidal tendencies. Although he could not see Su Yibai's attributes, his recent behavior had made everything abundantly clear. Su Yibai's state must indeed be below 30. What do you mean? After all our efforts to ascend together, you now want me to descend? Are you intent on hoarding the treasures here for yourself? Su Yibai's previously handsome visage suddenly twisted into a menacing expression. I do not know how to restore your mental state, but you urgently require rest. Changming wished to avoid further discussion with someone he perceived as unstable. However, the thought of harming a former ally, merely minutes before a teammate, was fraught with hesitation. He questioned whether Su Yibai could recover from this state. Yet, keeping him around would surely be a liability. It was better to incapacitate him for the time being. If he cannot be saved, he would not hold himself accountable. With swift precision, Changming struck Su Yibai on the head. Unprepared, Su Yibai's pupils dilated momentarily before he was sent sprawling, rendered unconscious. Observing the fallen Su Yibai, who had not dropped any items, indicated he was still alive. Changming then proceeded towards the elevator hall via the safety passage. A veil of illusion lingered there, rendering the entire 18th floor akin to an ordinary level. This was likely the vision that Su Yibai perceived. Only Changming could perceive its true form. The atmosphere was eerily serene, interrupted only by the faint sounds of flesh writhing in the surroundings. Upon entering the elevator, Changming felt as though he was enveloped by an unsettling presence, yet he was not assaulted. He donned a straw hat and arm guards completely, stepping forward with each footfall producing a creaking sound, the sensation of sticky adhesion only occurring when his shoes detached from the fleshy floor. This sensation was reminiscent of an entire 18th floor being a monstrous entity, yet why did it not strike? An overwhelming sense of crisis compelled Changming to be ready for a hasty retreat. He was determined to discover the location of that purple treasure chest. The moment he stepped out of the elevator, several muscular humanoid figures emerged as described by Su Yibai, their bodies devoid of skin, connected by a crimson, fleshy conduit. Changming was uncertain if this was a tether for control or a conduit for nourishment. However, these figures were also cloaked in an illusion, appearing as though they were ordinary humans. Friend, you're from Train 886, right? I've seen you at the plaza on the first floor. One of the muscular beings approached with a smile. Had Su Yibai been present, he would have recognized this individual as Lu Hailong. Indeed, you are from Car 003? It seems you fared well on the 18th floor. Changming chose not to expose their charade. Perhaps the monsters on the 18th floor intended to lure prey with such disguises, which explained their inaction. The 18th floor was indeed not perilous, yet we could not descend. The 17th floor was chillingly inhospitable, and we could barely endure a few seconds on the staircase. Didn't you arrive via the elevator? Why not take it down? Lu Hailong approached the elevator, pressing the button on the call box, but the display failed to respond. See, you can only ascend, not descend. This elevator has significant issues. Changming scoffed inwardly. They could continue their performance, for had he not seen through their facade, he might have been easily deceived. It appeared these muscular beings were likely once human, and upon being controlled by the monsters, they could still seize the host's memories. Such a tactic was rather terrifying. Setting aside these thoughts, Changming inquired, "What discoveries have you made on the 18th floor?" "You wouldn't believe it. Let me share a great secret." Lu Hailong leaned closer. Lowering his voice, "There is treasure, several purple chests." Changming's eyes widened in astonishment. Several purple chests. He was uncertain whether this was a ploy, or if there was indeed truth to it. The train conductor had mentioned the existence of purple chests on the 18th floor, but had not specified their quantity. Perhaps there was some truth to it. If there are treasure chests, why haven't you taken them? Why reveal this to me? It seems rather far-fetched. Disbelief etched across Changming's face, though his mind began to ponder. It appeared these individuals were preparing to lead him to the treasure chests, only intending to strike once they reached their destination, a highly probable scenario. But why delay action and take such a convoluted route? If one possesses the instinct to sense danger, does it not imply that this creature harbors some trepidation towards us? Let's first investigate. Should the sense of impending peril prove too overwhelming, we may forego the treasure altogether. There lies a massive hound guarding the chest, rendering our approach nearly impossible. Fortunately, this beast seems unwilling to stray far from the treasure, otherwise our paths might never have crossed. Lu Hailong appeared to have premeditated his words, continuing, "I have observed your prowess. Perhaps there exists a chance to procure the chest. My demands are modest. If you could secure the treasure, merely share a morsel with me to sustain me for a few days." His words reflected a profound understanding of their disparity in strength. He sought not the riches for himself, but simply a bit of sustenance, a reasonable request indeed. "Then lead me to it," Changming remarked. Glancing at the other muscular figures in the vicinity, he inquired, Will food be granted solely to you, without dissent from them? They heed my command. Come this way. Lu Hailong led the way, with Chongming feigning ease as he trailed behind. They turned a corner and arrived at one of the largest rooms on the floor. Through the door, they beheld a black hound, comparable in size to a tiger, seemingly resting with closed eyes. Yet, Chongming could discern that this creature, akin to Lu Hailong and his companions, was fashioned from red muscle. Behind the black hound, there were 3 purple treasure chests. These chests were undeniably genuine, beyond any doubt. However, adjacent to the chest was a massive, circular maw, measuring nearly 5 meters in diameter, lined with sharp teeth. The presence of this gaping mouth instilled a profound sense of dread in Chongming. To an outsider, it appeared merely as an ordinary wall, with a bookshelf stacked beside it. Clearly, the black hound served merely as a decoy, while the true threat lay within that gaping maw. This creature seemed intent on diverting attention towards the black hound, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Chongming contemplated his skills, the roar of justice, the iron fist of justice, and the might of the Qilin. Drawing himself closer to the maw could potentially exploit its limited range of movement or reveal its true strength within this confined space. Perhaps there lies an opportunity to seize the treasure and make a hasty retreat. As for the hound, dear brother, exercise utmost caution, though it appears to be asleep. It has undoubtedly sensed our presence, feigning slumber to lull us into complacency. Lu Hailong, adjusting the sparse strands of hair atop his head, cautiously advised. His tone laced with concern. Chongming, observing the performance, harbored his own intentions. With unwavering focus on that gaping maw, he positioned himself approximately 12 to 13 meters from the purple chest, contemplating whether speed could secure victory. Patting Lu Hailong's arm, Chongming smiled. Fear not, watch closely. Chapter 47. The Maw of the 18th Floor. As Chongming stepped into the room, Lu Hailong and the others behind him seemingly feigned concern, effectively sealing off the entire exit. Their expressions transformed into a mask of numbness and stupor. Was it time to close the door and unleash the hounds? Chongming sneered inwardly as he continued to walk along the edge. The massive dog, which had been lying still, suddenly opened its eyes and rose to its feet, fixating its gaze on Chongming. Be careful, that dog is awake. Lu Hailong's voice echoed behind him. This was a tactic to distract Chongming through visual intimidation and shouted warnings. However, prior to entering, Chongming's earlier strike had not been a mere whim. He was testing the strength of this muscular creature. These regenerated muscle beings were not particularly formidable. He understood that once he secured the treasure chest and evaded the gaping maw, these muscular beings and the dog would become obstacles. With confidence in his ability to break through, he resolved to take the plunge. With a burst of energy, Chongming disregarded the colossal black dog and charged directly toward the treasure chest. Simultaneously, the enormous mouth began to move, slowly extending forward, while the muscles around it braced for action. The giant black dog opened its jaws wide, lunging at Chongming with equal speed. In an instant, as Chongming reached the violet treasure chest, the maw and the dog converged, flanking him from both sides. Chongming had been prepared. He unleashed a resonating roar directed at the giant mouth. Roar. The roar of justice. This ability, a red skill, could instill fear in any foe. The duration of the intimidation varied according to the opponent's perceptual strength, functioning much like a paralyzing technique. As the roar erupted, the massive mouth abruptly halted. The giant dog beside it also froze. Seizing the opportunity, Chongming swiftly collected the 3 violet treasure chests into a space and dashed outward, racing against time. He considered attacking, but realized the monsters of the 18th level were far too immense. Without a vital point to strike, even the mightiest of his punches would merely feel like a pinprick, failing to inflict significant injury. As he took 3 steps toward freedom, the immense mouth finally moved again. It appeared that the earlier intimidation had only paused it for 2 seconds. Immediately, the illusion he had conjured dissipated, and the giant dog, Lu Hailong, and others lunged at Chongming, while countless tendrils emerged from the floor and walls, akin to those extending towards Lu Hailong. This collective assault engulfed Chongming, ensnaring him. The giant mouth could only extend about 3 meters forward, and the treasure chest was within its reach. Unexpectedly, Chongming's formidable roar skill had caused its initial attack to miss. The tendrils began to retract, feeling an immense force threatening to consume him. Chongming realized that if he did not break free soon, he would become sustenance for the giant mouth. His fist began to shimmer with golden light. This golden aura exhibited an exceptionally strong counter-effect. The tendrils that had coiled around his forearms recoiled as if struck by electricity. At this moment, Chongming was less than a meter from the giant mouth, his entire body cloaked in its shadow. Damn it, I've calculated it. No longer hesitating, he forcefully brought his restrained arms together with utmost speed. The might of the Qilin suddenly manifested. This move was one he had never attempted before. At that moment, Chongming was enveloped in a shimmering Qilin silhouette, and a shockwave radiated from him, sweeping outward. The tentacles and sinews that had ensnared him were violently torn apart. The muscular walls beneath his feet and above were also blasted apart, though they remained unbreached. The massive maw sustained damage, its flesh rotting away. Yet it proved sturdier than the tentacles in the floor. Indeed, the effect was palpable. He was immensely grateful for Teacher Li's gift. Now liberated, Chongming dashed toward the exit. The colossal mouth, seemingly unwilling to relent, emitted a roar that reverberated through the entire floor. Simultaneously, the walls of flesh in the corridor shot forth tentacles, striving to impede Chongming's escape. He swung his righteous iron fists, dispatching the tentacles with fervor. Yet, he found himself ensnared once more by the appendages. How interminable this ordeal seemed. Chongming now hoped this monster had limitations, confined to the 18th floor. Otherwise, the entire building, including himself, would meet its demise. His immediate goal was the nearest staircase. With a renewed clash of his arms, he unleashed the might of the Qilin, shattering the tentacles surrounding him. Fatigue began to set in. Although the technique had no prescribed limit, it was remarkably taxing on his stamina. At this juncture, Chongming brandished his heart gun, firing continuously as he sprinted toward the staircase. Each place struck by the heart gun instantly formed a fist-sized crater, the flesh at those spots contracting incessantly. If only this monster were not so colossal, he would have made it pay dearly. Chongming harbored immense fury toward the colossal creature, yet felt utterly helpless. After expending all 30 rounds of the heart gun, he found himself in the elevator hall. The sanguine tentacles continued to extend, seeking to thwart his escape and seal off his path. He was oh so close, risking his own combat effectiveness. Chongming unleashed the might of the Qilin once more. However, this third iteration was considerably weaker than the previous two. Yet, such an area attack remained beyond the capacity of the tentacles to withstand. As he stepped into the safety exit, the tentacles seemed to succumb to some unseen rule, refraining from pursuing him. Instead, they lingered at the doorway, displaying a reluctant demeanor. Chongming collapsed beside Su Yibai, facing the entrance, watching the writhing, serpentine appendages. He exhaled deeply. At last, he had escaped. Surely, such a behemoth must be rated as a 5th or 6th tier elite monster. He had expected to secure the treasure and flee in just 2 or 3 moves, but the multitude of tentacles had made escape a daunting challenge, leaving him defenseless. Thankfully, he possessed ample means and stamina. Chongming mused that he now understood the formidable lethality of the Qilin's might, albeit at a significant cost. After exerting himself 3 times in succession, he felt utterly drained. However, he soon realized that sitting here allowed him to recover rapidly. The peach pit from a celestial peach rested against his chest, continually replenishing his energy. Truly, it was a red treasure. He nearly compelled himself to use the random teleportation talisman, but Constant Ming was reluctant to do so, uncertain of where he might end up. Leaning against the wall, he drew out his beloved heart gun. With the bullets replenished, he aimed at the tendrils at the entrance, ready to administer some punishment. A full magazine was unleashed, instantly rendering the tendrils docile, halting their restless movements. Rising to his feet with one hand braced against the ground, he fixed his gaze upon Su Yibai, noticing a shift in his position. Big Bai, if you're awake, stop pretending to be asleep. Are you planning to ambush me? Su Yibai opened his eyes at the remark, vividly recalling how fast Constant Ming had struck when he first awakened, like lightning, utterly unavoidable. Upon waking, he had approached the entrance, only to witness Constant Ming battling the tendrils. Su Yibai's mental state was far from optimal. After a brief nap, he had only managed to recover to a level of 18. Though he was frantic, it did not mean he lacked reflection. The technique employed by Constant Ming had obliterated the tentacle creatures. Given the intensity of that attack, had he been nearby, he would have been reduced to mere fragments. Fortunately, the tentacles had absorbed the brunt of the damage. Even so, his insides were in turmoil. He vaguely recalled their previous altercation and felt a surge of fear. Chapter 48. a bounty of treasure. Brother Ming, I just woke up, and my body aches. I'm not keen on moving. You're older than me. Why call you brother? Did you harbor any ill thoughts towards me earlier? Constant Ming observed Su Yibai with a mix of emotions. After his mental disarray, was this individual still the same Su Yibai? No, they were allies. Su Yibai, now gripped by fear of Constant Ming's potential hostility, was uncertain of his own thoughts, tempted to ambush Constant Ming in hopes of obtaining treasures, yet intimidated by his prowess. He was perplexed by this sudden inclination. What is your mental state now? Just above 20. I'm nearing 30. Sleeping, is that effective? Then sleep a little longer. Constant Ming delivered another slap, rendering Su Yibai unconscious once more, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips. He should be fine. Drawing out an office chair, Constant Ming sat down, resting his arms on the armrest as he gazed at Su Yibai. Judging by the fear reflected in Su Yibai's eyes earlier, he still retained his rationality. It was best to keep him around for now, as this fellow posed no immediate threat. If he had been bitten by some zombie and was on the verge of transformation, Constant Ming would act without hesitation, just as he would against any enemy. However, everything had seemed fine before their encounter. Now, with his mental state compromised, Constant Ming found himself lacking experience in this regard. He simply wished to avoid the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Disregarding the trivial matter for now, Chong Ming retrieved 3 violet treasure chests. These were items he had nearly risked his life to obtain, and he wondered if they might hold any surprises. The anticipation of unboxing was indeed intriguing. Let me open the first chest. Drunken Purple. Violet treasure. Cover your lower regions well. Strength, agility, perception 8, constitution 15. Passive skill, Thorn Aura. Any attack on the covered area inflicts 30 points of reflective damage. Travel currency, 1,000. Rice, 10 kilograms. To his astonishment, the violet treasure turned out to be a pair of crimson, flat-bottom briefs. Although the passive skill appeared somewhat impractical, any attempt to reflect damage would likely result in more harm than good. Its overall attributes provided a commendable boost of 39 points. Given that his current attire was stained with blood, this new pair of underwear was quite a welcome addition. Without hesitation, Chong Ming stripped down and donned the new briefs. Remarkably, they fit snugly and imparted a comforting sense of security. The travel currency and staple food also had their merits. Curious about the second chest contents, Chong Ming proceeded to open it without delay. Violet Power Fruit. Enhances your explosive force, making it more enduring. Roast whole lamb. Chong Ming was quite pleased with these findings. The roast lamb, if purchased with travel currency, would likely cost at least 2,000 and would satisfy his cravings for delicacies. The Violet Power Fruit was undoubtedly a boon, clearly intended to augment his attributes. He promptly consumed the fruit, and a warm surge coursed through him, permanently increasing his strength by 10 points. The effect was indeed remarkable. Now, only the final chest remained. If it contained an advancement stone, he would be virtually unstoppable. Recalling that he had previously acquired one from a level 2 elite. Thus, he opened the last chest. Disguise watch, blue treasure, all attributes too. Skill, change into a suitable outfit, an essential for traveling. Mountain cutting knife, blue treasure, strength 10, an extraordinarily sharp melee weapon, passive skill, sharpness. Frying pan, blue treasure, strength 6. Constitution 6, a versatile weapon for offense and defense, passive skill. Absolutely non-stick, no oil needed. A box containing 20 bags of old vine, pickled noodles. While he did not unearth any purple equipment this time, the disguise watch alleviated Chong Ming's urgent needs. Additionally, the 2 other blue items were useful. Although the mountain cutting knife was a duplicate, his clothing was filthy and revolting, sticky and unpleasant. It was tolerable while worn, but once removed, he had no desire to put it back on, even though Chong Ming had always adhered to the notion that cleanliness was unnecessary. This was a trial too great to bear. Equipping the watch, he transformed into a white short-sleeve shirt paired with black shorts, which proved effective. However, he lacked footwear. The watch only provided upper and lower garments, prompting Chong Ming to glance at the nearby Su Yibai. A pair of hook shoes on my feet appeared rather pristine, their size comparable to my own. Whatever his shoe size, I find solace in the fact that it matches mine. I harbor no fear of foot ailments. I am impervious to such afflictions. Besides, shoes worn by others are undoubtedly preferable to my own, which are smeared with an indiscernible substance. Upon closer inspection, I discovered the shoes were a perfect size 43. Glancing down at my attire, I realized I was clad in the quintessential student uniform, which brought a sense of comfort. I paid no heed to Su Yibai, confident in my safety while reclining here. Even if he stirred awake, he would not descend the stairs anytime soon. With such a low state of mental clarity, venturing downstairs would be perilous. During my brief respite, I assessed my current attributes, which had improved considerably. Chief Patrol Officer. Trainee Inspector, fully bound. Age, 19 years. Strength, 6,260. Agility, 5,610. Constitution, 65,117. Perception, 7,520. Mental state, 8,100. You are now the Chief Patrol Officer, Trainee Inspector. Possessing the red skills, Roar of Justice and Iron Fist of Justice. Roar of Justice. Active, utilize your perception to instill mental shock upon any target. The greater your perception, the more potent the effect. Iron Fist of Justice. Passive, your fist transcends mere physical attack. No one wishes to endure a blow from you, as its power correlates with all attributes. This reflects my attributes while adorned with the Kirin's dual arms, a watch, a hat, underwear, and a peach pit. My constitution is nearing 200, which suggests that even stepping on a landmine or encountering an RPG would pose little threat. However, I doubt these attributes could rival that formidable entity. Those tentacles are remarkably resilient, or else I would have easily freed myself by now. The great mouth creature remains confined to the 18th floor. Having secured the treasure, I resolve against further misfortune today. I simply lack the energy to engage in anything else. By the time I reached the 5th floor, it was already noon. The corpses of the undead in the hallway had been thoroughly cleared away. Upon my arrival, I spotted Chen Xiangnan and Deng Chu tending a fire to prepare vegetable soup, albeit still composed of the same monotonous greens. Today, I shall treat you all to some proper staples, I declared. Brother Ming. The two women greeted me eagerly upon my return. I produced a bag of rice and generously poured 2 handfuls into the pot. Today's lunch will be porridge. Wonderful. Chen Xiangnan and Deng Chu exclaimed with delight, thrilled at the prospect of a proper vegetable porridge. Following me ensured they would not go hungry and remain safe. Brother Ming, I have this knife for you. I unexpectedly handed over a blade to Chen Xiangnan, who promptly accepted it, realizing it was identical to Zhang Zuoju's. This was obtained from a monster I defeated. Feel free to use it, as I have no need for it. Chen Xiangnan gratefully accepted the machete, her expression revealing her deep appreciation, having used it just the previous night. Indeed, this knife proved to be exceptionally effective. At that moment, Zhang Zuoju and his companions returned from outside. Brother Ming, we have already explored the 5th floor, which is quite similar to the 3rd floor, devoid of food, though there is bottled water available. There are 3 rooms that appear peculiar. We did not venture inside. All right, let us all return shortly to prepare for the meal. Changming nodded, considering them merely minor nuisances. He could deal with them after enjoying his meal. Subsequently, he produced the silver sword that had been uncovered last night and handed it to Yifeng. This weapon complements your demeanor remarkably. Yifeng, momentarily taken aback, accepted the short sword and began to wield it with grace. It was a treasure beyond compare for him. By now, everyone in carriage number 9 was equipped with weapons. However, the duo of Nio and Ma was rather easy to overlook. Chapter 49. The conflict of the arrivals on Train 003. Gao Yin and Deng Chu wielded handguns. Jiang Yuan had acquired a baton. Lu Dongyang possessed gloves, while Zhang Zuo and Chen Xiangnan brandished cleavers. Yifeng had just received his short sword. Let Nio and Ma wait for now. The frying pan is something Changming intends to use himself for convenient stir-frying and noodle-making. It's a non-stick pan, thus requiring no scrubbing. You two should not harbor any discontent. Everything will come in due time. Changming remained attentive to the feelings of his companions, mindful that it's not scarcity that troubles, but inequality. Brother Ming, you need not be so formal. Everything is provided by you. If we were to entertain such thoughts, we would not deserve to be in carriage number 9. Ma Dashuai immediately chimed in, giving a pat to Nio Zilong beside him. Exactly. The latter quickly agreed. Changming felt fortunate indeed. Having boarded the train in this apocalyptic era and acquiring a golden opportunity, he was also surrounded by a group of classmates from his school. They were all sensible, which was why he was willing to lead them. Were they merely brawlers, consumed by jealousy, he would not only consider eliminating them, but would at least expel them from carriage number 9. Nearby, Lakshmi observed with a tinge of envy, not over their weapons, but rather the harmonious relationships within the group, as if the apocalypse had never occurred. Their camaraderie had likely strengthened, considering they had become comrades in arms. Brother Ming, I feel this sword is utterly perfect for me. Yifeng expressed his admiration, which was also a way to convey his gratitude. It seemed Yifeng had not been particularly fond of physical activity before. Now, this sword had significantly enhanced his combat capabilities, boosting both his agility and strength. His sentiments were entirely reasonable. All right, everyone, wash your hands. Thanks to Brother Ming, we have porridge to enjoy today. Chen Shengnian called out, also informing everyone about the additional meal. Gao Yin twitched his nose, finally catching the delightful aroma of rice. Genuine porridge. I thought we would be stuck with grass for 7 days this week. Brother Ming, I adore you. Get lost, wash your hands. In a moment, the porridge will be ready, and each person will receive a piece of roasted lamb chop. The entire roasted lamb weighs over 30 pounds, ensuring that everyone gets a generous portion with plenty left over. Chang Ming felt richly rewarded today, allowing everyone to indulge. Roasted lamb chops. Lu Dongyang became excited at the mention, having rarely tasted such delicacies. Brother Ming, from now on, if you say east, I will not go west. What Dongyang said resonates with my own thoughts. Neo Zilong busily chimed in from the side. How is it that when we eat lamb chops, everyone suddenly pledges their loyalty? Are the people in our carriage, number 9, so easily swayed? Chang Ming chuckled at his companions, yet felt a swell of joy within. These classmates were not seasoned manipulators. Their words could indeed translate into action. The enticing aroma of roasted lamb wafted from the room where they sat, though it was but a single piece. The meat was generous, perfectly balanced between fat and lean, with a velvety texture. Even Lakshmi received a portion, completely taken aback that Chang Ming had included her. Truth be told, she had not been intended to receive any at all. Merely offering her a bowl of congee was already a generous act. Fine delicacies were meant for one's own. Primarily, it was Chang Ming who could not withstand the gaze of Zhang Zuizhu. He sensed that this brother might be on the verge of capitulation. Who knows, perhaps this Indian girl would indeed become one of their own in the future. Next time they had beef, Lakshmi would likely refrain from eating it on her own accord. As everyone was enjoying their meal, Zhu Tian from Carriage 003 arrived with a few others. The moment he spoke, the savory scent of roasted lamb caught his attention, causing him to swallow involuntarily. Chang Ming. Sui Bai, have you seen him? I heard he went upstairs with you. Yes, we went together, but he stayed upstairs, replied Chang Ming. Is he on the verge of death? Zhu Tian queried, astonished, for Sui Bai had once saved his life. No, but he is not in good condition. Chang Ming stated as he sipped his congee. You have phones to contact him. He shouldn't have vanished from the group. We tried reaching out, but he hasn't responded. Hence our concern led us to disturb you. Is he seriously injured? Zhu Tian's worry was palpable. Chang Ming was uncertain of the extent of his injuries, but knew that while he had held back, his strikes had been forceful. After going upstairs, he seemed to have mental issues, likely resting now. Knowing he is injured and mentally unwell, why didn't you bring him down? Li Yun, who was closest to Su Yi Bai, interjected with a hint of cunning. At that moment, Gao Yin slammed his gun onto the table, extending 3 fingers in a fierce glare at the group. 3 counts. Apologize to Minggu, or you'll remain here indefinitely. Simultaneously, Zhang Zuizhu and the others set down their bowls and drew their weapons, clearly ready for a confrontation. Zhu Tian felt a chill. The solidarity among these students was formidable. I'll apologize on behalf of Lao Li. My sincere apologies, Zhu Tian quickly spoke, not wishing to incite conflict. He then turned to the middle-aged man beside him. Lao Li. Chang Ming continued sipping his congee, appearing unaffected by the tension, confident that his comrades would manage the situation. Louise, Ming Yi. I. Li Jun stammered, flustered by the earlier concern, now filled with trepidation at the unfolding scene. Let this be the last time. Just a friendly reminder. He is on the 18th floor. You cannot ascend there now, nor can he descend. With that, Chang Ming raised his neck and finished the congee in his bowl. The wild vegetable congee was indeed delightful. It could serve as breakfast for the next few days. Thank you. Zhu Tian, being quite astute, expressed his gratitude before leading Li Jun and the others back. Old Li, you were too impulsive. Did you not consider the strength of the opponent before speaking so boldly? Fortunately, Chang Ming and the others are not bloodthirsty individuals. Zhu Tian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The relations between people nowadays are hardly amicable. With over 100 casualties on Train 003, the loss of one more life would go unnoticed unless one possessed the power and weaponry like Sui Bai. I was merely anxious. After all, they both ventured out together, and it is only natural that some responsibility falls upon us if one returns alone. Responsibility? Zhu Tian shook his head, speaking earnestly. I was a police officer before arriving at the train. In the past, that might have sufficed. But now, that cannot be the case. Our train initially had over 80 people, and now only 28 remain. Do you not see the responsibility in that? What about mine? Zhu Tian's words rendered Li Jun momentarily speechless. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jun replied, "But Lu Hailong and the others chose to take the risk of going to the 18th floor. That has nothing to do with us. Was Su Yibai forced to go up there? Your double standards and lack of consideration for the consequences will eventually lead to trouble." Zhu Tian chose not to engage further with Li Jun, having caught a whiff of the delectable aroma of meat from Chang Ming's direction. His mind and stomach began to signal their hunger. He longed to request a piece of grilled meat to savor, not due to pride, but because he knew others would likely refuse. Thus, he resigned himself to nibbling on wild vegetables and drinking water to stave off hunger. After dining, the occupants of Carriage 9 began to arrange their quarters. It was a corner room with over 200 square meters of space. It contained only 3 compartments: the general manager's office, a conference room, and a finance room. The remaining area served as a vast public workspace. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Zuo arranged for Chang Ming to rest on the sofa in the general manager's office. No one objected. Receiving such favors would surely be crucial for the future, warranting special treatment. The girls all gathered in the conference room, sharing tables for sleeping. Of course, he paid no heed to Deng Chu-Chu. If she wished to occupy the general manager's office, there was a sufficiently large executive desk for her. The bedding from the original 3-tiered bunks had been brought up, ensuring a comfortable sleep. The finance room was designated for use as a restroom. The rest of Zhang's group settled in the lobby, pulling sofas together for sleeping arrangements, as there were plenty available throughout the entire building. Chapter 50, Su Yibai's New Discovery. All right, I believe we can rest here tonight without any issues, Yifeng remarked, gazing at the already arranged room with a sense of appreciation. According to Ming Ge, the upper 9 floors of this building were uninhabitable, and we must also prepare for the cold on the 5th floor. Shortly, we will dismantle a few sofas to use as blankets. Zhang's was suggested, acknowledging that this level was indeed much chillier than the 3rd. He understood that relying solely on heating might not be effective, but with these preparations, it would at least be more bearable. The situation throughout the building arose primarily from the large entity above. After sustaining numerous injuries, perhaps this place would be more tolerable. I will take the opportunity to meet with it again. Chang Ming was eager to practice his skills on the colossal creature above, believing that as long as he kept his distance from its massive maw, he could engage with the tentacles and hone his combat abilities. Meanwhile, the others busied themselves with eliminating the peculiar entities in the vicinity. They decided to test their skills against the hunchbacked man in room 523. This hunchbacked elder, as described by Zhang Zuozhu, remained confined to his chamber, capable of expanding his body, making him significantly stronger than the corpse monsters. However, his abilities were purely physical, rendering him more manageable compared to those employing fantastical methods. With their newly upgraded equipment, the group seized the opportunity to experiment. After resting briefly in the room, everyone resumed their tasks, searching for supplies. Deng Chu-Chu and Jian Yuan discovered a room filled with women's clothing, which delighted the 4 girls. Especially after several days of wearing the same attire, even Chang Ming was beginning to feel the strain. The naturally beauty-loving women each collected a few pieces, with the remainder serving as warm bedding. In the afternoon, Chang Ming ventured to the 18th floor to engage in battle with the tentacles again and had a brief conversation with Su Yibai. Thus far, Su Yibai demonstrated no significant issues in conversation, yet he lacked the capability to descend. Nevertheless, positioned at this safety exit, he felt secure from the giant-mouthed creature. Within a room on the 16th floor, Chang Ming discovered several flashlights and batteries, significantly brighter than his phone's light. After his departure, Su Yibai took out a bottle of water and began to drink. He found the atmosphere of the 18th floor safety exit peculiar. Logically, the area should be saturated with energy, as it was the domain of the office building's boss. However, it felt more akin to the 1st floor, devoid of any eerie presence. The space was small, prompting him to explore his surroundings. His mental state had recovered to 40. Yet he cursed Chang Ming for presumably having taken all the treasures from this floor, lamenting the loss of his shoes. Unbeknownst to him, his emotions had turned increasingly volatile and envious. Regrettably, he was no match for Chang Ming and had no knowledge of how many purple treasures that fellow possessed. While venting his frustration by kicking and punching the walls, he also sought to uncover something. His gaze fell upon a safety light, and with a stick he had on hand, he struck it from above. The sound of shattering glass echoed as fragments scattered across the ground, revealing a card within, which he promptly picked up. Warm baby card. Purple treasure. All attributes 9. A highly cost-effective treasure. With a passive skill of cold resistance and evil dispelling, it offers protection against cold and malevolent forces. I truly am the chosen one of this apocalyptic world, and I've unearthed another purple treasure. Su Ibai exclaimed, exhilarated. He now possessed 2 purple treasures. Alas, he still had to maintain a subservient facade before Chongming, uncertain whether his soul darts would be effective against that individual. For the time being, let us refrain from taking a stance against him. After all, I have endured 2 blows to my head and must temporarily exercise restraint. As Su Ibai descended the stairs, he felt the chilling presence no longer affected his mental state. This realization filled him with elation. He could access every floor of the building save for the 18th. Residing on the upper levels would afford him greater safety at night. As for the occupants of the 003 train below, he had little regard for their fates. They were merely passengers. Upon reaching the 17th floor, Su Ibai discovered that the office doors had been vandalized. That wretched Chongming must be responsible. It was likely he was the only one who had ventured here. He resolved to remain calm. Su Ibai believed he had acquired the best resources at this station. As for supplies, sufficient water would suffice, while food here was virtually non-existent. He took the shoes that Chongming had discarded, cleaned them thoroughly, and set them aside to dry. He planned to spend the next 7 days on the upper floors, and during moments of boredom, he could visit neighbors. Now was also a good time to send messages. Brother Jun, Brother Zhu, I've sustained some injuries and will not be able to join you for the next few days. Please take care. Li Jun, Ibai, you finally replied. Are your injuries serious? Su Ibai, it was that Chongming who ambushed me, but fortunately I possess self-defense skills. Be cautious of him. This message he sent privately to Zhu Tian and Li Jun, rather than in a group chat. Zhu Tian understood. Be careful when night falls. Li Jun, I knew that young man harbored ill intentions. Keep warm up there. Setting his phone down, Su Ibai bit into a sausage. Sitting by the window with a mischievous grin. Downstairs, Zhang Zhua and his companions had also fared well. He himself had been knocked back and sustained minor abrasions. Yet together, they had managed to eliminate the hunchbacked figure. This success was largely due to Gao Yan's precise shots to the head. The creature had been a level 2 ordinary monster, earning Gao Yan 50 travel coins. Its strength was comparable to that of a gecko man, though it was less agile. Dinner consisted of vegetable porridge once more, yet its flavor was far superior to that of several neighboring rooms. The aroma of rice wafted from the 886 train's third carriage, tantalizingly close. Brother Hu, why don't you go over to carriage 9 and borrow some rice? Eating nothing but wild vegetables is leaving us all feeling weak, and our supply of greens won't last much longer. The woman named when Miao Yu poked Hu Chong beside her. Hu Chong, too, felt hunger pangs. He had once owned a deli and was accustomed to indulging in a few morsels of meat now and then. Nowadays, aside from a couple of box meals on the train containing a bit of meat and rice, he had been subsisting for over a day on nothing but sprouts. He was not a cow. Merely consuming wild vegetables could invite the undead at night, leaving them too weak to defend themselves. All right, let us all go together. It would be shameful to beg, but we might starve otherwise. Those students should be easier to negotiate with than that group of brash youths. Hu Chong was well aware of Chongming's formidable skills, yet they were merely seeking assistance rather than resorting to theft, which alleviated their fear somewhat. It was only in the dire situation of starvation that true danger would present itself. A group of 5, 3 men and 2 women, advanced towards the room around the corner. In a world devoid of strength, maintaining one's dignity held little value. Chapter 51. The Conspiracy of Train 003. Choo-choo your porridge. Chen Shangnan served a bowl of rice to Deng Choo-choo, naturally prioritizing her with the first serving. Chongming had already eaten a boxed meal topped with a generous portion of beef prior to descending from the office building, so he felt no hunger. He claimed to have had his fill, and no one probed further. With his ample supplies, he had already set aside 10 pounds of rice for the group's daily sustenance. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Zhang Zuizhu had just handed the bowl to Chen Shangnan when he spotted a few individuals from car 3. What brings you here? He inquired. Brother Zhang, I see you have rice. Could you spare us some? We've only had a bit of wild vegetables today. Hu Chong and his companions gazed longingly at the large pot over the fire, where the verdant porridge bubbled with grains. Zhang Zuizhu scrutinized them for a full 5 seconds before responding slowly. Are you jesting? We are 11 in number, and this is the only bag of rice we have. It's barely enough for ourselves. How can we lend you any? Hu Chang was taken aback by the young man's bluntness, feeling a sense of retreat wash over him. We're truly in a bind. Could you possibly spare a little, even half a pound? Apologies, but not a single grain. Unless you can offer 30 train coins per pound, Zhang Zuozhu stated, aiming to dissuade them. 30 coins for just a pound? That's outrageous. It could buy a boxed meal. When Miao Yu exclaimed upon hearing the price. That's the deal, otherwise. You'll have to wait until you're back on the train to purchase your meals. Hu Chang began to calculate. The 30 coins could indeed be gathered among the 5 of them. If they transformed a pound of rice into porridge, it would suffice for 2 meals. Having previously slain a zombie and shared instant noodles with the others, Hu Chang was regarded as their leader. Excluding the 2 box meals he had purchased, he still possessed 20 coins. All right, we agree. Each of you 4 needs to contribute 5 train coins, Hu Chang announced to the others, knowing they all had 10 coins saved. Thus, the collective from Car 3 managed to gather 30 travel coins. This is the 30 coins. I'll transfer it to you, Hu Chang said, preparing to hand it over to Zhang Zuozhu. However, the latter found himself in a dilemma. Chang Ming had brought out 10 pounds of rice, but after allocating 2 pounds for the 2 meals, only 8 remained. Logically, this price should yield a profit, yet the quantity of rice was limited. Zhang Zuozhu had initially intended to dissuade them, but he never anticipated they would actually produce the coins. Just as he was grappling with this predicament, Chang Ming spoke up. Zuozhu, give them a pound. This deal is not a loss. Aside from the earliest chocolates and meats, he currently possesses 68 boxed meals, along with 20 kilograms of millet and 20 bags of instant noodles. Selling even a pound would have little impact, and once night falls, there will be opportunities for extra earnings. Perhaps there are more provisions to be gained. Presently, Changming's travel currency has reached 4,300, likely making him the wealthiest among the passengers in this post-apocalyptic era, second only to the venerable village chief, Li Yin, a true embodiment of fortune and longevity. Thank you, Brother Ming. Thank you, Brother Ming. Hu Chang expressed his gratitude repeatedly after receiving a pound of rice, a sentiment echoed by the accompanying members. With this rice, at least a few individuals could sustain themselves for another 2 days. Although the travel currency holds significance, it can only be utilized once the train makes an appearance. The office building lacks food, and with the threat of zombie attacks combined with the chill on the 5th floor, without some nutritional replenishment, survival becomes a daunting challenge. Zhang Zuozhu handed the money he received to Changming, as it was originally intended to support everyone with rice. It would be unacceptable to pocket it for oneself. No waities. I still have millet. Tomorrow, we can enjoy some millet porridge. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuozhu felt a sense of relief, yet he still requested additional support from Changming. This bag of rice had been dropped by a monster during Changming's hunt last night, a fact well known to all. However, during the night watch, many monsters have been slain, yielding little aside from a stick for Jiang Yuan. I never intended to sell it. We barely have enough for ourselves. Even if we help them, we are not at a loss. 30 yuan can purchase 10 marinated eggs on the train, which are far more nutritious than that rice. Changming spoke the truth, indeed a profitable venture. Zhang Zuozhu did not linger on the matter, and the group began their evening meal. Hu Chang and others returned to their room with the rice. Brother Hu, let's cook this rice quickly. We deserve a good meal tonight, suggested a nearby youth. His gaze fixated on the bag of rice in Hu Chang's hands, apprehensive that he might suddenly store it away. We must ration our food. I plan to divide it into 3 meals. Look how much rice Changming has. They're making thin porridge. We should conserve, or we want tea last the next few days. Hu Chang tightened his grip on the bag of rice. The youth was unaware of the wisdom in moderation. The pot was set, the fire ignited, rice added, followed by vegetables. It resembled the meal in Car 9, albeit a bit more diluted. The 5 watched the pearl-like grains swirling in the boiling water. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of rice, their appetites awakened. Though lacking salt, the thin porridge was a welcome treat. They each cradled their bowls, consuming every morsel, even licking the bowls clean. Never had they imagined that such thin gruel could be so delightful. Although the stairs below had been destroyed by Changming and his group, they still needed to barricade the door. One could never predict the monsters that might emerge at night. Should we also venture out to slay some zombies? It would serve 2 purposes, for monetary gain, and if we managed to procure food and equipment. It could be a lifesaver. When Miao Yu suggested from the side, feeling a twinge of envy as she observed others indulging in abundant feasts. If the men in Car 3 could hunt monsters with the prowess of Chang Ming, their days would surely improve. It was imperative to prioritize action. Idly consuming resources would lead to their downfall. Hu Chang, although reluctant to take risks, understood that failing to act now would render their future burdensome. Hu Yi, you must protect me and Wang Qian. As women, we are no match for the undead. Understood. Just focus on your responsibilities. Leave the monster slaying to the three of us. Hu Chang and his companions began to push tables and move cabinets, establishing their defensive fortifications while leaving a gap for easy access to confront the undead. On the second night in the office building, the clock struck 8 once more. Shadows emerged from the thick fog, heralding the arrival of a new batch of undead. Meanwhile, the occupants of Train 003 gathered under the leadership of Sui Bai. Listen to me. These monsters are resources we cannot allow the occupants of Train 886 or the A Sand to seize. At that moment, Sui Bai exhibited an undeniable aura of leadership. As the group convened, he demonstrated his formidable strength by shattering a table with a single punch, moving with astonishing speed. The others began to regard him as an individual of equal caliber to Chongming. Coupled with his previous act of saving Zhu Tian, the group held a favorable impression of him, leading to a sense of camaraderie, even among armed members like Zhu Tian and Zhang Hongba. Ibai, how do we contend with them? One asked. There's a safety exit near the restroom, but it seems blocked. We must find a way to clear it to allow the undead to ascend. Sui Bai's words were laced with a heavy aggression that went unnoticed by most, except for Li Jun, who furrowed his brow. But allowing the undead to come up could endanger others. Brother Jun, our people are here. The fate of those on other trains is of no concern to us. Chapter 52, Demons of Hell. Li Jun perceived a change in Sui Bai. He had become more callous, no longer the humble and warm-hearted young man he once was. Perhaps the attack on his comrades had hardened him. The blame lay with that fellow named Chongming. Yet, perhaps this transformation was for the best, better suiting the harsh realities of this post-apocalyptic existence. Without further discussion, Li Jun followed Sui Bai and the others toward the safety exit beside the restroom, preparing to carve a passage to eliminate the undead. The group from Train 003 appeared to be up to something as they descended the stairs in a cluster of dozens. Galleon entered from outside, cautioning everyone. He had been on lookout in the corridor and had noticed Sui Bai and the others departing. Ignore them, as long as they don't provoke us. We'll be fine. Zhang Zui sat on the sofa, gripping his knife firmly against the ground. So, are we killing the undead today? Currently, we're on the 5th floor, and the staircase on the 2nd floor is broken. I doubt those fools can reach us. Gallien's intentions were discernible to all. He too wished to seize an opportunity for gain this evening. The battle from the previous night had yielded him over 100, supplemented by the 50 contributed by today's hunchbacked fellow. With his travel currency now amounting to 200, Gallien felt an unprecedented sense of wealth. Thus, he was determined not to let today's chance for profit slip away. Rest well indoors today. Just leave one person to guard the entrance. I intend to venture down to the 1st floor for a while, he declared. Chongming, stretching lazily, rose to his feet. He had not engaged much in slaying corpse monsters the day before, merely tidying up his own floor, primarily for the purpose of training everyone. Having completed his military drills, he was now ready to head downstairs and seize a lucrative opportunity, for such chances to amass wealth were rare. Let the others handle the slaying. Wouldn't that be a waste of resources? Do you require our assistance in keeping watch? What if the occupants of Car 003 and Car 277 decide to launch a surprise attack? Before Zhang Zui could finish, Chongming waved his hand dismissively. No need. I am well aware. If they dare to ambush us, those 2 vehicles will surely suffer casualties. With that, Chongming exited, planning to stand at the entrance of the 1st floor to maximize efficiency in his endeavors. As for stepping outside the office building, he had yet to consider it. After all, he still perceived the outside world as perilous, likely harboring entities no less formidable than the colossal creature on the 18th floor. Sui Bai, accompanied by his team, arrived at the entrance of the 1st floor, where a formidable locked door awaited them. Everyone stepped back. He drew his pistol and fired twice at the lock. With a forceful kick, he shattered the door, revealing a narrow passage beyond. After navigating a couple of turns, he finally encountered the mechanism of corpse monsters. Fools! I'm right here. Upon hearing the commotion, the monsters began to converge towards Sui Bai. The number of monsters steadily increased, marking a successful baiting of enemies. Sui Bai hastily returned to the safety exit. All right, the corpse monsters will soon be upon us. Let us establish our first line of defense here. If we cannot hold them off, we will retreat. Understood. Hurry over. Zhu Tian also readied his weapon, prepared for battle. He too yearned to acquire some weapons and provisions, thereby enhancing his chances of survival and quality of life. Meanwhile, Chongming had descended to the first floor, observing the throngs of corpse monsters within, including a particularly large specimen. A slight smile played upon his lips. "You are all mine. Not one shall escape. Yes, you there come forth." The horde of corpse monsters, drawn by his voice, began to gather around him. There was no need for defense. These level 1 minions were utterly incapable of breaching Chongming's full armor. With a frying pan in his left hand and the heart gun in his right, he swung the pan, sending several corpse monsters flying with each strike. Each shot from his gun tore gaping holes in the bodies of the monsters. The notion of aiming for the head when attacking corpse monsters was entirely disregarded by Chongming in this moment. After vanquishing over 100 monsters, he discerned a peculiar scarcity outside. Gazing at the tide of corpses, he pondered whether there existed a numerical limitation. Wasn't it promised that they would be endlessly replenished? Could it be that the proprietor of these corpses bore the surname Hua? What a heartless merchant! Upon Changming's completion of the first floor's undead, the ground became arduous to traverse, entirely carpeted with bodies. At this moment, a commotion emerged from outside, heralding a new wave of foes. After Sui Bai and his companions dispatched 4 of the undead in the corridor, they waited in vain for further appearances. "Ibai, do you think these corpses have taken a wrong turn? Only 4 in such a long span seems rather abnormal. It should be like this. From the upper floors, hundreds poured in, so many should have sustained their advance. I shall investigate further." Su Ibai was perturbed, having lured a few moments ago only to find these meager numbers. Was it necessary to continuously draw them? If so, it would be more efficient to fight alone, as such numbers were excessive. Gathering everyone was to mitigate the risk of an overwhelming horde, allowing them to disperse their firepower. "I shall accompany you. So shall I." Zhu Tian and Zhang Hongba, armed and emboldened, volunteered readily. Su Ibai said little more, and the trio made their way back toward the hall along the narrow path. Oddly, not a single undead crossed their path. Just then, a sound emerged from outside. As the 3 exited the corridor, they beheld a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. A figure was nimbly navigating through the throng of corpses, each strike claiming several undead. Evoking the adage, with a sweeping motion, one clears a vast expanse. With precision, one pierces a line, as light as a goose soaring through the clouds. The pile of bodies on the ground had amassed nearly 2 feet in height. Upon closer inspection of the bloodied figure, they gasped in astonishment. Changming, here, amidst hundreds of corpses. He was as if in a realm devoid of opposition. Occasionally, they caught sight of scattered remnants, too fleeting for him to gather. It was sheer madness. Suijivai, observing this scene, felt a mix of hatred and fear. That wretched Changming had intercepted the bounty. How could he possibly not tire from such slaughter? Taking advantage of the distraction, Su Ibai retrieved his soul dart. This presented a prime opportunity. Should he eliminate Changming here, all spoils would be his. Not to mention Changming's several purple artifacts, the travel coins from these corpses alone would amount to 2,000 or 3,000. Even if he failed, Su Ibai was unperturbed. The soul dart was invisible to others and could be activated through thought, leaving no trace. With a swift motion, an intangible dart flew towards Changming, who remained unsuspecting, still engaged with the corpse. The dart hit its mark. Su Ibai was elated. He had struck true, yet why did Changming exhibit no reaction? Was he merely suppressing his response? No, he must strike again. A second dart, a third dart. Dart use cooldown, 259-55. Su Ibai was in a state of despair. His greatest reliance had proven ineffective against Chongming, who remained unscathed. The trio stood there as if watching a film, witnessing as Chongming dispatched the last of the corpse monsters. After observing for so long, did they have nothing to say? Covered in blood and grime, Chongming turned to face them, revealing a smile that was utterly chilling, reminiscent of a demon that had just clawed its way out of hell. Chapter 53. Who is the murderer? From the moment the 3 arrived, Chongming had noticed them, yet he was too engrossed in his slaughter to pay them any heed. During the fray, he felt a chilling presence brush against him 5 times, but it vanished upon contact. He had no idea what it was, but it certainly wasn't anything benign. Brother Ming, you are simply a god descended to earth. Su Ibai exclaimed, his face blooming with a radiant smile. Indeed, Brother Ming, you resemble a martial arts master, sweeping through the ranks. Zhang Hongba quickly echoed, eager to avoid any misunderstanding. After all, Widow Zhang was waiting for his attention that very night. Chongming, you are incredibly formidable. Zhu Tian, though not one to lavish praise, couldn't he help but admire him. Though he found Chongming's current demeanor somewhat intimidating. Is that so? I feel the same way, Chongming replied, sheathing his weapon. If you wish to watch, then continue. None of you are to leave until I am done. I have matters to discuss with you. His tone left no room for dissent, prompting the trio to swallow hard. Su Yibai's complexion turned pale. Could it be that Chongming was aware of the earlier ambush? Couldn't he possibly admit to it? Thus, the three armed men stood like children called to the front of the class, awaiting reprimand. Chongming calculated that he had vanquished a total of 460 corpse monsters and 4 zombies, reaping a reward of 5,000 yuan. Such a sum doubled his worth. Had he known, he would have relished the first floor yesterday as well. 10 kilograms of rice, 4 red Fuji apples, a 5-liter bottle of Farmer's 3 punch. What a waste, utterly worthless. A Type 92 pistol accompanied by 209mm rounds. Was this a green slingshot? Merely adding 4 points to attributes. Utterly useless. He would later give it to Niu Zilong. Oh, a deluxe pastoral gift set. This is rather splendid. Let me see a 5 kilograms package of pork. It has all cuts. After rummaging through the spoils, these were the best items he found. While he did acquire some food and weapons, he lamented the lack of scallions, ginger, garlic, dark soy sauce, and rock sugar, having only salt. However, he could extract some oil after stir-frying. In high spirits, Chongming stood there, lighting a 1916 cigarette. It is often said that a smoke after a meal brings the joy of a celestial being, and this proved to be true. He did not call for the 3. Instead, Su Yibai felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, yet no one dared to disturb him. 5 minutes of tranquility swiftly passed in puffs of smoke, while the 3 standing in punishment felt as if the hours dragged on. What bad luck! I won't be getting a second helping. Negative review. Chongming cursed, tossing the cigarette but aside as he approached the 3. At last, is it finally approaching? In truth, Zhu Tian and Zhang Hongba were somewhat better off, merely intimidated by Chongming's formidable prowess. Su Yibai, however, was in a completely different state of mind. He feared exposure for his unscrupulous deeds. Zhu Tian Dabai and, well, it doesn't seem matter what you're called. Did you not ambush me while I was dealing with the corpse monster? Ming Yi, Yi Oim Sung Hong Bu. You may call me to Bo, or even Xiao Bo if you prefer. I wouldn't dare, I didn't even raise my weapon. Zhang Hongba hastily interjected. Feeling the weight of the accusation, it was a perilous hat to wear. Chongming cast a glance his way before turning to Zhu Tian. Ming Yi, I assure you that the 3 of us have made no unnecessary movements here, and an ambush would yield us no benefit. We must rely on your strength to survive in this place. Chongming nodded, finally fixing his gaze on Su Yibai with a tone of calmness. Dabai, we share a history of exploration together. Please enlighten me as to why you attempted to ambush me. Su Yibai, has this been discovered? It shouldn't have. Why was I not given the opportunity to explain like Zhu Tian and the others? It was as if he knew. Could he possibly possess the ability to read minds? Why am I being accused? I did not ambush you at all. If they both claim innocence, then it must be you, Chongming asserted with unwavering certainty. In truth, he was unaware of the source of that chilling breeze, but it was certainly not the work of the corpse monster. It was only after these 3 appeared that he felt such a presence. To suggest it had nothing to do with them was utterly implausible in his eyes. He could not ascertain what kind of weapon or hidden device it might be, but it seemed of no consequence to him. Yet at this moment, Chongming felt no discomfort. If there was any, it was merely the nauseating sensation that plagued him. Su Yibai's eyes widened. Was Chongming's judgment based solely on this assumption of guilt too frivolous? Had he known, he would have spoken first. Minggu, you know me well. We fought side by side yesterday, and it was you who saved my life. Upon uttering these words, Zhu Tian furrowed his brow slightly, for this was inconsistent with the private conversation relayed in the previous information. Today, Su Yibai had clearly stated that he was injured by Chongming's ambush, escaping only through some extraordinary means. Now, however, it had transformed into a matter of salvation. Furthermore, given Chongming's skill, anyone he ambushed would hardly survive. In fact, he suspected that if an ambush had been executed, it was likely orchestrated by Su Yibai. However, he had not directly witnessed any act of aggression. As a former police officer in the pre-apocalyptic era, he could not unjustly accuse someone without evidence. Chongming then inquired further about Su Yibai, who had previously exhibited erratic behavior. It was prudent to exercise caution with such individuals. One could not evade responsibility on the grounds of a fragile mind. You are fortunate to be alive. I am curious how you managed to descend from above, for you seem to speak with some semblance of logic now. After restoring my state, I braved the sinister aura to come down. Minga, I assure you I am fine now. Very well then. Since no one is willing to admit anything, let us ascend together. Chongming no longer paid attention to the three individuals, resolutely making his way towards the emergency exit of the elevator. Su Yibai and the others obediently trailed behind, refraining from whispering. Their thoughts remained known only to themselves. Ascending to the third floor took a bit of time, as Chongming leapt up effortlessly while the others had to climb. They followed him into the office of Compartment 9, where the personnel resided. No one would dare to run. The office building was not expansive enough for anyone to vanish without a hiding place, and both Zhu Tian and Zhang Hongbao had no reason to feel guilty. Furthermore, under Chongming's watchful gaze, escape was impossible. Zhang Zuozhu and his companions were engaged in a game of cards. When Deng Chu saw Chongming enter, his clothes drenched in blood, she was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Brother Ming, are you injured?" "I'm fine. The corpse monsters outside have finished their shift, so I expect a good night's sleep," he replied nonchalantly. "You all should continue with your business. Zuozhu, accompany me inside for a moment, and you three stay close." Su Yibai hesitated, contemplating whether to take someone here as a hostage, but quickly reconsidered, realizing they were all survivors in this apocalyptic world. In such dire times, who would truly care for another? This line of thought only served to expose his intentions further. Thus, he followed into the inner office of the general manager. Chongming leaned back in the boss's chair, resting his arms on the armrests. "Zuozhu, one of these three has plotted against me, but I cannot discern who it is. Can you assist me in uncovering the truth?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuozhu did not even glance at the trio. "I find time to be of the essence. Perhaps we should eliminate them all." The faces of Zhu Tian and the others paled. If reason were to be cast aside, they would have no choice but to fight for their lives. "Hold on, gentlemen. I fear that if you act too hastily, you may lose your targets before your guns even fire," Chongming remarked, recognizing their intentions. He straightened himself, resting his arms on his legs, fingers intertwined, betraying no hint of anxiety. "Zuozhu, please don't rush into your game. We cannot indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. I perceive Zhu Tian and Xiao Bo as benign." Upon hearing this, Su Yibai realized he must now appear the villain. He was uncertain whether Chongming genuinely knew his intentions or was merely intimidating him. In truth, Chongming was unaware. Otherwise, he would not be engaging in this dialogue, as he could easily have them dealt with. As he had stated, he truly did not wish to harm the innocent. "Let us begin simply. Explain the circumstances of your encounter with Brother Ming," he urged. Zhu Tian recounted how Su Yibai had initially organized the group to confront the corpse monsters, detailing their subsequent investigation when they discovered the monsters had not been drawn away. Zhang Hongbao and Su Yibai had no objections to this account. Upon hearing it, Zhang Zuozhu fell into deep thought. He grasped the overall situation. Su Yibai's strength evidently surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He had dared to launch a surprise attack during Chongming's onslaught against the corpse monsters, employing cunning tactics. The treasures they had encountered could enhance one's abilities, and many of the weapons exhibited remarkable effects. Given the current circumstances, the individual most likely to launch a covert attack with peculiar treasures is undoubtedly Su Yibai. I have a rough understanding of the situation, and I wish to inquire of Su Yibai what treasures have augmented his strength. Zhang Zuozhu gazed at him, anticipating his response. "Huh, I see through your intentions. You merely wish to frame me and ultimately seize my treasures. Am I not left with a mountain of accusations to refute?" Su Yibai refrained from providing a direct answer, instead exhibiting signs of indignation. From the outset, Chongming had targeted him with his words, and now Zhang Zuozhu continued this line of questioning. At that moment, Chongming rose and approached Su Yibai step by step, causing the latter to retreat in fear. Only those who have truly encountered this man can comprehend the extent of his terror, even with 2 pieces of purple gear. Su Yibai knew he was far from a match. "Speak the truth, Big Bai. I grant you a chance for survival. Should you continue to lie, I shall swiftly end your misery." Chongming advanced, resting his right hand on Su Yibai's shoulder, an overwhelming force emanating from his fingers. Unable to endure the pressure, Su Yibai cried out, realizing that the other party had already made up their mind. With no way to evade, he braced himself. "I confess, it was I who ambushed you, but you must honor your word, Chongming." Zhu Tian and Zhang Hongbao exchanged glances. noting that Su Yibai did not appear to be confessing under duress, as he emphasized Chongming's need to keep his promise. The old Su Yibai would never have behaved in such a manner. Today, he appeared burdened by intense hostility. Had his power truly increased alongside his desires? I will certainly keep my word, Chongming declared, retrieving a zombie's tooth from his space and forcefully inserting it into Su Yibai's mouth. Su Yibai was assaulted by a wave of nausea, as Chongming squeezed his throat, compelling him to swallow. What have you made me ingest? A homemade pill. With a 50% chance of poisoning. Consider this your opportunity. Chongming was not inclined to let this individual escape, intending instead to transform him into a zombie, allowing him to perish in agony. In truth, he felt a tinge of regret for Su Yibai. Had he not succumbed to insanity, he would not have ended up in such a predicament. At the very least, his active ambush provided Chongming with a justifiable reason to eliminate him. Consuming the zombie's tooth should induce a transformation, though it seemed to require blood transmission. Thud! Chongming delivered a punch to Su Yibai's abdomen, causing him to double over, collapsing to the ground and spitting blood. Now that settles it. What are you two still doing here, waiting to join me for a bath? Chongming addressed Zhu Tian and Zhang Hongba. Brother Ming, you appear busy. We shall take our leave. Zhang Hongba glanced at the incapacitated Su Yibai and promptly pulled Zhu Tian towards the exit. He had no desire to linger even a moment longer. Chongming stepped forward, beginning to search Su Yibai's belongings. Anything that could enhance physical abilities was to be kept close at hand. Otherwise, one could not harness the additional attributes. Not everyone possessed the ability to merge with a police captain's badge. The treasures are easily distinguishable. One merely needs to hold them in hand for inspection. The soul dart and the warm baby card. To think there are two purple treasures. No wonder he was able to descend from the upper floor. It appears this warm baby card is the key, while the one who ambushed me must have been wielding the soul dart. Chongming felt a pang of jealousy, realizing that the other possessed as many purple items as he did. Casually, he secured both items for himself. What are you doing? Return my treasures at once. I shall safeguard them for you for a lifetime. If you refrain from causing trouble, I will not touch your belongings. Give them to me. Hurry. Su Yibai screamed in a fit of hysteria, for what had been taken was not merely a treasure, but akin to his very life. Chongming, in a swift motion, cast him against the wall, and Su Yibai fell unconscious. Without the two purple pieces of equipment, he was but an ordinary person. Zhang Zuizhu, witnessing Chongming acquire the two treasures, refrained from further inquiry. Are we leaving him here? I'm off to play cards. Wait. Chongming handed Zhang Zuizhu a 1916 and added, bind him tightly. If he survives by tomorrow, I shall honor my word. Zhang Zuizhu procured some strips of cloth and securely bound Su Yibai. Together, Chongming and he exited. Here's a slingshot for you, Zilong, and your pistol and ammunition. Commander. With the weapons now in hand, the occupants of car number 9 were fully armed. The soul dart and the warm baby card were convenient to carry. Hence Chongming chose not to share them with others, as their purple attributes significantly enhanced performance. He would distribute them when the time was right and when he had no further use for them. Chongming then retreated to the restroom for a thorough wash. In the dead of night, he was roused by the anguished cries of Su Yibai. Upon switching on the light, he beheld a horrifying sight. Su Yibai was undergoing a transformation into a corpse, his face marred by dark patterns, his body convulsing uncontrollably. He was bound so tightly that he could not move, resembling a madman. The outcome of Su Yibai was a consequence of his own actions. The transformation yielded 2 bags of ham sausages, 6 marinated eggs, 3 pieces of chocolate, 4 to 5 pounds of wild vegetables, and a considerable amount of water. Chongming directly transferred Su Yibai's pistol to Zhang Zuizhu, for at times, a firearm is far more effective than a machete. The following day, Chongming summoned Zhu Tian and Zhang Hongba, presenting them with the current state of Su Yibai. One was meant to serve as a warning, while the other demonstrated that it was not Chongming's lack of integrity, but merely the unfortunate luck of this individual. The one most heartbroken was Li Jun. Upon learning of Su Yibai's transformation, sat quietly alone, causing no commotion. 3 days swiftly passed. Chongming led the group in a thorough cleansing of the entire office building, encountering neither elite monsters nor any dropped items. However, over these 3 nights, inexplicably, the horde of corpse monsters outside ceased to appear. Could it be that the unfavorable reviews of his own heart had caused the production of corpse monsters to cease? Such was the only thought that occupied Chongming's mind. After yet another night, Everyone anticipated their return to the train by afternoon. However, at this moment, aside from the occupants of Carriage 9, the majority were too famished to muster any strength. Chapter 55, A Plea for Assistance. Lu Zhan brought the people from his carriage to seek aid. He himself was faring relatively well, having savored the crispy duck that Chongming had given him over the course of 3 days. Furthermore, his stockpile was somewhat more abundant than the others, allowing him to endure until tomorrow without issue, though his provisions were dwindling. Chongming, my friend, I truly need your help this time. Everyone finished the wild vegetables yesterday at noon. Lu Zhan swallowed hard as he fixed his gaze on the large pot before him, where millet porridge was simmering. Observing the golden grains of millet swirling in the white broth caused his stomach to rumble. This porridge is thick. Lakshmi, please serve a bowl from Manager Lu. Chongming promptly commanded, considering Lu Zhan the one with whom he had the most interaction among the other carriages. Serving a bowl of porridge was hardly a burden. Lu Zhan accepted the porridge, gently blowing on it before taking a small sip from the rim of the bowl. It was scalding yet delightful. Having not tasted porridge in over 10 days, the sensation brought him immense comfort. Meanwhile, the occupants of Carriage 5 were incessantly swallowing their saliva. Old Lu, friendship aside, there are too many of you relying on our charity. We cannot provide for everyone. Chongming chuckled as he observed Lu Zhan across from him. We are naturally prepared to exchange some food. However, I wonder what your pricing is. Lu Zhan had heard that the people from Carriage 3 had traded a pound of rice here. He still possessed over 100 travel coins and required only a modest amount of food to sustain his group of 9 for the day. To be honest, I am not particularly in need of money at the moment, but since you have brought it up, I can sell you 2 pounds at 25 coins per pound. I too need to stock up. Chongming offered a price slightly lower than Hu Chong's, albeit with a strict limit. Lu Zhan, not one to hesitate, expressed his gratitude and promptly handed Chongming 50 coins, acquiring 1 pound of millet and 1 pound of rice before departing with his companions. He instructed them to use the rice for immediate nourishment while reserving the millet for himself. By noon, Heikai was so hungry that his stomach felt as if it were touching his back. He watched as Yu Zhiyong indulged in canned food, which the latter had been consuming for 2 days. Xiao Huangmao also yearned for a taste, but Yu Zhiyong asserted that this was something he had procured through his own charm and refused to share even a morsel. Observing Yu Zhiyong drain the last drop of canned liquid, Heikai's stomach began to protest loudly. Brother Yu, we have another day ahead. With just that little bit of canned food, you will surely suffer from hunger. We must seek out something to eat. Heikai, in fact, possessed some travel coins. On the day of their arrival, he had discovered a green treasure chest in a corner. Inside, it contained 100 travel coins and a green machete. Yet, these items could not substitute for a meal. He had also noted that many others were similarly struggling, relying on water to create a false sense of fullness. Just yesterday, he had snatched a small piece of bread from a woman, but that hardly sufficed to quell his hunger. Where could they possibly find food? Yesterday, he had aimed his gun at a sand, but aside from ordering a few dishes, there was nothing else available. Shall we seek out Minggu? Just the other day, I caught a whiff of them stewing pork belly while I idled by the door, savoring the scent and nibbling on wild greens. If you wish to go, I believe I can still manage to endure the journey. Yu Zhiyong is genuinely afraid of Chongming. It would be best to avoid a confrontation. I have heard that the absence of corpse monsters these past few days is likely due to this fellow's eradication of them. Currently, the stench below the 4th floor is exceedingly foul, and their own quarters on the 4th floor are hardly any better. However, of late, it seems less frigid. Perhaps Chongming has been ascending to the 18th floor daily to engage in combat with that monstrous leader, thereby diminishing the eerie atmosphere. But what of your beloved Lin Manjun? She has grown so thin from hunger, and you seem unconcerned? Heikai wishes for Yu Zhiyong to accompany him. At least he would have a companion. I have always been fond of slender beauty. In my youth, I relished listening to Yan Zi's songs. Yu Zhiyong, with an air of indifference, lit a cigarette. While there was no food in the office building, some water, cigarettes, and tea could still be procured. Blast it. If you're not going, I shall. If I don't eat something by noon, I might as well ascend to the heavens. Cursing under his breath, Heikai rose and departed from Yu Zhiyong's room, where Hu Shuyo and Lin Manjun awaited outside, eyes glistening with anticipation. What do you think? Will I find something to eat? Old Yu is no help. I'm off to find Minggu. Who is coming with me? I'll go. So will I. The 4 individuals from car number 7 followed Heikai, ascending from the 4th to the 5th floor. Upon arriving at the office door, where Chongming was residing, they abruptly halted. A large table was positioned at the entrance, adorned with a sign that read no visitors during lunch. Xiao Kai, their essay notice on the door. Can we still enter? Lin Manjun hesitated upon seeing the words, recalling a previous minor altercation with the occupants of car number 9, during which she had received a slap from Deng Chu-Chu. She dared not harbor any grievances, as the other party was well armed. Yet hunger gnawed at her. Whoever would provide her with sustenance, she would offer anything in return. We've come this far. Are you afraid to enter? Shall we just stand outside and drink the northwestern winds? Move. He Kai strode forward, and upon entering, he was greeted by an enticing aroma. Today, they had not lit a fire. Chong Ming had distributed lunch boxes to everyone, and it appeared that they were about to return. After dispersing the meals, nearly 50 boxes remained in stock, and after consuming porridge for several days, it was time to replenish with some solid food. Gao Yin was seated at the door, digging into his rice box, when he caught sight of He Kai. Xiao He, didn't you see the notice outside? Haha, Gao Gu, we come seeking assistance. Your lunchbox smells exquisite. Shoo shoo, if you have something to say, just say it. I dislike being watched while I eat. One might think you intend to rob me. He Kai truly wished to snatch it, yet reason cautioned him against such folly. Suddenly, his keen eyes spotted a box of instant noodles beside Gao Yin, wrapped in purple packaging. Old Tan's sauerkraut noodles. The sight, coupled with the pungent aroma of phlegm, cigarette butts, and feet, was tantalizing. This was evidently placed there by Chong Ming for Gao Yin. After Lu Zhan departed, Hu Chong and Ma Jiao, who now resided in car 11 after previously being in car 12, returned to purchase food. Chang Ming, uninterested in selling the usual staple foods, noted that instant noodles were available on the train for a mere 10 coins per box. He was selling them for 15 coins here. Those who could afford it were welcome to buy, but he advised against complaining about the price, suggesting that if one had the means, they should wait until aboard the train to make their purchase. However, once on the train, it was certain that everyone would prefer the boxed meals, which included meat, vegetables, and rice, far superior to these instant noodles. Hey, are you selling these noodles? Asked a voice. 15 travel coins. My little shop operates on a strict no-credit policy. 15. That's even more expensive than the instant noodles on the train. Can you lower the price? Of course. Go and speak to Minggu. If he agrees to waive the fee, I'll give you a box for free. Just so, some people already bought a few bags earlier. If others from different trains come over, there might be nothing left. As Gao Yin spoke, he casually spat a chicken bone into his food container. The meat dish for this meal consisted of braised chicken pieces and stir-fried pork. After finishing one box, he carelessly tossed it aside. He Kai glanced at it for a moment, then, with a determined expression, said, "All right, I'll take 2 packs." After paying, he ignored everyone else and walked away, having decided that 1 pack per day would suffice to last him until he boarded tomorrow. Those who had never battled the undead typically possessed no more than 10 travel coins, hardly enough to buy even 1 pack. Consequently, Hu Shuio turned to a man beside him and suggested, "Let us pool our money to buy a pack. We can each have half and share some soup." The man, upon hearing this, did not object. The two of them, clutching the single pack of instant noodles like a prized possession, left with 1 corner each, fearful of being outdone. "Could you spare me the one you don't want?" Chapter 56. What are you doing? Ignoring the gaze of the woman beside her, Lin Manjun pointed at the food container that Gao Yin had discarded. "I finished this. Will you use it as a bowl?" Gao Yin casually picked it up and handed it to Lin Manjun, who then opened the container and began to chew on the chicken bones Gao Yin had spat out. Gao Yin was taken aback, astonished at her survival skills. This scene caught the attention of Niu Zilong, who had previously clashed with them. As he approached holding a food container, "I have chicken bones too. Would you like some?" Yes. Is there any more?" Lin Manjun eagerly took the container from him without hesitation. Not to mention, it still had a fair amount of rice grain stuck to it. The people from Car 9, accustomed to a life of comfort, were surprisingly wasteful. "Big guy, what meat was in your box meal at noon?" "A few meager ribs and diced chicken." "What's wrong?" "Bring it over for someone else." "What?" Ma Dashuai, bewildered, approached, staring at Lin Manjun eating the chicken bones that someone else had discarded, momentarily at a loss for words. Just a stop earlier, she had been haughty, but after a lesson from Sister Chu-Chu, she had now become like this. "Here, thank you. Lin Manjun joyfully accepted the box meal from Ma Dashuai and walked away with a smile. In the past 3 days, she scarcely touched her wild vegetables, having lost some to Yujiyo. Hunger had truly become a consuming force. After 3 days of minimal sustenance, her body had dwindled to the weight she had long desired, albeit in a rather unhealthy manner. Now, with just a few bones, though thoroughly stewed, they could still be chewed and swallowed. regardless of others' opinions. As long as she could fill her own belly, she deemed survival not a disgrace. The only other occupant of the seventh carriage was a woman named Song Jelly, a former nurse with a pleasing appearance. She too felt the pangs of hunger, but could not bring herself to consume the bones of others. Initially, she had intended to share a packet of noodles with Lin Man-yun, but the latter had departed. With only 10 yuan in her possession, she found herself unable to make a purchase. I wish to buy some too, but I only have 10 yuan. Could you perhaps sell me half a portion? Sell you half. What would happen to the remainder? Perhaps it's best to forget it. I will give you the 10 yuan. Gao Yin, noticing her pitiable state and finding her somewhat likable, decided to cover the 5 yuan difference himself. Really? Thank you so much. Song Jelly beamed as she accepted the instant noodles, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Realizing that the occupants of the ninth carriage were not so difficult to deal with after all. Overcome with excitement, she impulsively kissed Gao Yin on the cheek before turning to leave. Gao Yin stood in stunned silence, bewildered that she had taken advantage of his generosity and seemed to be admiring his appearance as well. Gao Yin, not too shabby. Looks like someone is throwing themselves at you. Niu Zilong teased from the side. Don't be ridiculous. Thank goodness Jiang Yuan didn't witness that. You know how jealous she can be. Gao Yin retorted. Bah, when did Yuanjia ever become yours? We are to compete fairly. Niu Zilong scoffed at his friend's frivolous banter. Yet, on a serious note, he recalled the sight of the woman devouring bones, remembering her fierce demeanor in the past. Ma Dashuai couldn't help but contemplate the grim reality of their situation, where consuming bones had become a mere triviality. If this continues for a few more days, we should be grateful to be following Mingge. Niu Zilong did not elaborate further. Having just finished his meal, he found it distasteful to dwell on such matters. Historically, in times of great calamity, cannibalism was not unheard of. In the afternoon, Chongming resumed his training on the 18th floor. Downstairs, when a few foreign individuals demanded food, Gao Yin had to use his firearm to dissuade them, believing that while he could manage the occupants of carriages 886 and 003, the foreign visitors would have to fend for themselves. On the final day, Zhang Zuozhu approached Chongming, looking somewhat troubled. Mingge, Lakshmi wants to return to carriage 277. Do you have any solutions? Chongming had suspected that Zuozhu and the foreign girl shared a romance. Do you know what she went through before arriving here? She was imprisoned by those people. This information had come to him later, overhearing Jiang Yuan and Lakshmi conversing. Though this was coerced, it was essential for a brother to be aware of the truth. She confided in me, and I sympathize with her plight. I believe she's a good girl. Observing Zhang Zuozhu's conflicted expression, Chongming chose not to elaborate further. When we leave, let her accompany us. I will speak with the attendants to ensure she boards. Changming's words served as a reassuring balm for Zhang Zuozhu, prompting the latter to envelop him in a hearty embrace. I knew you would have a solution. Thank you, Changming. Changming waved his hand dismissively, adopting an expression that suggested he was well aware of the situation. I knew you would come to seek my assistance on our behalf. Let us not speak of such matters between brothers. He then surveyed the area for any additional items needed, instructing that they gather at the entrance by 3:30 in the afternoon. Rest assured, I have already made the necessary arrangements, he added, before heading off to share this good news with Lakshmi. Zhang Zuozhu instructed his team to pack whatever bedding they could, along with the dismantled sofa covers and the legs of stools, emphasizing the importance of utilizing their available space efficiently. Naturally, Changming also collected some furniture, as his ample space allowed him to store it. He could always discard it later if it became too cumbersome. Watching Zhang Zuozhu depart, a smile spread across Changming's face. He found joy in leveraging his privileges to assist a brother in need. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, various parties began to converge in the plaza outside the office building. As they passed through the lobby, they were met with a scene reminiscent of a gruesome battlefield. The sight was utterly horrifying, causing many to feel a surge of nausea as they navigated through the chaos. Consequently, the gaze of those present towards Changming was tinged with heightened reverence. Hearing of such horrors was one thing. Witnessing them was entirely another. The grim scene before them was the handiwork of that man, underscoring his mental fortitude as much as his physical prowess. Currently, the 277 train had only 15 survivors, while car 003 had 26. In stark contrast, Changming's group was the most populous, with only a few casualties, totaling 62 individuals. However, aside from those in carriage 9, the rest appeared gravely weakened. Surviving to this point had been no small feat. Their once abundant provisions had been wholly depleted, leaving them to hope for supplies at the next stop. Yet before that, They longed for a hearty meal, the aroma of food a distant memory. Zhu Tian and others observed Changming from afar with a complex mix of emotions, recognizing that as long as this individual remained alive, he would undoubtedly thrive aboard the train. While others were preoccupied with concerns over food and safety, he seemed to navigate the situation with the ease of a vacation. At precisely 15:50, 3 trains and the platform appeared as scheduled. Zhang Zuozhu, accompanied by Lakshmi, felt a flutter of apprehension despite Changming's assurances. They had not yet boarded the train, and after encountering numerous strange creatures and phenomena at previous stops, they understood the true terror of the conductors. While Changming could negotiate with them, the prospect of discussing the inclusion of additional passengers posed a significant challenge to established norms. Everyone board the train, Changming called out, following closely behind Zhang Zuozhu and Lakshmi. As Lakshmi stepped onto the carriage, an alarm resonated. Unauthorized passenger detected. Currently, Train 886 does not permit passengers from other trains. Please disembark immediately, or face the consequences. The voice, laced with authority, sent a jolt of anxiety through Zhang Zuozhu and Lakshmi. Changming gently patted the shoulder of his companion, offering reassurance, and then called out into the air of the carriage. "Dear attendant, my friend here has not purchased a ticket. Could you kindly make an exception?" Suddenly, the figure of the attendant appeared, startling Lakshmi. This attendant was unlike the ones aboard their train, number 277. She scrutinized Lakshmi, her long, pointed finger gliding slowly over her form, causing Zhang Zuozhu to hold his breath in trepidation. He felt a pang of fear that she might refuse. "I have altered her identity. Henceforth, she is a passenger of train 886, Changming stated, giving the attendant a friendly pat on the back. "What a good sister you are." This scene caused the other passengers in carriage number 9 to gasp in astonishment, exclaiming, "Why resort to physical gestures when speaking?" Chapter 57, A Carriage of One's Own. "We need not stand on ceremony," the attendant remarked before vanishing, much to the relief of the others, who silently praised Ming Ji's audacity. However, Gao Yan's thoughts diverged. He suspected that Changming might have a closer relationship with the attendant and cast a peculiar glance at Deng Chuchu. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Deng Chuchu felt uncomfortable under Gao Yan's gaze and inquired. "Nothing, Sister Chuchu, you have a long path ahead," Gao Yan replied before retreating to his own carriage, leaving Deng Chuchu perplexed. She dismissed his odd behavior, attributing it to his usual eccentricity, and continued her own business. "Which room shall we assign to Lakshmi?" Zhang Zuozhu asked Changming, noting that carriage number 9 was fully occupied and the rules prohibited 2 people for sharing a room. "Let her stay in my room. I will be moving to carriage number 14. If anything arises, I could be reached by message. You need not go to number 14. The train conductor has assigned you to carriage number 8. The attendant's voice rang out once more. "Wait, it's changed to number 8? Will that not mean others must pass through here? Without your permission, they will not be allowed entry." Changming nodded and addressed the group behind him. "You all continue your discussions. I shall check on my new room." He left a cluster of bewildered individuals watching him depart. "Do you think Ming Ji's special treatment is rather excessive? The train has allocated an entire carriage for him as a suite," Gao Yan exclaimed, his mouth agape. "Who do we even appeal to about this? Why not suggest to the attendant that our tall and handsome Gao Yan should also enjoy a carriage to himself?" Jiang Yuan teased, observing Gao Yan squirm. He recoiled, still eager to experience life, with plenty of youth ahead of him. Did you not see the attendant's demeanor toward Changming? It was akin to that of a longtime sweetheart. As all the passengers boarded the train, perhaps due to the extended stop at this station, every surviving traveler received 100 travel coins. Upon entering carriage number 8, Changming found a narrow hallway leading to a living area, complete with tables and chairs. Further ahead was a bathroom, and there were even shower facilities and a kitchen. The entire room was designed in a minimalist style, with 2 opposing rows of sofas in the living area, exuding a plush appearance. Beside the sofa stood a double-door refrigerator. The space possesses a preserving quality. It is also suitable for chilling beverages and beers. The entire area is elongated, with the living room being utilized judiciously. A dining table for 4 is specifically designated, accompanied by a side cabinet. Changming first took out some of his own liquor and arranged it on the table, enhancing the ambience. Initially, the narrow corridor was flanked by the bedroom, where a 2-meter bed exudes comfort. The entire carriage is equipped with air conditioning, compared to the outside compartments. This is akin to paradise. Changming rolled around on his bed several times. What bliss! Finally, his hardships have yielded sweet rewards. Throughout his life, Changming has never possessed such a spacious room. In the orphanage, he shared quarters with others, and in school, he resided in a collective dormitory. It can be said that carriage number 8 is the first room that truly belongs to him. Upon rising from the bed, he inspected the bathroom, where the shower head dispensed hot water, indicating that he could indulge in warm baths in the future. Although lacking bathing supplies, that could be addressed later. He then proceeded to the kitchen, where the stove, range hood, and even a dishwasher were present. Such comprehensive amenities. After surveying everything, without hesitation, Changming took a shower, emerging revitalized. He donned a set of blue pajamas, further enhancing the homely atmosphere. Upon checking, he learned that the utilities, water, electricity, and gas were all subject to a fee. Water was 5 yuan per cubic meter, electricity 1 yuan per kilowatt hour, and gas 4 yuan per cubic meter. The prices are quite reasonable. At least he would no longer need to collect water. Drinking tap water poses no significant issue. Although uncertain about the origins or limitations of these resources, the prices suggest that as long as payment is made, resources should remain plentiful. Changming sat back, lighting a cigarette for relaxation. His life would soon diverge from others, embracing a blissful existence, finally experiencing the most tangible benefits of his role as a trained police chief. After finishing his smoke, Changming changed into a black short-sleeved shirt and pants, replacing his pajamas, and opened the door to carriage number 9. Brothers, you are welcome to visit my new room. The individuals already in carriage number 9, upon hearing the summons, entered with curiosity. Wow, brother, there's a refrigerator. I need to put a bottle of ice water in there first. Gaoying exclaimed excitedly. Brother Ming, your bed is truly spacious. Neither Chu-Chu nor I will feel cramped sharing it with you. Jiang Yuan joked enviously while gazing at the large bed in the bedroom. Stay elsewhere. This is private space and no visitors allowed. Changming promptly closed the bedroom door, unwilling to allow any advantage taken. If the two girls entered, what would happen to Chun Shengnan? That would be quite unfair. Deng Chu-Chu approached the bathroom, noticing water on the floor, but no mop was available. It appears that bathing is indeed feasible here. Brother Ming, you can take a shower here. Of course. I just finished, but there's a charge for water. It's free for boys, but for girls, it's 2 yuan. What? Deng Chu-Chu was perplexed by Changming's sudden differential treatment. Yet she understood that it was his domain and thus had to adhere to the established norms. Brother Ming, are you engaging in a contest of strength? Chun Shengnan inquired from the side, expressing her willingness to participate even for a mere 10 yuan. She was nearly driven to distraction by the itchiness of her skin. The last time she had bathed was when they had ample water at the first station. In the office building, only Changming dared to utilize the water supply. Contest of strength? Nonsense. Ask Lu Dongyang and the others how many of them take longer than 5 minutes in the shower. Is water free? The group of girls glanced at the boys in the room, who all shook their heads in unison. Just because your hair is short doesn't mean you can bathe in just a few minutes. Isn't a shower supposed to start from half an hour? The realization dawned on Deng Chu-Chu, prompting her to speak up. Well, I want to take a shower now. Chu-Chu, let's go together. We can help each other scrub. Jiang Yuan chimed in, and the two women headed into the bathing area. The sound of water splashing filled the air. Hey, what are you doing? That's quite impressive. Let us have a comparison. Outside, the boys momentarily fell silent until Gao Yin broke the stillness. Guess whose is bigger? What is up? Are you going to judge it on site? I think it's Jiang Yuan. She tends to be more pronounced. Changming pondered for a moment. No, Jiang Yuan's is quite thick. Don't be misled by appearances. Zhang Zuozhu offered a serious analysis. How do you know? Have you secretly touched it? She has washed and hung it out to dry, didn't you see? Zuozhu, we're no longer friends if you're going to bring that up. Chun Shengnan and Lakshmi exchanged exasperated glances, for regardless of the type of boys, this topic seemed to unify them. At least she was grateful that her ominous sign from her last shower had not been aired publicly. Just as the discussion heated up, Changming's phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from the train conductor. Conductor, Chief of the Train Police, please come to car 12. I have a matter to discuss regarding the next stop. Was it about the black square again? Who knew what purpose that object served? Brothers, continue your conversation. I need to step out for a moment, Changming said, putting away his phone and heading toward car 12. Chapter 58, A New Commission. After traversing 3 carriages and under the watchful gaze of those in car 11, Changming entered without hesitation. Didn't they say car 12 was requisitioned? How did Brother Ming get in? Well, as he noted, that S Brother Ming. No need for alarm. Ma Jiao fixed her gaze on the vanishing figure. contemplating that whoever captured this man's favor would likely be free from worries in the apocalypse. Upon entering car 12, Chongming noticed it had seemingly been transformed into a dining car, looking far more opulent than before. The tables and chairs were no longer simple. With marble tops and leather sofas, it resembled a high-end restaurant, exuding a modern European aesthetic. "Conductor, what kind of task do you intend to assign me this time?" Changming gazed at the hulking figure before him, adorned with an array of menacing spikes that sent shivers down his spine, a manifestation of his mild case of trypophobia. Indeed, there was a matter on which he sought assistance. Was it still regarding the black cube? What purpose does that object serve? Not this time. You have already reaped the benefits of that item. Our train is undoubtedly more splendid than before, is it not? As Changming observed the exterior of the train transform into a vibrant blue, coupled with the significant enhancement of his living conditions, a thought crossed his mind. Could this item be the key to upgrading the train? If more were acquired in the future, would the train eventually become a high-speed marvel? Curiously, the speed of the train seemed imperceptible. It adhered to a fixed schedule, with arrivals and departures akin to instantaneous travel. At the very least, it felt much more like home now. The train conductor nodded slightly, and to Changming's surprise, a beautiful bottle materialized in his hand, which he then placed before Changming. "This is a purely personal request. Please fill this bottle with the juice of the Cactus King." "Collect what? The juice of the Cactus King? What on earth is that?" Changming sought clarification on the origins of this peculiar substance, as he needed to know where to procure it. "Simply find a walking cactus, injure it, and collect the flowing juice," the conductor replied nonchalantly, as though it were an everyday task. "A sentient cactus? Is that really feasible? I shall not undertake anything that could jeopardize my life." Although Changming possessed considerable strength, he was not arrogant enough to believe himself invincible. He was acutely aware of the presence of two formidable individuals aboard the train whom he could not fathom. "Oh, it's merely a little fellow, akin to the blood demon from the previous station." "Not at all. That creature nearly cost me my life. How could I possibly contend with something of that ilk?" A sense of caution gripped Changming, for the menacing creature from the last station had instilled a profound sense of danger in him. The notion of seeking blood from a similar entity at the fourth station felt perilously reckless. "A legendary golden treasure. It shall be yours upon completion of the task." "I am not one to be swayed by greed. One must have their life to claim such treasures. What is this golden artifact you speak of?" "I shall need to ponder which of the treasures I possess, one that I find of no use, to offer you. We can discuss it further once you have procured what I desire." The train conductor merely intended to offer a golden treasure as a reward, though he had yet to determine which one. "I find the challenge rather daunting, considering that creature is stronger than I. Perhaps I could add another purple treasure, but no more than that." "Agreed." Changming readily consented, yet he was deeply intrigued by the true purpose of the Cactus King's juice, especially since its reward seemed more substantial than that of the black cube. "Excuse me, conductor, may I inquire about the utility of this juice? I would like to reserve some for myself. Collecting a bottle would be commendable. It may serve personal use, but it likely holds no value for you." Nevertheless, Changming remained undeterred. Since the conductor was unwilling to divulge further, he resolved to gather some for himself. "By the way, where is our next destination?" "The endless Gobi Desert, where water is scarce. You must survive there for 3 days. Trust me, the straw hat I previously provided will prove invaluable." The straw hat serves a singular purpose. It grants a sense of coolness, particularly in the scorching heat of the Gobi Desert. As for the treasure chest, is there any pertinent information regarding it? Changming is most eager to learn about the whereabouts of the treasure chest. After all, who would ever turn down an abundance of riches? Even if he has no use for it himself, he could always share it with the others in Car 9. The treasure chest surely exists. It's just that the vastness of the area renders its location uncertain. As the train conductor, my knowledge merely extends to the next station's details, of which I am not intimately familiar. By the way, there will be 10 trains from Zone 9 docking with you at this station. The stops within the greater region will differ from here on out. 10 trains? How lively that shall be. Additionally, I must mention that I managed to slay 2 colossal silver dragons at the last station. I wonder if such creatures are edible. The taste is passable, though their flesh is somewhat tougher than other fish. As long as it's consumable, who cares about texture? These 2 sizable fish are indeed fresh provisions in our space. Changming has yet to check the messages in the group chat on his phone since returning, and he remains oblivious to the extent of the devastation within the office building. In truth, as long as one avoids the peculiar rooms and fortifies defenses at night, the survival rate should remain quite favorable. particularly since the upper 9 floors are generally inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Having conversed sufficiently, Chang Ming prepares to return to his new quarters and rises to take his leave. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, prompting him to inquire, "Conductor, we've known each other for quite some time, yet I do not know your name. You may call me Lu Yin, or simply 886, comes the reply. Durian? I should have known. What a waste of a question. I shall take my leave. After Chang Ming departs, the unseen finger lady materializes beside the conductor. Conductor, is a beauty-enhancing item truly worth trading for golden treasures? The desire for beauty is a universal trait. I have recently been troubled by acne on my face. Upon returning to Car 8, Chang Ming finds that Deng Chu-Chu and Jiang Yuan have yet to emerge, leading him to ponder if collecting just 2 pieces is insufficient. Zhang Zuizhu, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, is engaged in a card game with Gao Yin, Niu Zilong, and Yi Feng at the dining table, while the remaining 4 sit upon the sofa. The next station is situated on the Gobi Desert. All of you must fill your water supplies here before departing, as the living conditions there are quite dire. Why is it that in novels set in apocalyptic scenarios, one encounters supermarkets or shopping malls, or at least residential buildings where food can be scavenged? Yet here, each stop lacks any proper establishment. Straight flush, Gao Yin exclaims as he discards a hand of cards, voicing his complaints. In my view, with Ming Ji's guidance on our next destination, you're already ahead of 99% of the other passengers. What more could you desire? Interjects Lu Dongyang, reclining on the sofa. Dongyang speaks truthfully. Combined with the survival rewards and the travel currency earned from slaying monsters, we've amassed over 200 already, which allows us to prepare ample food in advance on the train. Zhang Zuizhu takes a drag from his cigarette, slamming his cards onto the table as he continues. In such a location, the temperature fluctuations between day and night can be extreme. We must prepare for both the heat and the cold, assessing the situation upon arrival to locate a suitable resting place. The sofa cover brought back from the previous station can be fashioned into a simple sunshade or even combined to serve as a canopy. After Deng Chu-Chu and the others finished bathing, Chan Shengnan and Lakshmi also entered the bathing area, as women tend to be quite particular about cleanliness. Chang Ming settled onto the sofa and began to peruse his mobile device. The chat in the regional group was lively with the smaller group, consisting of those on the same train, being well informed about shared experiences, while the larger group provided opportunities for sharing stories and exchanging various items. The mention of selling toilet paper for merely 30 travel coins was met with enthusiasm, as the discomfort of living without it had become unbearable. A brand new, unopened 1L bottle of shampoo was available for only 5 travel coins, truly a worthy acquisition. A reminder was issued to remember the charming individuals from the 02735 district, car 813, who had exhibited less than admirable behavior. The previous station had been quite off-putting, with strange occurrences and even the presence of corpses at night. Yet, despite the discomfort, it was noted that one could persevere and continue to thrive. Chang Ming observed that most messages were requests for trades, along with some rather juvenile remarks. Nevertheless, he promptly initiated a transaction for the toilet paper and shampoo, recognizing that the next station might not offer such necessities. He no longer needed to endure the hardships of life, as he casually opened the small group chat for the 886 train. Chang Ming, to everyone. The next stop is the Gobi Desert. If you have extra travel coins, be sure to stock up on water for the 3-day duration. He received grateful responses from his companions, marking the camaraderie among them. As the clock struck 6, everyone eagerly awaited the attendants to sell boxed meals. When the attendant appeared, they were struck by her beauty. Unfortunately, Chang Ming did not manage to procure an extra meal this time, and he anticipated that the next meal would also be scarce. However, the distribution of 100 travel coins provided relief to many in urgent need. Thus, he opted to purchase snacks and beverages, spending 500 train coins on several bottles of drinks, chips, biscuits, and marinated eggs. He filled the refrigerator with drinks and bottled water, ensuring that even the 4 freezing drawers were stocked with water, just in case ice was needed. Eventually, the space became so crammed that nothing else could fit. Meanwhile, others began to utilize the sofa cover along with sticks and the legs of stools to construct makeshift umbrellas. With their hands freed, traversing the Gobi with an umbrella would be a manageable task. Chang Ming, possessing a straw hat, found no need for an umbrella. As night fell, around 9 o'clock, the group finished their ablutions in Chang Ming's train compartment, each person preparing to retire to their respective rooms. Brother Ming, aren't you going to persuade me to stay? Jiang Yuan cast a lingering glance at Changming's bedroom before departing. Before Changming could respond, Deng Chuchu pulled her away, muttering to herself that if anyone were to stay, it certainly wouldn't be him, as the others had already left. After changing into his sleepwear, Changming reclined on his bed, only to notice several mentions of him in the group chat. Upon investigation, he discovered a heated exchange between Heikai and the occupants of Train 888. Heikai declared, "I tell you, there can only be one Train King, and that's my brother Ming. You all can scram." To which Xiao Gaofeng retorted, "Dare to compete for the title with me? It's only because you're not on our train. Go inquire about my achievements, you yellow-haired brat." Heikai countered, "My brother has vanquished all the corpse monsters at the 3rd station. He is a god of war." Xiao Gaofeng scoffed, "Anyone can boast. My brother has ascended the 18th floor, but I doubt you even know what that entails, so I shan't elaborate." Heikai shot back, "So what if he has? My brother Ming can conquer 100 floors. Changming chuckled at the banter. It seemed Heikai was either seeking to cultivate animosity or genuinely possessed a touch of youthful bravado. He refrained from engaging, merely finding amusement in the exchange. However, this Xiao Gaofeng appeared to possess some prowess. Having reached the 18th floor, an acquaintance of Changming's had also scaled that height, but had remained at the 3rd station. Observing the man's profile picture and hairstyle, one could say he exuded a certain forthrightness. Soon, Gao Yin and Yo Zilong joined the fray, vying for the title of Train King. Changming attempted to seek out some useful trading items, but was inundated with incessant messages from these spirited individuals. "Please, no more spamming," he implored, but his words fell on deaf ears as the dialogue continued at a rapid pace. As the clock ticked towards 10, the barrage of messages showed no sign of abating. After 10 o'clock, lights were to be extinguished, and all forms of communication were prohibited. Changming quipped, "Is everyone so idle? Can't you wash up or use the restroom before bed?" Upon sending this message, the group abruptly fell silent, as if his words had cast a spell. Xiao Gaofeng stared at his phone, where Changming's message was displayed, time-stamped at 2200 hours, 02. Did this fellow wish to lose his hands? How audacious to send a message at such a time. He must surely be facing the wrath of the attendants now. This Changming had sent someone to spar with him verbally, and now it seemed he had entered a precarious situation, reminiscent of the flamboyant Chen Jinan. Indeed, this incident would surely etch his name into the annals of infamy in Zone 9. The following morning, upon awakening, Changming opened the door to his compartment. Deng Chuchu and several other girls arrived to assist in preparing breakfast. With the stove allowing for simultaneous cooking, 2 pots of millet porridge were just sufficient for everyone. With Changming's compartment number 8 facilitating their daily life, the inhabitants of compartments 1 and 7 found themselves effectively blocked from accessing it. Only on the 10th and 11th can one visit this place, but it is not a locale for just anyone. As the passengers on the train began to prepare for the desert environment, the day passed swiftly. Changming took all the water from the refrigerator into the designated area. Notably, he unexpectedly purchased several extra lunch boxes at noon, though it was unclear who possessed such an appetite. At 4 in the afternoon, the train arrived punctually at the station. "Attention all passengers, you will be stationed at this endless Gobi Desert for 3 days. Please strive to survive. The train will return to pick you up in 3 days. We wish you a pleasant stay," announced the attendant. One by one, the passengers disembarked from the carriage. This seemed to be a specially designed platform, devoid of a roof, with sand underfoot upon exiting. The sun blazed overhead, its rays scorching the ground, making the vast expanse of the Gobi appear as if it were shrouded in smoke, with the distant, desolate sandy cliffs hazily rising upwards. Even the air inhaled was suffocatingly hot. My goodness, one could surely fry an egg in this sand. Gallion squinted against the heat, crouching down to touch the sandy surface, only to retract his hand instantly. The oppressive heat enveloped everyone like a steam basket. Within a minute, beads of sweat began to form on every brow. The crowd swiftly erected their makeshift sunshades, seeking respite from the relentless sun. Changming donned his straw hat, and an invigorating sense of coolness swept over him. Truly, treasures are invaluable. Those who use them understand their worth. Brother Ming, it's scorching here. We must find a place to cool off, Zhang Zuizhu said, while wiping the sweat from his eyes. The other members from the train approached Changming. Changming, I see a rocky hill in the distance that offers some shade at the back. Let us head there first, and then discuss our next plan, Lu Zhan suggested, supporting himself with a mat as he ambled over. Changming gazed at the distant rocky hill and took a step forward, the sand beneath his feet loose, causing some to trickle into his shoes. All right, let us head there. Walk slowly like Mr. Liu, otherwise the sand will burn your feet. With that, Changming began to stride forward with purpose. Hold on, You tell us to walk slowly, yet you're racing ahead, someone remarked. Unbeknownst to them, not far ahead, patches of sand were sinking inward. Chapter 60, The Sorrow of Jiang Yuan. Changming did not see any other train passengers. But Lu Yin mentioned that 9 other trains would also arrive here. They were all from her district. Given the vastness of the area, the platforms were positioned differently. Zhang Zuozhu lingered behind, observing the rocky hill and the position of the sun, calculating the angles. In this place, most scenes appeared similar, making it easy to misremember locations. He needed to ensure everyone could find their way back to the station. He then crouched down, wrapping his shoes in useless fabric and binding them tightly to his pant legs. Brothers Zuozhu, what are you doing? Lakshmi inquired with curiosity. Do not gaze. Emulate my actions to shield your skin from the sand. The presence of sand is not daunting. Rather, it is the moment when it first grazes one's feet that instills fear. Many, observing Zhang Zuozhu's effective technique, have endeavored to replicate it, provided they first acquired the necessary materials. The girls of Lakshmi have gathered a considerable collection of clothing, neatly folded and occupying little space. At this juncture, they can offer their contributions to the occupants of car number 9, serving to protect their feet and ankles. Changming, traversing ahead alone, moves swiftly to scout the path. And in the event of danger, he is the most agile to react. If he cannot resolve the peril, fleeing poses little challenge. With over 2 hours until dusk, it is imperative to locate a resting point before then. Otherwise, as past experiences have shown, trouble is likely to ensue. The rocky mountain appears to be 3 or 4 kilometers distant, and crossing the sand dune leads to a dirt road, making the latter half of the journey somewhat easier. However, after only a few steps, the group's clothing is drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to their bodies. Those in long sleeves fare better, while many wear short sleeves. And when attempting to shield themselves, exposed areas are scorched by the sun's intensity. Navigating the sandy terrain proves arduous, particularly when ascending. With a sharp intake of breath, Yu Xiong inadvertently allows sand to infiltrate his shoes, the searing sensation eliciting a cry of discomfort. The path is exceedingly difficult. Previously bustling areas now feel desolate. Quiet down. Conserve your energy. Look at Lin Manjun. She has on a pink strapless top, and the straps are visible, one remarks. Lin Manjun, clad in a white long sleeve, has her garments soaked through, revealing the color beneath. She is not alone, as many women find themselves in similar predicaments. Fortunately, Deng Chuchu and a few others are dressed in sheer, sun-protective garments, having prepared several pieces in advance. Otherwise, they would be in the same predicament as the rest. The mountain still seems a considerable distance away, and after walking for an extended time, little progress has been made. Chen Shengning gasps, turning to Deng Chuchu to voice her grievances. The mountain seems insurmountable. Let's not dwell on it, but focus on our ascent. It may alleviate our discomfort. Deng Chuchu reassures her, while also straining to climb. In this stifling desert, no one can move swiftly. Fortunately, there are no strange occurrences or monsters to contend with. Otherwise, fleeing would pose a significant challenge. Changming's pace quickens, and within a few steps, his shoes are filled with sand. This is quite uncomfortable, compelling him to adopt a stance to shake out the sand before continuing. He maintains a lead of over 100 meters, ensuring he does not distance himself too far from the group, primarily to scout for dangers. Subtly, he senses that this desert is not as tranquil as it appears. His instincts prove accurate. At last, Changming reaches the summit of the dune, turning to encourage the crowd behind him. Beyond this point, the remaining path will be easier. You must endure a little longer. Yet, while observing their struggles, he finds himself unable to empathize fully. After all this time, he had not broken a single sweat. The crowd, upon hearing the commotion, resumed dragging their waterlogged trouser legs onward. As Changming descended the sand dune, he suddenly raised his right hand. Something was amiss. A sense of foreboding washed over him, yet he could not detect any malevolent aura, prompting him to halt his advance. Suddenly, the sand beneath his feet began to surge, and a massive claw, resembling a giant basin, emerged and clamped down on his leg. Despite his heightened agility, the speed of certain creatures' attacks is inherently swift, rendering evasion impossible. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was the mouthpart of a monster, akin to a colossal antlion. The giant antlion did not exude any sinister energy, leaving Changming to sense only a lurking danger beneath him, completely unprepared for the creature's astonishingly rapid strike, reminiscent of a frog's ambush. It was also possible that it could navigate through the sand with ease. The creature was strong, despite his efforts to wrench free. Changming could not extricate his leg from the surface of the sand. Consequently, he swiftly drew his heart gun and fired 2 shots at the creature's head, creating 2 large openings and splattering dark green blood. The giant antlion, in pain, retreated swiftly into the sand, taking one of Changming's shoes with it. Didn't he die? Changming could not help but exclaim. If there were any creatures renowned for their resilience, it would surely be the insectoid variety. As he searched the sand for the antlion, it had vanished without a trace, indicating its ability to traverse the sand seamlessly. A sense of dread settled in Changming's heart. This creature's attack speed was alarmingly swift. Cautiously watching their steps, he urged everyone to leave the area quickly. As the monster was exceedingly fast, Zhang Zhua and the others, witnessing Changming's attack, immediately brandished their weapons and kept a vigilant eye on the ground beneath them. Suddenly, a woman from car number 1 exclaimed, "Help me!" Before anyone could react, she was dragged into the sand. The spot where she disappeared oozed deep red blood. "Run! This is the monster's territory. We must leave at once," Lu Zhan shouted, taking off at a sprint. Given a monster's elusive nature, lingering in the desert was becoming increasingly perilous. As he moved, the others hastened their pace as well. Those without their pant legs secured paid no mind to the scorching sand. Survival took precedence, and a minor burn was bearable. Over 60 individuals began to sprint desperately. At that moment, the sand beneath Deng Chuchu began to swirl, prompting Jiang Yuan to instinctively push her friend aside. Jiang Yuan!" Deng Chuchu cried out as she witnessed the giant antlion's mouthpart ensnare Jiang Yuan, its sharp fangs piercing through her calf, an injury that had been meant for her. Without hesitation, she drew her handgun and aimed at the antlion, but the creature, even wounded, was determined to hold onto its prey. "Changming, help!" Before Jiang Yuan could finish her plea, she was dragged into the sand, and Changming, over 100 meters away, was powerless to intervene. As Changming hastened forward, he found no trace of Jiang Yuan, only a smear of blood. "Old Deng, let's go. Don't linger." Changming realized that Jiang Yuan was no longer there and swiftly pulled Deng Chuchu along, racing towards the direction of the rocky hill. The antlion, though not particularly formidable, was cunningly concealed beneath the sand, rendering Changming helpless against it. Moreover, there was certainly more lurking in the vicinity. The most prudent course of action to ensure everyone's safety was to vacate the area as swiftly as possible. At last, the group reached solid ground. But 2 men from carriage number 5 had been dragged into the sands, destined to rest eternally beneath. Many were panting heavily, their clothes clinging to their bodies. And though they yearned to lie down, the scorching earth deterred them, forcing them to crouch instead. They continuously poured water into their mouths, having heeded Changming's advice to carry ample supplies. The occupants of carriage number 9 were silent. It was their first experience of loss. The vivacious Jiang Yuan had been taken. Deng Chuchu wept quietly, as Jiang Yuan had been the closest to her when the antlion seized her. Despite her attempts to fire her weapon, it had been futile. She could only watch in despair as Jiang Yuan was dragged away. Gao Yan kept his head bowed, lost in thought, his silence a stark contrast to his previous habit of incessantly hovering around Jiang Yuan. He remembered Jiang Yuan once saying that if Gao Yan could muster even a third of Changming's strength, she would consider being his girlfriend. Yet, a moment ago she had been alive, and now she was gone. Changming, cigarette in mouth, approached Gao Yan and offered him a smoke, unsure of how to console him. It was evident to all that Gao Yan harbored feelings for Jiang Yuan, while she seemed to have an interest in Changming. "I know you don't smoke, but perhaps a puff will ease your mind." Suddenly, Gao Yan swatted the cigarette from Changming's hand, his voice rising in a frenzied scream. "Changming, why didn't you save her? You were the only one who could. You were so close. Why didn't you even try?" With a sharp slap, Changming knocked Gao Yan to the ground, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. "Brother, you need to wake up. It's not that I wouldn't save her. It's too late." Chapter 61. Gao Yan's unexpected gain. Lying on the ground, Gao Yan disregarded the searing heat beneath him and began to sob, as if the burns on his skin were far less painful than the anguish within his heart. He cried out in despair, and Changming pulled him up from the ground. "Let your tears flow. Once you're done, we shall continue our journey. In this apocalyptic world, anyone could fall. Me, old Deng, Zhuizhu, and even you." Gao Yan embraced Changming tightly, fully aware that it was too late for rescue. Yet he felt lost as to how to express his grief. "Brother Ming, I want to grow stronger." Changming patted the taller boy on the back, gazing into the distance with clear eyes. You will. We will all grow stronger. After approximately 3 minutes, Gao Yin ceased his weeping, though tears still shimmered in his eyes. He picked up the discarded cigarette, placed it between his lips, and retrieved a lighter to ignite it. Coughing, the initial drag stung his throat, leaving him slightly lightheaded. Brother, I feel better now. Let's continue our journey. Let us go. As Changming began to stride forward, the others followed suit. The occupants of carriage number 9 felt a sense of unease, for a classmate had perished beside them, yet they had to keep looking ahead. The dirt path ahead was far more navigable than the sandy terrain they had traversed before, with occasional cacti and patches of weeds dotting the landscape, reminiscent of the Gobi Desert in Tibet. Changming found himself walking awkwardly in just one shoe, ultimately discarding the other as well. With his physical prowess, the small stones along the path posed no discomfort to his feet. Aren't your feet burning? Asked Dang Chu Chu, concerned as she observed Changming's bare soles. Not really, he replied, lacking the spirit for jest. Otherwise he might have remarked on the toughness of his soles, which were impervious to heat. Half an hour later, they arrived at the base of a rocky mountain that stretched for miles, towering 7 or 8 stories high. The mountain's surface was a dark brown, likely rich in iron and other minerals. As they circumvented the shaded side of the mountain, the temperature dropped several degrees, and the ground became less scorching. Gao Yin, why don't you climb up and see what lies around? Changming suggested, hoping to engage him in a task to distract his thoughts. Throughout the journey, Gao Yin had remained silent, seemingly still recovering from the earlier events. All right, I'll go now, he said, using both hands and feet to ascend. The slope of the rocky mountain was gentle enough, with natural stone paths, though some areas required hand assistance. Minutes later, Gao Yin reached the summit. Surveying the surroundings, he found the view quite magnificent. Aside from the rocky mountain, an endless expanse of desert and Gobi stretched far into the distance, with similar mountains visible several dozen kilometers away. It seemed this mountain was the ideal vantage point. Just as Gao Yin prepared to descend to inform the others of the situation, he noticed a purple chest nestled beneath a protruding rock. Is this a purple treasure chest? Gao Yin had never opened such a chest before, and he approached it with curiosity. Upon opening it, he discovered purple clay gourd, a purple treasure, providing 15 to constitution and 25 to perception, a special weapon for attack, containing 5 cubic meters of purple clay, versatile for offense and defense. Skill, clay manipulation. Harnessing the purple clay within the gourd, its power correlates with perception. 10 pounds of compressed biscuits, 500 travel coins. To his astonishment, it was indeed a purple treasure. Gao Yin, who had been feeling despondent, experienced a surge of excitement. The gourd was about the size of a wine gourd, equipped with a strap for securing it at his waist. Upon adorning the purple clay gourd, he immediately sensed changes within his body. It seemed that his constitution had improved, enhancing his heat resistance as well. Additionally, his senses became more acute, a boon conferred by the increase in perception. This marked the first attribute-laden treasure Gao Yin had acquired. While he had previously felt invigorated wielding Zhang's mountain-cutting knife, it paled in comparison to the purple gourd. At present, Gao Yin's constitution had reached 25 points, with perception at 30 points. Jiang Yuan, are you the one silently blessing me from the depths? With the acquisition of the purple clay gourd, I have grown stronger. Yet the one I wish to impress is no longer here. It is truly a frustrating world. Eagerly, I attempted to summon the power of the gourd with my thoughts. Suddenly, a flurry of tiny purple stones erupted from the gourd's mouth, dancing through the air. I experimented with controlling their distance. It appeared that these purple stones could only travel up to 10 meters before vanishing back into the gourd. Then, I directed the purple stones to form a protective canopy above my head, and the result was remarkable. However, after a brief period of manipulation, I felt a drain on my mental energy akin to having run several hundred meters. Given my current perception and physical state, I estimated that I could control the purple stones for about 10 minutes. I made a preliminary assessment of my combat endurance. The travel coins were readily added to my account, while the compressed biscuits took up little space, comfortably fitting into my inventory. Once everything was in order, I descended from the rocky mountain. My complexion noticeably improved. The passengers on the train were resting in groups, and I approached compartment 9, where many had gathered. The surrounding rocky terrain offered several shaded spots. We could find a suitable location to set up for the night's rest. That gourd of yours looks like quite a treasure. Did you just acquire it? Zhang Zuozhu inquired, noticing the purple clay gourd at my waist. The gourd exuded an air of distinction, its violet exterior shimmering with an unusual luster. I stumbled upon it by chance, fortunate discovery, I replied. Changming cast a glance at it, recognizing that such a unique artifact likely began at a blue grade. Observing my improved demeanor, he surmised that the excitement of opening a treasure chest had somewhat alleviated my sorrow. Rising from his chair, he stepped closer to me. Is this gourd meant for storing wine? You certainly carry an air of an otherworldly sage. Brother Ming, this gourd is for show, with my height in this gourd. I am indeed an outdoorsy sage, I quipped, playfully swirling the purple stones around me, exuding confidence. Is that you, Gara? Changming exclaimed, pulling out a marker he had found in the office building, eagerly pressing it against my forehead. Hold still. Almost done. Zhang Zuozhu observed as Changming clumsily scribbled a character on my right temple, clearly lacking any formal calligraphy training. The result was somewhat painful to behold, prompting me to speak up. Brother Ming, you've written it incorrectly. It should be the traditional character for love. Oh, I got carried away. Should I cross it out and rewrite it? I quickly pushed him away, mortified at the thought of such an embarrassing display. Changming admired his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction, wishing only that the gourd were larger. The lofty image of a sage was awkwardly transformed into that of a whimsical youth by Changming's crude artistry. You should carry that gourd on your back. It's not fit to hang by your waist. Zhang Zuozhu beside him spoke up, appearing quite earnest. Indeed, he hails from the neighboring village, possessing the most authority to speak. Changming's steadfast support lent additional stability to the discourse. Chapter 62. Other passengers of the train. Once everyone's settled, they commenced to prepare a fire at their location. Before darkness enveloped them, it was imperative to resolve the matter of dinner. After a day of rest aboard the train, the passengers from other carriages had gradually regained some vigor, for prior to boarding yesterday, they had been utterly famished. However, the hour of walking under the blazing sun had significantly depleted their energy and hydration. The water supply they had reserved was limited, unlike Changming and his companions. They could not afford to wash their hands before meals, but merely drinking would suffice for 3 or 4 days without issue. Yu Xiong's facial injuries had nearly healed after these days. He had observed a thick crust of dried blood on his left cheek. Fortunately, there had been no infection or inflammation. The heat during the journey had compelled him to remove the bandaging from his face. In certain spots, the adhesive had caused him some discomfort. Armed with a micro-Uzi, Yu Xiong had dispatched several zombies at the last stop, ensuring he disembarked with ample provisions. The mainstay of his supplies consisted of marinated eggs, a simple yet effective means to stave off hunger, which were sold aboard the train for merely 3 yuan. He had calculated that consuming 5 marinated eggs would be far more economical than purchasing a boxed meal, not to mention palatable, allowing him to save an additional 10 yuan. As Lin Manjun had done, it was likely others had adopted a similar strategy, but he had yet to reach that stage. He had heard that Lin Manjun had feasted on leftover bones a few days prior, which elevated her in his esteem. Nevertheless, he avoided her company upon returning to the train, sensing that it might entangle him with the likes of Gao Yin and his associates. With only 20 yuan remaining, in the event of no further gains, he could still manage 2 meals upon reboarding. It was unfortunate that the number of passengers in carriage 9 had dwindled, particularly regrettable for the beautiful female student who had been there. He wondered if Changming had monopolized her attention. Presumably, Changming would be disheartened, a thought that brought Yu Xiong a measure of delight, though he dared not express it overtly. What is brother you thinking? You seem rather pleased. Care to share with us? Huang Mao inquired, observing the grimace of joy upon Yu Xiong's face. After all, even in the shadow of the mountains, the surrounding air remained oppressively warm, causing beads of sweat to form without movement, and most individuals wore furrowed brows. Is it that obvious? Yu Xiong had not anticipated that his expression would betray him, rendering him vulnerable to ridicule once more. He nonchalantly fabricated a tale. I was just recalling some amusing moments from Wulong Mountain. Are you really watching that? Black Kai retorted, incredulous in this desolate place. Do you think we're on a pilgrimage? Black Kai found it utterly baffling that, despite the sweltering heat, Yu Xiong could still be lost in thoughts of cartoons. He could not help but feel his intellect far surpassed that of this muscle-bound man, had it not been for Yu Xiong's prior acquisition of the micro-Uzi. In Carriage 7, he was the king, while Changming was merely a figurehead. On another note, do you still have any alcohol? The last drink was on me. Yu Xiong preferred not to engage in idle chatter about trivial matters, opting instead to change the subject. You seem to be preoccupied with the Fingio I have stashed away. Well, today I shall present it for your tasting. Haike, in the office, had also discovered some liquor and cigarettes, which he treasured like precious gems, storing them in his space. The habits of a smoker and a drinker slightly alleviated his worries, provided the supply remained steady. However, he was inherently a spirited young man, living in the moment, indifferent to the trials of life. They were not the only ones indulging in drink. Changming produced a case of Moutai, pouring a glass for himself and the passengers of car number 9. A bit of the wine spilled onto the ground, a tribute to Jiang Yuan, granting her respite from the hardships of this world. After Changming raised his glass, the others followed suit, each with cups of varying sizes. The 3 girls took only a modest sip, while Changming downed his drink in one go. The fiery liquid burned his throat, prompting him to immediately chase it with a cold cola. Although Changming's constitution would prevent intoxication from such a small amount of liquor, this was his first encounter with Baijio, causing some discomfort. The other boys imitated him, each gulping down their drinks, their expressions reflecting a mix of reactions. Zhang Zuozhu, having finished, appeared somewhat unsatisfied, while Gaoyan coughed, tears springing to his eyes, and quickly grabbed a bottle of cold water to gulp down. The complexities of adult life eluded him. Today's foray into cigarettes and white liquor brought him no joy, merely discomfort. After the drinking, they began to eat porridge accompanied by the lamb chops that Changming had saved. As night fell, a cool breeze arose, providing relief to the passengers who had endured the scorching sun earlier in the day. After finishing their meal, Changming and Zhang Zuozhu climbed to the mountain's summit to keep watch. Zuozhu, you never part with your cigarettes. Do you have enough left? If I have them, I smoke. If not, I quit. I hadn't tea-smoked for nearly a week, but found a dozen packs at the last stop, enough to last 2 months. Zhang Zuozhu finished one cigarette and, without extinguishing the butt, lit another. Changming deeply doubted that he could indeed last 2 months. The two engaged in casual conversation, but soon, a flickering light in the distance caught Changming's attention. Is someone there? Following Changming's gaze, Zhang Zuozhu also spotted the firelight, which appeared to be in a line. Not just one source. It resembled a group moving towards them. Could it be passengers from another train? The strange creatures they had encountered before were not particularly intelligent and would not light a fire. Moreover, such beings thrived in this environment. It seemed somewhat inconsistent with their nature to be reliant on fire. Therefore, it was highly probable that they were indeed humans. Other passengers from different trains had indeed arrived here, just not encountered during disembarkation, and given the vastness of the area, it was a pleasant surprise to cross paths. Zhang Zuozhu did not question Changming's assertion, observing that the group appeared to be approaching them. The passengers of Train 886 were located at the foot of the mountain, but the terrain was not particularly low, and it seemed that they had spotted the firelight. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the group did not seek refuge, but instead advanced towards them, prompting Zhang Zuozhu to harbor suspicions regarding their intentions. Yet, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of their amiable disposition and a desire to engage with fellow travelers. Ming, these individuals approach us under the cover of night. I fear their intentions may not be benign. Let us prepare ourselves accordingly. Please descend and instruct them to extinguish their fire. Zhang Zuozhu descended the mountainside and called out, "Everyone armed, follow me up the hill. Those without weapons should extinguish the flames and prepare to welcome the other travelers." Zuozhu, is that truly necessary? We could amicably engage with them. The previous group from Train 003 was quite agreeable, suggested a man named Chun Howie from the first carriage, who, unarmed, was reluctant to escalate the conflict. Very well, you shall remain here as our emissary for amicable discourse. You are responsible for negotiations while the rest of us secure our weapons and conceal ourselves. Brother, I concede, I shall hide, Chun Howie replied, producing 2 rusty kitchen knives, his current means of self-preservation. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge his skill in throwing. He was quite accurate and had even vanquished a corpse monster. Unfortunately, his luck had not favored him in acquiring treasures or firearms. The distant flames drew nearer, revealing that the approaching group harbored no intention of stealth. "Brother Shao, that group is just ahead. I cannot be mistaken," echoed a voice from afar. Chapter 63, The Audacious Changming. All right, lead the way. Let us discern which acquaintances have graced us with their presence. Xiao Gaofeng, a man with aspirations of becoming the ruler of the trains, hailed from Train 888. Before the cataclysm, he had trained in martial arts in Wansheng under Master Liu Baohua, acquiring formidable skills. He had triumphed over the elite in the first station, defeating corpse monsters and zombies, earning a blue treasure, a training outfit. In the second station, he flattered the village elder, receiving a golden treasure, the 5 refinements whip. In the third station, he vanquished an elite anomaly, obtaining a purple treasure, a protective dental brace. With these 3 pieces of equipment, his attributes surged by over 100 points. Who could rival him? Except for the dental brace, which was somewhat cumbersome, the other 2 treasures were readily at hand. His training had granted him a physique score of 10, bolstered by the 5 refinements whip, S 30 strength and 30 physique, along with the dental brace S 40 points in physique. With his innate physique score of 12, his final physique soared to an impressive 92 points. Bullets could merely embed themselves in his muscles. This formidable prowess enabled him to traverse the 18th floor of a skyscraper, though he was ultimately ensnared by tentacles, only escaping thanks to the whip's built-in skill, the lightning 5 refinements. Presently, Shout Gaofeng bore a broad, confident visage, donned in a white training outfit, and adorned with the golden 5 refinements whip around his waist. His strides exuded vigor and determination. Naturally, the encounter between the 2 factions bore its risks. Upon arrival, he discreetly tucked the dental brace into his mouth. As the personnel from Train 888 approached within 100 meters, Zhang Zuozhu shouted from the hillside, "This is our territory. State your identity and intentions." Beside Xiao Gaofeng stood his loyal supporter, Kong Wenlong, who stepped forward. This individual, missing an eye and possessing a lean physique, held a rifle in his hands, exuding a touch of arrogance as he began to respond. "Ah, still from the Ming Dynasty, are we? We are from Train 888 in Zone 9. If you are wise, find someone in charge to come down and have a word." Train 888 in Zone 9. Is that not the same train that quarreled with He Kai? I recall there was also a rather dramatic poker face aboard. Chongming immediately remembered the conversations in the group chat back then, finding it quite amusing. This train king must possess some skill, if the issue was not significant. Chongming intended to invite him along to search for the Cactus King. This time, with a commission in hand, he did not plan to act with the main group, as golden treasures were always welcome. Brother Ming, that fellow is the self-proclaimed train king, a rather foolish character. Gallian even greeted his parents online yesterday, and the memory lingers vividly. Although he spoke in jest, Gao Yin remained vigilant, having heightened perception that led him to sense the most dangerous presence among the group was that square-faced individual. There might indeed be more to him than meets the eye. Having encountered the old village chief, Li Yin, Chongming understood that there always existed someone more formidable beyond the horizon, and from the opponent's aura. It was evident he possessed considerable strength. He was, after all, the second strongest Chongming had ever encountered. After donning his arm guards and straw hat, Chongming decided to see what these individuals wished to discuss, and thus spoke up. "Let us be direct. It is rather unpeaceful at this late hour, and everyone needs to rest. Are you the leader of this train? If you can indeed take charge, produce half of your water. Here, you shall receive the protection of the esteemed Train King." Kong Wenlong raised his voice slightly, as if proclaiming the Train King's name, akin to an announcer declaring the arrival of a monarch. "Very well. How about this? Once we finish our ablutions, we shall reserve some water for you. It seems you have quite a bit of water. Hand it over to avoid unnecessary trouble." Upon disembarking, Kong Wenlong and his companions were nearly dehydrated. Although they had previously visited places with insufficient food, they had never had to fret over water. This 4th station turned out to be a desolate gobi, the oppressive heat unbearable, causing many to suffer sunburns and heat strokes. They had initially brought enough water for several days. However, this station lacked any supply points. In just 2 or 3 hours, they consumed 2 to 3 liters of water, and they still had to endure until the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Unless they found an oasis, most would not survive until then. Many regretted not having collected ample water at the 1st station, instead at the 3rd station. They had traded their reserves for bottled water from the office building, believing 2 16-liter containers would suffice for at least 10 to 15 days. Yet, given the current weather, merely surviving until the day after tomorrow seemed a daunting challenge. They had been resting in the mountains when someone, equipped with military binoculars, spotted the flames of the gathering at Train 886. Thus, they formed a team to approach. Chongming possessed ample water. Not only would it suffice for the 50 or so individuals before him, but even if their number multiplied 5 or 6 times, it would still be adequate. To him, this substance held little value, merely 5 travel coins per cubic meter. Besides the original storage of over 8 cubic meters, there was also a considerable amount of bottled water and beverages. Selling off a cubic meter would certainly suffice to alleviate these individuals' concerns regarding water for 3 days. However, Kong Wenlong arrogantly demanded half of their water, which left Chongming and the others feeling quite uncomfortable. Chongming leaped from the mountaintop, landing gracefully with one hand supporting himself while the other held onto a straw hat, stirring up a cloud of dust upon impact. He slowly straightened up, a smile gracing his face, appearing somewhat charming in the firelight. A drop of over 20 meters was trivial for him. Upon seeing Chongming descend the cliff, the armed men atop the mountain, led by Zhang Zuozhu, raised their firearms. You want water? I'll provide it for you. You're smart enough to recognize my stature. Brother Xiao is destined to become the king of trains, and I am his right-hand man, Kong Wenlong boasted, relishing the feeling of authority. Observing that the young man could jump down from such a height and scathed indicated he possessed some skill. Yet, regardless of his abilities, he was but a mere pup before Xiao Gaofeng. However, it must be said that the manner in which this fellow descended was indeed impressive, though regrettably, he was not inclined toward bending. Chongming then produced a large iron bucket from his space, holding it aloft with one hand, filled to the brim with approximately 14 to 15 liters of water. This sight captivated Kong Wenlong and those behind him. Anyone with such a large bucket of water, combined with their own supplies, could assuredly endure 3 days here. Quick, give it to me. No, first Brother Xiao. Kong Wenlong, slightly agitated, extended his right hand, his eyes fixated solely on the water. Here, with a splash, a bucket of water was poured directly in front of Kong Wenlong, instantly absorbed by the parched earth. In sun-scorched areas, the absorption rate was superior to that of small wings. Initially, Kong Wenlong wore a pained expression, followed by a look of fiery fury. What do you intend to do? Here's your water. You can't catch it, Chongming retorted, and as soon as he finished speaking, the bucket vanished, only to be replaced by another full bucket of water before the crowd. This time, make sure you catch it. Before Kong Wenlong could respond, 2 members from the 888 train rushed forward with basins, understanding that water equated to life, and the sooner they procured it, the better. I'll catch it. I'll catch it. Chongming disregarded the 2 before him, maintaining his gaze fixed on Xiao Gaofeng, and with a flick of his wrist, the second bucket cascaded down like a waterfall. The water splashed into the basin, spraying everywhere, with over half of it spilling onto the ground. The 2 individuals squeezed together, wore expressions of excitement as they held the basin. Observing the opportunity to acquire water, the others behind them hastily set aside their weapons, approaching with various containers. Avoiding conflict while obtaining water was the optimal scenario, for the passengers of the 888 train recognized Chongming's prowess, which likely only Xiao Gaofeng could contend with. Over 50 individuals, wielding basins and buckets, eagerly advanced, yet they dared not collide with Chongming, as Chongming continued to pour the water, akin to discarding refuse. Those aboard train 888 either crouched to catch it or jostled each other, creating a chaotic scene. Kong Wenlong, involuntarily swallowing hard, edged closer to Xiao Gaofeng, feeling an inexplicable fear towards the smiling yet imposing young man. Seeking assistance, he glanced at his leader, only to discover that the king of the train was also staring wide-eyed at Chongming. Xiao Gaofeng unconsciously muttered, "Woo." Chapter 64, A Self-Inflicted Sacrifice. From their initial meeting until now, you have remained silent. It turns out you are mute. After Chongming descended, he focused his energy on Xiao Gaofeng, initially believing him to be aloof and disinclined to speak. It seems he misjudged. The young man simply had a disability. The 2 leaders of this group comprised a fearless one-eyed dragon and a square-faced mute. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gaofeng removed his rubber bands, clarifying that it was not that he did not wish to speak, but that it was inconvenient with the braces. You are Chongming of train 886. How are you here, perfectly intact? He had seen Chongming speak after 10 o'clock the previous night and thought he would at least suffer some consequences. Yet now, Chongming stood unharmed. Could it be that the attendants were unable to sanction him? If so, what level of combat power did this individual possess? Upon reflection, everyone had arrived in this apocalyptic world together. Despite Chongming's strength, he could not possibly rival the attendants. The alluring female attendant of train 888 instilled a sense of dread with every movement. Perhaps Chongming possessed some extraordinary artifact that allowed him to escape calamity. Every formidable individual harbors secrets. King of the train, your memory serves you well. Is it not normal for me to be here, safe and sound? I have provided you with water. Should you require more, I can oblige. Changming paused, casting a glance at the apprehensive Kong Wenlong, before continuing. Since we are negotiating, I have met your conditions. Now, may I present mine? Xiao Gaofeng, uncertain of Changming's depths yet regarding him as an equal, nodded. What are your terms? My terms are simple. You must sever one of your arms, and I shall replenish the remaining water, sufficient for at least 3 days. Otherwise, I will retract the water previously offered. Do not doubt my capability to do so. At that moment, Changming's eyes revealed no hint of emotion. Are you jesting? If you treat your life as a jest, you may think so. Xiao Gaofeng found himself at a crossroads. Water was essential for survival, especially for so many lives. So, sacrificing an arm seemed trivial in comparison. Very well, I accept your terms. As Xiao Gaofeng boldly declared this, the people of Train 888 looked on in astonishment at their leader. Was this truly the same king of the train, once selfish and opportunistic, now willing to sacrifice an arm for the sake of everyone's water supply? This only served to highlight the formidable nature of the young man named Changming, as Xiao Gaofeng was evidently reluctant to confront him. With that, Xiao Gaofeng unsheathed his 5-stranded whip from his waist and, with a sudden flourish, struck. With the crack of a whip, a piercing scream followed. At that moment, Kong Wenlong writhed in agony on the ground, his legs shattered, bewildered by the sudden betrayal of his superior. Wenlong, you prided yourself on being my right-hand man. Now that your leg is broken, it is as if my own hand has been severed. Fulfilling Changming's request, Xiao Gaofeng declared, casting a glance at Changming, who then spoke. Is this outcome acceptable? Perfectly aligned with my intentions. You are not entirely dim-witted, Changming retorted, his gaze fixed on the vociferous Kong Wenlong, intent on ensuring he faced retribution. Abandoned by his elder brother, the effect was remarkably effective. A man unable to walk in this desert had but one fate, death. At that moment, the occupants of the 888 train comprehended the true nature of self-inflicted loss. Indeed, the train king remained the same. They had misjudged him earlier. I aspire to be the train king, driven by dreams, not foolishness. Indeed, you speak truthfully on matters such as this. Changming was disinclined to debate further, lest he be tainted by association. This time, he bore the task of locating the Cactus King, and given the vastness of the area, it would undoubtedly consume considerable time. Thus, he did not intend to accompany the main group. The present Xiao Gaofeng appeared to be of assistance. By the way, would the train king be interested in a nocturnal expedition across the Gobi Desert? Are you in search of treasure? I am indeed intrigued. But how shall we divide the spoils upon discovery? Despite his confidence in his defensive capabilities, Xiao Gaofeng harbored some reservations regarding Changming's prowess. One could never be certain of the means at his disposal. The finder retains possession, while we may also seek elite monsters, which are likely to yield fine equipment. Changming's primary objective remained the quest for the Cactus King. Having a companion would significantly enhance his chances of success. Moreover, the Cactus King was formidable, and having someone to share the burden of combat would increase the likelihood of obtaining cactus juice upon discovery. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Gaofeng acquiesced, recognizing that remaining with the group would yield minimal rewards. However, traveling together might hinder their progress due to their respective strengths. Shall we embark tonight? Why wait for daylight? Time waits for no one. Should other train occupants arrive first, it would be unfortunate. Maximizing the use of time was crucial. Thus, the two resolved to partner up, parting ways with the larger group, allowing them to remain in the rocky terrain for 3 days before proceeding to the station. In fulfilling his promise to supply water to the 888 train, Changming provided them with provisions, as he had 7 cubic meters available, more than sufficient for his needs. After 3 days, he could refill his supplies and collect a travel coin from each as a water fee. Being compatriots, selling to them under conditions that did not affect him was entirely reasonable. A single travel coin was not a significant amount for them. Brother Ming, rest assured that Gao Yan and I will guide everyone back to the train. We shall meet again then. Zhang Zuizhu understood that Changming had his own matters to attend to, and training with their group would yield minimal progress. It was imperative to seize the opportunity to grow stronger. Changming and Xiao Gaofeng set off in a random direction, the unfamiliar terrain rendering all paths equally viable. They merely needed to remember the location of the stone mountain for their return journey in a few days. Should they be stranded here, even someone as formidable as Li Yin might struggle to survive. This was merely Changming's conjecture. The true prowess of the village elder, Duo Bao, had yet to fully manifest. As the two ventured further away, Their physical capabilities surpassed that of ordinary individuals tenfold, showcasing remarkable endurance. Chongming, do you possess any means to facilitate our combat should we encounter anomalies? Xiao Gaofeng inquired, glancing at the young man beside him, aware of his strengths that could be utilized in the face of monsters. Means? Have you ever seen fists the size of sandbags? Chongming pondered, recognizing that his most potent offensive method remained direct, striking blows, more effective even than the so-called love gun. Do you lack any offensive weaponry? I have my 5-refined whip, suitable for close combat, and my physical prowess exceeds 90 points, Xiao Gaofeng replied, pride swelling in his tone as he patted his waist. I do possess weapons. My fists serve as my primary armament, and I have a firearm for ranged encounters. In that case, when we confront an anomaly, I shall engage directly while you maintain distance for range support, Xiao Gaofeng suggested, believing that close combat retained its advantages, especially when dealing the final blow to a creature. Should we indeed face an anomaly, we must assess the situation as it unfolds, Chongming concurred, recalling the adage that whoever first discovers an object claims it as their own. He had no intention of yielding to the man beside him, though they were allies. A measure of wariness lingered between them. After approximately half an hour of walking, the desolate Gobi remained eerily silent, with the two relying on their flashlights. Having already moved beyond the Stone Mountain's vicinity, do you not feel a chill in the air? Xiao Gaofeng remarked, sensing a swift drop in temperature. Now that you mention it, there is indeed a slight chill. Though resilient against the cold due to his robust physique, Chongming preferred not to endure discomfort. He adjusted his watch and donned a black windbreaker, which alleviated the cold. Chapter 65, Desert Werewolf. Where did you procure such thick clothing? Xiao Gaofeng expressed a hint of envy upon seeing Chongming wrap himself in the windbreaker. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing the fabric to flutter, lending a certain elegance to his appearance. However, his bare feet appeared somewhat incongruous. The minor magical artifact allowing for attire change was hardly noteworthy. Chongming regarded it as inconsequential, a mere blue treasure that permitted him to switch outfits. In truth, whether he wore thick clothing mattered little to him. His formidable physique, combined with the warmth of the warm baby card, meant he could withstand temperatures far below freezing without issue. It was simply a matter of habit to dress warmly in cold weather. Why do you not wear shoes? The ground must be quite uncomfortable, Xiao Gaofeng queried, wondering if Chongming truly wished to remain barefoot. Regrettably, my shoes were taken by an antlion. Otherwise, would you suggest I allow my feet to sweat? Chongming retorted, for it is only in this manner that I can remain unafraid of your imposing presence as the Train King. Xiao Gaofeng, filled with perplexity, could not help but inquire, what treasure do you possess that forbids the wearing of shoes? Not at all, Chongming replied, shaking his head thoughtfully. For those who walk barefoot, shoes hold no fear. Suddenly, Xiao Gaofeng felt an icy chill envelop his entire being. How dreadfully cold. Indeed, the temperature around them had been steadily plummeting, hovering around 3 to 4 degrees Celsius. The wind, when it blew, intensified the cold. If one did not take adequate measures against the chill, it was likely that many would fall ill by nightfall. Surely, in this desolate Gobi, there were no monsters lurking about. They had encountered nothing along the way. Xiao Gaofeng trudged forward, feeling somewhat fatigued. Without any rewards, motivation waned. He glanced at Chongming, who had just donned a new down jacket, harboring some inner complaints. Didn't you encounter the giant antlions in the desert when you disembarked? We stepped onto the Gobi and found nothing at all. However, it is indeed normal to find a desert here. I nearly succumbed to the heat this afternoon. It seemed that the passengers of Train 888 were far luckier than they, and thus, they need not fear a second ambush by antlions on their return journey. The round moon hung high in the sky, casting its glow upon the Gobi, devoid of any clouds. Chongming said little more, his gaze sweeping the dark expanse of the Gobi, where the contours of the surroundings could be discerned by the moonlight. Xiao Gaofeng, striving to uncover something noteworthy, suddenly turned to his right and exclaimed, "Look, it seems there are fireflies in the distance. Have you ever seen fireflies in pairs?" Chongming noted that the lights were not insects, but rather the eyes of some creature, drawing closer to them. Are you suggesting that these could be wolves? Xiao Gaofeng felt a surge of excitement. If they did encounter wolves, they could have fresh meat if they managed to kill one. At that moment, Chongming produced his beloved firearm, ensuring all equipment was at the ready. Regardless of whether they were wolves, the creatures were certainly approaching them, prompting a preemptive battle preparation. As the pairs of glowing points drew nearer, Their true form was finally revealed when they were within 30 meters. 5 humanoid beings, each over 2 meters tall. Their eyes gleaming with a lustrous green light, appeared ravenous. With wolf heads and human bodies, their hands were claw-like, while 4 others beside them were cloaked in black fur. The one in the center, seemingly the leader, had a mane that was white. They were werewolves. This was the first time Xiao Gaofeng had encountered such a creature in reality, though it appeared unappetizing. Rather than feeling fear, he fitted a mouthguard, gripping his 5-strand whip. With a gentle flick, the whip cracked, creating a long trench in the ground. I have verified it. We shall take down all 5 wolves tonight, Chong Ming declared, then directed his fire at the white-headed werewolf, recognizing it as the strongest among them. Capture the leader first. The white-headed werewolf reacted with remarkable swiftness, evading the gunfire with a sidestep, followed by a chilling howl. The 5 werewolves lunged forward, preparing to tear them apart. Xiao Gaofeng immediately engaged in combat with 2 ordinary werewolves, unleashing a rapid series of strikes with his whip. A werewolf bore 5 crimson gashes upon its form, inflicted by a whip capable of slicing through iron with ease. The creature winced in pain, casting a wary glance at the man nearby. The sting of that whip was undeniably excruciating. Suddenly, a tremendous crash erupted from the direction of Chong Ming, shaking the very ground beneath them. When Xiao Gaofeng turned to look, he beheld Chong Ming with 1 foot planted firmly on the face of the white-furred werewolf. The other 2 werewolves lay motionless on the ground, their fates uncertain. Goodness, this fellow is astonishingly powerful. The werewolf was formidable. It was unclear how all 3 had fallen so swiftly. It seemed Chong Ming would require cautious consideration in the future. At that moment, confronted by the swift werewolves, Chong Ming unleashed the might of the Qilin the instant they encircled him. He eschewed convoluted combat. If he could eliminate his foes in an instant, that would be ideal. The vitality of these 3 werewolves was remarkably resilient. Despite absorbing this blow, none perished. The white-furred werewolf attempted to rise, only to be swiftly thwarted by the quick-witted Chong Ming. The werewolf's insides churned violently as a tremendous force struck its head. It immediately swung its massive claw toward Chong Ming, who raised his left arm in defense. When the claw met the armored arm, sparks flew, and the jarring sound of metal scraping sent chills down one's spine. The immense impact caused Chong Ming to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. This creature possessed great strength, rivaling that of the formidable fishmen he had encountered earlier. Previously, Chong Ming had faced the fishmen, where their strength disparity was stark. Now, he stood toe-to-toe with the white-furred werewolf, their might nearly equal, though the werewolf's speed was remarkable. Seizing the opportunity, the werewolf leader wobbled to its feet, a murderous glint flashing in its eyes. The recent clash had led it to believe that its opponent was not as formidable as anticipated. After all, the might of the Qilin had taken a toll on Chong Ming's stamina, yet its power was not to be underestimated. With distance established, the Heart's gun reappeared in Chong Ming's grasp, as he exhibited a display of bullets as though they were of no consequence. The werewolf evaded with great speed, but its injuries hindered its performance, resulting in a shot to its flank. The skin and fur on its left side were torn, leaving a gruesome, bloodied wound. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, a glowing fist loomed closer in the werewolf's gaze. Chong Ming's speed was nothing short of astonishing. The werewolf barely managed to raise its claws in defense. A resounding crash ensued, yet the anticipated clash of equals did not materialize. Instead, the werewolf's claws twisted in an unnatural manner, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Chong Ming's fist continued its relentless advance. The golden fist collided squarely with a werewolf's visage, causing its face to cave in, crumpling like a dumpling. Subsequently, the creature's entire body was sent hurtling backward, sprawling awkwardly upon the ground, lifeless and still. This blow was nothing short of invincible. Chong Ming felt an exhilarating surge of triumph as he beheld the notification. Eliminated Level 3 Elite Werewolf Leader, Travel Coins 1,000. Indeed, it was of the same caliber as that merman. The werewolf leader had grossly underestimated the might of Chong Ming's fist. For the righteous iron fist harbored a power that encompassed all attributes. Yet, strength was not the sole factor at play. Glancing towards Xiao Gaofeng, who had already vanquished one werewolf while the other appeared to be faltering, Chong Ming mused that it likely wouldn't last much longer. To his surprise, next to the werewolf leader lay a pair of pristine white running shoes. Truly, one gets what one wishes for. Silent running shoes, Purple artifact, agility 35, constitution 10. Wearing them leaves little trace on the ground. Your footsteps are nearly silent. Passive skill, night run, increases your speed by 20 while running at night. Donning the white running shoes, Chongming found them exceedingly comfortable. Approaching the remaining 2 werewolves, he dispatched them with his heart gun, resulting in eliminated level 3 monsters. Werewolves 2, travel coins 200. It appeared that the rewards for level 3 monsters were akin to those of level 1 elite creatures, though their strength was far superior to that of zombies, likely due to their nature. The same could be said for the level 2 elite monster, the child playing hide and seek, which could not be tackled merely on the basis of brute strength. Lighting a cigarette, Chongming settled in to watch the spectacle of the Train King. He had a penchant for action films, indifferent to matters of romance. Chapter 66, Remove the Braces. After a fierce exchange with the final werewolf, Xiao Gaofeng executed a lazy roll and seized the moment to unleash his lightning 5 whips. No matter how swift the werewolf, it could not match the speed of this technique. The werewolf's legs were soon marred by several deep gashes, blood pouring forth. The effectiveness of this technique hinged on both strength and agility, attributes in which Xiao Gaofeng was not particularly strong. If he could somehow integrate it with constitution, one might surmise that a single 5-whip strike could take down both werewolves. With a crippled leg, the werewolf found itself at a disadvantage. Under the onslaught of Xiao Gaofeng's whip barrage, it ultimately succumbed. The 2 werewolves yielded a total of 200 coins, yet no other treasures emerged. Just moments ago, Xiao Gaofeng had observed Chongming bending down to collect items. It was likely that the white-headed werewolf was an elite creature. Impressive indeed, the Train King possessed considerable skill, having vanquished such formidable werewolves. Xiao Gaofeng harbored serious doubts about Chongming's intentions, exclaiming, "Remove your braces before speaking. I cannot comprehend you." Xiao Gaofeng removed the braces from his mouth, wiping them on his clothing before stowing them away. His gaze then fixated on the pristine white sneakers adorning Chongming's feet. "I say, you are not stronger than I am. Did you just acquire those shoes?" "Just a simple pair of white shoes," Chongming replied, feigning disdain. "I actually prefer the black ones." "Are you really so discerning? Elite monsters at least drop blue artifacts. They're convenient to carry and enhance attributes, making them truly valuable. Much like my braces, which I find somewhat practical, albeit they impede my speech. I prefer white. Perhaps you might consider gifting them to me?" Only aware of the square shape of your face, it now appears rather large. Xiao Gaofeng was certain that the other party would not comply, yet he mentioned it casually, hoping that perhaps Chongming might have a moment of folly and acquiesce. However, after their earlier confrontation, both were somewhat fatigued. "Let's take a brief respite here. We shall resume our search for the treasure in 15 minutes, Xiao Gaofeng proposed, having unleashed his skills twice during the skirmish. The claws of the werewolf were no trifling matter. They had left several abrasions on his skin. Fortunately, his garments were enchanted, but his trousers bore several significant tears. He found himself envious of Chongming's enchanted attire, which vanished upon changing. Although its combat efficacy was limited, its post-battle value was considerable. Chongming exhaled a plume of smoke. The white mist took on a bluish hue against the night. A brief drink of water to recuperate sounds agreeable. On the stony mountain under the night sky, numerous campfires flickered to life. Many huddled together, sharing warmth through their proximity. In September, when the citizens of the Great Ming boarded the train, most were clad in short sleeves, unprepared for the vast temperature fluctuations of the Gobi Desert, which could reach a staggering 40 degrees. The passengers of the 2 trains formed several small groups, seeking refuge from the cold on the stony hill, maintaining a close distance from one another. Half an hour prior, the man with the broken limbs had been dragged to a secluded corner by a group, and silence fell upon him. A wounded individual still possessed resources which inevitably attracted attention. Chun Shengnan and her female companions had initially stockpiled some clothing. Donning several layers provided a sense of warmth. Gao Yan and a few male companions gathered around the fire with them, using the sofa leather laid upon the ground as makeshift bedding, which proved effective. "Zhuozhuge, do you think such frigid weather would provoke any anomalies?" "Surely they would seek a warm place to hide," Ma Dashui lamented by the fire, extending his hands. They were fortunate to have sofa leather, unlike several nearby groups who relied solely on shivering for warmth. Zhang Zuozhu removed his cigarette, flicking off the ash, casting a glance toward the passengers of train 888. "As for anomalies, I cannot say, but we are unfamiliar with those individuals. Let us remain vigilant tonight, lest we meet an untimely demise without understanding the cause. With Changming absent, the safety of their classmates rested upon Zhang Zuozhu's shoulders. In the absence of this formidable presence, there was a risk that some might entertain nefarious thoughts. In truth, he was wary of the other compartments of Train 886 as well. Should these individuals suddenly act irrationally, they might engage in some outrageous behavior. However, Lu Zhan was a wise man. As long as their lives were not in jeopardy, he would likely remain a loyal ally of Car9. It seemed that thoughts manifested into reality as 6 men approached Zhang Zuozhu and the others from a distance, clutching their arms against the chill. Among them, 2 brandished firearms. Zhang Zuozhu and Gao Yin preemptively gripped their weapons, poised to confront any trouble. The 6 men indeed halted before the group in Car9. The man at the forefront, armed with a gun, cast a lingering glance at Lakshmi. "A few of us are feeling a bit chilly. Might we borrow some of your leather to shield ourselves from the wind?" His forehead bore a birthmark, and his speech was laced with a brazen demeanor. His eyes narrowed mischievously. "I'm afraid we don't have any to spare." Zhang Zuozhu tightened his grip on his weapon, merely glancing at the man before redirecting his focus to the intruder's hands. "No worries, we can squeeze in together. We want tea, take anything," he exclaimed. "ISNT that right, brothers?" She spoke in agreement, suggesting they huddle together for warmth. "I see this foreign girl is cold. I'll squeeze in with her." Upon this pronouncement, the men behind him erupted into lewd laughter, inching closer to Lakshmi and her companions. At that moment, Zhang Zuozhu exchanged glances with Gao Yin and the others, preparing to act preemptively. This group of lecherous men seemed intent on seizing the leather sofas. But upon laying eyes on Lakshmi and the others, their intentions shifted to something more lascivious. Just then, a shadowy figure darted past, tackling the man with the birthmark to the ground. A pain scream escaped the man's lips as he struggled, inadvertently pulling the trigger several times. Bang! Bang! It was then that Gao Yin and the others discerned that a werewolf was gnawing at the man's neck, seemingly deriving immense pleasure from his cries and flails. The werewolf, exhilarated by its savage feast, paid no heed to the surrounding humans. In the midst of the impending conflict, those armed began to fire at the werewolf. Zhang Zuozhu swiftly drew his weapon and unleashed a barrage of shots at the creature. However, at such close range, he only managed to hit the werewolf once. Meanwhile, another armed man from the 888 train fell to the ground, his head bursting forth with crimson. Zhang Zuozhu, wary of unforeseen complications, could sense the ill intentions lurking in the eyes of these men. Since trouble was imminent, it would be prudent to eliminate one of them amidst the chaos. Yet, the werewolf possessed formidable defenses. Ordinary bullets merely grazed its skin, as the creature bled and emitted a low growl. The assault from the firearms only served to enrage it further, prompting it to abandon its meal and charge directly at Zhang Zuozhu. Having exhausted his magazine, Zhang Zuozhu promptly sheathed his firearm and drew his machete, ready to parry the attack. Just then, a robust figure radiating a purple glow positioned itself before him, colliding with the towering werewolf. "You wretched beast." Chapter 67. Gao Yin displays his might. Gao Yin, wielding the purple clay as a shield, engaged in a fierce struggle with the over 2-meter-tall werewolf. The sheer force of the creature forced him back several steps, nearly toppling him. Thankfully, the purple clay had cushioned the impact of the creature's assault. The werewolf's strength far exceeded Gao Yin's. Engaging it at such close quarters would undoubtedly spell disaster. Meanwhile, the gunfire and the werewolf's appearance immediately caught the attention of others present. Their instinctive reaction was to flee, seeking refuge in safer quarters. A creature of considerable size, its fate uncertain, loomed before them. He Kai grasped a metal rod, intent on approaching the werewolf, but was abruptly halted by Yu Zhiyong, who firmly grasped his arm. With a micro-rifle in his right hand and pulling He Kai with his left, Yu Zhiyong exclaimed, "What are you doing? You think that flimsy stick will suffice against that beast? You are seeking your own demise. That is the 9th carriage. Why aren't you assisting? Changming is absent. Who will you impress with such recklessness? Young men must exercise restraint." He Kai cast a glance towards Gao Yin, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with the werewolf, sighed deeply, and followed Yu Zhiyong in retreat. The werewolf, fixated on Gao Yin, lunged forward as Deng Chu fired from the side. In evading, it simultaneously launched an attack, utilizing its primal instincts to identify Gao Yin as the most formidable opponent among the group. Gao Yin sensed the imminent threat, yet his body lagged behind his mind. He was swiftly overpowered by the werewolf, entangled with the beast upon the sandy ground. Firing his weapon risked harming his allies. Zhang Zuozhu and Chun Shengnan brandished their blades against the werewolf, while Yi Feng charged forward with his sword. The werewolf, aware of the approaching reinforcements, used one claw to subdue Gao Yin while the other swung in retaliation, sending Zhang Zuozhu and Yi Feng sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Shengnan struck the werewolf's shoulder with her saber, showcasing the sharpness of her weapon, leaving a gash that oozed blood. Gao Yin immediately felt a surge of clarity as his strength began to return. He resolved to fully harness the power of the purple sand. Though the grains might not form a barrier or inflict substantial harm, their sheer volume and density could obscure the werewolf's vision and even impede its breath. Soon, a torrent of purple sand erupted from the gourd, coalescing around the werewolf's head, transforming it into a grotesque figure adorned with a violet crown. This not only obstructed its sight, but also allowed sand to invade its mouth and nostrils. The werewolf, in a desperate attempt to rid itself of the sand, swatted its claws, but for every handful it managed to disperse, another wave surged forth, relentless and unyielding. Taking advantage of the chaos, Gao Yin twisted his body, escaping from beneath the creature while drawing his pistol. He aimed at the vulnerable underbelly of the werewolf, whose hide was notoriously thick. Then the gunfire erupted. Zhang Zuozhu noted that Lu Zhan had arrived. In less than a minute, the werewolf had wreaked havoc through sheer speed and strength, leaving Gao Yin and his comrades in disarray. With no one by its side at that moment, those armed were free to unleash their firepower. The creature's vision and sense of smell were severely compromised, and what awaited it were dozens of bullets. Like a headless fly, the werewolf flailed its arms wildly, gradually succumbing to the onslaught. The reward for successfully vanquishing the beast resonated in Lu Zhan's mind. It was he who delivered the fatal shot. Although Gao Yin had exerted the most effort, the final blow was not solely his doing. The werewolf was no more. Lu Zhan reminded everyone, and then his eyes brightened as he suddenly noticed something beside the werewolf's corpse. However, before he could make a move, the closest Gao Yin stepped forward and extended his hand. Wolfskin gloves, blue treasure, strength, constitution 5, stylish gloves that can manifest wolf claws. Skill, paralysis. The wolf claws are venomous, causing injury that hampers the enemy's mobility. This was a blue-grade item that combined both offense and defense, and Gao Yin did not hesitate to don them immediately. He gazed at the gray gloves adorning his hands and smiled in satisfaction. Zuozu, Yifeng, how are you two faring? After the battle, Niu Zilong approached to inquire about their injuries. I'm fine, as long as I don't have rabies, Zhang Zuozhu replied, glancing at the claw marks on his chest. Although he had been scratched, the wound was not deep. Yi Feng shook his head beside him. He was in slightly better condition, with no external injuries, merely feeling a bit winded from the werewolf strike. Gao Yin, we owe you thanks this time, otherwise, dealing with that werewolf would have been quite challenging, Zhang Zuozhu expressed earnestly, regarding the spoils as rightfully belonging to Gao Yin. At that moment, Lakshmi approached with a clean piece of clothing to help bandage his wound. Without our Hengjiang water, a sprinkle of it would ensure safety. If we were to use that kind of filthy water, it would surely invite bacteria. Zhang Zuozhu observed her seriousness and decided to withhold his thoughts, simply saying, thank you. Earlier, the 4 individuals from the 888 train had long since vanished, and without a clear memory of their appearances, Zhang Zuozhu felt it was not the time for reckoning. He gathered anything useful he could find. Rising, he picked up 2 handguns and some ammunition that the others had overlooked in their tension. There were also a few sausages, 2 bags of chips, and 5 buckets of instant noodles. Miscellaneous items and water remained untouched. The occupants of Car 9 were well prepared. Zhang Zuozhu handed the 2 guns to Lu Dongyang and Lakshmi, thereby arming 2 more individuals with range capabilities. We are uncertain whether more werewolves may appear. As wolves are pack animals, it's prudent for us to move to a more populated area. Should such creatures appear again, we can share the firepower, he concluded, rising as everyone began to gather their belongings. Once everything was in order, they set off in the direction the main group had fled. Finally, after skinning the werewolf, Chongming was pleased with the quality of the hide, although the process had been somewhat unpleasant. He spread out the entire hide of the werewolf leader, admiring his handiwork. Initially intending to rest, he felt it would be a pity to discard the hide. After a wash, it could serve as a large sleeping bag. Thus, he began practicing his skinning skills, lamenting the absence of finks, skinning knife, and any sharp tools, which made the task more laborious. Xiao Gaofeng also attempted to skin a piece, recognizing that the hide could provide warmth, which was precisely what he needed at that moment. He did not take an entire piece, but instead cut several fragments, the largest of which he draped over his shoulder, providing some respite from a chill. Without further ado, the two continued their journey for 2 hours. Ahead lay a hill. Shall we investigate what discoveries await us? It would also serve as a good opportunity to rest. Gao Yan had previously unearthed a treasure chest in the Rocky Mountains. After such a lengthy trek, it would be prudent to search there as well. No objections. Xiao Gaofeng, being an adventurer by nature, found little concern in their destination. Though visibility diminished at night, traversing the terrain was far more comfortable than during the day. Railway King, what did you do before? I practiced martial arts. If you often watch Martial World, you might have seen my matches. I haven't seen much of it. Was your face marked by the blows of others? Xiao Gaofeng sensed that the topic might be better left untouched, yet he paused for a moment to reply. I trained under Master Liu Baogua for several years, and my record in competitions was mostly favorable. Chongming chose not to respond further and suddenly halted in his tracks. Xiao Gaofeng, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter? Look, aren't there an unusually high number of cacti growing here?" Chongming's voice carried a hint of excitement. Chapter 68. The Mountain God as Trickster. Chongming was unfamiliar with what a cactus king looked like, only aware that it could move. Surely, if there was a king, there must be some subordinates. Yet, it wasn't too uncommon for a wild tiger to roam alone. However, being a plant, it could cluster together, making the emergence of a king quite plausible. At the very least, the dense cacti here filled Chongming with hope. Some cacti are edible, but these... Xiao Gaofeng approached a cactus, broke off a piece, and brought it to his nose. It emitted a pungent, grassy odor. They appear to be of the same variety. None are consumable. Railway King, do you have knowledge of such things? Occasionally, I watch videos that introduce them. I had once hoped to visit Tibet, and this stop has allowed me to fulfill that wish. I initially wanted to bring my wife and daughter along, but now I am left with only you. Xiao Gaofeng's mood darkened at the thought of his daughter, for in such a world, it was perilous for a child to survive. Old Wang, dwelling on such matters only adds to our woes. Perhaps they have better opportunities. Let us ascend the mountain, find a place to rest. The elevation here will allow us to survey the surrounding landscape come morning. Chongming offered a comforting word, preparing to settle down for the night, intent on seeking the Cactus King's whereabouts at dawn. Opportunities like this should not be missed, and they would await the light of day before taking action. The night passed in tranquility. Chongming slept soundly, his heightened perception alerting him to potential dangers, enabling swift responses. In contrast, Xiao Gaofeng seemed somewhat fatigued. Their first collaboration rendered restful slumber elusive. Several times during the night, he awoke, contemplating action out of fear that Chongming might do the same. But thoughts of Chongming's prowess held him back. With weary eyelids, he glanced at Chongming, who had risen long before him. He was awakened by an alluring fragrance, and there stood a young man grilling meat. Clutching a wooden skewer, he was roasting a piece of white flesh, approximately the size of an adult's palm. Over the crackling flames, Chongming had prepared pork fat and silver dragon fish, longing for grilled fish this morning. Where did you procure this meat? Xiao Gaofeng inquired with curiosity. The first station had only zombie-like creatures, the second was inhabited by lizard men, and the third was predominantly filled with zombies, alongside some peculiarities. Where on earth did Chongming acquire this meat? Could it be that he had prepared it prior to the apocalypse? The fish monster they had slain at the previous stop, as the train conductor mentioned, was edible, so he was eager to sample it today. The golden fish meat emanated a delightful aroma, and Chongming pinched a small handful of salt, sprinkling it evenly over the surface. He took a bite from the wooden skewer, tearing off a large chunk, which he began to chew, causing his right cheek to bulge. Xiao Gaofeng swallowed hard, retrieving a marinated egg from his storage, swallowing it in one gulp. However, it lacked the same enticing flavor. Watching Chongming's content expression, he couldn't help but feel envious. The taste was indeed exquisite. The texture of the meat was not dry, but rather pleasantly chewy. Chongming's mouth was in constant motion, as though the fish meat could hardly fill his appetite. Delicious, indeed, he remarked, but Xiao Gaofeng, having already consumed a marinated egg, found it rather tasteless. Nonetheless, he popped another one into his mouth. At least there was food, which prevented him from succumbing to hunger. Observing Chongming finishing the grilled fish, Xiao Gaofeng noted that it had taken him a total of 16 bites. Such fragrance, such size, how could he manage to take so many bites? If it were him, he surely would not exceed 10 bites before finishing. After Chongming completed his meal, Xiao Gaofeng felt akin to a prisoner released from confinement. For the previous moments had been quite unbearable. Yet, being a man destined to become the king of the train, he could not afford to lose face. He contemplated suggesting the purchase of fish with travel coins later, but certainly not at this moment, as it would make him appear rather unsophisticated. In the past, Xiao Gaofeng had frequently indulged in whole fish banquets in Wansheng, where the Danhe River provided direct access to the capital's drinking water, abundant with various types of exceptionally plump fish. The rocks here bore a deep green hue, distinct from other places. Perhaps treasures indeed lay hidden within. However, the notion of treasures was mere fantasy. After Chongming had risen and surveyed the mountaintop, he found no such treasures. Even if there were, he would likely conceal them. Initially, he had conducted a cursory scan, not taking it too seriously. Now that Xiao Gaofeng was awake, they could embark on a thorough search together. The terrain here was different. Just look at the cacti. Last night, in the darkness, their presence was not clear. But now they were densely scattered everywhere, perhaps indicating a water source. Where there is water, treasures may follow. At the first station, I discovered my very first treasure in a pond. Fearing disbelief, Chongming recounted his experiences in detail. Let us not delay any longer. The heat will intensify soon, and moving about will become more strenuous. Thus, they decided to split up, ready for any peculiar occurrences. The mountain here is modest in size, stretching only a mile or two, merely qualifying as a small hill. Xiao Gaofeng meticulously searched every nook and cranny, while Chongming descended to observe the surrounding cacti. Hey, are you the king of cacti? TSK, just a mute. Chongming recalled the train conductor's description, noting that it could move and was comparable in strength to the monstrous creature from the depths. Surely, it couldn't appear as an ordinary cactus. At the very least, it should possess legs to walk. Nevertheless, Chongming was determined not to overlook the larger cacti. Upon spotting one, he struck it with an iron rod, thinking that if a particularly large specimen turned out to be the king, he certainly couldn't miss the opportunity. From the hilltop, Xiao Gaofeng observed Chongming below, who seemed to be in a frenzy, venting his frustrations on the cacti. After witnessing Chongming's extravagant display of pouring water the previous day, he had assumed it was mere showmanship. Today, a spectacle made Xiao Gaofeng realize that perhaps this fellow had a few screws loose. It appeared Chongming was now conversing with the cacti. Though too far to hear clearly, it certainly looked as if he was speaking. This lad is quite unwell. However, Xiao Gaofeng chose not to dwell on his companion's antics any longer, as the probability of discovering treasures on the hill was significantly greater than that on the flat. Barren yellow earth below, which offered no hiding places for treasure chests. Continuing his earnest search, Xiao Gaofeng found the temperature on the Gobi Desert to be exceedingly harsh. After half an hour, the oppressive heat set in. Observing Chongming still in a frenzy below, he shook his head and took a long drink from his water bottle. In this weather, one sweats profusely with the slightest movement and remains dry when still. With nothing else to occupy his time, he sipped water while watching Chongming, who was tugging at the grass nearby. He wondered how Chongming could exhibit such vigor in this sweltering heat. Did a straw hat render him immune to the heat? Xiao Gaofeng wished for a hat himself, but alas, there was no place to procure one. After pulling at the grass, he turned his attention to a nearby branch. With a strong tug, he found it stubbornly resistant. He could tolerate that. Then he exerted all his strength, pulling with both hands and pushing off the ground with his feet. This branch was peculiar. In the desolate Gobi, dry and drought-resistant vegetation thrived. Yet how could there be a branch buried in the soil? Could it possibly be a treasure of some sort? Thus, Xiao Gaofeng resolved to discreetly retrieve it, first needing to extract it from the ground. As he exerted himself once more, the entire hill began to tremble. Was it an earthquake? Could this extraordinary branch in his grasp be akin to the legendary calming staff of the Buddha? Was it a divine mountain staff? Chapter 69, The King of Cacti. Consequently, Xiao Gaofeng felt a surge of excitement instead of fear, continuing his treasure-seeking endeavor. He held fast to the branch, regardless of whether its roots were entangled in the rocky soil. The sudden earthquake alerted Chongming, who sensed an impending crisis as the ground shook unexpectedly. He observed the hill where Xiao Gaofeng stood, as stones rolled down and dust billowed. Yet Xiao Gaofeng, composed in the face of danger, clung tightly to his lifeline. Come down already. Upon observing the seismic source seemingly situated atop the mountain, the broad-faced figure remained unmoved. Could it be that this was the fabled indifference of a mountain crumbling before one's eyes? This was no mere premonition. If one did not depart soon, calamity would surely befall them. Train King, hasten your descent. The mountain is on the verge of collapse. You think to lure me down, only to seize the divine staff of the mountain for yourself? Not a chance. Do not approach. I discovered this first. Xiao Gaofeng clung desperately to the branch, gradually perceiving an elevation in his position, while below, Chongming looked on in astonishment, his eyes glimmering with surprise. At that moment, Xiao Gaofeng found himself atop the head of a colossal creature, a monstrous being towering over 10 meters, resembling a human with limbs but devoid of fingers. Its body was adorned with formidable spikes, its limbs thick and rounded, yet its head bore not spikes but a multitude of eyes arranged in circles. It was far more terrifying than Lu Yin's spiny visage. In his grasp, Xiao Gaofeng held what appeared to be the creature's hair. This was undoubtedly the king of cacti. The oppressive aura it exuded was unmistakable. Chongming would wager that if it were not the king of cacti, he would place a sanitary pad upon his forehead for an entire year. Only now did Xiao Gaofeng realize he had stirred an extraordinary beast, and beads of cold and hot sweat trickled down his brow in the sweltering heat. To his surprise, Chongming was approaching him. To be fair, had he been in Chongming's position below, he would have certainly fled without a second thought. He possessed golden treasures and strength surpassing many. Yet he would never dare confront such a behemoth. Although Xiao Gaofeng stood atop the king of cacti, the full extent of this creature remained obscured from view. Yet its towering height and robust limbs were evident. Chongming may have been eccentric, but he was indeed a worthy ally. At that moment, the spiked giant's hand lunged toward Xiao Gaofeng. Should he be pierced, it would be a chilling fate indeed. The ground below was not overly high, resembling a 4-story building. Xiao Gaofeng released his grip, propelling himself toward Chongming with all his might. He arced through the air before plummeting freely. His legs tingled as he landed, his limbs finally finding purchase on the ground, grateful he had not forgotten to wear his braces. Quickly shoving the braces into his mouth, he rose and sprinted toward Chongming, exclaiming, "Wah! Wah!" The king of cacti glared at the human who had provoked its ire, displaying signs of agitation as it stomped its foot upon the ground, causing the mountain to tremble once more. Its massive footsteps began to advance, each stride spanning 5 or 6 meters, each impact resounding like a freight train collision. Chongming, facing this mountain-like giant, did not consider himself its adversary. Yet his aim was never to slay it. He sought only to extract the juice from the king of cacti. The crucial question was how to accomplish this. The creature's tough hide was evident to the naked eye, expanding within Chongming's vision. Chongming stirred, drawing forth the heart gun as he resolutely advanced towards the monstrous figure resembling a hill, disregarding the train king that rushed by him like a passing locomotive. Alas! Xiao Gaofeng had shown his utmost benevolence by attempting to assist Chongming, yet this young man, with unwavering determination, retreated in the opposite direction. As he closed the distance to the Cactus King to a mere 30 meters, Chongming unleashed a volley of shots. At this range, the power and precision were adequate. He aimed at the creature's legs, 2 meters above the ground, firing repeatedly. The area struck appeared visibly lighter in hue, yet no sap oozed forth. While the heart gun could penetrate the defenses of such a colossal being, it merely grazed the surface. The Cactus King's skin was evidently thicker than the face of Gao Yan. Chongming needed to collect the sap. It seemed that ranged attacks were futile. Although the wounds were superficial, the Cactus King appeared more agitated, possibly sensing the pain. Its massive arm extended forward, pointing directly at Chongming. A sudden wave of foreboding washed over him. Damn, this creature intends to play dirty. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing air filled the atmosphere as Chongming swiftly dove forward, barely escaping a dozen protruding spikes that emerged from his previous location. It is worth noting that the Cactus King's spikes were over half a meter long, and the ground, as hard as stone, resembled a barren wasteland. The force of these launched spikes was considerably stronger than that of bullets. A misstep could result in dire consequences. Fortunately, the lumbering Cactus King was not particularly swift. While Chongming could not match the speed of the spikes, he was quicker than the creature's upward motion. This enormous plant could move, and it could fire projectiles. Chongming realized that to fulfill his mission, he needed to strategize carefully. At least discovering the Cactus King was a promising beginning. The target was so large that it would be impossible to lose track of it. However, the immediate concern was still the pursuit. Chongming decided against immediate action, opting instead to play a game of cat and mouse, biding his time. There was ample time at his disposal. Thus, he quickly caught up with Xiao Gaofeng, who was 50 meters ahead. Train King, you are the man destined to conquer the tracks. That cactus behind you is merely a stepping stone on your path. Upon hearing these words, Chongming had already positioned himself 20 to 30 meters ahead of Xiao Gaofeng. Alas, it is said that when pursued by beasts, one need not outrun the creature, only the others fleeing alongside. Xiao Gaofeng felt this sentiment deeply. Chongming's speed allowed him to easily outpace Xiao. Yet he lingered 30 meters ahead without accelerating further. Having someone to shield him was sufficient. Moments ago, he had perceived Chongming as a figure of great righteousness. Yet now he found himself cursing inwardly. Nevertheless, Xiao Gaofeng understood. He would have acted similarly in such circumstances. Still, the proximity of Chongming was somewhat vexing, yet there was little he could do. The rumbling sounds behind him left no room for hesitation. Fortunately, my endurance is commendable. Perhaps soon I shall surpass Chongming. Much like the tortoise in the fable of the tortoise and the hare. Just as this thought crossed my mind, Xiao Gaofeng suddenly sensed something amiss. He turned to see the Cactus King raising its arm once more. With no time to ponder, he leapt sideways, only to hear the sharp thuds of spines striking the ground. He had no choice but to continue his frantic sprint. Thus, a colossal Cactus King pursued him from behind, while one person exerted every ounce of effort and the other ran leisurely ahead. For Xiao Gaofeng, this was far from a leisurely jog. It was a full-throttle dash. After running over 1,000 meters, it seemed the enormous creature behind them had deemed the two mere insects unworthy of its chase. Following another volley of spines, it finally halted. Xiao Gaofeng seized the opportunity to catch his breath, removing his dental brace and lying sprawled on the ground in a star shape, drenched to the bone. With not a single dry spot on him, the whip's end hung precariously between his legs, and despite the scorching ground, he greedily gulped in the air. At that moment, Chongming's face appeared before him. This fellow's attire was so dry, it seemed he had just changed. Otherwise, being soaked would have been exceedingly uncomfortable, if only it were merely damp. Xiao Gaofeng was beginning to find his own scent unbearable. Old Wang, given the heat, wouldn't a bath be in order? 50 travel coins for a wash. Chapter 70, The Battle Plan. Wait, does this fellow even have water for a bath? Upon reflection, it was evident that he had been rather generous with his water supply, later distributing nearly a cubic meter. It seemed not only was his water reserve ample, but his spatial capacity was also extraordinary. Nevertheless, Xiao Gaofeng remained most concerned about the creature they had just encountered. Initially, he believed he had stumbled upon a treasure, only to realize he had invited peril instead. What exactly was that thing? An elite monster? Was it something a mere human could contend with? You brought out. You asked me what it is? I distinctly saw you dragging that creature by its head. Chongming had no intention of revealing the truth. Had Xiao Gaofeng known that Chongming's original objective was to find that very creature, he would never have accompanied him. Yet, there were benefits to their partnership. For instance, had it not been for Xiao Gaofeng's fortunate luck, Chongming might not have discovered the behemoth hidden within the mountains. Additionally, during their escape, they could share the burden of firepower. Xiao Gaofeng quickly realized that, like himself, Chongming had only just arrived, and the presence of this giant cactus was likely due to his own actions. Asking him would yield little information. With such a creature lurking, any treasure chest nearby would be perilous. Let us seek another location. We must also allow time for our return. A rational individual would certainly wish to avoid dealings with such monsters. I believe, quite the contrary, that this behemoth is likely guarding some extraordinary treasure. In this apocalyptic world, one must take risks if they aspire to become a king of trains. I do not care for your opinion. I care for my own. One misstep in facing that creature, and we could both meet our demise. Therefore, I demand a complimentary bath, plus 2 pounds of fish from this morning. Goodness. It appears I was unwittingly waiting for myself all along. It appears that this broad-faced individual possesses a keen sense of calculation. However, in pursuit of an additional ally, taking a bath will not consume an excessive amount of water. As for the fish and meat, a single giant-mouthed silver dragon weighs in at over 100 pounds. Thus, 2 pounds is a trivial offering. The flesh shield is worth this price. It's settled. Upon seeing the other party's agreement, Xiao Gaofeng produced an empty bucket for Chongming to fill with water. Without hesitation, the latter filled it to the brim, allowing him to wash thoroughly. Observing the retreating Cactus King, Chongming nonchalantly retrieved a boss chair, seating himself with his back turned to Xiao Gaofeng. There was nothing particularly pleasing to behold during this bathing ritual. It might even be a rather unpleasant sight. Shou Golfeng Inoido refreshing veish. Feeling rejuvenated as he rinsed his blue training attire and lower garments. Clad in his dampened clothing, he found it surprisingly comfortable. Approaching the boss chair, Xiao Gaofeng had grown accustomed to the idea of the vastness of this space and harbored no curiosity about its extent. As long as Chongming refrained from producing a table, he felt secure. How to deal with such an object? Gazing at the Cactus King, which had returned to the hillside, Xiao Gaofeng could not conjure an immediate strategy. This creature boasted formidable attack and defense, yet it was sluggish in speed. Our objective was to ascertain whether it guarded any treasures, rather than to slay it. One should not set their sights too high. The primary concern lay in maneuvering carefully to avoid injury from its spines. Chongming retrieved a cigarette from his space, gently placed it between his lips, and lit it before speaking slowly. He had conceived a notion to have Xiao Gaofeng attract the Cactus King's attention, whilst he would attempt to breach its defenses with a direct assault. Confronting this creature alone was perilous, as its spines could strike with alarming rapidity, posing a risk of misstep. As for how to make Xiao Gaofeng the bait, the answer was quite simple. Based on the Cactus King's previous behavior, it would attack the nearest individual, as long as Xiao Gaofeng accompanied him. Chongming was confident he could distance himself more swiftly than this broad-faced fellow in the event of danger. Given the might of the love gun, it would be no challenge for the Justice Fist to penetrate its green exterior. The plan hinged on an unexpected strike combined with a roar of righteousness to buy enough time for him to breach its defenses and extract the sap. The previous Blood Demon had been stunned for 2 seconds. If the Cactus King were of similar caliber, it would likely be incapacitated for at least that long. Ample time for Chongming to unleash a flurry of punches. Shall we proceed now? This creature, with its myriad eyes, would likely detect them from a distance of 30 meters, leaving no opportunity for stealth. Of course, not at this moment. We shall wait until nightfall. Did it not retire to slumber just last night? Yet, at night, visibility would be compromised, shrouding them in darkness while they attempted to evade the spines. Evading the spines? That may very well become your responsibility. This remark lingered in Chongming's mind. I will position myself closer to this creature. We shall search for any treasure chests in its vicinity, as one would surely be aware that they emit a glow when opened. Unless absolutely necessary, it would not stir. Xiao Gaofeng harbored some doubts, but could not pinpoint any faults. After all, no one would casually provoke such a formidable creature. His presence today was indeed an anomaly. However, with such a colossal entity nearby, there might truly be treasures hidden within the mountain. Thus, it was settled. As previously stated, whoever discovers the treasure chest first shall claim it. Xiao Gaofeng acknowledged that his prowess was inferior to Chongming's. Yet he had confidence in his defenses and was unafraid should hostilities arise. A pact was forged. Chongming readily acquiesced, his primary objective being to procure the sap, which could later be exchanged for 1 golden and 1 purple artifact. However, should valuable items indeed exist, the fleeting camaraderie born of their temporary alliance could easily shatter. The two stood upon the Gobi Desert, observing the king of cacti, who seemed particularly fond of the hill, embedding itself into the earth and ceasing all movement. Nightfall eventually arrived. Beneath the starlit sky, the two figures returned to the small hill, acutely aware that the king of cacti would not awaken easily, yet they remained cautious. Throughout the day, Xiao Gaofeng had endured great discomfort, the unrelenting sun scorching his skin, rendering his face greasy and darkened. In contrast, Chongming, adorned with a straw hat and sun-protective attire, appeared as if he were on a leisurely vacation in the Gobi, merely enjoying the scenery. Strangely, he had not broken a single sweat and had even sipped on chilled cola. Fortunately, Xiao Gaofeng had relished roasted fish, devouring a hefty 2 pounds. Now, under the cover of night, his body finally began to relax, though he was aware that it would not be long before the temperature dropped again. Due to the king of cacti reburrowing itself into the mountainside, the soil was somewhat loose during their ascent. The creature now lay beneath their feet, and they began to search the surroundings for any treasure chests. Given that the king of cacti had emerged from the earth during the day, altering the terrain, Chongming suggested a thorough search once more. After nearly half an hour of fruitless searching, they returned to the summit. Alas, they could only hope that something lay beneath this great being. Chongming's tone revealed his reluctance, yet he began to seek the true form of the king of cacti, intent on removing the soil above it. At last, they uncovered a small branch once more. They cleared the thick layer of dirt and stone, exposing its dark green skin. Shall I take action, or will you? Xiao Gaofeng hesitated to strike, fearing that luck might not favor him a second time after their daytime fortune. Noticing Chongming's silence, he saw a fist glimmering with golden light streak across like a meteor, crashing into the king of Cacti's head. The ground began to tremble. Wait, shouldn't we have discussed this before launching an attack? We just dive in. Chapter 71, The Grueling Battle. Xiao Gaofeng immediately turned and ran downward, stuffing his mouth with a mouthguard as he dashed. This time, he had no desire to be lifted into the skies again. With a powerful punch, Chongming struck deep into the ground, showing no sign of hesitation as he followed with a second and a third blow. The earth trembled violently beneath him, yet it did not hinder his relentless assault. Grasping a handful of branches with his left hand, he unleashed a barrage of punches with his right. Release the water. Release the water. Chongming had carved out a substantial pit with his fists, but the precious juice of the Cactus King remained elusive. Could it be that this creature was made of mere skin? The Cactus King appeared to be in excruciating pain, its body shaking violently. After emerging from the earth, it began to pound its own head with its massive arms. Strangely, the spikes that came into contact with it behaved like soft hair, causing no harm. Chongming clung to the branches, his body rolling atop them as he narrowly avoided being crushed on several occasions. With a roar of righteousness, he unleashed a powerful shout that immobilized the Cactus King momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Chongming returned to the pit he had dug, gathering all his strength to continue his vigorous assault. At last, his fists began to feel damp. However, the Cactus King regained its mobility, its swaying form preventing Chongming from collecting the juice. He pondered whether he could unleash his righteous roar once more, but the breath eluded him, suggesting a cooldown period for that technique. For now, he would have to rely on his own ingenuity. The wound atop the Cactus King's head had opened, and it was now a matter of drawing forth its lifeblood. Chongming decided to try his Might of the Qilin, a technique renowned for its effectiveness in clearing foes, second only to the Iron Fist of Justice. As his arms collided, intricate Qilin patterns emerged on his body, sending a shockwave radiating from him. A small trickle of juice immediately spurted from the wound in the pit, glistening under the moonlight. Reacting swiftly, Chongming retrieved a small vial provided by the train conductor. As the vial neared the juice, it seemed to respond to his call and swiftly filled itself. The vial was now full, yet Chongming desired to collect more. Thus, he produced a basin. At that moment, the Cactus King's arm lunged at him again. The previous tremors had caused it immense pain, and it was determined to crush the creature that had dared to inflict harm. Xiao Gaofeng had retreated to a safe distance near the Cactus King's foot, bewildered by Chongming's enigmatic actions. Hadn't they agreed to maneuver around? Why was he engaging directly? The more Chongming attracted fire, the easier it would be for him to search for treasure. Consequently, he leaped into the deep pit dug by the Cactus King. Chongming narrowly dodged another massive arm strike, seizing the moment to strike with both forearms in unison. A wave of intense pain surged through the Cactus King, causing its movements to falter, and once again, a stream of juice erupted forth. As he reached out to collect the juice, the gigantic arm drew perilously close. Realizing that avoiding the juice was no longer an option, he took a leap of faith. Letting go of the branches with his left hand, he jumped towards the juice, managing to capture it in the basin just in time to secure it within his spatial storage. His entire body was struck heavily, akin to a tennis ball violently smashed by a racket, hurtling diagonally towards the ground. After rolling and skidding for a distance, he finally came to a halt. Even for someone as resilient as Changming, he felt as though his bones had been shattered, with intense pain radiating from his ribs. If the juice from the Cactus King proved ineffective, it would be a tremendous loss. Struggling to rise from the ground before he could fully straighten his back, Chongming sensed un pending danger. Dozens of piercing projectiles whistled through the air like grim reapers harvesting lives. With all his might, he pushed off the ground to evade them. Nevertheless, his legs were still grazed, blood trickling down his calves in a winding stream. Flee! Changming limped away, propelled by his newly acquired running shoes that had enhanced his speed by 20%. Otherwise, his current pace would be far inferior to his optimal state. Damn it! Where is the treasure chest? Where could it possibly be? Xiao Gaofeng, having found nothing in the mountain pit, felt a surge of rage. Suddenly, he noticed a massive foot descending from above. Cursed be it! Changming had likely moved out of reach, causing the creature to direct its wrath towards him. Xiao Gaofeng scrambled upwards with all his limbs, unaware of the tragic fate that awaited him if he were to be crushed. When he finally emerged from the pit, a colossal spike struck him directly. The good news was that the spike did not impale him. The bad news was that his training outfit was torn, leaving a deep gash on his left arm, propelling him into the air. He traced a perfect parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. The great Train King, upon landing, felt dizzy, yet he knew he must keep moving or he would likely be pinned to the earth, ignoring the pain radiating through his insides. He immediately crawled to the side. Even with one arm incapacitated, he swiftly distanced himself from his previous position. Damn that monster, there's nothing here. Xiao Gaofeng cursed inwardly. Rising from the ground, bloodied but running, he wove through the spike's trajectory in an S-shaped pattern, fortunate that the creature's aim was lacking. At last, he escaped the Cactus King's range. At this moment, Xiao Gaofeng felt exceedingly weak, unable to spot Changming anywhere. In truth, he did not wish to encounter Changming now. If the other were to harbor ill intentions, he doubted he could defend himself in his current state. Recalling that Changming had run east while the cactus was to the west, Xiao Gaofeng resolved to head north. Meanwhile, Changming had sprinted several miles before halting, the darkness obscuring any sight of the Cactus King. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Gaofeng was also injured. He sat down to assess his wounds. The area where he was struck had swollen considerably, and touching his ribs elicited severe pain. It seemed he needed to rest and recuperate. Meanwhile, blood had already stained his pants. Fortunately, he had accomplished his task. As for Xiao Gaofeng's fate, he could not afford to concern himself with it now. Similarly, Changming wished to avoid encountering that individual. Although he possessed strength, his condition was far from optimal. Should the Train King possess any cunning tactics, it would be inevitable that he would resort to murder and plunder. The broad-faced man must have observed him fleeing eastward, prompting Changming to alter his course. Ensuring he remained elusive. Content with his decision, he tended to the wound on his leg with a simple bandage and continued onward in a different direction. At that moment, he also hoped to evade any werewolves, as his speed had significantly diminished. Confronting such foes would undoubtedly require exertion, and these level 3 monsters were considerably more formidable than the undead. Any engagement would aggravate his injury and cause him pain. He couldn't help but wonder about Gao Yin and the others. As classmates in this apocalyptic world, he could only protect them temporarily. Their future paths would ultimately depend on themselves. Moreover, he was likely several dozen kilometers away from them now. After an indeterminate duration of travel, he spotted a towering silhouette in the distance, likely a stone forest. Changming intended to rest there. With a robust constitution, his recovery would be swift, and a night's rest would greatly improve his condition. Venturing deeper into the stone forest, he meticulously observed his surroundings. It appeared devoid of peril. Nevertheless, Changming felt insecure on the ground, so he ascended a stone pillar. About halfway up, he discovered a flat area just spacious enough for a person to lie down. He retrieved a sofa cushion to serve as a pillow and decided to rest there for the night. Chapter 72, A New Path in the Darkness. Xiao Gaofeng managed to run a few steps before he could endure no more. His physique was considerably weaker than Changming's, and he too had endured a strike from the Cactus King. He increasingly felt his body rebelling against him. While the adrenaline of flight had masked his discomfort, it now became painfully evident that he urgently required a safe place to rest. Faintly, he perceived a glimmer of light ahead. Could there be people nearby? He felt no fear of anyone other than Changming, so he proceeded toward the source of illumination. As he approached, tears of joy welled in his eyes, and he could not suppress his exclamation, "Woo-woo, woo-woo-woo." Before him lay a golden treasure chest. After enduring grievous injuries in his desperate pursuit of the Cactus King, fortune had finally smiled upon him. He eagerly opened the chest. Silver scale chest plate, a legendary golden artifact, strength 10, constitution 60. Donning this will make you the brightest star. Golden passive skill, rock solid. As long as you remain still, your total constitution attribute is doubled. New Year S Feast Experience card, 8 meat dishes and 8 vegetable dishes. The card is convenient to carry and transforms into food upon use. Without hesitation, Xiao Gaofeng adorned himself with the silver scale chest plate. With an original constitution total of 152 points, he now boasted 304 points as long as he remained stationary. At that moment, the pain from his injuries also subsided significantly. I, Xiao Gaofeng, shall inevitably become the man of the Train King. Henceforth, I shall be a human tank. He could not vocalize his elation, but shouted within his heart. This led him to recall the Cactus King's sharp spines, which surely belonged to the caliber of armor-piercing projectiles. As dawn broke, Changming stretched and nearly toppled from the stone pillar. He almost forgot that he was sleeping here. Glancing at his legs, he noticed the scabs had formed, and the pain in his ribs had subsided. Fully equipped, except for a frying pan, his physical condition had reached an impressive 196 points, significantly enhancing his recovery abilities. However, Changming now faced a dilemma. He seemed to have lost his sense of direction in the stone forest. He recalled that he initially departed from the Cactus King's location heading east, but after changing direction, it appeared to be southward. Yet, there were no landmarks to guide him. Resolute, he decided to ascend to a higher point in the stone forest to search for clues. Unfortunately, the desolate scenery around him was monotonously similar. Thus, he chose to head northwest, believing it to be the right path. After leaping down from the stone forest and consuming a boxed meal, he observed the sun's position and continued in the northwest direction. After a day of wandering, Changming had failed to locate the small hill where the Cactus King resided. Instead, he encountered a desert where he vanquished 3 colossal antlions, realizing they were level 3 monsters. Yet, he truly was lost. Fortunately, as he roamed incessantly, he discovered a flickering light atop a hill during the night. There were people. As long as there were people, it didn't matter if he couldn't find his train. He just needed one that could take him away from this place the following day. Changming hurriedly approached the hill. 2 campfires blazed at its base, each surrounded by a group of individuals. He counted 10 in total, 7 men and 3 women, unaware of which train they belonged to. However, the conductor had mentioned that all 10 trains were from Zone 9. Dressed in white running shoes, he moved silently like a nocturnal cat. Finding a rock to lean against, he rested, blending in as if he had always been there. Observing the people below, he realized that the backlight would render him unnoticed. A bespectacled man embraced a young girl, his hand slipping in her collar while he held a cup of hot water in the other. The near-freezing temperature urged them to huddle close for warmth. Winching, let us go to the back and move around for a bit. It'll warm us up, the bespectacled man suggested with an impatient tone. The girl, referred to as Winching, leaned against him. Sanggu, not again. It still hurts. Nearby, a buzz-cut fellow cheerfully chimed in. Sister Winching, why don't I keep you warm? Gentle. Get lost, you toothpick. Winching retorted without hesitation, asserting that he needed some skills to approach her. The buzz-cut guy laughed awkwardly and let it go. Winching stood out among the 3 women, possessing the most striking beauty with a face fit for internet fame, soulful eyes, and a prominent nose. Especially her ruby lips, which the buzz-cut fellow longed to fill. Unfortunately, Sanggu maintained his preferences, leaving him and several other brothers with no chance. Sanggu, the bespectacled man, was one of the most formidable individuals on their train 732. His glasses were discovered in a treasure chest at the first station, rumored to be a purple artifact, though its precise capabilities remained unclear. Moreover, at the previous station, Sanggu had obtained a purple sword, which significantly enhanced his prowess. Last night, a werewolf attacked, and it was Sanggu who single-handedly vanquished it. The werewolf appeared more formidable than him, yet Sanggu had previously served as a bodyguard, possessing genuine skills. Ultimately, he triumphed over a stronger adversary, solidifying his standing among the passengers of carriages 1 and 2. Zhang Songjun, a man with a buzz cut, also experienced a stroke of luck, acquiring a blue embroidered needle. However, he was not invincible. The needle proved cumbersome to wield, serving merely as an ornament. Military brother, may I accompany you? Just a sip of water will suffice. A woman who appeared to be in her 30s approached Zhang Songjun, aware that water was scarce among the men. The heat of the Gobi Desert was unbearable, necessitating each person to consume 6 to 7 liters of water daily, or risk dehydration from excessive sweating. Though they had brought a reserve before disembarking, the consumption here was unexpectedly high. Under Song Ji's leadership, they had slain 5 individuals from other carriages, seizing their water and provisions. By rationing their intake, they hoped to last until they could board the train again tomorrow. However, those accompanying Changming still had ample water for washing. The clothing of this group was soaked with sweat, dried in the sun, only to become damp again, and they had grown accustomed to the sour odor. Even the most refined among them, Lu Winching, was reduced to mere scent. Nevertheless, they bore no aversion to one another. Sanggu helped Lu Winching to her feet, casting a glance at the others before retreating behind a large rock, where soon the sound of melodious chanting filled the air, resonating clearly. The proximity of the sound made it difficult for Zhang Songjun to remain unaffected. Conserve your drinking, he urged, retrieving a bottle of water from his space and handing it to the middle-aged woman. Listening to Wenxing's voice, he deemed it a moment of borrowed illumination. Without waiting for her gratitude, Zhang Songjun led her to a secluded spot, conveniently located directly beneath Chongming. The two began to tear at their garments, swiftly progressing to the matter at hand, intertwining acupuncture and the like. Occasionally, a breeze would waft through, causing Chongming to momentarily choke. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, how can you stomach that aroma?" 10 minutes later, the four reconvened. The previous activities had indeed warmed them considerably. Subsequently, another man escorted the middle-aged woman away, with the intention of keeping her warm throughout the night. A second woman remained untouched, rumored to have had relatives visiting in the past few days. Chongming held little interest in this group. He merely wished to accompany them onto the train. Chapter 73, Songge. At dawn, Chongming was the first to awaken. After freshening up, he consumed a braised egg and a piece of bread. Today, he planned to do nothing. It was the last day, and he simply desired a smooth passage onto the train. Zhang Songjun, feeling an urgent need to relieve himself, noticed a man in a straw hat sitting atop a large rock, gazing back at him. Still somewhat dazed, he unfastened his trousers and began to urinate against a stone wall. "Brother, it's rather early. Where did you acquire that straw hat?" "Picked it up at the last station." The earth, though unremarkable, proves quite useful in this context. Zhang Songjun shook himself, adjusted his trousers, and wiped his hands across his body a few times. Suddenly, he regarded the individual before him with surprise. This person was unfamiliar to him. "Who are you?" he inquired. "We are on the same train. You may not recognize me, but I know you, Brother Jun." Chongming had heard the middle-aged woman refer to him as such yesterday, though he was not privy to his full name. Zhang Songjun scrutinized the young man with monolids before him. His eyes were not large, and his face appeared somewhat gaunt. He bore an unremarkable visage, perhaps overlooked at previous stops. The train still harbored several dozen passengers, and interaction with others in different carriages was minimal. This lack of familiarity was entirely normal. "Where are the others in your carriage? Why are you the only one who has come over here?" "I got separated and was planning to return to the station today. I happened to encounter you all. I feared potential dangers on the road, so it seemed prudent to join you." Chongming fabricated a few sentences, wary of complications and reluctant to guide anyone. Even upon reaching their destination, they would still have to wait for the train. It was simpler to follow them, and fortunately, Zhang Songjun did not press for further details. "Danger? If there is danger, we cannot concern ourselves with you. You are on your own here." Zhang Songjun thought that having an extra person in peril might serve as an additional bait. Thus, he offered no objections. However, upon turning a corner, he reported back to Songge. "What about the others in the carriage? Do you recognize who they are?" Songge, just awakened, stretched languidly. "I have no recollection, but I arrived early and made no notable interactions. He must have gotten lost and found his way to us. Then let him maintain his distance. He is fortunate to have made it this far. If not..." Song Ge's trailing words hung ominously in the air. They had already committed acts of violence for resources. On the final day, it was likely that this individual's supplies had dwindled as well, rendering his elimination meaningless. As long as he kept a safe distance, they could have him scout ahead on their return journey. When Zhang Songjun relayed this information, Chongming nodded in acknowledgement. He had no intention of mingling with this group, primarily due to the nauseating odors that wafted from them. Far too putrid. On the Gobi Desert, under the sun at 8 o'clock, it felt as though the heavens were ablaze. The passengers of Train 732 began to navigate around the mountains to evade the scorching sun. They had been doing so for the past 2 days. As long as the sun did not beat down directly, they would minimize movement to conserve water. Chongming maintained a distance of over 30 meters, seeking shelter in a concealed spot, and both parties coexisted without incident. By noon, the passengers of Train 732 resembled individuals in a sauna, sweat pouring from their bodies, leaving them devoid of any appetite. They continuously drank water, pouring it into their mouths. The sun hung high in the sky, and at the foot of the mountain, there was not a hint of shade. Even the shadows could not provide any relief. Under a rudimentary sunshade, Song Ji's features were contorted, and his glasses kept slipping down his nose. In this heat, if the weather report were to be made, it might as well have read 399 degrees. He wiped the sweat from his eyes. He observed that Chongming remained quietly stationed at a distance, unaffected by the sweltering heat, displaying neither agitation nor lethargy. "That fellow seems impervious to the heat, sitting by the stones. And I noticed he hasn't wiped a single bead of sweat. Would you go and check what SM is?" Brother Song instructed a man nearby, clad in a damp, yellowed white t-shirt, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. In this post-apocalyptic world where treasures abound, he yearned to discover something that could withstand the heat. Though time was of the essence, with 4 hours remaining until their departure, he felt an urgency. The man in white, somewhat reluctant, braced himself against the oppressive sun. In such weather, even the slightest movement could evoke thoughts of despair, but under Brother Song's command, he had no choice but to comply. Stepping out from the shade into the glaring sunlight, the temperature was at least 4 or 5 degrees higher than in the shelter. Shielding his eyes with one hand and dragging his heavy feet, the man in white approached Chongming. From a distance, he could not discern clearly, but as he drew closer, he noticed the man clad in sun protection gear and a straw hat was utterly dry, a stark contrast to his own soaked appearance. "Hey, why are you so dry and not sweating in this scorching heat?" The man in white vented his discontent towards Chongming, speaking with a certain arrogance and lack of courtesy. "Calmness brings coolness, and you, with such a volatile demeanor, are prone to a stroke." Chongming remained composed, patiently awaiting the return of the group to the bus station. Suddenly, an irritable stranger arrived, shouting beside him. Anyone would find that annoying. He refrained from resorting to violence, which he considered an act of mercy. Calmness brings coolness? The man in white thought it was a mere ruse. He felt as though he was being roasted under the sun, his mind sluggish, and his heart as still as death. Sweat poured forth like a dam bursting. Regardless of how much water he consumed during the day, it all seeped through his skin. And now he was being subjected to this nonsense while receiving unsolicited advice. Damn it, speak properly. He cursed inwardly, feeling agitated, and instinctively reached for Chongming's collar, intending to drag him before Brother Song for an explanation. In an instant, an invisible dart penetrated his body. The man in white froze mid-motion, his words unuttered, his pupils began to glaze over. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, scattering various items around him. What a waste, with not a single treasure in sight. Chongming regarded the disarray with disdain, too apathetic to gather the scattered belongings. However, the soul dart proved to be a remarkable weapon, striking without a trace. The effectiveness of the soul dart was linked to one's perception, and Chongming wielded it adeptly. Brother Song observed the entire scene from a distance, though he could not quite hear their exchange. It seemed they had barely conversed when his subordinate, young David, suddenly collapsed, while the man in the straw hat remained motionless. Could he have suffered from heat stroke? Lying there for a while would surely lead to dire consequences. Yet, young David did not rise again, suggesting he was beyond help. Songgu immediately rose to his feet, beckoning Zhang Songjun and Lu Wenqing to come over and investigate. Upon witnessing the scattered belongings, it became evident that the individual in question was no longer alive. What transpired? How could he have perished after exchanging merely a few words? Songgu furrowed his brow, shielding his eyes from the sunlight with a piece of cardboard as he began his inquiry. "This is our Songgu. You ought to be aware of his methods. I advise you to think carefully before you speak," Zhang Songjun interjected, his tone laced with menace. Although he sensed that this incident bore no connection to Chongming, it was highly plausible that Zhang Dewei had succumbed to heat stroke. After all, Chongming had not stirred an inch. Nevertheless, the unfortunate fact remained that if a person dies in your vicinity, you are inevitably implicated. As relatives, they could not pursue matters in the desolate wilderness. Thus their focus shifted to Chongming, upholding the virtues of the pre-apocalyptic world. When a life is lost, it matters not whose responsibility it is. Blame can be easily shifted. Chapter 74. You do not intend to seek revenge upon me, do you? He fell, never to rise again. Did you not witness it? Now you inquire how I know? If you must ask, direct your questions to him. Chongming, confronted by the group, remained unperturbed, his tone tinged with impatience. Were they all simply overindulged? He merely wished to board a vehicle, not to empty its contents. He was dead. Naturally, those closest to the scene would be questioned. After spending so long aboard Train 732, did they not understand the rules? Whatever you are asked, respond honestly. Admit how you killed him. Zhang Songjun's expression darkened, exuding an aura that suggested he would not hesitate to resort to violence. Lu Wenqing, standing nearby, regarded the situation with a mocking gleam in his eyes. This young man was blissfully unaware of the peril he was in. How audacious to respond to Songgu in such a manner. It seemed he was still too youthful. Little brother, when asked, speak properly, lest you find yourself without a chance to weep. Chongming chose to disregard the raucous entourage, ignoring Zhang Songjun and Lu Wenqing. and instead directed a question at Song Ge. Are you the leader? What is it? Do I not appear to be one? Song Ge suddenly brandished a purple sword, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he licked the blade. Those familiar with him recognized this as a prelude to murder, should the individual before him prove uncooperative. He would meet a gruesome fate. In this apocalyptic world, human life held little value. No, I merely wish to understand on what grounds you claim to be the leader. Based on your lewdness? Chongming had steeled himself for a brutal confrontation. He typically despised harming the innocent, yet this group had grown increasingly culpable, harboring intentions of assaulting the police. Thus, his words were unflinchingly blunt. Allow me to demonstrate my authority. It is founded upon my swiftness, unparalleled and unstoppable. With a swift motion, Song Ge raised his hand, preparing to pierce the opponent's throat with lightning speed. His sword was enhanced for agility, while the glasses conferred comprehensive attributes. Thus, even if the opponent possessed treasures, none could match his swiftness. Upon arrival, Song Ge had noted something amiss with Chongming. His clothing remained completely dry, and not a bead of sweat adorned his brow. It was clear that he possessed some treasure. Regardless of its nature, the truth would soon be revealed upon the opponent's demise. A smile emerged on Changming's face, which inexplicably caused a tightening in Song Ji's heart. However, this was inconsequential. Time would preserve these moments for the King of Hell to witness. Suddenly, Changming moved. His fist, which had seemingly just been thrown, glimmered with an incredible speed, striking Song Ji's chest with tremendous force. The sound of shattering bones echoed in the ears of everyone present, akin to the Grim Reaper's summons. In an instant, Song Ji's insides were obliterated by the righteous iron fist, sending him flying. All that remained were a life and some spatial items, accompanied by an expression of unwavering confidence. He departed too swiftly, leaving in serene tranquility. An unusual silence enveloped the surroundings. Zhang Songjun felt an increase in heat. If his earlier sweating was akin to a spring, now was a waterfall. The proud Song Ge had been annihilated in an instant, leaving no one behind. Lu Wenqing stood in stunned disbelief. He had merely come to observe Song Ge flaunting his prowess, only to witness the swift demise of the man who was like a gust of wind. The other subordinates retreated in fear, astonished by the sheer ferocity of this hat-wearing man. Changming, supporting his hat, walked past these individuals and approached the lifeless Song Ge, mockingly addressing the others. Is this your so-called invincibility through speed? On such a hot day, isn't it better to simply live? Changming began to examine the treasures that had fallen from Song Ge. Sword of the Swift Man, purple treasure, power 5, agility 35. Possessing it will make you a swift man. Active skill, swift blade, increases your hand speed by 20 for 20 seconds, cool down 1 hour. Elegant glasses, purple treasure. All attributes 8. Wearing them makes you appear cultured. Passive skill, long-distance gaze, allowing you to see further. The first purple sword was quite useful. But what about the second? A telescope? This passive skill was essentially a junker among fighter jets. Yet the all-attribute bonus was quite appealing, prompting Changming to don glasses. As for the remaining food and water, he opted to take the food, which included an unopened bag of flour, several packets of chips, sausages, and packaged Peking duck. This fellow had a decent food supply, much to Changming's satisfaction. There were also 3 packs of cigarettes and 2 unopened bottles of 750 milliliters whiskey, all of which would serve him well. After gathering his spoils, he turned back to face the few who dared not flee. Now, let us discuss our next steps. Changming seated himself upon a nearby stone, feeling no discomfort from the heat, observing Zhang Songjun and the others, who appeared on the verge of collapse under the sun's relentless glare. It was uncertain whether their discomfort stemmed from the heat or fear, perhaps a combination of both. Brother, I can serve you well. Rest assured, I am quite adept at it. Lu Wenqing stepped forward, attempting to leverage her advantages, despite her current disheveled appearance. Stay away from me. Changming blocked his nose, wondering if this woman had any self-awareness. What was she thinking approaching him with such an odor? Lu Wenqing smiled awkwardly, saying, Then, I shall serve you well after I have cleaned up. She cautiously stepped back, relieved to see that Changming had no intention of striking her. She sighed with relief, grateful to have preserved her life. A man capable of easily defeating Song Ge is indeed formidable. Brother, I was wrong. I accept my punishment. One must endure the consequences of their mistakes. Zhang Songjun promptly admitted, attempting to display a semblance of courage and responsibility. Very well. The 4 of you shall confront him alone, but do not let it lead to death, Changming declared, gesturing towards Lu Wenqing and the 3 remaining men, assigning them their task while directing his gaze at Zhang Songjun. This was your request. Remember to stand at attention. Let the punishment commence, he continued, emphasizing that while they were to inflict pain, it must not be lethal. Under the scorching sun, this was undeniably a form of corporal punishment directed at these 5 individuals. Since they refrained from uttering foul language, and Chongming was not a butcher, this would remain a minor reprimand. Had they been akin to the man in white, Chongming might have shown mercy by sparing their lives entirely. The 2 women and 2 men from afar felt fortunate for not having followed. After all, even Song Ge had been swiftly dispatched. The 5 under the blazing sun would likely suffer tremendously, if not mortally. Shang Ming lit a cigarette. Watching the mixed group of 4 attack one, the victim unable to retaliate. Those delivering the blows felt their strength wane, yet this was of little consequence. The primary aim was to exercise under the sun. After a quarter of an hour of such activity, with Chongming observing closely, none dared to slacken their efforts. Lu Wenqing and the others were already exhausted, unable to straighten their backs, while Zhang Songjun stood tall, not for bravado, but due to his enhanced physique from skill, coupled with his genuine fear of Chongming's wrath. All of you may disperse now. By the way, you do not intend to seek revenge against me, do you? Chongming's inquiry halted their movements. Revenge? With Song Ge having been so swiftly eliminated, what talk of retaliation could there be? They were currently expressing gratitude towards Chongming for sparing their lives. As they prepared to leave, one man pointed at the fallen bottled water belonging to Song Ge and the man in white, asking, "Brother, aren't you going to take this water? If you want it, feel free to pick it up," he replied. The men, including Lu Wenqing, eagerly snatched the water, having thoroughly drenched the ground in sweat within a short span. Once beneath the shelter, they immediately began to quench their thirst and douse themselves with water. At that moment, water became a vital source of life, deeply engraved in their minds. Chongming, bringing his chair closer to the group of 8, fixed his gaze on Zhang Songjun. "How far is it to the station?" "I cannot recall the route." "Head south. It will take less than 20 minutes to arrive," Zhang Songjun responded promptly, standing with his water bottle in hand. "Then let us depart at 2:30, so we may arrive early." Chapter 75, Inspecting Public Safety? Just past 3 o'clock. Chongming and his 9 companions arrived at the location of the station, where the platform had yet to materialize. However, some individuals had already arrived ahead of time. Here lies the desolate Gobi Desert, devoid of any shelter. The few individuals present clutch makeshift coverings such as cardboard and clothing to shield themselves from the relentless sun. Approximately a dozen souls linger, neither congregating nor engaging in excessive conversation. Surviving thus far is a feat in itself. The arrival of Chongming and his companions evoked little attention from the others, who were on the verge of heat-induced collapse, disinterested in conversation or movement. They stood in place, awaiting the train's arrival. By 3:30, the station had amassed over 30 individuals. It seemed that nearly all who could arrive had done so. Yet, Lin Meng from Carriage 11 had yet to appear. Zhang Songjun, wiping the sweat from his brow, turned to Chongming and inquired, "Lin Meng? Is he also a formidable character on this train?" Zhang Songjun now regarded Chongming as someone distinct from the passengers of train 732, sensing an outsider's implication in his words. However, he had learned to refrain from asking unwise questions and quickly clarified, "Lin Meng is from Carriage 11. His prowess is not inferior to that of Song Ge. Every person in our carriage is armed." "Surely you don't mean the one with the umbrella?" Chongming said, glancing into the distance. There he spotted a man dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, his business attire complemented by a large black umbrella, followed by 3 companions. After a brief moment, Zhang Songjun finally discerned the approaching figure, though his face remained indistinct. Yet, the imposing presence was unmistakable. This was indeed Lin Meng. Their carriage had also suffered a loss, having begun its journey with 6 members. In such a harsh environment, attrition was an expected reality. The extreme heat and the vast, unforgiving expanse of the Gobi were akin to a ravenous beast. The looming threat of scarcity, combined with the bizarre, hung like a blade over the heads of the passengers. Even someone as well-equipped as Chongming was no match for a being like the Cactus King. As Lin Meng and his 3 companions approached, they cast a curious glance towards Carriage 1. Noticing the absence of Ding Song, Lin Meng pondered, could that fellow have fallen victim to a creature? He dismissed the notion that the man had succumbed to thirst. The lackeys from Carriages 1 and 2 were still alive, so Ding Song could not be lacking in water. If that were the case, Train 732 would be entirely under his command, albeit within the bounds of railway regulations. At 3:50 p.m., the train finally materialized out of thin air. It was a green train, reminiscent of the earliest 886 model, exuding an air of antiquity. The words 00009 District, No. 732 were emblazoned on its side, with no notable differences otherwise. As the train doors swung open, the passengers surged forward, eager to board. At last, a sense of homecoming enveloped them. After enduring 3 days in temperatures soaring between 40 and 50 degrees, stepping into the air-conditioned carriage felt akin to emerging from hell into paradise. I never wished to set foot in the Gobi again. Who said it was a place of serene beauty? It is a land that consumes without a trace. I long to take a bath and don fresh attire. The odor clinging to me is unbearable. Lu Chong, don't push me. There are only a few of us who can fit in. Chong Ming boarded the train, gazing at the darkened compartments with a sense of regret, lamenting that his own private cabin could not be enjoyed here. As individuals from carriages 1 and 2 entered, a foul odor permeated the air, reminiscent of an unwashed armpit after a month. Brother Ming, there are many rooms here. Feel free to choose, remarked one of Song's subordinates, who had already inquired about Chong Ming's name during the journey. There was little to conceal in this matter. Zhang Songjun had been observing Chong Ming closely, noting that upon his entry, the attendant exhibited no reaction nor appeared suddenly. Could it be that one was free to switch trains at will? Yet, no one had provided such notice. The stench in this compartment was suffocating, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. I must find a cleaner space to reside. These individuals had returned from the desert, their clothes soaked in sweat after 3 days, with no place to bathe. Chong Ming was unwilling to share carriage with them. Surely, it was not unreasonable for him to occupy a cabin alone amidst a train with just over 40 passengers. Attendant, could you please come here? Chong Ming's call startled Zhang Songjun and Lu Wenqing, their hairs almost standing on end, although they had become accustomed to interacting with the attendants. It was always during their appearances in the carriage for sales in normal exchanges, who would raise their voice so shortly after boarding the train at 4 in the afternoon. Even if one could slay Brother Song, he would still be merely a passenger, while the attendant held a position of authority, an enforcer of rules, whose ire would not bode well for anyone who dared to cross her. Are you looking for me? A voice echoed, ethereal and unlike anything heard with the ears. It resonated within the mind. A petite girl, barely 4 feet tall, appeared, resembling a doll. It was not mere flattery to call her adorable. Her features seemed stitched together, and the skin visible beneath her uniform bore the quality of fabric. The doll-like attendant, having never encountered Chong Ming before, curiously stared at him for a few moments, the seams at the corners of her mouth curling upwards. Hello, welcome to Train 732. How may I assist you? Wait, is the attendant this courteous? How come I never noticed before? Lu Wenqing scrutinized Chong Ming closely, eager to discern his intentions with the attendant. I wish to occupy a cabin alone, if one is available. The odor here is unbearable, and is there no place to bathe? That is quite simple. I can have them relocate to other carriages, and I shall spray some air freshener here for you. However, for bathing, you will need to go to carriage 8, where there is a water pipe in the dining car, but no bathing facilities. You will need a basin to wash. The doll-like attendant enthusiastically considered Chong Ming's needs and offered suggestions. Then it is settled. Initially, Chong Ming sought an unoccupied carriage, as this one had already been tainted. However, the attendant's assurance of air freshener seemed promising. Just as he was about to command Zhang Songjun and the others to leave, the doll-like attendant interjected. Carriage 1 is currently requisitioned. Everyone must vacate within 1 minute. No one may enter without my permission. Those who defy this order shall face consequences. Zhang Songjun could hardly fathom that a mere suggestion from Chong Ming would prompt the crew to take matters seriously. He, along with Lu Wenqing, a middle-aged woman, and a man, promptly and decisively made their way to car number 2. Who exactly was this Chong Ming? What afforded him such preferential treatment from the attendants? Such inquiries were not pertinent at the moment. Despite his astonishment, the priority was to relocate. Once the others had departed, only the doll and Chong Ming remained in the compartment. The doll remarkably produced a canister of spray from her hand and began to disperse it throughout the carriage. In an instant, the unpleasant odor dissipated, replaced by the fragrance of peonies. As the doll busily worked, she engaged in conversation. With so many people earlier, were you here to inspect security? Chapter 76. The conductor of Train 732. Inspecting security? Chong Ming held the title of a train police chief, trainee inspector. Aside from occasionally bending the rules and enjoying certain privileges, he had not fulfilled much of his responsibilities. Yet, claiming to inspect security certainly sounded more prestigious than admitting to being lost. Well, I've seen enough of the previous carriage, so I thought I'd check in on you all. By the way, what is your name? You seem quite adorable, like a little lowly. Chongming's compliment was insincere. While the doll did resemble a young girl, she was far from charming. Indeed, she was quite unsettling. However, considering that this attendant was also female, it seemed that flattery was always well received, no matter how peculiar the individual. Is that so? The doll's eyes, resembling fabric, widened with a glimmer, evidently delighted by the praise. I'm called Wawa. Thank you for your kind words. Others often say my mouth is rather unattractive. Chongming examined the doll's mouth, which resembled a centipede post-surgery, silently agreeing with the prior assessments. Nevertheless, those remarks must have originated from her colleagues. If they were passengers, they might have been offered to the heavens long ago. That is simply their lack of appreciation. By the way, where we headed next? Chongming, having feigned interest, sought to steer the conversation elsewhere. For that, you need to ask the conductor. She has the information. I was just with her in the dining car number 8. If you're looking to freshen up, you might encounter her there. The doll replied, her large, fabric-like eyes shining. Very well, I shall go wash up briefly. Leaving the doll to continue spraying the air freshener, Chongming headed toward car number 8, suddenly recalling the need to inform Zhang Zuozhu of his safety. As he walked, he took out his phone. Channel for train 732, 42 members. Regional channel 00009, 3,490 members. 886 administrator channel, private. 732 administrator channel, private. To his surprise, an additional channel appeared. The 732 administrators channel and the train channel had transformed to number 732. Fortunately, it was still within Area 9, allowing him to reach Zhang Zuozhu. Zuozhu, I've boarded safely, but how are you all on the other train? After sending the message, Chongming put his phone away. Meanwhile, Zhang Zuozhu stood in the aisle, a cigarette dangling from his lips, gazing out at the desolate landscape. The train had just set off, and there was still no sign of Chongming's return. Given his understanding of Chongming's capabilities, he knew that his friend would be fine. He just wondered if he had been left behind on the Gobi Desert. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, indicating a private message. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed from Chongming. Brother Ming has sent a message, stating that he is already on the train. As Zhang Zuozhu's words fell, everyone peered out from the carriage. Brother Ming, did you go directly to the 8th car? Sister Chu Chu, I told you Brother Ming would be fine. There was no need for your unnecessary worry. That's wonderful. With Brother Ming on board, can we finally take a shower? Zhang Zuozhu's spirits lifted as he glanced at Chongming's message indicating train number 732, but noted that he was not on their train. Perhaps they would cross paths in the future. Not on our train? How will we meet again? Gao Yin expressed his disappointment. He had improved significantly, yet he had no opportunity to prove himself before Brother Ming. We all grow stronger. Opportunities for encounters will surely arise. Zhang Zuozhu replied to Chongming, assuring him that all 9 of them were present, and urged him to take care of himself. He put down his phone, pondering whether they would truly meet again. Chongming had already assisted them greatly. The remainder of their journey was to be navigated independently. Chongming traversed the compartments until he reached the 8th dining car. Upon entering, he noticed an individual clad in the uniform of the train conductor, who had their back turned, propping their legs on the dining table. This posture was rather uncivilized, and their face remained obscured. Conductor? Upon hearing someone call out, the person lowered their feet and turned to face Chongming. Jinyang? Chongming exclaimed in surprise. For the conductor bore no facial features and resembled Jinyang from train 886. Jinyang? I am not she. I am Jianyang. You must have encountered someone from my clan, she replied. As Chongming observed her hands, he realized he had indeed mistaken her for someone else. As Jinyang had long fingernails on both hands, while this individual had a normal right hand and a scissor-shaped left hand. It would be somewhat disadvantageous if you were to play rock, paper, scissors with that hand, he remarked, revealing the truth. With no facial features, how could one not see the resemblance? She chuckled lightly, her voice imbued with a hint of femininity, unlike the mechanical, metallic tone of Jinyang. She gestured for Chongming to take a seat. That is indeed the case, but I am merely a person following organizational directives. Since I've been assigned this role, I will fulfill it diligently. Chongming confidently sat across from Jianyang, having grown accustomed to such faces. So, you have come to our train? We on Train 732 are diligent and adhere strictly to the rules. We cannot afford for our wages to be docked. There are discussions of wages? Though I may not be actively engaged in my duties as a probationary inspector, I do not consider myself to be merely a recipient of idle compensation. As for the matter of remuneration, it has never been communicated to me. While I sense that our systems may differ, we are all dedicated to serving the passengers. The disbursement of wages has not yet commenced. Payments are made after every 5 stations, utilizing enhancement stones and travel coins for settlements. Enhancement stones are well understood, as they are intended for the augmentation of equipment. However, I was surprised to learn that the train conductor also requires travel coins. Are these coins of any utility to you? Beyond their use for purchasing items aboard the train, what else can they accomplish? Indeed, they possess value. While travel coins may not be omnipotent, their absence is certainly detrimental. We too have needs and a life to sustain, which necessitates the use of travel coins. What you describe pertains only to the present circumstances. Upon reaching the transfer station, you will comprehend their significance, akin to currency. Lu Yin has never divulged such information to me, yet I have refrained from inquiring. Lu Yin only approaches me when there is a matter at hand, suggesting that he possesses considerable knowledge, but chooses not to elaborate. Reflecting on Lu Yin brings to mind the small vial in my space, still containing the essence of the Cactus King. As I find myself in carriage 732, how shall I conduct a transaction with him? Moreover, my own golden equipment remains in his possession. I see now that you too require travel coins for expenditures. I had assumed they were solely the currency of passengers. It appears prudent to accumulate more travel coins. Aside from basic necessities, they may also procure finer goods. Thankfully, I have amassed a considerable amount, as my efficiency and the quantity of monsters defeated far surpass that of the average individual. By the way, may I inquire about the next station on this journey? The next station? The 5th station varies for each individual, and I cannot ascertain your destination. Each person's journey is unique. Is it possible for travelers on the same train to have different endpoints? This perplexes me. When the carriage doors open, we all disembark together. So how can there be variance? You will understand the meaning of a solitary station upon arrival. Unlike previous stops, this one entails a specific task.